Chapter 56. The Separation. "Ceasefire," said Drask. "That should be enough." "Yes, sir," said the first officer, issuing the order to the gunners. "And now, to the hangar bay. I am eager to meet the infamous Kyle Katarn." The first officer nodded, trailing behind his captain as the men made their way to the turbolift. Kyle wasn't sure if he was asleep or awake. Total blackness surrounded him. Raising his hand, he could feel it when it touched his face, but he couldn't see it. "Katarn." Kyle heard the voice. "Katarn." But he didn't welcome it. "Katarn." "No." "Katarn." This voice, the same one as before, the voice that had led him out of the smuggler base. The one that had led him to kill so many. The one that had led him to hurt Jan. "Kyle, why?" she said. Despite the blackness, Kyle shut his eyes and crouched. He didn't want this anymore. He wanted the voice to go away. "No, go away. I have no time for." As it spoke, Kyle felt a surge of anger. He was tired of the voice, tired of it ordering him around, tired of listening to it. His voice exploded with anger. "I don't care what you have time for. I don't want you. Go away." The voice laughed harshly. "You know that is impossible, Katarn." "I don't care. I don't want you around anymore. Leave me alone." "You agreed to obey me, Katarn. I gave you a choice, and you decided of your own will." "No," Kyle thought. "No, I don't want to. Not again." "You have no other choice, Katarn. You will serve me forever." "No, he will not." Kyle heard the other voice, the other he had heard before. "Whoever Kyle chooses to serve is his decision, not yours." He gave his word. Only because he was in a life or death situation, and you took advantage of it to compel him to obey you. It does not matter. Katarn made his decision. He gave me his word. "No, I didn't." "You agreed to obey me, Katarn." "You." "I never gave you my word." "I asked you a simple question, Katarn." "And you?" "But I never gave you my word." And so you see, the choice is still his, as it always has been. "Yes," Kyle said, more to himself than to the voices. "And what will you choose?" "I will choose." At that moment, Kyle realized he didn't know what to choose. The first voice had given him access to great power, true, but he wanted to be the one to decide where and when to access the power. And in so deciding, the answer came to him. "I will choose not to choose for now." "Fool, do you know what you have done?" He has chosen to direct his own fate and not have you control it. But still, Kyle, you will have to choose one day. "Foolish man. Again, you have turned you back on the power I offered you. Your power comes at too high a price. You are both fools. Mark me well, Katarn. I will leave for now. But when you call for me again, and you will, I may not be so willing to come back." "I understand." And if a switch had been turned off, the space around him went silent. "Are you still there?" "Yes, Kyle, I am. And once again, you have done well. What do you wish to do now?" "The last thing I remember was a whole bunch of stormtroopers surrounding me. I'm guessing they stunned me, and I've been captured." "Yes, the Imperials have brought you from the surface to their ship." "That's not good," Kyle thought. "At the moment, you are." The voice cut off so suddenly, Kyle knew something had to be wrong. "What? What is it?" Someone approaches. Star Destroyer Reprisal. Hangar Bay. The Reprisal as captain and first officer entered the hangar bay, with its white walls and mirror-like floor. Near the ceiling at the midpoint of the bay hung a launch rack in which a single TIE fighter was visible. And while Texel Drask prided himself on having a neat ship, his attention was focused on the oblong shape sitting on the floor of the bay. With its wing folded up and boarding ramp extended, the Sentinel-class transport looked almost like a large bird come to roost in a nest. Behind it, still attached by the tow cable, was one of the ugliest ships the Imperial had ever seen. Scarred and battered, the vessel looked like a complete wreck. "Sir," the first officer began. "I see it. I'm amazed it's even space-worthy. One wonders how the rebels are able to hold on if this is an example of how they treat their ships. What should we do with it? Leave it for now, the captain replied, refocusing his attention on the transport. A single stormtrooper was visible, standing to one side of the boarding ramp. Drask spoke over his shoulder. After the prisoners are secured, remind Major Rundon that standard procedure is to have 2 guards stationed at the boarding ramp. Yes, sir, said the first officer, following just behind the captain. As the men came to a halt before the transport, the stormtrooper came to attention. Where is your commander, trooper? Asked the captain. Still aboard the transport, sir. The captain nodded. We shall be boarding as well. Yes, sir, said the stormtrooper. Well, thought the captain as he and the first officer strode up the ramp, at least there's some improvement in the discipline of Rundon's men. Moving to the rear compartment, the 2 officers came upon a group of 5 stormtroopers. However, they didn't seem to be aware of the presence of the newcomers. The first officer was about to speak when one of the troopers turned and saw them. Star Destroyer reprisal. Hangar Bay. Interior Sentinel-class transport. Oh, Sith Spit. Major Arnex Rundon knew instantly he and his unit were in trouble. For there stood Captain Drask along with the first officer, and neither Rundon nor any of his men had seen them come in. Blast it. This is the last thing I needed to have happen. Troopers. He called loudly, attention. Officers on the deck. Watching as the other stormtroopers came to attention, Drask cast a disparaging look on Rundon, his eyes locked on the major's helmet. No one else spoke or moved, the only audible sound a faint echo of the activity going on in the hangar bay outside. At ease, he said after nearly a minute. As the stormtroopers relaxed out of their rigid posture, Drask addressed Rundon. Status report, Major. Yes, sir, Rundon replied immediately. The prisoners are here. We are ready to remove the woman. Permission to take her to the infirmary. Just a moment, Major, Drask said, stepping forward. The stormtroopers moved aside to allow him access to the stretcher. Despite bruising on her face and the discolored wound in her side, one look was all it took for Drask. It is her, he said to the first officer. Turning to Rundon, he said, Very well, Major, proceed. Rundon turned to his men. Let's go. One trooper took a hold of the stretcher near the woman's head, another by her feet. Lifting it, they moved out of the rear compartment. This left Drask and the first officer alone with the second prisoner. Gazing down at him, Drask nodded. So this is him, the infamous Kyle Katarn. Not exactly what I expected, thought the captain. He can't be more than 20, I wonder. Not exactly much to look at, is he, sir? Said the first officer, unconsciously echoing the captain's thoughts. The captain was about to speak when he remembered something. Turning to the first officer, he said, Go tell Major Rundon to come back here. I need to speak with him. Then accompany the prisoner to sick bay and inform the medical staff to provide her with the best of care, but also to isolate her from the rest of the ward. I don't want any kind of incident to occur before we turn the prisoners over to General Moak. Yes, sir, said the first officer. He turned and left the room. It was only a short time before the captain heard the clank of boots against metal and Major Rundon reappeared. You wanted to see me, sir? Yes, Major. There's something I need to ask you about what happened down on Ergo. While Kyle could neither see nor hear this, he was feeling a peculiar sensation. His body seemed to be growing heavier. It felt as if he was being pressed down. What the hey? What's going on here? You are regaining consciousness, Kyle, the voice said. What? How? I thought you said I took a stun blast. Yes, you did. But the conversation you had with myself and the other seems to have done something to your body, causing you to awaken sooner rather than later. Curious. Curious. More like lousy timing. With my luck, I'll probably wake up to find a dozen blasters pointing at me. Not so. They are, at the moment, only 2 men in the room with you. Only 2, Kyle thought. Not exactly the best odds, but... What will you do? Kyle shrugged mentally. Improvise? Kyle, before that happens, I need to. What? Kyle said, barely able to hear the voice now. The heaviness was increasing, and with it, his senses seemed to dull. Kyle, please listen. But he couldn't hear it. I can't explain any better now than when I was on the surface, Captain. But surely, Major, there must be some reason why. Sir, all I know is that the communicators failed in that one section of the smuggler base. Perhaps some anomaly within the walls or floor of the smuggler base was responsible. We could go back down and check if you want. I'm afraid that will be impossible, Major. The smuggler base has been destroyed. But I would like you to. A groan reached both men's ears. They looked at each other, then down. The prisoner was stirring, another groan escaping his lips. His eyelids began to flutter. As his eyes slowly opened, Kyle felt a sting as light flooded in. He squinted against it, waiting for his eyes to adjust. When he was able to open them a bit more, the scene before him was blurry. He blinked several times, trying to clear his vision. In particular, he focused on two indistinct shapes above him. The man's eyes opened, but appeared unfocused. He proceeded to blink a number of times. He's waking up, said Rundon. Indeed, said the captain. His visual field finally cleared enough that Kyle was able to make out the two men looking down at him. One wore the familiar black uniform of an Imperial officer. The other was clad in stormtrooper armor. Although he knew it probably wouldn't work, Kyle went with his first instinct. Where am I? As he had suspected, the look the officer gave him made it clear that his attempt at deception had failed. The stormtrooper who stood to the left, from Kyle's perspective of the officer, turned slightly, and that's when Kyle saw it. If I could somehow get a hold of that blaster, I could. Sir, said Rundon, should I summon reinforcements? I hardly think that will be necessary, Major, the captain replied confidently. He turned to Kyle. And as for you, we know who you are. But for the moment, I shall humor you. You are aboard the Star Destroyer Reprisal, and given your current situation, it would be wise of you not to attempt any further deceptions. Okay then, Kyle thought. So much for plan A. The question is, what's plan B? Suddenly, he felt a mild tickle in his throat. Reflexively, he coughed. Now, where was I? Oh yeah. But the tickle came again, a bit stronger this time, and again Kyle coughed. Oh man, don't tell me on top of everything else I'm getting sick. As if in answer, the tickle came again, much stronger. Kyle began to cough harder, the stretcher underneath him beginning to shake. He heard the voice of the officer say, Kadarn, I warn you, do not. But his voice was drowned out as another coughing spasm struck Kyle. His whole body was shaken now with the force of it. It was also making it hard for him to draw breath. This is not good. A moment ago, Drask was certain that Kadarn's coughing was simply another attempt to try and fool himself and Rundon. But as the man's face began to turn red and his whole body to shake, he began to wonder if he might be wrong. Sir, said Rundon, I don't think he's faking. Help, the prisoner gasped out, can't breathe. Sit him up, Major, the captain ordered. Yes, sir, replied Rundon, moving to Kyle's side. He placed one hand under the man's back and lifted. Feeling the pressure on his back, Kyle didn't resist as the stormtrooper helped him sit up. The change in position helped him draw breath easier, and the sudden, violent coughing began to subside. Are you all right? He heard the electronically filtered voice ask. Unable to speak yet, Kyle nodded. The coughing decreased more, allowing him to draw fuller breaths. His eyes, which had closed reflexively during the coughing fit, opened again, and he realized the stormtrooper was standing right next to him. Kadarn, said the officer, a hint of concern in his voice, are you all right? I think so, Kyle replied, rubbing his roughened throat. To the stormtrooper he said, can you move just a bit? I'd like to sit up a bit more. Sure, said the stormtrooper, stepping back just enough that Kyle was able to slide his legs out and down, allowing him to rise to a more vertical posture. The troopers was close, so close. But still, he would have to be careful. His strength wasn't fully back yet, and if he missed, he wouldn't get another chance. Well, that was certainly unexpected, thought Drask. He clearly wasn't faking. Perhaps he should be taken to sickbay. I don't want to present a damaged prisoner to General Mach. Even so, he will need to be kept under guard. All right, then, Kadarn, Drask began even as Kyle took a couple of deep breaths. Here we go, Kyle thought. He leaned forward, gravity taking hold of him. Hey, watch it, called the stormtrooper, moving to catch him. Even as Kyle felt the man's hands touch him, he reached out with his left hand. What the trooper called. Kyle felt the cool metal surface of the blaster touch his hand. Taking a firm grip, he yanked it free even as he leaned his body back the other way, out the other man's grip. Hey, called the trooper, reaching for Kyle again. But instead, he was met with the snout of his own blaster pointed right at him. Hold it, Kyle yelled. As the scene unfolded in front of him, Drask found himself thinking, so this is why Kadarn is considered so dangerous. In the space of a few seconds, the prisoner had nearly fallen into the stormtrooper, who grabbed for him even as Kadarn reached for the man's blaster. Pulling it free, he aimed it at Rundon. Though he was unarmed, Drask thought he might have a chance, with Kadarn's attention focused away from him. He started to move. I wouldn't try it. Though the prisoner was turned away, Drask could tell the comment was directed at him. He can't see me, so how? On the heels of this came a new thought, which he spoke aloud. All right, Kadarn. Let's not play games with each other. You may have the weapon, but nothing has changed. You're still my prisoner. Surrender. Drask took another step. Sir, whatever it is you're planning to do, don't. I can easily kill this stormtrooper and then yourself. The prisoner said this so matter-of-factly, Drask stopped himself from taking another step. There's no possible way you can escape, Kadarn. I say again, surrender. Kyle couldn't help but give a small chuckle. This Imperial really didn't get it. Sir, how much do you know about me? Caught off guard by the question, Drask had no answer. What is he doing? Can he really be serious asking me such a question? Drask decided he wouldn't answer. Kyle waited nearly a minute, but the Imperial didn't respond. Okay, advantage mine so far. I've got him confused. Now let's see if we can take it up a notch. As I suspected, he said condescendingly, Sir, I used to be an Imperial stormtrooper. I am aware of that, the Imperial replied. Then, Kyle continued, I'm surprised you don't realize exactly how much I remember from my training. Standard Imperial procedure in a hostage situation is to isolate the perpetrator and surround him. Kyle paused for a breath. However, if an officer is involved, your men are under orders not to shoot unless the situation is deemed as completely unsalvageable. Have I missed anything? Blast. Drask ground his teeth together in frustration. The prisoner was exactly right. Taking the Imperial silence for confirmation, Kyle proceeded. That leaves only the matter of what to do with you, he said to the stormtrooper. I can't handle two hostages, so... Rundon held his breath, not saying anything. The logical thing to do is eliminate me, and all he has to do is pull the trigger. Take off your armor. So taken aback was Rundon, he couldn't help but blurt out, What? I said, Kyle repeated, take off your armor. Without it, you pose less of a threat. When the stormtrooper didn't move, Kyle pushed the blaster forward until its snout rested against the trooper's armor. You know the alternative. For a moment, Rundon considered refusing. Perhaps if I can distract him, then the captain could. He heard the blaster tap against his armor again. No, that's no good. Even if the captain moves right away, this guy will shoot me. Though it grated him to do so, Rundon complied, reaching up with his gloved hands. The display screen before him winked out as he took the helmet off. It took only a moment for his eyes to adjust to the light of the room. He gazed on the prisoner with his own eyes. Gazing at the nondescript face of the stormtrooper, Kyle saw both surprise and annoyance in his expression. Hurry up. Get the rest of it off. He watched warily as the man took the armor, placing the part at Kyle's instruction on the stretcher. Eventually, the man was left standing there bare-chested, his underwear all that was left. What now? He asked. Well, Kyle said, pulling the weapon back a bit, since you've been so cooperative. Moving quickly, he drew the weapon back over his shoulder, then smashed it across the man's head. His victim's eyes quickly lost focus, and with a sigh of exhaled breath, he fell to the deck. Watching all this, Drask saw a brief window of opportunity. He stepped forward, reaching his hands out. But before he could take a hold of the prisoner, Kadarn swung around to face him, the blaster aimed squarely. As I said before, don't try it. Now back up. Seething with anger, but having no choice, Drask complied. Now, sir, actually, just so I know, who are you anyway? Drask hesitated. With all that happened, giving up his name almost felt like surrendering part of himself. And he was tired of the prisoner having the advantage. He said nothing. When several seconds had passed without an answer from the Imperial, Kyle shrugged. Fine, don't tell me your name then. I just wanted to have something to call you. But so be it. Now, where's my ship? But the Imperial continued his silence. Leaning forward, Kyle extended the blaster until it was aimed right at one of the Imperial's eyes. Talk. You won't shoot, the Imperial said. You need me alive. Kyle considered that before answering. True, but I didn't say whole. Lowering the blaster, Kyle adjusted the power setting before pulling the trigger. Drask felt sudden fire in his right leg. Ah. Looking down, he saw a raw, ragged wound where the blast had torn through his pants. Now will you tell me where my ship is? As the Imperial grunted in pain, Kyle held the blaster at the ready. He hoped to not have to use it again on the man, but... Trying to focus despite the pain in his leg, Drask considered his options. One was to continue to say nothing. But if I do that, he'll likely shoot me somewhere else. But if I let him go... Visions of what General Mock would say flashed through his mind. Wait, I have it. I could pretend to let him go, then have the tractor crew snag his ship before he can escape. Once back aboard, I'll have him stunned again and put into confinement. Satisfied with his idea, Drask opened his mouth. Your ship is in the hangar, attached by tow cable to this one. Kyle couldn't help but smile as the Imperial told him this. The crow was close. All I have to do is get to it and then Jan, and I can. It was as he thought her name that Kyle realized that aside from the two Imperials, there was no one else in the room. Oh no? Jan. Where's she? Where's the woman who was with me? Now it was Drask's turn to smile. As he had suspected, the woman was indeed Jan Ors, Kadarn's partner. My men have taken her, he said, smirking. By now, she's secured in sickbay. There's no way you can get to her. A mixture of frustration, concern, and anger played across Kadarn's face. It pleased Drask to see this. You can still surrender, Kadarn. If not, I can't guarantee what will happen to the woman. His words had the desired effect. The prisoner's face flushed crimson. Grabbing a handful of Drask's uniform, he pulled the Imperial close, aiming the blaster at his face. Get her back here. Now. Drask shook his head. It won't work. I've already issued orders to my subordinate. If I try and countermand those orders, he will suspect something. And as a former Imperial, you know what that will mean. Kyle knew, he knew all too well. That guy will show up here with a detachment of stormtroopers. He let go of the Imperial, allowing the man to retreat a few steps. Your options are limited, Kadarn. Either surrender or escape, and leave your partner behind. Blast. 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 Kyle fought for clarity in his thoughts despite the emotion he was feeling. I can't surrender. But to escape and leave Jan behind, blast it all. What do I do? As if in response, Kyle heard an echo of her voice in his mind. Kyle, she said, do what you have to do. And despite the pain it caused, he did know. Drask waited as he watched the prisoner wrestle with the no-win situation. He considered what he would need to do next if Kadarn should surrender. Suddenly the blaster was back in his face. Consider yourself lucky that I don't kill you right now, Kyle said. An empty threat, the Imperial replied. Maybe, but this isn't. Kyle moved his face until he and the Imperial were almost nose to nose. "I'll be coming back for her," he said gravely. "And if you've done anything to her, the whole Imperial army won't be enough to stop me from killing you." Drask stared back into the prisoner's eyes, and in them, he saw such conviction it was almost frightening. He said nothing in reply. Adjusting the setting on the blaster once more, Kyle pulled the trigger. A blue corona erupted from the weapon, striking the Imperial. He crumpled to the deck, unconscious. Good, that should keep him out for a while, at least long enough for me to escape. But Chan. Staring at the unconscious Imperial on the floor, Kyle had a sudden urge to turn the blaster to full power and finish him off. But whatever perverse pleasure this might have given him was washed away by his concern for Jan. "I hate this. I hate it. It shouldn't be like this. If I had it." A vision of the sword slicing into her flashed across his mind. "No, can't think about that now. Got to concentrate on getting out of here. And the next step is getting this armor on." Laying the blaster on the stretcher, Kyle reached for the armor and began putting it on. When he had secured the final catch, he stood up and found that the armor was a bit big on him. It sagged a bit on his frame. Hopefully it's not enough that anyone notices. Placing the helmet over his head, Kyle felt an uncomfortable sense of déjà vu. The last time he wore an armor like this was when he fought back the image of the asteroid mission from when he was a cadet and when he had first encountered Jan. "Stay focused, Kadarn. Somehow, some way, you'll get her back. But you can't do it if you're captured or dead." Taking a deep, calming breath, he reached for the blaster and placed it in the holster. He checked both imps a final time. Both were still unconscious. "Okay," he thought, "here goes." He stepped out of the room and made his way to the transport's boarding ramp, which lay open before him. Taking another deep breath, he stepped down the ramp, hearing the clink of his metal boots against the ramp with each step. Stepping onto the deck, Kyle turned around slowly, surveying the bay. Technicians, officers, stormtroopers, and other Imperial personnel moved about the bay, engaged in various tasks. "I can't see the crow." What was it the imp said? "Behind the transport." Remembering, Kyle moved away from the transport, putting it to his back. He had gone no more than a dozen steps when one of the hangar crew stepped up to him. "Major." "Oh, Sith spit." Chapter 57. Imperial Intent. A Star Destroyer's hangar bay is a massive space. Well over 7,000 feet long and around 6,200 feet wide. There is space enough for a squadron of TIE fighters with room left for over an oversized craft such as the massive transport that currently sat in the bay of the Star Destroyer Reprisal. Comlinks are essential for communication as sound travels only so far in such a large space. But at this moment, the hangar bay felt uncomfortably small to Kyle Kadarn with one of the hangar deck crew standing right in front of him. Esden Frommer stared up at the stormtrooper, waiting for him to respond. With the transport back on board, his crew was scheduled to go aboard and inspect the vessel before returning it to the launch bay. However, his inspection had been delayed by order of the first officer. Frommer had spotted the man emerging from the transport, walking behind a repulsor-powered stretcher along with a group of stormtroopers. The first officer had likewise seen Frommer and had paused only briefly to address the tech. "Captain Drask is currently aboard the transport. Your inspection will need to wait until he comes out." "Yes, sir," Frommer had said, even as the first officer moved past him, working to not allow the frustration he felt be seen on his face or in his voice. On any other day, he simply would have moved on to another ship. But today, only this particular Sentinel-class transport was due for inspection. And his superior had told him that once the inspection was completed, Frommer would be allowed to end his shift early. So it was with mounting impatience that the technician had waited for the captain to leave the transport. When Major Rundon had stepped into view, Frommer decided he could at least try and find out how much longer the captain would be. Maybe, even with the captain aboard, I could come in and make a quick sweep of the ship's systems. But the Major hadn't acknowledged him when Frommer had called out. He tried again. "Major. Major Rundon." Kyle stopped walking and turned to face the owner of the voice. Slightly shorter than he, The man wore the light coveralls of an Imperial technician. The Imperial emblem was clearly visible on both shoulders, the silver color standing out against the gray. A black cap and pocket full of tools completed the ensemble. He had an expectant look on his face, anticipating Kyle responding to his inquiry. But what do? I can't say anything. Even with the vocalizer, he'll know I'm not Rundon. What can I? Then it came to him. Major, said Frommer, feeling a bit concerned that Rundon hadn't yet responded to him. Is something wrong? There was still no reply from the stormtrooper, but as Frommer watched, his hand reached up, tapping the vocalizer on the front of the helmet. Then the Major shook his head. Oh, Frommer thought, nodding, of course. I understand now. Busted vocalizer? Sir. The Major nodded. Well, I can try and fix it right now. If you'll just take off your helmet. Kyle fought the urge to throw up his hands in frustration. Geez, that's the last thing I need to do. His mind raced. He had to do something to get away from this man. Wait, it might work. I have to try something. To Frommer's surprise, the Major shook his head again, tapped the vocalizer a second time, then pointed at the entrance to the hangar bay. Well, Frommer thought, that's a bit odd. You'd think he would want it fixed now. Oh well. All right, sir. If that's what you want to do. The Major nodded a third time. Very well then, sir, Frommer said, turning away. Kyle breathed a sigh of relief as the technician turned and moved away. Whew, that was too close. Now, if I can just find. He turned to the left, but saw nothing except more of the bay. But as he turned to the right, there she is. The moldy crow sat on his landing skids just behind the transport. All right, Kyle thought, smiling underneath the helmet, remembering the last time he had seen the ship receding into the sky of Ergo. It occurred to him that with everything that had happened since then, he had wondered if he'd see the vessel again. But there she is. Now I just need to get aboard and find a way to get out of here. He began walking towards the ship. Frommer snapped his fingers. That's right. I forgot to ask about the captain, he thought, turning towards the hangar entrance. He should be able to catch the Major before he. But he didn't see him there. He couldn't have left already, could he? Glancing about him, Frommer spotted the Major. But I thought the Major indicated was going to maintenance. So why is he walking in the other direction? Frommer mused there might be some reason why, but still. I'd better check this out. He started in the direction the Major was walking, increasing his pace so he began to catch up to the man. When he was close enough, he called out, Major. Major Rundon. Kyle closed his eyes briefly. I don't believe this. Can't just one of my plans work out the way I want it to? He briefly considered stopping, but the crow was so close. He kept going. Well, this is strange, thought Frommer. The Major wasn't stopping, nor did he respond to Frommer's voice calling him. What's going on here? He called again, louder. Major. Major Rundon. Please stop. I need to speak with you. Not likely, pal, Kyle thought. The crow and I are getting out of here. He was within a dozen steps of the ship now, and although he knew it would completely blow his cover, Kyle pushed off on the next step and began to run. Now Frommer was beginning to get angry. Not only was the Major completely ignoring him, but he was, for all intents and purposes, running away from him. A part of Frommer began to suspect something was up, but he wasn't entirely convinced. And if I'm wrong, and there's some reason he's doing this, I could get in a lot of trouble. He decided to continue following the Major. Reaching the crow, Kyle slowed to a stop. She looks okay. Let's just hope the imps didn't do anything to her yet. As there was no boarding ladder, and no time to look for one, Kyle reached up into the hidden handholds on the crow's side. He started to pull himself up towards the cockpit, but the helmet he was wearing kept shifting on his head, making it difficult to see. Blasted thing, Kyle thought. And without taking the time to consider what he was doing, he yanked the helmet off his head and dropped it to the deck. He heard the voice of the tech pursuing him call out, Major, what are you doing? Still following behind, Frommer watched as the Major halted before the patchwork vessel sitting behind the transport. It appeared the Major was trying to pull himself into the vessel when he pulled his helmet off and dropped it to the deck. The face that appeared was unfamiliar to Frommer and increased his suspicion of the situation. Still, it's not like I've ever seen the Major face to face. Despite this, the man's actions were enough to warrant Frommer calling out to him again. Ignoring the voice, Kyle levered himself up enough to reach the small, hidden panel in the crow's starboard side. He pressed a button and the cockpit opened, rising up and allowing him access. He was about to get in when a set of running footsteps came to a halt behind him, and that same voice. "Major, what's going on? Have you found something?" "Okay, pal," Kyle thought, reaching for the blaster. "I tried being nice, but you just don't seem to get it." Dropping back down to the deck, Kyle turned around to face the technician, who was breathing hard after chasing him. The man wore a confused expression. "Major," he said, "what are you?" That was as far as he got before Kyle pulled the trigger and stunned him. Unfortunately, as the tech crumpled to the deck, the sound of a weapon being discharged echoed around him. Personnel working nearby began looking in his direction. Seeing this, Kyle quickly turned round and jumped, grabbing the lip of the cockpit with his gloved hands. Kicking with his feet, he pulled himself inside and quickly closed the cockpit. "All right, baby," he thought, "let's hope you've got some power left." He reached for the main power switch, and to his delight, the crow's systems began to come online. Bypassing the normal startup sequence, Kyle transferred as much power as he could into the shields. As the invisible circle of energy surrounded the ship, he shifted his attention to the engines. A quick check of the instruments showed that the repulsors were powered up. Kyle activated them, feeling the crow jolt slightly as the system came up a bit unevenly. Okay, now if the engines will just come online. Despite his perfect posture and professional demeanor, Ron-Mok was feeling quite anxious as waited for the reply. "And you are certain of this information, General?" said the person on the other side of the screen. "Yes, Lord Vader," Mok replied. "I saw the visual record myself." "Then, if as you say, Kyle Katarn and Jan Ors have been captured and secured, then why should I grant your request?" Although Mok knew this question would be coming, he still dreaded answering it. On the view screen before him, the black armored visage of Darth Vader stared back at him. Upon receiving word of the Dark Lord's transmission, Mok had retreated to his quarters to speak with him. Accepting the transmission, the image had still not resolved itself when Mok heard the sound of mechanical breathing through the speaker. Despite all his years in the Empire and having met Vader personally before, he still found the sound disquieting. He had completed his report to the Dark Lord in short order, informing him of the status of the Dark Troopers. And then, Mok had made his request. Now, as he had anticipated, he would have to explain why. "Captain Drask has proven capable so far, Lord Vader, but he does not know Katarn as I do. Before his betrayal, he was one of the Academy's top students. His knowledge and experience has already allowed him to infiltrate our bases and deceived Imperial personnel. We lost a great deal of resources on both Antivi and the Blood Moon." "I am aware of this," Vader rumbled. "Katarn will not be able to trick me. Once I have him, he will have no chance of escape. And while you go out on your personal mission of revenge, you expect me to tell the Emperor that the Dark Trooper project is on hold." "Only temporarily, Lord Vader, only temporarily. I only require a week's worth of time to meet up with the Reprisal and have Katarn transferred to the Arkhammer. Once that is done, I will proceed with the final test." The Dark Lord was silent for a time. "Katarn has proven to be a nuisance," he said, "both to this project and in his aiding of the rebellion." Mok felt a gladness rising in him. "But it does not justify such a delay in the project. Your request is denied, General." "What?" Mok thought, rendered speechless. "General." Finding his voice, Mok fought to keep his temper in check. "Lord Vader, if you please, I have made my decision, General, and it is not open for debate." Mok heard the threat implicit in the Dark Lord's comment. And while it grated him, Ron-Mock was, if nothing else, a professional solider who obeyed orders. Very well, Lord Vader. Now, the Dark Lord continued, as to the orders for your final test. As Vader continued, Mock spared one last thought regarding the situation. Do not fail me, Captain Drask. Star Destroyer reprisal. Sick bay. Despite its size, the room's low roof made it look smaller than it was. The decor was not unlike the rest of the Star Destroyer. White-colored walls, floor and ceiling broken only by black panels of instruments. In one corner, bordered from each other, were 4 exam rooms. And in one of these stood the first officer along with the senior physician and the unconscious form that lay upon the stretcher. Having delivered the female prisoner to the reprisal sick bay, the first officer had stayed behind after dismissing the stormtroopers. He wanted to give a full report to the captain on the woman's condition. He had passed along the instructions he had received to the doctor. She is to receive the best possible care, but be secured at all times and kept away from the other patients. Those are the captain's orders. The doctor nodded as understanding, and then turned away from the first officer to hide his expression. A physician for nearly 15 years, he had joined the Empire to have access to the best medical equipment and state-of-the-art technology in order to heal his patients. But after a decade of serving aboard different Imperial starships and bases, the doctor had become jaded, seeing firsthand the lies of the Empire, corruption, prejudice, and other things he would have cared to not see. I don't need anyone to tell me how to take care of a patient, he grumbled to himself, rebel or no. Staring down at the young woman, he shook his head. So young. Leaning in, he noticed the bruising about her neck, indentations that could only be caused by fingers. Her clothing, a dark red shirt over dark khakis, and a green vest was relatively intact except for the spot on her left side, just below her chest. There a great deal of dried blood had collected, and he could see an angry wound there. Reaching to a medical tray he had set on a nearby table, he began cleansing the area around the wound. Bit by bit, the dried blood flaked away, leaving the doctor with an unobstructed view. What happened to her? He asked over his shoulder. Although he allowed none of it to show, the first officer secretly despised the doctor. While he could appreciate the older man's experience, training, and ability, his attitude and treatment of Imperial personnel was sorely lacking, including the way he talked to officers. Why do you want to know? He replied. The doctor turned to look at him, his expression serious. If I'm going to properly treat her, I need to know exactly what happened. For a moment, the first officer considered telling the doctor nothing, but he had his orders. She was impaled from behind with a sword. Looking back at the wound, the doctor nodded. The injury was consistent with being struck with a sharp blade. She's lucky the blade was smooth. If it had been jagged or serrated. Grabbing a laser scalpel, the doctor sliced through the shirt and the area around the wound, exposing it completely. When he lifted her to examine the other side of the wound, fresh blood oozed out. Well, that's a good sign, he thought. Her heart is still pumping blood to the area, and the damage appears to be confined to the inner epidermal layer. Reaching to the medical tray again, he used a scanner to look into the wound. Remarkably, it seemed relatively clean. Although having been exposed to the air as long as it had, there was still a chance of infection. He then sprayed the area with an anti-inflammatory and covered the wound with a dressing that would allow it to breathe and close naturally. He considered using the laser scalpel, but in his time, the doctor had come to believe that it was best in most circumstances to let the body's own natural healing ability to work. His back, having been held in the same position for the time he had worked, protested as he straightened up, causing the doctor to groan aloud. Hearing this, the first officer stepped over. Well, what is her condition? For a moment, the doctor considered telling the first officer to mind his own business, but antagonizing the man would serve no purpose. She's very lucky, the doctor said, without looking at first officer. Nothing vital was hit. She'll need a few days to recover, and I want to run a scan in the next 12 hours to check her wound. So she'll be able to survive interrogation then. The doctor ground his teeth together to keep from protesting. Does the man care nothing for her safety? Although, looking at the first officer, the answer was obvious. I would recommend against it for at least the next 48 hours, said the doctor. If the wound reopens, she will begin to lose blood. And if that happens, she could die. That will be up to the captain, said the first officer. Wonderful, the doctor thought. Captain Drask has less regard for life than this one does. Without saying anything, he turned back to his patient. Just then, the first officer's communicator emitted a series of chirps. Glancing at the doctor, moved out of the room before pulling the device from his belt. This is the first officer. Go ahead. He listened to the reply, his brows rising. Are you certain? Yes, sir. The situation being described seemed unbelievable, but unless the man was lying, it was indeed happening. I see. Have 2 detachments of stormtroopers sent immediately. I will meet them there. Yes, sir. Returning the comlink to his belt, the first officer moved back into the room and addressed the doctor. I have a matter to attend to. Make sure you keep the prisoner secured and stabilize her condition. The captain will want to speak with her soon. I will do what I can, the doctor replied. For a moment, the first officer considered admonishing the doctor, but given the situation in the hangar bay, he turned and left the room. Star Destroyer reprisal. Hangar bay? With the landing skids retracted and the Crow floating on its repulsors, Kyle looked over the engine monitoring panel. Fuel looks good. Power indicator steady. Ignition sequence primed. Okay, here we go. He pressed the activation switch, preparing himself for the shock of the Crow's engines igniting. Instead, he felt only the slightest of bumps as the engines lit off smoothly, the insides glowing with blue energy. Duh, Kyle thought, resisting the urge to smack himself in the forehead. Wexter's repairs. I forgot. A smile came to his face as he advanced the throttle, moving the Crow ahead. But the smile disappeared as Kyle realized he now had to figure out how he was going to get out of the hangar bay and escape from the Star Destroyer. Getting out of here won't pose much of a problem, he thought. The atmospheric shields on the hangar bay will let me through. But one good hit from a turbo laser. An image of the Crow, hit by a turbo laser blast and vaporized, flashed across his mind. Not good. But wait, if the ship's not on alert, not all the emplacements will be manned. So, if I can get the Crow away from here fast enough, I just might make it. It was then Kyle remembered the destroyer's tractor beams. And they're always manned. Nuts. They're more than powerful enough to stop the Crow. His mind raced, trying to recall everything else he knew about Star Destroyers, something that would help him. Wait, that's it. The hangar bay control scanner arrays. The 2 arrays, huge parabolic antennas positioned by the forward part of the hangar bay, provided data on incoming ships to the hangar bay control office, including information to the tractor beam arrays in case a damaged ship needed help entering the bay. If I can blast both of them, it should blind the tractors just long enough. And what if doesn't, Cadarn? What the? Kyle quickly glanced over his left shoulder. But there was no one there, not that there should be. Jan was somewhere else inside the destroyer. Kyle's body gave an involuntary shudder as he remembered the scene in the hangar bay in the smuggler base on Ergo. Running at Frendon, the sword held out. Jan suddenly in the way, the sword slicing into her, her scream of pain, then her eyes as she had looked at him, the words she had said to him. Why, Kyle? He didn't realize that he had been sitting virtually motionless until the lights of the hangar bay changed, the pulsing red of an alert mixing in with the white. As Kyle looked outside the cockpit, he could see groups of people all looking at him and pointing. Just then, the hangar bay entrance slid aside and a horde of stormtroopers boiled into the room. Their weapons came out, focused in his direction. And in the midst of the sea of white armor, he saw a single black uniform. The officer wearing and pointed at the Crow. Silent streaks of red energy emerged from the troopers' blasters. They struck the Crow, but were easily deflected by the vessel shields. Okay, Cadarn, Kyle said to himself, you can't have your little pity party later. Time to go. With more laser fire striking the Crow's shields, Kyle pushed the throttle forward, guiding the ship past the bulk of the Sentinel-class transport before increasing speed. But no sooner had he done so than the crow jerked to a stop so sudden it nearly tossed Kyle out of his chair. Dazed, it took a moment for him to realize that the ship wasn't moving. Grasping the throttle, he pushed it forward, feeling the crow respond, and began to move forward again. But a second later, the ship jerked to a halt once again. What is going on? He advanced the throttle all the way, and although the ship strained, it refused to move any further. That was when it hit him. The tow cable. I forgot to disengage it. Turning the ship around, Kyle could see that indeed, the tow cable was still attached. Well, I can't exactly land to take it off, he thought, as more shots struck the crow shields. That left him one option. Reaching to the weapons panel, he activated the twin-barrel turret slung underneath the hull. Fortunately for him, the cable was stretched out right in front of the crow. Kyle pressed the trigger and twin ribbons of blaster fire struck the cable. But to Kyle's surprise, it didn't break. Guess we have to do this the hard way then. Holding down the trigger, he sent more shots slicing into the table. As the seventh blast struck home, a rent appeared in the cable. And as the eighth shot penetrated, the cable finally separated in a shower of sparks. Some of the stormtroopers firing up at him had to move quickly as the remnants of the tow cable crashed down to the deck. Finally freed of the encumbrance, Kyle spun the crow around and pushed the throttle forward. The walls of the hangar bay began to blur and technicians scattered for cover as the ship flew past. Looking ahead, Kyle spotted the massive maw of the hangar bay entrance exit. He aimed the crow towards it, first pulling the nose up and then dipping the left wing, taking the ship inverted as it flashed through the hangar bay entrance exit and into space. Kyle yanked the throttle back and fired the repulsors to reverse his course, maneuvering the crow to face the alabaster hull of the Star Destroyer. Locating the massive dishes, he turned the turret on them and stabbed down on the trigger. The turret spit red fire, the bolt seeking out their target and enveloping it. Part of the reprisals hull disappeared in the orange-white flash of an explosion. Not waiting to see the results, Kyle spun the crow back around and pushed the throttle all the way to the stops. The engines responded, sending the crow racing away from the Star Destroyer on twin columns of blue fire. Kyle manipulated the control stick to put the crow into a wodan weave. Should make me a little harder to hit. Right then, a bolt of green flashed close by, then another. Come on, he silently urged the crow. Keep going. Get some distance from them. The proximity alarm began to call out, warning him of approaching ships. TIE fighters. Keeping the crow in the weave pattern, Kyle shifted the shield energy to concentrate maximum energy in the rear of the ship. Now, if Jan remembered to leave the last program jump in memory. He consulted the hyperdrive computer and smiled widely as he saw the coordinates of the crow's last jump were still in the system memory. Calling it up, Kyle set the hyperdrive computer to work. The fire from the Star Destroyer had begun to slacken as he moved out of range of its turbo lasers. But the TIEs were right on him, an occasional shot striking the crow shields, jolting the ship. Kyle kept shifting his gaze from the shield display to the hyperdrive computer and back again. Even with the wodan weave, the TIEs were still getting enough shots and that the crow's shields were beginning to weaken. But just as Kyle began to get really worried, the hyperdrive computer indicated that it had finished its calculations. Grasping the hyperdrive lever, Kyle pulled it back. More shots struck the crow's shields, weakening them further. But then outside, the stars seemed to accelerate towards the ship, then to lengthen, and with the flash, the moldy crow jumped into hyperspace. It took slightly longer for Kyle to realize he had escaped the Imperials and he hoped would never set eyes on the planet Ergo ever again. He exhaled. Reaching to the navigation panel, Kyle activated the ship's autopilot. It would now automatically follow the course through hyperspace. That done, he fell back into his seat, taking several deep breaths, letting the tension of his escape from the Star Destroyer begin to ebb away. Wiping at his brow, Kyle discovered his forehead was drenched in sweat. Woo! That was something. But with his relief at having escaped came with the realization that Jan was still aboard the Star Destroyer. Kyle knew he had to rescue her, but how? It wasn't like he could just waltz into the middle of the Imperial vessel and take her back. As his mind worked at this problem, Kyle leaned back more in the chair, making himself a bit more comfortable. Unexpectedly, he let out a huge yawn. When was the last time I slept? It took only a few moments for him to figure that it had been several days, nearly a week since he had truly slept. Well, there was the time on Ergo when I was unconscious. But with those voices in my head talking to me, I can't exactly call that sleep. And there's really isn't time now either. I've got to figure out how to rescue Jan. Even as Kyle thought this, he let another yawn. Well, maybe I can catch a short rest, couple hours or so. Deciding, he allowed his already half-lidded eyes to close the rest of the way. Within a minute, his breathing became regular as he drifted off. Star Destroyer reprisal. The first officer felt such a combination of surprise, frustration, confusion, and anger that it had rendered him nearly immobile. In the space of an hour, his normally ordered world had been thrown into chaos. Both men and equipment had been scattered across the hangar in the wake of the enemy ship's departure. And even though a squad of TIE fighters had been scrambled after the fleeing craft, they had been unable to stop its escape into hyperspace. Even the mighty weapons array of the destroyer itself had proven ineffectual. Then, on top of all this, the captain and Major Rundon had been found unconscious aboard the Sentinel-class transport. Both had been wounded, the captain having been shot with the blaster. And where the first officer felt a combination of surprise and anger, the captain's expression was one of only anger. In front of the troops he had composed himself, not showing anything except calmness and professionalism, but once in the sickbay, he had let loose with a string of invectives. I cannot believe this. One man, a Star Destroyer with over 1,000 aboard, and still he escaped. I just don't. Og. The captain glared at the doctor, who was administering to the laser wound. That hurt, he hissed between clenched teeth. The doctor's return gaze was one of complete indifference to the captain's feelings. I asked you not to move. If I don't treat this right now, it could get infected. Now please stay still, Captain. Returning his gaze to the first officer, the captain continued. I want to review our security procedures as soon as possible. Someone is responsible for this, and I will find out who. Sir, said the first officer, not wishing to anger the man any more, if I may, from the reports gathered thus far, it seems that the prisoner had some knowledge of our security procedures. Given that, he could have circumvented them. Nonsense, the captain said dismissively. Kadarn has been out of the Imperial Navy for nearly a year ago. Any knowledge he has is dated at best. Not that dated, thought the first officer. Sir, perhaps we should go over what happened again. Perhaps there is something we missed. He trailed off, the captain's angry glare silencing him. I have been over it nearly a dozen times already. What good will one more time serve? Well, maybe if you calm down enough to think clearly. Drask sighed, realizing that attacking his first officer was getting him nowhere. And perhaps the man was right. Very well. As I said earlier. Captain, said the doctor. What is it? Drask answered, glaring at the man again. Sir, I really must insist you continue this conversation at a later time. This work on your leg is somewhat delicate, and any movement on your part or other distraction could cause problems. In addition, to avoid any further discomfort, I will have to sedate you. Drask wanted to tell the doctor to shut up and mind his own business, but the man was an excellent physician, and the medical team he had assembled and trained been an asset to the entire crew of the reprisal. Very well. Will an hour be sufficient? 2 would be better. Drask sighed, turning to the first officer. Be back here in 3 hours. In the meantime, have damage control continue cleanup and make sure all hangar bay officers turn in their reports of the incident. Yes, sir, said the first officer. And if General Mock should call. Drask took a moment to consider this. He knew he couldn't lie to the general. Mock was too shrewd a man to be fooled. However, He needed to find a way to explain this so that blame would not fall on him or his crew. If the general calls, tell him I am temporarily unavailable and will call him back at the earliest opportunity. Very good, sir, the first officer replied. Saluting his captain, he turned and left the sickbay. Status. The crewman man in the bridge station didn't take his eyes off the display screen. He seemed fixed in place, his posture rigid. Despite the comfortable temperature maintained on the bridge at all times, a drop of sweat trickled down one side of his face. The second unit has successfully deployed, General. They should be landing right now. On his screen, 4 greenish blips joined the 4 already visible on the screen. The second group has emerged from their drop pods, sir. They are making their way to join with the first group. While his outward expression did not change in the slightest, Mock was smiling inside. This second test of the Dark Troopers was going perfectly, just as he had expected. Now it only remained to see if 2 groups of the units could work together cohesively. 2 minutes passed, 2 more, another. Group 2 has joined with Group 1, General. The units are exchanging data and they're moving. Good. Continue monitoring. Let me know the minute they come into contact with the rebel base. Yes, sir. Mock allowed himself a brief respite. Despite his confidence in the Dark Troopers, the situation was still tense. Raising his eyes from the computer console, he glanced ahead, through the large viewport of the bridge into the space outside. There, hanging several thousand kilometers away, was the massive dagger shape of the Executor, Lord Vader's personal flagship. The Dark Lord was on hand to personally witness the second test and confirm that the results from the test on Talay were not just a fluke, but verification that General Mock's new force was indeed a serious threat to the existence of the rebellion. And then, perhaps Lord Vader will. General. Yes. The first group has reached the rebel base and is attacking. Second group is currently holding back. Good, Mock said. He wanted to say more, but kept his emotions in check. The Dark Troopers were following their programming precisely. Their instructions was to have one group penetrate, then have the second group move in while the first provided support fire and backup. Reading several explosions along the perimeter of the base, said the radar officer. A moment later, he added, they are through. Second group is moving in. And so it went, all according to plan. With pre-programmed ruthlessness and deadly efficiency, the Dark Troopers overcame the rebel base, slaughtering any who stood in their way. Mock listened to the reports as communication modules built into 2 of the units began to transmit data. Perhaps I should have considered adding video, he thought. It would be useful to see how things are going. Suddenly the tone of the radar officer changed. Sir? What is it? Sir, it appears one of the units has been damaged. Just a moment, confirmed. The unit has been struck by multiple rocket barrages. Its weapons are down and armor is compromised. I see. What of the others? Just a moment, sir. The radar officer reached out and quickly typed an inquiry into the keyboard in front of him. This time, he did turn to look at the general, a smile on his face. All other units are fully functional, General, no damage. Mock nodded. Continue monitoring. Yes, sir, the man said, turning back to his console. More time passed, as the Dark Troopers proceeded deeper into the base. Another hour passed, and then... General, I have a report from both communicating units. Yes. The report is mission complete, sir. Now Mock did smile, not widely, but enough to show his happiness. Congratulations, sir, said the radar officer. Thank you. He was about to say something else when the communications officer stepped over. Sir, we have an incoming transmission. Lord Vader is calling for you. Very well, said Mock, moving to the communications area. He donned a headset, and then nodded at the comm officer. Channel open, sir. The general instantly heard the mechanical breathing filter into his ears. Lord Vader. A successful demonstration, General. Thank you, Lord Vader. However, it appears your Dark Troopers are far from perfect. One of the units was damaged in combat. 1 out of 8, Lord Vader. And none of the other units suffered any appreciable damage. I consider the loss of the unit acceptable. Perhaps, rumbled the Dark Lord. I am impressed enough with your toys to recommend them to the Emperor. Congratulations, General. Mach fought to contain the elation he felt. Thank you, Lord Vader, he said with some emphasis. I will communicate with you again after speaking with the Emperor. Until then, seeing his chance, Mach took it. Lord Vader, if I may. Though the Dark Lord's breathing remained perfectly regular, Mach could hear annoyance in his tone. Yes, General. My lord, Mach said, speaking carefully, with this final test complete, I would ask you again if I might retrieve Katarn from the reprisal. Ah, yes, Vader said contemplatively, Katarn, the traitor. And you still feel that you personally have to capture him? Lord Vader, I mean no disrespect to the reprisal or Captain Drask. But as I stated before, I know Kyle Katarn. He will not be able to escape once I have him in custody. And it shall be my pleasure to deliver him to Imperial Center for trial and execution. There was a long pause, then. Very well, General. You may go retrieve Katarn. Suppressing the urge to pump his fist in celebration, Mach forced himself to stay composed. I am most grateful, Lord Vader. Indeed, said Vader. Contact me as soon as Katarn is in your custody, General. Yes, Lord Vader. And with that, the Dark Lord ended the transmission. Removing the headset, Mach handed it to the communication officer and turned to find the captain of the Arkhammer standing by. May I assume the news is good, sir? Indeed it is, Captain. Set your course for the planet Ergo and prepare to jump to hyperspace. Yes, sir, answered the captain. Chapter 58. A return of sorts. 2 words. If only. They echoed again and again in his mind. If only. 2 syllables. If only. But at this moment, 2 words had never had so much impact. If only it hadn't happened. If only she hadn't come. If only we'd been able to escape. If only. If only I hadn't. The flash of steel under the light, the sound it made when it struck, the realization of what had happened. He tried to push it away, to not see the image. Kyle, why? Jan, I didn't. No, it wasn't enough. No words he could say would make a difference. Nothing he could do or say would change what had happened. He had seen her eyes, the accusation, the betrayal in them. Suddenly, he heard a loud beeping sound. It seemed to come from all around him. He searched for its source. I know what that is. With the sound of his engines winding down, the Moldy Crow exited hyperspace. The persistent beeping of the hyperspace exit warning was what he had heard. The shock of transition had shaken him out of the troubled dream. Dream, more like a nightmare. The ship began to bank, following its pre-programmed course. As the turn completed, he caught sight of a familiar shape in the distance. Just then, the proximity alarm began to sound. A moment after that, a voice issued from the comm speaker. Attention incoming vessel. You have entered an area of restricted space. Identify yourself immediately. Glancing down at the radar display, he saw 2 blips approaching, identified as Y-wings. The perimeter screen, he thought. Well, at least I know I'm in the right place. He tried to speak, to reply to the challenge, but his voice came out in a bare whisper. His throat was dry and bare and ached as he cleared it. Working some spit in, he tried again. This is Moldy Crow. Approach code, code. Blast. What's the recognition code? He tried to remember, but his body was still so tired, his thoughts scattered. Giving up, he decided that with everything else that had happened lately, what was breaking one more rule? Goldwing, this is Kyle Katarn aboard the Moldy Crow. I can't remember the recognition code, but it's me. Stand by 1, Moldy Crow. The comm fell silent. Kyle could imagine the confusion the Y-wing pilots. They'll probably call the New Hope for instructions. As he waited, an oblong gray shape became visible. It got close, close enough for Kyle to see the helmet of the pilot. He raised a hand and waved at the Y-Wing. Another minute passed. Then the voice of the Y-Wing pilot came over the comm. "Moldy Crow, you are clear to proceed." The tone of the pilot was a bit friendlier this time. Kyle relaxed a little. "Thanks, Goldwing. I'm heading in." The fighter next to him peeled off as Kyle reached to the control panel and deactivated the autopilot. Taking the controls, he angled the Crow towards the steadily growing shape of the New Hope. As the ship transited the space between itself and the massive cruiser, Kyle wondered about what he was going to say to Mon Mothma. How was he going to explain what happened? Kyle shook his head. He would just tell her the truth. Still, when she learned about what had happened. Despite this feeling of trepidation, a feeling of relief washed over Kyle as the Crow crossed the threshold into the New Hope's hangar bay. It felt like ages since he had seen it. Following the landing beacon, he guided the Crow to its slip. As the ship came to rest, he shut down the repulsors and engines. Was it his imagination that the ship itself seemed to sigh with relief? Opening the canopy, Kyle took a moment as the recycled atmosphere of the New Hope filled his lungs. It was not nearly the same as real air, but at the moment, it tasted wonderful to him. What a strange feeling. This ship isn't my home, and yet. Putting the thought aside for the moment, Kyle stepped out of the cockpit and lowered himself to the deck. As his feet touched, every ache and pain he had suffered on this latest mission seemed to return full force. He staggered, grabbing onto the ship for support, the energetic feeling he had just had a moment ago replaced by one of exhaustion. "Kyle." He looked up, managing to smile despite the exhaustion at the face of Puan Gil. "Hi. And hello to you too. Are you all right?" "Sure. Just a little tired is all." He could see the Quarren didn't believe him. "Sides, I have to meet with Mon Mothma," he added quickly. "Don't have time to be tired." Pushing himself off the ship, Kyle began to walk in the direction of the hangar entrance. Puan was about to call after him when a shape came flying across the hangar bay. "Cadarn." Hearing an angry voice call his name, Kyle turned just as a massive shape tackled him. The blow caught him in the midsection, driving the breath from his lungs. He hit the unmerciful deck on his back. "What the who?" "Cadarn." Kyle recognized the voice. Galder. The large man stood above him, a look of hatred on his face. He dropped down, driving a knee into Kyle's chest, causing him to cry out. Galder's attack had been so swift, Kyle was incapable of defending himself. A sudden weight hit his chest as Galder straddled him. Massive hands encircled Kyle's neck and squeezed. Through the haze of pain and the pressure, Kyle thought he heard Puan calling, but he couldn't understand the words. Besides, Galder was screaming at him even as he continued to squeeze Kyle's throat. "Where's Jan? What have you done to her? Tell me. I can't exactly talk with you trying to kill me. Now can I?" Besides, Galder was clearly not interested in learning the answer to his questions. Kyle felt the grip on his neck tighten. His vision began to tunnel. So this is how it ends. An instant later, there was sudden movement above him. The pressure on his neck lessened, then disappeared. His vision began to clear, and Kyle saw a worried face looking down at him. It was saying something. Sir, are you all right? Can you hear me?" Kyle tried to speak, to acknowledge the man, but his nearly crushed windpipe hurt too much to try to talk now. He managed a small nod. The man reached a hand down to him. Kyle grasped it and allowed the man to pull him up to a sitting position. With his free hand, he massaged his wounded throat. Puan was suddenly before him. Kyle, are you okay?" Again, he nodded. "Thank the stars. I saw that man attack you and called for security as quick as I could." "Thanks," Kyle managed to whisper. And then, he remembered Galder. He glanced around. The security guard smiled at him. "Don't worry about him. We took care of him." The man pointed, and Kyle looked to his left where an unconscious Galder was firmly held in the grip of the second guard. "You think you can stand, sir?" said the guard. Kyle took a moment to assess himself. His body ached even more now, but for the moment, he could endure it. He nodded. With the guard's help, He rose to his feet. Just then, Kyle heard more footsteps and a voice called, "Make way, make way." He was about to turn and look when she appeared in front of him. "Kyle, are you all right?" It was Mon Mothma, staring at him with a concerned look. He nodded at her. She looked at him skeptically, then turned to one of the guards. "Go to sick bay and bring me a repulsor chair." "Yes, ma'am," the guard said, and left. The leader of the guard spoke. "What shall we do with the prisoner?" A muscle twitched in Mon Mothma's cheek. "Take him to the brig for now. As soon as he regains consciousness, inform Mr. Thonks that he is no longer welcome aboard and he is to depart the ship with 24 hours. What about the others with him? They can stay aboard if they wish or go with him. But I want that man off this ship." "Yes, ma'am," the guard said, saluting. I can walk," Kyle managed to whisper. She lifted an eyebrow at him, saying nothing to him. When the guard returned with the repulsor chair, Dr. Berth was in tow. When he saw his patient, the doctor shook his head. "Kyle Katarn, I should have known." "Hi, Doc," Kyle whispered. "Well, come on, sit down," said Berth, gesturing at the chair. "I can walk," Kyle said. "Kyle," Mon Mothma said firmly, "sit down now." Her tone brooked no argument, and so he turned to the chair. Its framework was of a medium brown color that almost looked like real wood. The oversized cushion was colored in a garish shade of red with white accents. "I feel silly," Kyle thought even as he settled into it. Instantly, the cushion began to conform itself to his body, supporting him in key areas while softening in others. The whole effect made the chair exceedingly comfortable. Closing his eyes, he raised a hand. "To sickbay then, chop chop." Mon Mothma gave him a quizzical look, but then smiled as the guards around her began to chuckle, then to laugh. "Oh, a comedian too," said Dr. Berth as he examined Kyle. "Well, I see you've been through more adventures." "You could say that," Kyle managed. "Does it hurt?" the doctor asked, indicating his throat. Kyle nodded. "Where else?" "Everywhere." "Well, so glad you could pin it down for me like that. Let's have a look at you." "Doctor, I would like to ask Kyle some questions." "He isn't able to talk right now, Mon Mothma. Give me some time to fix the damage to his throat first." "Very well, how much time?" The doctor gave her a look as if he couldn't believe she'd ask such a question. But seeing the look on her face, he nodded. 2 hours. "Good, then I'll see you in 3. Turning away, she moved to the hangar bay exit. Watching her go, Berth shook his head. "Some days, I just don't understand that woman. All right, Katarn, let's get you to sickbay." With the help of one of the guards, the doctor pushed the chair out of the hangar bay. As she pushed through the curtains surrounding the bed, Mon Mothma was surprised to see Kyle sitting up in bed. Bandages covered several places on his head and torso, but his eyes were alive and his voice, while still a bit hoarse, was clear. "Kyle, how are you feeling?" "Better," he replied. "Not exactly better," the doctor said, reviewing his notes. "You've got several contusions on your chest, back, and legs, 3 fractured ribs, a concussion, bone bruising. Shall I go on?" "Well, I do feel better. Do you feel up to a debriefing?" Mon Mothma asked. "Sure. I'd like to keep it under an hour, Mon Mothma. I've repaired all the damage, but Kyle still needs to rest." He held out a large plastic bottle filled with a reddish-orange liquid. "Make sure you drink all of that. It'll help your throat." Kyle nodded, accepting the bottle. "I owe you another one, Doc. Just be glad I'm not in private practice. You couldn't afford me." Kyle chuckled at that, then grimaced as his throat spasmed. Taking a sip from the bottle, he felt relief from the cold liquid. He took another sip, then looked to Mon Mothma. "So where do you want me to start?" "From when you first left the ship." Kyle nodded and began to talk, telling of how he and Wexter had arrived at Ergo, including the battle with the smuggler ships and Kyle's subsequent capture. He went on to his time on the smuggler, meeting Friendin Moxkin and the ex-Imperial Elendon Dyerst. "I see," she said. "Then it was a mistake to send you on this mission." Kyle shrugged. It's not like you knew I'd run into one of my ex-classmates, Mon Mothma. It just worked out that way. He continued, telling of how the mysterious voice had returned and the subsequent events involving him killing Dyers. Kyle paused for occasional sips from the bottle. Here's where things got kind of weird, he said, and told her of how he had made way through the base, able to hear at extraordinary distances, eliminating smuggler after smuggler. Though her face didn't show it, Mon Mothma felt amazement that Kyle could talk so dispassionately about what he had been through on planet, the beings he had killed. And then, out of nowhere, Jan showed up. Although she wanted to know where Jan was, Mon Mothma held off asking. He went on to tell her of how he and Jan had almost escaped from the smuggler base, how Moxkin had attacked them. And then, he paused, reliving the event in his mind. Looking down at the sheets of the bed, he continued. Moxkin had Jan in his grip. I went for him with the sword and then he. Kyle felt his eyes sting. He fought to keep his composure. He used Jan as a shield, and I, the sword. Try as he might, he couldn't say the rest. His face felt very hot and he felt like crying. Is she dead? No, he said forcefully, his head snapping up, surprising the older woman. No, she isn't. The sword, it cut her side. I think it missed her vitals. But what happened next? What? She prompted. The sword sliced through her and cut into Moxkin. I killed him. The next thing I know, I'm surrounded by stormtroopers. They stunned me before I could try anything else. He paused for a long pull from the bottle. When I woke up, I was aboard a transport in the hangar bay of the Star Destroyer Reprisal, being interrogated by a Captain Drask and a stormtrooper commander. The voice came back again, the nicer one, and it helped me. I got a hold of the trooper's blaster and used his armor to get to the crow and escape. And that's it, Kyle concluded. He went to take a drink from the bottle, but it was empty. You're right, that's it, said Dr. Berth, entering the room. Doctor. Mon Mothma, it has been well over 2 hours since this began. I told you Kyle needs his rest. Very well, she said, standing up. Wait, Kyle said, we need to talk about a rescue mission. Rescue mission. To get Jan back. Kyle, she is aboard an Imperial Star Destroyer, perhaps dead, perhaps not. The odds are clearly not in our favor. But we've got to. Kyle found himself suddenly yawning. We have to. His eyelids fluttered, closed, and a minute later he was fast asleep, breathing normally. Mon Mothma looked to Dr. Berth as he removed the syringe from Kyle's IV. Now at least he'll rest. Nodding, Mon Mothma turned to exit the room. I'm sorry, Kyle. And while Kyle Katarn slept, Jan Ors woke to her own personal hell. Imperial Star Destroyer Reprisal. Sick bay. She stirred, her eyelids fluttering. Light flooded into Jan Or's eyes as she opened her eyes. She closed them again, then opened them slowly, allowing herself to adjust to the light. The ceiling above her was completely unfamiliar. Where am I? Ah, you're finally awake, said an equally unfamiliar voice. Jan turned her head, seeing white walls that matched the white ceiling above her. She noticed equipment panels here and there with multicolored displays. A few muted beeping sounds were audible. She was lying on a bed of sorts, a single white sheet covering her. A shadow suddenly eclipsed her view, and as Jan turned to look above her, a face appeared. He appeared to be many years older than she, judging by his lined face and white hair. The light filtered through it and almost made it look like there was a halo above him. Who, where, am, what? The man gave her a kind smile. With what you've been through, your confusion is understandable. I'm Dr. Nevin, and you are in my sick bay aboard the Imperial Star Destroyer Reprisal. You were wounded when you brought here. Wounded? Jan mused. Has she been in battle? An image flashed across her mind. The smuggler leader holding her, Kyle running at him, and then. Instinctively, her hands flew to her side. She gave a yelp as they touched the still raw flesh. Careful, the doctor said, reaching over and gently pulling her hands away. I was able to heal your injury, but the skin is still very tender. You're going to need to give it some time to heal properly. Jan digested this, then said, "Where did you say I was?" "The Imperial Star Destroyer Re." Her bark of laughter cut him off, followed by another yelp as the motion pulled at her side. The doctor gave her a confused look. "What's so funny?" Jan smirked at the doctor, sure that he was mocking her. "Seriously," he said, "what's the joke?" The smile melted away, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Is he for real? Whatever the case, she decided to humor him. "Doctor, do you know who I am?" "Actually, no. They didn't tell me your name when they brought you in here." Jan shook her head at him. "That's not what I mean." She said it carefully. "Do you know who I am?" The doctor said, understanding, "Yes, I do." "Why is he being kind to me?" "Then you should know that my life expectancy aboard this ship is about as long as your pinky." The doctor gave her a serious look. "Perhaps, but my job is to heal people, be they rebel or Imperial. What happens after that is none of my concern." "Ah, I see. He's one of those. Absolves himself of the blame by justifying himself through his work. So you are an Imperial after all." "Yes, he is," said a new voice. Jan turned to see 3 new faces standing nearby. She recognized the stormtroopers right away. It took her a moment more to recognize the uniform of the third man as an Imperial commander. "You're back," the doctor said impassively. "Yes, I am," the Imperial commander said, "and you're patient. The damage has been repaired, though I would recommend at least 3 days of bed rest for full recuperation. That will be at the captain's discretion." Pulling the comlink from his belt, the commander spoke into it. "This is the first officer. Get me Captain Drask." There was a brief pause, then a voice came from the device. "Status. The patient is awake, sir." Jan could hear the change in the tone of the other man. "Good. Escort her to room 17 on deck 56 and notify Lieutenant Trenner to meet me there." "Yes, sir," the commander replied, and returned the comlink to his belt before replying to the doctor. "As you no doubt heard, the captain wishes to see her immediately." He turned to Jan. "On your feet, rebel." The doctor put out a restraining hand. "She got out of surgery only a short while ago. Moving now could reopen her wound." In response, the troopers leveled their blasters. "Stand aside, doctor. The woman is coming with us, one way or the other." "Fine," the doctor said, looking away. The commander came closer to Jan and took a hold of her right arm. He yanked roughly. "I said, on your feet, rebel." The motion nearly sent Jan tumbling off the bed. She quickly moved her legs out, letting her feet smack against the floor as she came out of the bed. She felt Bree fire at her side, grimacing at the pain. But her eyes were on the Imperial. At any other time, she would happily attack him, wounded or not. But with the stormtroopers ready to cut her down at a moment's notice, she restrained herself. "A wise decision," the Imperial said, "especially given your current attire." Jan looked down, seeing that she was clad in a white hospital gown, tied at the back. She glared at the doctor, who shrugged apologetically. "I had to remove your clothes for the surgery." "So where are they?" The Imperial commander pulled on her arm again. "You rebels don't deserve this much. Now come alone, or shall I drag you?" "I hope," Jan thought, glaring at the Imperial, "I hope I get a chance at you, one-on-one. Then we'll see." Allowing the commander to pull her, Jan followed the man through the sickbay door and out into a corridor, the stormtroopers taking up position behind her. They turned left at one intersection, then right at another. The hallways were all so similar, Jan soon lost track of where they had come from. At one point, they stopped in front of a turbolift and dropped down several levels. As Jan and her captors proceeded, they passed other crew members of the Star Destroyer. Many of them gazed at the group with curiosity, others glared at Jan with looks of hatred. The Empire was famous in how it treated women as little more than cattle, and still others looked at her with an expression that seemed to say, "Sucks to be you." Her arm was jerked again as the Imperial commander came to a halt before a door. "Hold it," he said, "in here." He pressed a button in a recessed panel next to the door, and it smoothly slid open. This time, instead of pulling, the Imperial roughly pushed her inside. Jan stumbled, but managed to keep her feet. She glanced about her. The room was completely featureless, no adornment of any kind on the walls or ceiling. A single recessed light fixture glared down at her, seemingly close enough to touch. At the other side of the room sat a desk of the same color as the walls and 2 matching chairs. The one facing the desk was empty, but a man was sitting in the other, also clad in the black uniform of an Imperial officer. A second man stood next to him, the commander who had escorted her and moved to join them. The seated man gestured to her. "Have a seat." Suspicious, Jan moved to the empty chair and was about to lower herself into it when the second Imperial suddenly appeared beside her. Grasping the chair, he pulled it from underneath her. With a squawk of surprise, Jan fell to the deck, striking her bottom. The impact sent new fingers of pain from her side. "Ow," she muttered, rubbing at the affected areas. "Oops," he said mockingly, "were you going to use this? Well, too bad. It's mine now. Besides, the floor is good enough for you rebels." Moving to stand next to the seated Imperial, the other placed the chair on the floor and leaned on it. Despite her discomfort, Jan fought the urge to laugh. Such grade school-level tactics were made for bullies and cowards. If they expect this to hurt or scare me, they're in for a surprise. Drawing up her legs, Jan placed herself in the lotus position, rearranging the hospital gown to billow about her. "You must be Captain Drask," she said. The seated Imperial nodded. "Welcome to the reprisal, Miss Ors. I trust you have enjoyed your visit so far." Jan couldn't help but smile at this. The Imperial was actually funny. "Fine," she thought. "You want to play? We'll play. The food and service have been okay," she said, then glanced about her, but the view could use some improvement. The Imperial seemed genuinely concerned about this. "Well, once we finish our conversation here, we shall have to see about upgrading your accommodations. Now, there's something I'd like to ask you." "Oh," Jan said, smiling innocently, "but what could I possibly know that would interest you?" Both Imperials smiled at her with shark smiles. "More than you might think, Miss Ors," said Drask. Beginning to tire of the game, Jan stopped smiling and said flatly, "What do you want?" The captain's smile faded. The second Imperial continued to smile at her. It was unnerving. "To begin," Drask said, "I would like to know why you are here and what is the location of your rebel base." "Base?" Jan repeated. "We don't have a base anymore. Well, not since Yavin 4 and Hoth." "I see." The Imperial gestured to his partner, who stepped towards Jan. He lowered himself until he was nearly eye to eye with her. There was a sudden movement and Jan found herself falling onto the floor on her side, her left cheek aflame. She looked up to see the Imperial who had struck her was still smiling. "Once again, Miss Ors," said Drask, "why are you here?" Pushing herself back up, Jan began, "Your man there brought me here." This time, the blow was stronger. A punch rather than a slap, and in the same place. Jan gave a grunt of pain as she fell to the deck again. But rather than wait for her to rise, the Imperial roughly pulled her up, using the gown. His free hand drew back, forming a fist. "I am in no mood for games," Drask said angrily. "Tell me why you are here." At this point, most reasonable Pain would have given an answer. Realizing the consequences, wouldn't you say something? But in Jan Orr's mind, a brick wall had formed, and with everything else she had been through of late, she was tired and she was angry. "No." She heard herself cry in pain as the Imperial punched her. Blood flew from her nose as her head went back. But she was yanked forward again, a new blow landing in her stomach. Her breath was instantly gone. Her eyes went wide as she fought for air. Drask smiled. "Miss Ors," he said, "you have two choices. Either answer my questions and avoid further pain, or..." Next to Drask, the first officer was getting uncomfortable. Sure, he hated rebels, but Trenner was a sadist, a man who enjoyed inflicting pain on others. The first officer couldn't stand him. And now, with what the captain had just said, "Sir, our orders are." Drask turned, his eyes boring into his second in command. "Silence, fool. General Mock expects results from me, and that's what we are going to give him. Am I understood?" Realizing he was treading on thin ice, the first officer retreated. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, his comlink chimed. "This is the first officer. Bridge here, sir. We? Stand by." He turned to the captain. "Sir, if I may." The captain waved at him dismissively. Turning his gaze from the scene in front of him, the first officer moved to the door and stepped into the corridor outside. "Go ahead," he said. "Yes, sir. We are receiving a priority transmission from General Mock. He wishes to speak with Captain Drask immediately." For a moment, the first officer considered informing the captain, but then remembered his orders regarding the general. "Very well. Please inform the general that I am on my way." "Yes, sir." The first officer glanced at the door. He could only imagine what Trenner was doing to the rebel now, but it was none of his concern. "General Mock is waiting," he thought, and turned away from the door, heading for the nearest turret. Imperial Star Destroyer reprisal. Bridge. "Yes, sir, General," said the comm officer. "I do apologize for the delay." The first officer said he was on his way. Despite the calm tone in his voice, the man was sweating. General Mock had been waiting almost 10 minutes for the first officer. "I assure you, sir, the first officer takes all priority communication seriously." Just then, the bridge entrance doors parted, and in stepped the first officer. "Actually, General, the first officer has just arrived on the bridge. Just a moment more, please." The comm officer turned to his superior. "Sir, General Mock is waiting for you." The first officer and took the headset proffered by the comm officer. Turning to the screen, he said, "General Mock, this is the first officer." "Hi." "Commander," the general said, "I have been holding on this line for nearly 10 minutes now. Explain why it took you so long to reach the bridge, given that this is a priority transmission." Realizing he was one sentence away from seeing his career turn to dust, the first officer spoke quickly, but carefully. "Please accept my apologies for such an unreasonable delay, General. I was on one of the lower decks of the ship when I was notified of your call. It will not happen again." "It had better not, Commander. Now, explain to me why we are talking." "I asked for Captain Drask." "Yes, sir. And once again, I offer my apologies. Captain Drask is currently engaged in ship's business and is unavailable." The general's annoyed expression changed somewhat as he lifted an eyebrow. "Is that so? And what kind of ship's business is so important that the captain is not on his bridge in command of his vessel?" The first officer knew he was in trouble now. General Mock was not simply going to take his words at face value. At the same time, telling him that the captain was interrogating the rebel was a one-way ticket to demotion if not expulsion from the Imperial Navy. A first officer without loyalty to his captain has no place in the Empire. But to his amazement, he was forced to make neither choice. The general sighed. "Very well. Inform the captain that I am on my way to your location and should arrive within the hour." The first officer felt his blood run cold. "General Mock is coming here. At that time, I will want to take charge of Kadarn and Ors. He doesn't know that Kadarn escaped." "Commander," the general said loudly. "Yes, sir," the first officer barked, realizing that the general was saying more. "Make sure your ship's business is concluded before I arrive. Am I clear?" "Yes, sir, General," the first officer replied. "Clear." The screen went dark before him, and removing the headset, the first officer exited the communications area, heading for the Bride turbolift. "I must remember not to run," he thought. But he decided that he could walk fast. Imperial Star Destroyer reprisal. Deck 56. Interrogation room. Standing outside the door to the room, the first officer took a moment to compose himself. He couldn't very well rush in and scream, "General Mock's coming." Pressing the door call switch, he waited a moment. What is it? The captain's voice answered, annoyance in his tone. Sir, it's the first officer. I need to speak with you right away. Instead of a response, the door slid open. The first officer stepped inside. Captain, we've just had. The remaining words died in his throat as he viewed the scene before him. The prisoner was no longer on the floor. Instead, she was upright, against one wall of the room, but she was not standing under her own power. Trenner held her there, one hand wrapped around the woman's throat. The surgical gown she wore was torn, and the once white material was stained with blood. Well, called the captain, you said you had to speak with me. What is it? The first officer spoke, but his words had nothing to do with the transmission from General Mock. Is she dead? Not yet, Trenner said, turning to look at the first officer, still wearing his horrible smile. Commander, the captain called in a louder voice, I am waiting. As he turned to look at the captain, the reason for his visit suddenly clicked back into the first officer's mind. Sir, he blurted out, we've received a priority signal from General Mock. He is en route to us and will be arriving within the hour. Time seemed to stop in the room, and for a long moment, Drask said nothing, unable to believe what he had just heard. Finally, he found his voice, and in a low tone said, What did you say, Commander? General Mock is coming here, sir, within the hour. Drask felt as if his brain had just shut off. His whole world had just fallen apart. Everything was broken, completely lost. From the triumphant moment realizing he had captured two high-priority targets to Kadarn's escape. And now, as he stared at the practically limp body of Jan Ors, he saw another failure. Despite the best efforts of Lieutenant Trenner, she had given up no useful information. And now, General Mock was coming for her. And she. Release her, Trenner? The lieutenant stared at him in confusion. Sir. Let go of her, Lieutenant, right now. But, sir. The first officer was suddenly there, his blaster against the side of Trenner's head. Your captain gave you an order, Lieutenant. For a moment, it seemed that Trenner wouldn't comply. Then, with a shrug, he let go. Too bad, pretty lady. We were just getting to the good stuff. The woman's body sagged, and returning his blaster to the holster, the first officer caught her. She gave a low cry. Good, said the captain. She's still alive. Get her to sickbay. Trenner, go to your quarters and don't come out until I tell you. Again, Trenner shrugged. Yes, sir. Ignoring the bloodstains on his uniform, he left the room. Without acknowledging the captain, the first officer carried the woman out of the room and headed for the nearest turbolift. Stepping inside, he pressed the sequence of buttons to head toward sickbay. As the lift moved, he glanced down at the woman's face. She's beautiful, he thought. His eyes roved over the blood-stained gown. He could only imagine what Trenner had done. She is a rebel, and they are the enemy. But, was this really necessary? Is this what being part of the Empire means? For the first time since he had first decided to join the Imperial Navy, the first officer began to wonder if he had made the right choice. When the lift doors opened, he stepped out into the corridor, walking as quickly as he could to sickbay. The doctor barely restrained the words that threatened to come out of his mouth. Physician or no, he was a member of the Imperial Navy, and as such, there were protocols to adhere to. Still, as he stared down at the woman, the blood-stained gown. Will she live? He bit back another impulse at the first officer's question. I don't know yet. Now, if you will excuse me. Doctor, the captain said. I know what the captain said, the physician said curtly. You made his instructions abundantly clear when you brought her here. As soon as I examine her and assess her condition, I will let him know. And how soon will that be? The physician couldn't restrain the exasperated sigh that escaped from his lips. As long as it takes, first officer. Now. The doctor reached for the gown to remove it, then noticed the first officer hadn't left. He was staring at the woman. Is there something else? Taken aback, the first officer quickly said, No, it's just that I've never seen. That was it. Superior officer or not, The doctor had had enough. Get out. This is not some sideshow spectacle like the gala on Faraday Prime. The first officer stepped back as if the doctor had struck him. What am I doing? He looked at the doctor, his angry look, and without another word, turned and left. The doctor exhaled heavily. Just then, he felt a touch on his right hand. Looking down at the woman, the doctor saw her eyes were open a little and her left hand encircled his right. He felt a squeeze and in her face, saw her words. He squeezed back. You're welcome. Now stay still. I need to change this gown. It may hurt a bit. She squeezed his hand again, then let go. The doctor moved it under the gown so it wouldn't be in the way. Slowly, he moved about her, undoing the tangles of fabric, pulling it free of where it had gotten stuck under her body. She moaned in pain twice, but after another minute, he had it free. Retrieving a fresh gown, he looked down at her again. I'm going to do this quickly. As soon as I get this one off, I'm going to lay the new one on you, then we'll take a look at those wounds. I have to warn you though, this will hurt. Can you take it? The same hand that had squeezed his came out from under the gown, the forefinger and thumb making an O shape. All right, he said, here we go. Grabbing a handful of the stained gown, he yanked it hard. The material seemed to billow as it rose. In the same motion, he cast it away and behind him. The woman cried out as patches of dried blood separated and tore. A second later, he cast the new gown over her. Looking down, he saw her expression of pain. I'm sorry, he said. Still grimacing, her hand came out, seeking his. He allowed her to take his hand. She squeezed it hard. He nodded. Go ahead. I may be old, but I can take it. The squeezing continued uninterrupted for nearly a minute. Then she relaxed. Her eyes, which had been closed, opened a bit wider this time. He looked into them, watching for the action of the pupils. They seemed normal. All right, then, he said, let's fix you up. Going to a table, he retrieved his instruments, a thought flashing across his mind. I wonder if I'm healing her only to see her hurt more, or killed. Around the same time, Imperial Star Destroyer reprisal. Bridge. Radar. Signal is confirmed, sir. Emergence in 10 seconds. 6, 4, 2, 1. A flicker of pseudo-motion, and in an area of relatively empty space, a massive shape hove into view. The ungainly lines of arc hammer became visible to the bridge crew of the reprisal. He's here, Drask thought. Sir, called the comm officer, receiving a transmission. Acknowledge it, Lieutenant. There was a brief pause, then. Sir, I have General Mock on the line. He wishes to speak with you? The captain nodded, moving to stand before the small screen in the comm area. Go ahead. The screen came on, the image flickering briefly, the stabilizing into craggy face of General Mock. Captain Drask. General Mock, the captain replied, coming to attention. At ease, Captain. Thank you, sir, and welcome. I assume you will be. Mock cut him off. Captain, you know why I am here, and what it is I want. My shuttle will be launching momentarily. I expect you to meet and have what it is I want prepared for my arrival. The captain felt as if the temperature on the temperature had dropped suddenly. Yes, sir, he stammered. We would delighted to receive you aboard the reprisal. I shall meet you in the hangar bay. Mock paused, seemed about to say something else. Then, very well, Captain, Mock out. The image faded and the screen resumed the opaque color it had when turned off. Get me the first officer, the captain said. Yes, sir, the comm officer replied. A few seconds passed. I have the first officer, sir. The captain wasted no time. General Mock is coming aboard. I want preparations made immediately for his arrival. Meet me in the hangar bay. Yes, sir, the first officer replied, ending the transmission. The captain turned to the comm officer again. Have the stormtrooper garrison send the detachment to the hangar bay immediately and inform the crew of our impending arrival. I want no mistakes. Yes, sir, the comm officer said gravely. The first officer said nothing of the woman's condition, Drask thought. I wonder if let Trenner go too far. The man is efficient, but his methods. The captain closed his eyes, mentally shaking his head. She had better live, he muttered. Sir? Asked the comm officer. Realizing he had spoken aloud, the captain quickly moved to reply. Nothing. I am heading for the hangar bay. Contact me if any issues arise. Yes, sir, said the comm officer. Arriving in the Star Destroyer's massive hangar bay, the captain allowed himself a brief smile. The place was spotless, the floor shining dully in the glow of the overhead lights. All around him, ships and crew alike were in their proper places. A row of TIE fighters sat in the overhead launch rack. Ahead of him, a group of stormtroopers stood at attention a distance from the open maw of the cavernous hangar doors, which had been opened and showed a magnificent view of the space outside. Captain, said a voice. Drask turned to see his first officer walking towards him. Any word? The first officer shook his head. The doctor says he has to examine her and will let us know as soon as he knows something. Drask frowned. The doctor's attitude towards senior officers was becoming increasingly disrespectful. Perhaps, he thought, when this is all over, I shall have a talk with him. He had better have an answer soon. General Mock is not known for waiting patiently. The first officer said nothing. The captain sighed briefly. Well, it can't be helped for now. In the meantime, let us greet our guest. Yes, sir. Together, the two moved until they stood a distance from the stormtroopers. Just then, a white-gray shape hove into view, resolving itself into the graceful lines of a Lambda-class shuttle. It drew closer to the Star Destroyer, the huge wings that formed the distinctive triangular shape of the ship beginning to fold up. They moved past 30 degrees, through 60 degrees, 75 degrees, until they were parallel with the shuttle's equally massive tail fin. In the hangar bay, a klaxon began to sound, advising all personnel of the incoming vessel. The shuttle continued to move forward smoothly, as if an invisible tether connected it and the Imperial cruiser. It passed through the force field, repulsors coming on as the sound of its engines died away. Landing struts unfolded from the bottom of the ship, and with the whine of the repulsors filling the space around it, the shuttle descended to the deck, a low boom echoing through the hangar bay as the landing struts made contact with the floor of the bay. The repulsors deactivated as a new whine sounded from the vessel. Its landing ramp, part of the ship's nose, began to descend until it, too, touched the deck. From inside the shuttle came the sound of metal-clad feet on metal deck. A group of 8 stormtroopers emerged from the shuttle, descending the ramp, then taking up positions on either side of it. Who are they? The first officer asked. The general's personal guard. Stormtroopers loyal only to him, I've heard. Then all conversation stopped as the sound of heavy boots came from the shuttle. The captain and first officer came to attention as a pair of gleaming black boots became visible on the ramp, leading up to the olive-drab uniform of the Imperial Army and capped by the weathered face of General Mock. His nearly bald head reflected the light shining down, a few tufts of gray-white hair clinging to his scalp. Spotting the captain and first officer, the general strode briskly towards him, his gait showing nothing of his years. His eyes sought the men out and they looked back at him. The first officer remembered a rumor he had heard that the general's eyes had been genetically enhanced so that he saw better than most humans. And at the moment, staring into those dark orbs, he could believe it. Stopping before the men, the general paused a moment before speaking. Permission to come aboard. Permission granted, Drask said, extending a hand to the general. Welcome to the reprisal, General Mock. Mock made no move to shake the captain's hand, staring at him with a look of complete disinterest. Drask finally lowered his hand. Captain, I am on a very tight schedule and cannot afford to waste a moment of time. Yes, sir, Drask replied. Now, there are 3 things I want. The Modicro, Jan Ors, and, the general paused before continuing, Kyle Katarn. Just as it had on the bridge, the captain felt as if the temperature in the hangar bay had suddenly dropped. He had hoped to distract the general with the usual customs and ceremonies of having a visiting senior officer aboard, but it was clear that Mock was having none of it. That left him with only one alternative. We should adjourn to my cabin, General. I must speak with you in private. Mock almost sighed in frustration. Captain, I have already made clear to you that my schedule allows for no delay. Now, though interrupting the senior officer was practically taboo, Drask knew he had to. Sir, there has been a complication since we captured the vessel and personnel you speak of. If you will come with me, I can explain. Mock stared sullenly at the captain for nearly a minute, assessing his words. He then turned to the men standing him. They had exited the shuttle after him and were his secretary and adjutant. Contact the ship and inform them I will delay it until further notice. Yes, General, the adjutant said, turning to move back to the shuttle. Turning back to the captain, Mock spoke in a controlled tone. Very well, Captain. Lead the way. Drask, along with the first officer, turned and headed for the exit, the general moving to walk beside them. I wonder if this is how a condemned man feels, Drask thought, imagining the general's reaction. 1 hour later. Imperial Star Destroyer reprisal. Quarters of Captain Drask. Sitting back in his chair, the captain concluded his tale. Ors is currently in sick bay, being treated. I expect to hear from the ship's doctor on her condition soon, at which time I will transfer her to you. Drask took a deep breath, then reached for the glass that sat on the desk before him. He took a long drink of the contents, the amber liquid inside burning slightly as it made its way down his throat. Seated opposite him on a large couch was General Mock, his fingers laced together. A glass of water sat on the table before him. The first officer sat in a chair between the men. When the general did not say anything right away, the captain took a moment to glance around the space. His personal quarters were his personal haven from the rigors of his life. The desk before him had been made from one of the Rashir trees from the planet Kashyyyk and polished to a completely smooth surface. His chair was made from a self-conforming material designed to give maximum support and comfort. All around the space were framed certificates, scrolls, and other awards he had earned during his many years of service to the Empire. But at this moment, with General Mock sitting before him, none of it mattered. His career could hinge on the man's next words. Drask, the general said quietly. The sound cut through the silence. Drask fought not to jump out of his chair. Yes, sir. I can't decide if you're a boastful idiot or an overconfident fool. You had Kadarn here and allowed him to escape. More than that, you lost the ship as well. And all you have to offer me is this Jan Ors. She is worthless in comparison to Kadarn. The general stood up. Not good, Drask thought. You assured me that you had the situation under control, Kadarn and Ors unconscious, the ship locked down. And in the space of a few hours, all that changed and Kadarn escaped. Drask said nothing. And what of you? Mock said, turning to the first officer. You are supposed to be your captain's strong right arm, someone capable of stepping into his role. You're even more incompetent than he is. The first officer practically cringed from the general's attack. And then, against my explicit orders, you attempt to interrogate Ors, and this Lieutenant Trenner nearly killed her. In which case, you would have nothing to offer me now. I had thought, Drask began. I know what you thought. Mock cut in. You hoped to extract something from her in the hopes of some useful information to offer me. But think, Drask. The rebels are traitors, what not fools. They are trained to resist interrogation, and my sources place Ors close to Mon Mothma herself. Do you seriously, someone that high in the rebel command structure would not be able to endure extreme physical pain without giving up anything? Drask said nothing. She likely would have died before telling you anything. Besides, Kadarn is the valuable one. A traitor to the Empire turned rebel operative. Imagine being able to present him to the Emperor Drask. Drask said nothing. Mock stepped forward until only the desk separated the two men. I will have my men transfer Ors to my ship. You are to report back to Imperial Center immediately for reassignment. Reassignment? Drask thought. In other words, goodbye career. And Drask, make sure your men know not to interfere with mine. Your bumbling has cost me enough. That will be all. With that, Mock moved to exit the room. Drask decided to make one last attempt, one last plea for leniency, perhaps even mercy. General Mock, please, Mock stopped walking, then turned around, a blaster become invisible in his right hand. With a look of complete disinterest, Mock squeezed the trigger. Drask had just enough time to whiten his eyes before the crimson bolt struck him. His uniform charred, then burned as the blast penetrated it with ease. His already dead body fell against the chair, then to the floor. Mock turned to the first officer casually. Do you have anything to say? Realizing his next words might be his last, the first officer stood up and came to attention. General Moak, on behalf of this ship and crew, I offer my apologies for my incompetence in handling Kyle Katarn. By your leave, I shall carry out your orders to the letter. There was a long pause, and then to the first officer's surprise, a small smile came to the general's face. He nodded. Well done. Those words have saved both your career and your life this day. What is your name? Plax, sir. Triage Plax. Mock put the blaster away. Very well, Triage Plax. You are now the captain of the Star Destroyer Reprisal. Congratulations. Thank you, sir, Plax said, meaning it. Now, before I retrieve oars, tell me, did you tracking systems get a reading on Katarn's vessel? Only a brief one, sir. Plax replied. He went to hyperspace shortly after departing the ship. Mock nodded. I see. Well then. A beeping sound issued from the desk. Moving automatically, Plax stepped over and pressed a control. This is the captain. First officer. Why are you answering? Let me speak to the captain. Before Plax could answer, Mock stepped over. This is General Mock. To whom am I speaking? There was a pause. Then, Dr. Nevin in sickbay. Doctor, I have just appointed First Officer Plax as captain of this vessel. Do you understand? There was another pause. Yes, sir. Good. Now, why are you calling? To inform the the captain, that I was able to heal the patient. She should be waking up soon. Excellent, doctor, Mock said. I wonder if you keep her under a while longer. I intend to transfer her to my ship immediately. Is that understood? Understood, General. Good, my men shall be by presently to retrieve her. Mock closed the connection. Well then, Captain Plax. Your failure as first officer has been somewhat mitigated by delivering orders to me alive. It would be wise of you not to fail as captain. I understand, General. I will not fail again. Mock was tempted to scoff at that, but did not. See that you don't, Captain. And now, I shall take my leave. Shall I accompany you to the hangar bay, General? Mock shook his head. No need for that, Captain. I imagine you have a great deal of work ahead of you. But my orders to Captain Drask still stand. The reprisal is to report to Imperial Center at once. At that time, you will officially be made captain and given your first assignment. Yes, sir, Plax said, unable to keep the excitement out of his voice. With that, the general turned and exited the room. 45 minutes after that, both the Arkhammer and the reprisal jumped to hyperspace, heading off on their respective missions. The space around the planet Ergo grew silent once again, the red sun and worthless planets circling in their unending arcs. Chapter 59. Challenges. Space has been called the void, the dark ocean, eternal blackness. And perhaps to some it is that. But for anyone who has experienced it, who has looked through a telescope at night or look at pictures of space, it is something different. Colors from everywhere in the spectrum dot its vastness, reds, greens, purples, oranges, and yellows and hues that can take your breath away. Even just gazing at the seemingly endless ocean of stars, one can imagine what is out there to see. It really is beautiful, the man thought. I wish I could. Sir, he sighed, turning to the voice as it approached. The uniform of a security officer greeted him. Sir, you know you're not supposed to be here. The man nodded. I know. I was just looking. There are other observations ports around the ship, sir. The man sighed again. I know that too. Then I suggest you be on your way, sir. Guy's just doing his job. Okay, the man said, turning away and moving to the exit. Passing through the door, the man chided himself for getting caught. I know I'm not supposed to be there. It's just... It was because he wanted to leave this place, leave it very badly. There was something he had to do. Well, standing here won't help, Kyle Katarn thought to himself as he forced his feet to start moving. Still, being confined aboard the New Hope for these last 3 weeks was beginning to get to him. It was upon waking from his medically induced sleep that Kyle had sensed a change in the wind. First off, a guard was posted at the door to sickbay, under orders not to let Kyle leave until such time as he was discharged by the doctor. And once he was released 2 days later, another guard escorted him directly to the briefing room. Entering, Kyle found a familiar face waiting for him. Mon Mothma, he said, the frustration he was feeling evident in his tone. What is going? Have a seat, Kyle, she said, her tone cool and exceedingly firm. He was about to protest when he caught a look at her face. It was said in an expression that told him he had better shut up and sit down, which he did. I'll get right to the point. While I understand that you are fit to return to duty, you will be confined to the New Hope. A shock ran through him. How long? Was the first thing he could think to ask. Until I decide otherwise, she replied. Kyle took a moment to consider that. All he had been thinking about since waking up was going to rescue to Jan. And Jan. We have already discussed that matter, Kyle. Frustration began to mix with anger inside him. Not only was this completely unfair, but it made no sense to him. Biting back his first response, he said one word. Why? The Alliance leader took a deep breath. I went against my better judgment sending you to Ergo and then sending Jan to rescue you. And that same judgment tells me that sending you to rescue her now is a fool's mission that will likely see you both dead. But the discussion is closed, Kyle. You are dismissed. He rose to his feet quickly, opened his mouth to protest. But Mon Mothma beat him to it. Don't make me call security, Kyle. Looking into her face, he saw steely determination there. She wasn't bluffing. He backed off, but only a little. You can't keep me here forever. A hint of a smile came to her face, her expression seeming to say, can't I? Realizing he would gain no more ground with her, Kyle executed a precise turn on his heel and strode from the room. Of course, he had tested the limits of his confinement, only to find Mon Mothma was as good as her word. The hangar was off limits to him, even the observation areas. Guards kept watch over his movements, ready to act should he try anything. He had tried exploring the ship, making extensive use of the exercise rooms and reading all the non-classified tactical material he could get his hands on. But even so, the confinement chafed at him. It was a constant annoyance. Still, it had given him time to work through some things. The physical scars of what had happened on Ergo had faded, but there were others. And while Kyle didn't like giving into his feelings, he had met with Dr. Berth a number of times to discuss them. The talks had been helpful, showing Kyle anger inside him he had not even been aware of. Having learned of what the Empire had done to him, to his family had created in him a thirst, a desire for revenge. But because he hadn't dealt with these feelings, they often came out as expressions of misdirected and almost uncontrolled rage. So you're saying I'm a thermal detonator ready to explode? Not necessarily, the doctor corrected. I'm saying that you need to learn to control your feelings, not have them control you. The workouts had provided a temporary outlet, as Kyle's anger provided fuel to work his body hard, to the point of exhaustion. Committing reams of tactical data to memory had been equally helpful, but still he felt caged. And so today, he had gone to the hangar bay even though he knew he wasn't supposed to. He had formulated a plan last night and had gone over it while standing in the hangar bay. I just hope she agrees. Arriving in his quarters, he went straight to the communicator built into the desk, entering a sequence into the terminal. Communications, Lieutenant Jenston here. This is Kyle Katarn. I would like to speak with Mon Mothma. There was a brief pause. Then, Mon Mothma is currently in conference. May I take a message? Kyle bit back a curse. Okay, Doc, Here goes. Yes, he said, forcing his voice to sound placid. Please tell I need to speak with her at her earliest convenience. Got it. Communications out. Kyle blew out a breath. Guess this'll be harder than I thought. Just then, his stomach rumbled. Glancing at the time display, Kyle was surprised to see it was past the normal lunchtime on the New Hope. Better get down to the mess before they stop serving, he thought, turning to exit the room, then stopping. Moving to the bunk, Kyle grabbed his communicator. He didn't know how long it would be before Mon Mothma called, but it was best to have the device with him. His stomach rumbled again. Passing through the door, he turned and headed for the ship's mess hall, contemplating what to eat today. Jan Ors felt as if she were floating. She couldn't feel anything, not the cold metal of the surgical table she had lain on nor the pain of the wounds inflicted on her. It was as if her entire body had gone numb. She tried opening her eyes, but it was as if they were still closed. Stygian blackness encompassed her. She tried to raise her hand, but couldn't feel the limb move nor could she see it. Where am I? It was then she noticed the sound. It was faint, but definitely there. It seemed to grow louder, enough that Jan could make out something. A sound like a click, then a whirring sound, followed by more clicks. A voice suddenly intruded. Readings have stabilized. She is waking up. It wasn't a human voice, rather to Jan it sounded mechanical. The impenetrable blackness began to fade, replaced with a strong light. Jan shut her eyes against it, but the light refused to be denied. The next thing she knew, a face appeared. She bit back a cry of surprise. It was a droid, by the looks of it face a 2-1B. It was gazing down at her, its metal visage much too close. Excuse me, Jan said, could you back up a little? I must examine you, Patient Ors. Now please hold still. Uncomfortable as she was, Jan forced her not to move as the droid shined a bright light in both her eyes. Hey, she complained, that hurts. The droid ignored her, extending one of his arms towards her. The scanner attached swept over her body, transmitting the results directly to the droid's electronic brain. Examination is complete, the droid announced. All injuries have been repaired, though there is still moderate dehydration present. Listening to the droid talk, Jan looked down at herself. She was still clad in the medical gown the doctor aboard the Reprisal had put on her, but her body didn't hurt at all. She felt her side, then looked to confirm it. Only a small pink scar marked the place that Kyle had impaled with her with the sword. All the injuries inflicted on her by that Imperial had been healed as well. She tried moving her body, feeling no pain whatsoever. Smiling gratefully, she spoke to the droid. I guess I should say thanks. The droid looked at her, almost as if it were confused. For what reason? Patient Ors. Jan almost laughed at it. Well, you healed me, didn't you? I did repair a few superficial wounds, Patient Ors. But the rest was done before you arrived here. Jan felt confused for a moment, then remembered the doctor in the Imperial sickbay. He really was a good guy. Just then, she heard the droid speak again, only not to her. This is sickbay to the bridge. This is the bridge, answered another voice. I was instructed to notify General Mock as soon as the patient woke up. Stand by. There was the hiss of an open channel. A minute passed, then a new voice came from the speaker. This is General Mock. I understand the patient is awake. That is confirmed, General. And her injuries? Repaired, although there is. Very good, the General said, cutting the droid off. A detachment will be there presently to collect her. Make certain she is ready to go. Yes, General, the droid replied. It turned to face Jan. If you will excuse me now, I have other duties to perform. Someone will be along shortly. Jan felt like she should say something, but instead nodded as the droid exited the room. It was less than a minute later when she heard the clatter of metal-booted feet drawing close. The door to the sickbay opened again, and in stepped 4 stormtroopers, followed by a brown-uniformed Imperial officer. On your feet, the officer said. Jan considered resisting, but all 4 troopers were armed. Need to keep my eyes open, she thought as she pushed the sheet covering her away. Cold air bit into her feet as she exposed them. Swinging her legs out, she placed her feet on the floor, wincing at the feel of the cold tile. With the gown almost billowing around her, she stood up. Two of the stormtroopers stepped forward, moving to either side of her. "You will come with us," the officer said. "Okay," Jan said flippantly. "Where to?" The officer's expression hardened a bit at that, but he didn't reply, only gestured that she should head towards the door. As she did, the troopers beside her moved to guard her from the front. The other two moved to her flanks, encircling her. With the officer leading them, the group stepped out into a corridor. To Jan's surprise, it was empty. As they moved down the space, only the ring of stormtrooper boots reached her ears. They had gone perhaps 300 yards when the officer made a right turn. Ahead of them was a bank of gray-colored elevators. The officer keyed one open, and they proceeded inside, the troopers blocking Jan's view as the officer manipulated the elevator controls. She felt the briefest hint of motion. The car was rising. Okay, she thought, this is kinda weird. After some time, she felt a small bump as the elevator stopped. The door slid aside, and the group stepped out into another empty corridor. Where the heck am I? They continued down the corridor, executing 2 more turns before the officer called for them to halt. Although she couldn't see, Jan heard the sound of a door chime. "Come," said a voice from inside. Jan took an instant dislike to it. The voice was rough and gravelly, like the sound of rocks rubbing together. She heard the sound of a door opening, then actually saw it as the stormtroopers moved away from her. The door itself was plain enough, but the room inside did not seem to be lit. She could only see black. "You've got to be kidding." "Inside," commanded the officer. Though stepping into the room was the last thing she wanted to do, Jan realized she had no choice. She took a tentative step into the room, then nearly stumbled as the officer pushed her inside. She turned to say something to him, only to see the last of the light from the corridor disappear as the door closed. It was almost as if she was in the same space before she woke up. She could see nothing, not even her own body. "Well, just standing here is kinda stupid, so..." "Hello?" There was no response. "Okay, this is..." Just then, a space far ahead began to brighten. The light spread out until it encompassed her entire field of vision. Shapes began to become visible to her, but not distinct enough to make out. Meanwhile, the light before her intensified even more, until she had to shield her eyes against it. Then, as quickly as it had come, the light began to dim, and Jan was able to lower her hand from in front of her eyes. "That's better. Now let's see what..." she gasped, staring at the scene before her. This is..." She felt something touch her bare feet. Looking down, she saw clear water flowing over rust-colored sand. The water encircled her feet, and then retreated. Jan stared out as seen before her. Warm sunlight dappled the water, making it shine. Tall trees encircled the far shoreline, and in the distance she could make out the sharp white peaks of the mountains. It can't be. She knelt down, reaching her hand out. As if welcoming her touch, the water brushed against her skin. It was cold, but not unpleasantly so. She inhaled, the air carrying with it a scent so familiar, it was undeniable. But how? Lake Nestrine is gone, just like the rest of Alderaan. So how can? Someone began to laugh, and by the sound of it. "Where are you?" Jan called, an edge in her voice. She didn't like being laughed at. The laughter ended, and from somewhere in front of her came the gravelly voice. "Calm yourself, Miss Orst. I thought you might like to see your home once again." Jan rose to her feet, searching for the owner of the voice. "Alderaan is gone," she said angrily. "True," the voice said, "but nevertheless, this simulation is quite good, wouldn't you say? Deactivate holo generator." In an instant, Lake Nestrine vanished, and in its place was a large room, opulently furnished. A large wood-colored desk sat in one corner. From behind it, a figure rose. "General Moak," Jan said. "Indeed, Miss Ors," the general said. "Welcome to the Ark Hammer." Jan studied the figure before her. The general was a large man, at least 2 inches taller than herself. His face was heavily wrinkled, evidence of his years. Closely trimmed gray-white hair formed a ridge across the back of his head, stopping just above his ears. He wore a green uniform, which as Jan recalled indicated a member of the Imperial Army. And while the uniform was spotless, rank insignia and epaulets carefully displayed, the general also displayed a visible paunch. "This is the guy who sent those troopers to delay. What do you want?" she said. Mock stepped towards, his face forming into what some might call a smile. Now, Miss Ors, there is no need for that attitude. I understand you've been through quite an ordeal. There are questions I'd like to ask you, however. Just then, she heard the door chime again. "Please excuse me for a moment," the general said, moving past her. Jan turned to follow him as Mock approached the door and opened it. He nodded to someone, and then stepped aside. 2 stormtroopers stepped in, pushing the null gravity cart before them. A sheet covered whatever was on it. "Put it right over there," Mock said, pointing to his desk. The troopers complied. "That will be all," said the general. "You are dismissed." He waited until the troopers had exited and the door was closed again before turning back to Jan. "I wonder if you might join me for a moment, Miss Ors." "For what?" Jan replied suspiciously. In response, Mock moved to the cart and removed the sheet. Jan raised her brows in surprise at what she saw. 2 large sauté pans sat on the cart, steam rising from under their lids. Next to them were 4 more containers, each containing a dish of some sort. The whole ensemble was complemented with a stack of bread and 2 carafes of what appeared to be wine. Tableware made up the last third of the tray. Seeing her stare, Mock answered, "I understand it's been at least 3 days since you last ate. I thought you might join me for a meal before we get down to business." Jan couldn't help it. She tossed her head back and laughed, the sound echoing in the room. Mock moved to stand behind his desk, saying nothing. Jan took a breath, then looked at the Imperial. "What kind of fool do you take me for, General? Do you really think I'm stupid enough to think you've had me brought here for a dinner invitation?" "Of course not, Miss Ors," the general replied, "but as I mentioned, it has been some time since you have had anything to eat. And I'm just supposed to trust you." Jan couldn't believe the imp was this naive. "Pull the other leg." The general nodded. "I expected your reaction might be something like this." He reached into his desk and removed an instrument, placing it next to the tray. "Go ahead and scan the food. You'll see that it isn't drugged or poisoned in any way." "Sure," Jan said disbelievingly. "Then check the scanner routines also. It hasn't been altered either." "Oh, come on, it can't be this easy," she thought. Just then, her stomach gave a loud rumble, eliciting another laugh from the general. "It seems your stomach has its own opinion, Miss Ors. I know this is a trap. There's just something I'm not seeing yet." She looked at the food. "Still, it might not be a bad idea to get my strength back." She stepped forward, keeping her eyes on the general. He didn't make a move as Jan reached for the scanner. Pulling it to her, she activated the instrument and performed a diagnostic scan. As best she could tell, the instrument hadn't been tampered with. She looked at the general again, then moved the scanner over the tray. To her surprise, it came back negative on all its tests. She passed it over the tray a second time and got the same results. Powering off the scanner, she set it back on the desk, looked the general right in the eye, and asked a single question. "Why?" "Because interrogating you as you are now would likely result in permanent damage, if not death." "You still won't get anything from me," she countered. "Perhaps," said the general, "we shall see, won't we? Now, if you don't mind." Mock leaned forward and removed the lids from both pans. Clouds of steam rose from both dishes. As Jan watched, the general retrieved a plate and filled it with food. Popping the cork off one of the carafes, he filled one of the glasses and pulled it towards him. "I'm not exactly dressed for dinner," she said sarcastically, gesturing at the medical gown she was wearing. "I don't particularly mind it," said the general. Taking his knife and fork, he sliced a bit of a beef dish and was about to take a bite when Jan spoke again. Excuse me, General, she said, reaching for a plate. But isn't it rather rude to start eating before your guest is ready? What in the pit am I saying? Jan thought. Now was no time to be worried about table manners. But her mother had been fastidious about the subject and her father had followed his wife's lead. Guess old habits really do run deep. The general laughed, set his fork down. Quite right, Miss Orrs, quite right. He waited until Jan had filled her own plate and sat down. She took a tentative taste of the vegetables. How is it? Jan searched for the right word. Fine, she replied. And with that, the two commenced eating. An hour passed, no sound in the room except the sound of tableware clinking together. Although it galled her to accept the meal, Jan found herself enjoying it. Whoever had prepared the food had done an excellent job, and her hunger only served to add flavor. Across from her, Mock placed his knife and fork to either side of his plate, took another drink of wine, then dabbed at his lips with his napkin. Sensing that the meal was ending, Jan took one more forkful from her plate, chewed, swallowed, and then set her own silverware down. Please, Mock said. Just strain at her. Have more if you wish. No thank you, Jan said, her eyes never leaving his. I'm fine. The general sighed dramatically. In that case, we must proceed to the next piece of business, Miss Orrs. Here we go, Jan thought, steeling herself. I would like to know why you were on Ergo, first off. The question surprised her. Surely the imps had some idea of why she had been there. Still, I was looking for something, Jan said simply. Mock frowned at her. Really? And this is why you appeared in a restricted area of space, lied about your identity, and then attacked a group of TIE fighters. Jan said nothing. Further, he continued, you entered a smuggler base where you were found in the company of one of them plus one other person. He must mean Kyle. And you say you were looking for something? Yes, Jan answered. Did you find it? Jan couldn't help but smile at that. Not exactly. But as she looked at the Imperial, Jan found he was not smiling. As she watched, Mock reached under the table and pulled something out. It caught the light. What is that? Miss Orrs, Mock said evenly, I detest being lied to, much less your petty attempt at humor. I have questions for which I need answers, and you will give them to me. Not likely, Jan replied. The Imperial nodded. I assumed you would be reluctant to provide me with the information I need. But let me ask you something, Miss Orrs. How familiar are you with nanotechnology? What? Mock took her silence for a lack of knowledge. They're actually quite magnificent. Tiny machines, some no bigger than an atom, but with as much computing power as a starship. The scientists I acquired them from had initially intended them for medical use, to go into a patient's body, repair damage, and fix problems before they could begin. What is he getting at? I have found an alternate use for them. Consider a weapon so small as to be undetectable that can implant it in a soldier and activate it with a simple transmitter, such as this device I'm holding in my hand. Mock saw the light dawning in her eyes. I see you understand, Miss Orrs. Our meal was treated with only 100 or so of them, but one is more than enough for my purposes. Jan started to reach a finger into her throat. Oh, that'll be no use, the general said. The nano machines have had more than enough time to get into your bloodstream and attach themselves to certain critical areas. Now, Miss Orrs, once again, why were you at Ergo? Jan hesitated, part of her wanting to believe Mock was bluffing. His story was so incredible, she decided to hold her ground. I told you, I was. Mock's thumb slid over a button on the transmitter. He pressed it. Looking for. Jan's voice abruptly cut off as she felt sudden fire in her chest. She cried out. Mock released the button. The pain vanished as quickly as it had come. Jan placed a hand on her chest, her breathing coming rapid and hard. Mock's expression hadn't changed. That was only one of the nanomachines acting, Miss Orrs. I sincerely doubt you would wish to experience 2 or more. Now, why were you on Ergo? I was. Click. This time, her legs flared with pain. Jan gritted her teeth against it, found the strength to look the Imperial in the eyes. Mach shook his head at her, then pushed the button again. Click, click. Her chest burned again, along with her legs. Jan couldn't hold back her cry. Mach released the control, waited for Jan to be able to look up at him again, her breathing ragged. The general leaned back in his chair. I can't continue this as long as necessary, Miss Ors. But I don't imagine you will survive much more. Fine with me, Jan managed to say. Mach nodded once again. He had been expecting this. You're willing to sacrifice yourself instead of revealing anything. How noble. He pressed the second button on the transmitter. And foolish. Instead of pain, Jan felt as if her whole body was suddenly energized. The ache she was feeling from the first two shocks vanished, replaced by a feeling that was almost euphoric. She stared in surprise. As you can see, Mach said, the nanomachines can also heal you as well as hurt you, Miss Ors. I can take you right to death's door, and then bring you back as many times as I need to. From the moment since she had entered this room, Jan began to feel real fear. Now, back to my questions, Mach said, his thumb hovering over the buttons. I won't tell you. Click. Jan grabbed her head as the feeling of fire encompassed it. The arc hammer. Bridge. Some time later. Standing on the bridge of the arc hammer, it was difficult to remember that the ship was not an Imperial-class Star Destroyer, but instead a one-of-a-kind vessel specially designed and built for the Dark Trooper project. The forward viewports, crew pits, the instruments, even the deck plates matched the ones used on a Star Destroyer. This was more to ensure that the officers and crew would be able to operate the ship without having to learn a new design or layout. Standing roughly midway between the hatchway and the viewports was Broughton Envin, the captain of the Arc Hammer. His hands were held loosely behind his back, and in the model of his superior, his uniform was spotless, perfectly creased, his rank insignia reflecting the overhead lights. Despite being nearly 47 standard years old, the captain's face betrayed very few lines. And where General Mach was large and imposing, Envin was real thin and almost mild-looking. But once you looked into that face, any impression of mildness faded quickly. As part of a botched medical procedure, Envin's eyes had turned from a watery blue to a purple so dark that when he looked at you, his eyes appeared black as midnight. Add to that a quick temper and inability to suffer fools gladly, and those that had gotten on the wrong side of the captain either mended their failures or ended up dead. As he gazed outside the ship, Envin fought the urge to pace. There had no communication from General Mach since he had ordered the prisoner brought to his quarters. Envin was anxious to proceed with the main mission of the Arc Hammer, the release of the Dark Troopers to crush rebel resistance. They were the perfect weapon, an army of invincible warriors that could not be bargained or negotiated with. No, the Dark Trooper follows his orders. Envin had been especially proud to be assigned to this project given his contempt for stormtroopers. In his eyes, they were worthless at best. The humans inside thought too much, instead of just following orders. They asked questions, wanting to know why. Why were they going on a mission? How best to execute it, or what were the reasons? Just follow orders. How many times have I had to say that? Too many. But with these Dark Troopers, the captain smiled to himself. Just then, the officer in charge of communication stepped up. Sir? Yes. I have General Mach on the line for you, sir. Finally, Envin thought. He stepped over to the comm area, saw the general's face on the small screen. How may I serve you, General? Captain, I need to know the frequency of the last rebel transmission we decoded. Of course, sir, Envin replied, turning to the comm officer, who had the answer in less than 10 seconds. Envin related it to Mach. Very well. I want to send a transmission on that frequency. Envin was confused. Sir, I thought my instructions were quite clear, Captain. A transmission on the frequency you just provided. Envin thought for a moment. Sir, such a signal will be difficult to properly encrypt and scramble. I do not want the symbol encrypted or scrambled, Captain. Just send it. But, sir, the rebels could possibly backtrack on the signal, and that could reveal our position. I sincerely doubt that, Captain, Mach interrupted. I will make sure the rebels are too preoccupied to take the time to trace the signal. Now, how long before you will have things ready up there? Envin considered further protest, but abandoned the idea quickly. The general had already overridden him. Any further questions would only serve to anger his superior, and the captain knew better than to do that. How long? He said to the communications officer. 5 minutes. General, we will need 5 minutes to get things ready up here. I shall advise you as soon as we are prepared. I will be waiting, Captain. Mach out. As the screen faded, Envin stepped over to the tactical officer. We are about to send a transmission on a known rebel frequency. No encrypt or scramble. Keep an eye on long-range sensors and advise me the moment anything appears on the board. The tactical officer stared in surprise for a moment. Sending such a transmission went against everything he had learned. But orders were orders. Yes, sir. With that settled, Envin stepped out of the crew pit and resumed his position between the hatchway and the viewports. He forced himself to breathe evenly. This transmission was a big risk that could endanger the secrecy of the project, and that, the general had told him at the beginning of the mission, was utmost. I wonder what could have happened that he would do this. Envin's sense of duty and his curiosity warred with each other as he stood there. What's our status? Kyle turned to the officer who had moved up beside him. Status is green, sir. Sensors detect only our ships in the vicinity. What about long-range sensors? All readings clear. And the patrols? Red Squadron just finished rotation 10 minutes ago. Gold Squadron has launched and will be on station in about 3 minutes. Anything further on the radiation leak aboard Freedom? The last message we received was 30 minutes ago. Engineering was still in the process of locking it down. They're going to have a mess over there, the officer mused. He sighed. Oh well, everything seems in order. Let me know ASAP if anything changes. Yes, sir, Kyle replied. The officer nodded at him and turned away. Looking over his status board, Kyle took a moment to reflect. This wasn't exactly what he had wanted. But, he mused, it's better than sitting in my quarters going stir-crazy. It had been nearly 6 days since he'd come to work here at Tactical. It wasn't the hardest job in the galaxy, but it gave him something to do with his time. Kyle smiled as he recalled the exchange between himself and Mon Mothma 5 days earlier when she had called him back late in the day. What do you want, Kyle? She had this tiredly, as if expecting more protest over his confinement. I just need something to do, Mon Mothma. A role I can serve in. Something to occupy my time. All this free time is getting to me. I'm not assigning you to the hangar bay, if that's what you were hoping. Kyle rolled his eyes. This woman never gave up. No, I wasn't, he replied, a trace of annoyance in his tone. Then what do you want? She countered. To get the hell off this ship. To Mon Mothma, he said, I want to serve. There was a longer pause from her end. Then, let me think about this. I'll contact you later. I'm not going anywhere. He heard her chuckle just as the transmission ended. 30 minutes later, she did call back, telling Kyle to report to Tactical the next morning at 0700 ship's time. Upon arriving there the next morning, Kyle took a deep breath before stepping inside. The room was almost wall-to-wall computers. The lights were low, ostensibly to assist the technicians standing at the various stations to read their displays. You must be Katarn. The voice came from a man wearing an officer's uniform. About an inch taller than Kyle, the man sported a head full of brown-black hair and alert-looking blue eyes. He extended his hand. Commander Thanos, head of Tactical. Kyle shook it. Kyle Katarn. Thanos stared at him. Is there something wrong? Is there something wrong what? Thanos said. Huh? Is there something wrong what? Thanos repeated expectantly. I don't think I understand. You're an exapriel, and you don't understand simple military protocol. Kyle understood. Is there something wrong, sir? Mon Mothma tells me you have tactical experience. Yes, sir. What kind? Long and short-range planning mostly, sir. Have you ever executed capital ship strategies? Kyle shook his head. Mostly fighter craft. I did some transport planning, but... Thanos cut him off. Good enough. You sound capable. Follow me. The officer guided Kyle to an open area of instruments, monitors, and other equipment. This is your station. Anything here you are unfamiliar with? Kyle studied the equipment for a moment. Nothing I can't learn, sir. Good. I like your attitude. I want your first report in 1 hour. No pressure, Kyle said to himself sarcastically. To the commander he said, Aye, sir. The learning curve on the instruments proved to be a bit steeper than Kyle had expected, but Thanos, while being anal retentive about protocol, also proved to be very helpful about explaining things. By the next day, Kyle was able to operate his station without any assistance. The biggest glitch in the works, however, was the everyday quality of the job. His hourly reports rarely changed, and aside from the recent problem aboard the Freedom, things pretty much stayed the same. Still, it's better than to have nothing to do at all. Today was shaping up to be another normal day. Kyle was considering what to have for dinner after his shift when an amber light began flashing on his control panel. What the? Just then, one of the other techs called out, Commander, I've got something, sir. Thanos moved up behind the man. What is it? The technician worked his instruments for a moment, then frowned. It appears to be some sort of transmission, sir. But the algorithm, there's something strange about it. Kyle manipulated his controls, bringing up the information. One of his displays showed the transmission's waveform. He studied it for a moment, then with a flash of recognition called out. Commander, this signal is being sent without encryption or scrambling. In the clear. Thanos echoed, who would be crazy enough to send a signal like that? Sir, said the technician who had first spoken, the frequency of the transmission is one the imps cracked about a week ago. I've also detected a message in the data stream. But why would someone, Thanos mused, can we backtrack the signal? Yes, sir, the technician answered, however. Thanos held up a hand, I know. Notify the bridge immediately and advise them of the situation. As the tech called the bridge, Thanos addressed the others. Tactical assessment. I'd say receive the message and see what's there, said one tech. Are we sure there's no feedback wave included in the signal? It could be a trick to get us to disclose our position. Could it be just a random signal? Well, Kadarn, Thanos asked. I think we should receive the message too. Being sent without encryption or scrambling like that means one of two things. Either it's a random signal or someone is trying to get our attention. I agree, Thanos said. Notify communications and tell Lieutenants Undomiel and Aldarian that we recommend downloading the transmission. Aye, sir, said another tech. Back to your stations, people. Keep an eye out for anything else. But the intervening 3 hours passed without incident, and Kyle was soon dismissed until 0700 the next day. As he made his way to the mess hall, Kyle reviewed the incident with the transmission in his mind. Transmitting like that usually meant someone had goofed. He had seen it happen while serving in the Imperial forces. Still, a part of him wondered what was in the message. But such thoughts faded as he received his meal and took a seat near one of the viewports. The few friends he had made on the New Hope all worked different shifts than he, and so he often ate alone. The food tonight was okay, nothing to write home about. But it took care of his hunger. And where the meal had lacked, the condensed milk was especially good, nice and cold. He was just finishing his second glass when he noticed a pair of security officers enter the dining area. Neither of them carried trays, which was odd. Just then, one of them looked in his direction. He nudged the other one, and the two of them started toward Kyle's table. Kyle sighed loudly. Now what? Mr. Kadarn. Yes, Kyle said, not hiding his annoyance. Mon Mothma wants to see you right away. Great, what did I do now? The doors parted before, and Kyle stepped into the familiar room. The two guards who had walked on either side of him the whole way but had made no move to restrain him waited outside. He saw Mon Mothma standing to one side of the table. Her face was impassive as always. "Have a seat, Kyle," she said, gesturing to a chair. "I need to speak with you." "Look," he replied after moving to stand behind the chair. "If it's all the same to you, just tell me what I've done wrong so I can." She cut him off with a look, a hint of anger in her face and her eyes boring into his. "Sit down," she repeated. And this time Kyle complied. Mon Mothma didn't relax her glare. "You were in tactical when the transmission sent in the clear was received, correct?" "Yes, sir." "Kyle." "Sorry," he said, allowing himself a smile. "It's become a bit of a habit recently." Mon Mothma continued. "You probably also know there was a message in the transmission." "Yes," he replied. She pressed a button in the table's recessed control panel, and the display screen in it lit up. Mon Mothma looked at Kyle again. He returned her gaze with a look of confusion. She pressed another button. Static filled the screen for a moment. Then a face appeared, a face Kyle instantly recognized. The voice he had heard so many times before began to speak. "Attention Rebel forces, and in particular, Mon Mothma. This is General Mach of the Empire. I am calling you regarding a personnel matter." As Mach paused, Kyle looked at Mon Mothma questioningly. She gestured to the screen. "I know that you are harboring Kyle Katarn aboard your ship. As he is a fugitive and traitor to the Empire, I am quite interested in securing him." "I'll just bet you are," Kyle thought. However, Mach continued, "I realize that you have little incentive to turn Katarn over to me. So, in exchange, I will offer you a trade." Kyle was about to ask Mon Mothma what kind of trade it was when the view shifted. Mach stepped to one side of the screen. As he did, a second person became visible. Kyle felt his mouth go dry. His heart thumped painfully. Jan. She was sitting crookedly in a chair before a large desk, her hair cascading over her face. Mach stepped over and, placing a hand on her shoulder, shook her. "Don't you dare touch her," Kyle thought, his hands balling into fists. "Time to wake up, Miss Ors," Mach said, shaking her again. Jan stirred. Her head moved slowly, rising up until her face came into view, still partially hidden by the mass of hair. A wave of emotion rose in Kyle as seeing her, but he pushed it back down. Her voice, so low he almost couldn't make it out, came forth. "Won't tell. We're rebels." Yes, Mach said dismissively. "You have already said this before, Miss Ors. And I grow tired of hearing it. But I will ask again. What is the location of the New Hope?" He paused briefly, but when Jan didn't respond, Mach held up a small black device and pointed it at her. As Kyle watched, Jan convulsed, her body canting forward in the chair, then slamming back against it. Her face came into full view and Kyle saw her trying to hold on. When the scream came, it was high and loud. Kyle stared helplessly, wanting to scream himself. "Stop it, blast you. Stop it." Mach pressed the button again, and Jan's convulsions stopped as quickly as they had begun. Kyle could see her fighting for air. The Imperial turned to face forward again. "As I told Miss Ors, I can keep this up as long as I wish, but I imagine her body can only take so much more punishment before." Mach let the unspoken word hang there. "Therefore, I propose a trade. I will return Miss Ors in exchange for Katarn. If this is agreeable to you, have Katarn come to Ergo, as I am certain he knows the planet's location. My forces will be waiting for him there with Miss Ors." Mach paused again before continuing. "Should you refuse, then I shall extract from Miss Ors everything she knows by whatever methods necessary. The choice is, of course, yours. Oh, and do not bother trying to backtrack my signal. My vessel will be in hyperspace shortly after I complete this transmission. Good day to you." With the message complete, the screen faded, went dark. Mon Mothma looked down at Kyle and saw more or less what she had expected. Though he was trying to control it, she could see faint trembling. His hands were clamped so tightly the knuckles were white with tension. She half expected him to lose control. But when Kyle spoke, his voice was surprisingly calm. "What are you gonna do?" "I haven't decided that yet. You probably know how I feel. Right now, Kyle, I share your feelings. He looked up at her, eyes searching, and Mon Mothma could see he believed her. But you also know that Mach won't let Jan go, even if I turned you over to him. Never give up a bargaining chip, even when you win. Excuse me? That's one of the General's axioms. One of the things drilled into you at the Academy. I see. The two fell silent, their minds awhirl. Mon Mothma was the first to speak. Neither of us is in any state at the moment to make a rational decision. No argument there. Another pause. Kyle. Yes. Consider yourself released from your assignment and tactical. Try and get some rest and let's meet back here in 12 hours. At that time, we'll review the situation and see what we can come up with. Could I have access to the hangar bay? She glared at him again. Why? Believe it or not, I do some of my best thinking there. The rebel leader stared at him, studying his face. She sighed. Very well. But so help me, Kyle, if you try and steal a ship. He shook his head. I won't abuse your trust again, Mon Mothma. She fixed him with a strong glare, and then nodded. Thank you, Kyle said, standing up. He was nearly to the door when Mon Mothma called him again. Don't make me regret this, Kyle. He gave her his most serious look. I won't. Seemingly satisfied, she waved a dismissal at him. Kyle turned and exited the room. He already knew where he was going. Settling into the pilot's couch, Kyle gave a sigh of relief. As old and decrepit as this ship was, it had some of the most comfortable couches he had ever sat in. Or maybe it's been because of my enforced absence. Turning his head, Kyle spied the entrance to the hangar bay. The guards were still there, but for now they were of little concern to him. A smile came to his face as he recalled the encounter he had had with them upon entering the hangar bay. The doors had parted before him, the vastness of the hangar appearing along with all the sounds and smells. Kyle took a step inside only to have a guard materialize in front of him. What are you doing here, Mr. Kadarn? The hangar bay is off limits to you? Not anymore, Kyle said. Mr. Kadarn, the guard began. Seriously? Kyle added. Go ahead and check. The guard eyed him suspiciously, and for a moment Kyle thought he would refuse. But the man's free hand dropped to his belt, pulling his communicator free. This is Pheasant to Central. Central here? Came the reply. I have Kyle Kadarn here. He is trying to enter the hangar bay. Confirm his no access status. Stand by. A minute passed, then two, then more. What's taking them so long? Said the second guard. Pheasant shrugged. Just then, his communicator crackled. Central to Pheasant. This is Pheasant. Go ahead. No access status for Kyle Kadarn has been rescinded. He is free to enter the hangar bay. The guard stared at his communicator disbelievingly. Confirm Central. No access status has been rescinded. That's confirmed. By whose orders? Directly from Mon Mothma herself, Pheasant. Is there a problem? The guard looked at Kyle for a moment, then quickly said, No problem, Central. No access status is rescinded. Pheasant out. Well, guess you can go in, said the second guard. Thanks, Kyle said, moving past the two men. As he moved away, Pheasant turned to the other guard. Who is that guy? A shrug of the shoulders was the only reply he received. The two men watched as Kyle walked down the rows of ships, stopping before one of the ugliest and most battered-looking ones. He reached up to the ship's hull, opening the cockpit as he pulled himself up to it. That doesn't exactly have an eye for ships, does he? Pheasant said. You're telling me, echoed the second guard. Now, as he sat in the cockpit of the Moldy Crow, Kyle allowed himself to think about the transmission he had just seen. Warring emotions pulled at him: fear, regret, grief, and most of all anger. Anger at Mach for what he was doing to Jan, anger at himself for what happened to her on Ergo. Even more anger at himself for being relatively safe and sound aboard the New Hope while Jan was fighting for her life and at the mercy of General Mach. You should have left her alone, General. I'm going to make you wish you hadn't laid a finger on her. And with that, the tears started to come. But he willed them away. No time for that. I have to keep my head clear, figure out what I can do to help Jan. Impulsively, he glanced towards one area of the hangar bay and felt brief surprise to find it empty. That's right, Kyle remembered. After Galder attacked me. Though he had not personally heard Mon Mothma's orders, Dr. Berth had told him what had happened, that she had given Galder 24 hours to vacate the New Hope. Kyle smirked. Guess that idiot finally listened to reason for once. But a part of him wished that the Aldera was still there, to be able to talk with Alessa, or, hey, who's in this ship? No way. Levering himself up and forward, Kyle looked over the lip of the cockpit and down at the deck. Well, the man standing there said, this is a surprise. Swinging his legs out, Kyle used 2 of the handholds, and then let himself drop the rest of the way. His legs protested briefly at the treatment. Wexter. The older man smiled widely and extended his hand. Good to see you, Kyle. The men joyously clasped arms, the very action communicating some of what both were feeling. It was then Kyle noticed the difference. Hey, what's this? Wexter wore the uniform of the crew of the New Hope. Not bad, Ed. Wexter said, gesturing at himself. First machinist made Wexter wayfarer. Kyle was nearly speechless at the change. What, when, how, he stammered. Wexter held up both of his hands. Slow down a minute. How about we adjourn this conversation to my quarters? We both have catching up to do. Kyle's smile faded as he remembered the message. That's true. Whoa, Wexter said, taken aback at the sudden change in his friend. I didn't mean anything. No, Kyle interjected. It's not you. It's... Come on, Wexter said, throwing an arm across Kyle's shoulders. My quarters. You look like you could use a drink. Kyle took another sip from the glass in front of him. The 2 men sat at opposite sides of the small table. Wexter's room was the same size as Kyle's. On the bed sat a piece of machinery. Wexter had explained it was a pet project of his to try and get a little more oomph out of the New Hope's engines. Kyle learned what had happened after Wexter had returned from Ergo and the meeting between him, Jan, Mon Mothma, and Alessa. So she read my message, Kyle said. Wexter nodded. And then she went after Galder. Kyle's whitened his eyes. She did? Wexter nodded. By the time I went back to the Aldera, Galder. Kyle waited. She did a number on him. Galder's lucky she didn't break anything. Part of Kyle wanted to shout in joy for Jan learning the truth about Galder, but another part hurt for her than she had to find out the truth about Galder. And then, even though Alessa, and I tried to dissuade her, she took the crow and headed off after you. I see, Kyle replied. I'm guessing she caught up with you, Wexter said. She did, and well, I'll give you the details in a minute. So what about Alessa and Galder? I noticed the Aldera is gone. Wexter nodded, and then spoke gravely. After that fool Galder attacked you, Mon Mothma gave him 24 hours to vacate the premises. He protested, but quieted down after she threatened to put him in the brig for the rest of his natural life. He left the next day. And Alessa? Wexter sighed. Bless that child's soul, she went with him. I tried to talk her out of it, convince her that it was the wrong decision. But she held firm. When I asked her why, all she said was he's my brother. Kyle said nothing. He was at once relieved and disappointed that Alessa was gone. So what about you? He asked Wexter after the silence between grew awkward. The older man, who had been looking into his glass, blinked his eyes as if he was waking up. All right, that, he said. Well, I had another meeting with Mon Mothma after Galder and Alessa left and told her I wanted a job. Next thing I know, I'm down in engineering working on the engines. Wow, Kyle said. You like it? I couldn't be happier. Wexter looked around the room for a moment. This old beast has some interesting quirks to it, and I'm having a ball figuring him out. He then looked directly at Kyle. There's one thing I have to ask you. Yeah, Kyle answered, feeling a bit wary. What's this? Wexter said, pointing at Kyle's face. The younger man was confused for a moment, and then understood. He reached a hand to touch his beard, which was coming in quite nicely. He shrugged. I dunno. Just quit shaving one morning and starting letting it grow. Wexter nodded, and then asked, so, what's happened to you? Kyle looked at the older man for a moment, and then held his glass up. Refill. Wexter responded by filling Kyle's glass to the top from the decanter on the table. Kyle took a drink, and then faced Wexter again. It's not a pretty story, but here goes. And once I woke up from the doc's little knockout potion, I found myself pretty much grounded to the ship. Wexter laughed. Can't say I blame Mon Mothma. You can be awfully headstrong sometimes, like back on Ergo. Me? Kyle countered, nearly choking as he sipped his drink. I believe you were the one who did that crazy inverted loop and nearly splattered us all over the ground. Wexter shook his head. You young people? Both men laughed. Then Wexter's expression grew serious. Kyle, about Ergo, if I'd had any idea? Wexter. No, said the older man firmly, let me finish. I didn't like the idea of leaving you there in the first place. And knowing what I know now, I'm sorry, Kyle. You did what I asked you to, Wexter, nothing more. You don't have anything to apologize for, except. The older man looked at him anxiously. Kyle was unable to resist the temptation. Except for that shot when you blew my feet right out from under me. I mean, geez, I thought you said you were going to miss me. Why you ungrateful young pup. Wexter exploded. You dodged the wrong way. Wexter trailed off, seeing that Kyle was laughing at him. You young people, he said, trying not to smile, no respect for your elders. But a moment later, he too was laughing. The two shared another drink, and then Wexter spoke. What happened with Jan? Say what you will, Kyle, but that wasn't your fault. Wexter, you would never knowingly hurt her. Don't think I don't know how you feel. Kyle's eyes widened at this. You mean? I'm not blind, boy. I was in love once too, and I've seen the way you look at her. I see. So what else has happened? When I mentioned catching up, you looked like an asteroid had hit you. Kyle hesitated before speaking. His emotions were already threatening to overwhelm him. Something's happened, Wexter ventured. Kyle nodded. To Jan. She's been captured, Wexter. The imps got her. Wexter hissed through his teeth. That's not good. It's worse than that, Kyle said. My instructor from the Imperial Academy, General Moak, has her. He wants an exchange, her for me or he'll kill her. Now it was Wexter's turn to be shocked. Kyle. So Kyle consulted his chronometer. About 10 hours to try and come up with the plan to save her. Well, that's good to hear. What? Kyle exclaimed. That you're taking the time to make a plan, Wexter added. I'd half expected you to have already gone rushing off, cannons blazing. Don't think that didn't occur to me, Kyle replied, but Mock would just kill Jan if I tried that. I can't have that happen, Wexter. The older man got up and moved to the other side of the table. He put a hand on Kyle's shoulder. So don't let it happen. Kyle stared up at him. But I don't know what to do, Wexter. No matter what I come up with, no matter what angle I consider, I just can't find something that will work. So let's work on it together, the older man said, then consulted his own timepiece. I'm not due back on duty for another 6 hours. Let's hash this thing out and see what we can come up with. 2 heads are better than 1, right? You're right, Kyle said, brightening a little. Let's do it. And with that, the 2 men fell to work. This is not good enough, gentlemen. I need better options. The knot of officers around her gave a nearly collective sigh. Mon Mothma said, Commander Thanos, I don't know that we can do any better. The tactical situation here is so untenable. She fixed her eyes on him, saw the expression on his face. I understand the tactical situation quite well, Commander, she said evenly, keeping the frustration she felt out of her voice, and I understand the scope of the problem I have handed to you all. But I need an effective solution to this. Thanos nodded at her. I understand. Mon Mothma spared a glance at the time display before her, then at the assembled throng. Where's Kyle? She wondered if she had made a mistake yesterday. The transmission from General Mock had to have affected Kyle. Could he? No, she thought. He was serious yesterday. I can't imagine that. Her communicator chirped. She brought the device to her lips. Yes. The voice that came back was from one of the 2 guards posted outside the briefing room. Since calling the officers in to meet with her yesterday afternoon, she had had the guard posted with strict instructions to let no one without her authorization. Mon Mothma, I have Kyle Katarn requesting permission to see you. Send him in, she said. A moment later, the doors parted and in stepped Kyle. She looked him over. His clothes were fresh, black boots, dark slacks, and gray shirt. His eyes were alert and aside from the hair growing on his face. He looked properly groomed. Nevertheless, he was late. Kyle, I believe I requested you to be here a half hour ago. He glanced at his chronometer, then back at her. Yes, you did, he admitted. Sorry I'm late. But I think I may have something. Oh, Mon Mothma asked, looking at him again. Kyle seemed a little different this morning, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. What do you have? He stepped towards the table where the others were gathered. Several nodded heads acknowledged him. Frontal assault is no good, he began, and standard infiltration would take too long. Therefore, I say we give General Mock what he wants me. Chapter 60. The New Mission. The room was completely silent for almost 30 seconds. No one, including Mon Mothma herself, could keep the shocked looks of their faces. Kyle was about to speak again, but Mon Mothma held up a hand to keep him from continuing. As she spoke, everyone in the room could tell she was angry, though her face didn't betray her emotions. You cannot be serious, Kyle. I will not simply hand you over to General Mock. I don't believe in exchanging one life for another. She was surprised to see Kyle stare back at her confused. What is he up to? Then he smiled. That's not what I mean. Knowing Mock, he just killed both me and Jan. It was then Mon Mothma saw it in the young man's eyes. He has a plan. Then what do you mean, Katarn? Said Commander Thanos. Kyle gave the man an annoyed glance before continuing. Like I just said, we give General Mock what he wants, or he paused before continuing, at least the appearance of it. Meanwhile, we get sneaky, interjected BJR and Falkvist, one of the team assembled there. Kyle nodded at the man. Exactly? What are you proposing? Asked Mon Mothma, her expression and tone relaxing. Well, I figure the Arc Hammer has something in common with pretty much any capital-class Imperial ship. Supplies, said Dave Flamerock. Kyle smiled at his teammate. Exactly, supplies. So people, if I want to get aboard Arc Hammer undetected. Manus Day shook his head. Don't tell me you're planning. To steal one of the Arc Hammer's supply vessels, Mon Mothma finished, her gaze hard on Kyle. Steal one of their supply ships. Kyle repeated, of course not. I wouldn't plan something that foolhardy. The tension in the room seemed to ease a little bit. What I am planning is to stow away aboard one of the Arc Hammer's supply ships. Instantly the room became a chorus of voices, some agreeing with Kyle, most objecting to him. There's no way. Be killed before you leave the spaceport. What about security? What about the imps? Excuse me? Mon Mothma said, her voice just loud enough to rise over the tumult. It took a moment or two for the room to grow quiet. Kyle, she said, her look of disbelief saying it all, surely you can't think you can simply stroll into an Imperial spaceport and get aboard one of their ships. Hearing the gravity of her tone, Kyle changed tactics. No, I do not, Mon Mothma, he said seriously. As much as I'll try to minimize my exposure, there's a fairly decent chance I'll be spotted. The older woman nodded. However, you have to admit, this plan is so crazy, the imps won't exactly be expecting it. I'll have the element of surprise. Mon Mothma paused before responding, considering Kyle's words. She thought, he does have a point, albeit a small one. All right, she replied. Let's assume for a moment I agree to this plan of yours. What is your next step? We can get in touch with Aldarian and Undomilan intelligence and get them to find the least guarded of the Arc Hammer as supply bases. Let's assume they do that. I'll take the Molded Crow to whichever base it is, infiltrate it, stow away aboard the supply, and ride it to Arc Hammer. Once I'm there, locate Jan and get out of there. Without your ship, how? I'll have to steal a ship, maybe one of the Lambda-class shuttles since I'll have a passenger, and they're hyperspace capable. I'll have coordinates of a rendezvous point placed on a data chip coded to me only. Mon Mothma gave Kyle her most sarcastic smile. And you really think it's going to be that simple? Well, Kyle said, absently scratching his head, I imagine there'll be complications. Complications, she repeated mockingly. Not sure of what else to say, Kyle stood there and said nothing. If he were anyone else, Mon Mothma thought, I'd lock him up for psychiatric evaluation. I sometimes think he's crazier than that Han Solo. After nearly a minute had passed with no one saying a word, she spoke. This plan is not terribly viable and relies on a lot of what-ifs and unknown variables. I don't particularly like it. Kyle felt his heart sink. However, Mon Mothma continued, given the severity of the situation and the gravity of inaction, I don't see a better alternative. Kyle's eyes grew wide with surprise. Therefore, Kyle, proceed with your plan. Yes. She cut him off. Standing, she leveled her fiercest gaze at him. Plan. Eh? Right? I want you and Jan back here reporting to me at the successful conclusion of the mission. Am I understood? Sensing the force behind her words, Kyle could think of only one thing to say. I will do my best. Good. I expect a complete mission briefing at least 12 hours before the mission commences. She gazed around at the rest of the group. You all have a great deal of work to do. I suggest you get to it. With that, she stood up, acknowledged the salutes from the crowd, and left the room. Okay, Kyle said as soon as the door slid closed, here's where I want to start. Clustering together, the assemblage fell to work. Rebel spies have verified the presence of several Lambda-class shuttles aboard the Arc Hammer. Once Jan is freed and any necessary medical steps are taken, we will board one of the shuttles and exit the hangar as quickly as possible. The speaker paused here a moment to let his audience digest the words. Go ahead, one of them said after a moment. Once I am certain we are clear of the Arc Hammer as tractor beams, assuming they are still in operation, I will use the data chip to input the coordinates of the hyperspace jump into the navigation computer and execute the jump. And the rendezvous. We're prepared for that. 2 hours later, the shuttle will exit hyperspace and make contact with Wexter flying the Molded Crow. We will exchange code phrases to confirm our identities. Assuming that goes well, I will make the final jump using coordinates provided by Wexter and conclude the mission by safely arriving in the New Hope's docking bay. Looking up from his datapad, Kyle looked towards Mon Mothma. That concludes the briefing and mission summary. You're certain stealing a shuttle is the only option for leaving the Arc Hammer. Kyle shook his head. Wexter and I considered using a beck and call to bring the Crow. But if the Imperials begin jamming frequencies. Mon Mothma nodded, understanding what he meant. It is still very risky, Kyle. Kyle was about to protest when Mon Mothma held up a hand. How long will you need to get things ready? Kyle hesitated a moment, then answered, We're not exactly sure. The Crow is being difficult with the new sensor package that's been installed and the upgrades to the hyperdrive. I also need to make sure the new personal shield checks out. Yes, Mon Mothma said, you mentioned that in the briefing. Tell me more about this device. It works similar to what Mara Jade had. A cloud passed across Kyle's face at the memory. The staff in electronics is certain they can weave shielding circuitry into my clothes along with the power pack. Once activated, it will generate a shield around me capable of deflecting blaster fire. Really? The older woman said, impressed. But, Kyle continued, there's a drawback. Like any other shield, multiple hits will drain it. The most recent estimate is that after about 10 shots, no more shield. The engineering staff is going to incorporate some lightweight armor into my outfit, but it'll only hold up so long. Is there no way of recharging the shield? Electronics think so. Chief Brawley believes if I can find certain power outlets, I'll be able to recharge the shield. He's running tests now. Are there any other problems? Now Kyle was able to smile. Fortunately, no. Wexter is running the final check on my weapons and other logistics. Astronavigation and intelligence are also running final checks. The only part I don't know yet is where I'll be going to rendezvous with the Imperial supply ship. Mon Mothma stood up. I still do not like this plan, Kyle. To be honest, he replied, neither do I, but I've got to try. I owe Jan that much. Then you may proceed, Commander. Common, Kyle stammered. You are going to be using several Alliance assets, equipment and personnel. And since we have a command structure here, for the duration of this mission you will have all the duties, honors, and privileges of an Alliance commander. She stepped forward, extending her hand. Congratulations, Kyle. Kyle met her hand with his own. Thank you, he said, feeling dazed. She started towards the door. It'll want another briefing at least 2 hours prior to launch. Understood, he replied. And good luck. Deciding he had to do something to show his appreciation, Kyle came to attention, the heels of his boots coming together in precise fashion. Raising one arm, he gave the only salute he knew, an Imperial one. Hearing the click of heels, Mon Mothma stopped. Turning round, she looked at Kyle for a long moment. Then, nodding her acknowledgement of his gesture, she proceeded through the door. Kyle waited until it had closed before lowering his arm. Well, that was a surprise, he thought, considering his new rank. Commander. If only Jan could. A vision of Jan twisting in pain flashed across his mind. The smile that had come to his lips faded. Hang on, Jan, I'm coming for you, soon. With an almost grim expression on his face, Kyle left the room. The sound of a blaster firing caused Kyle to instinctively duck as he entered the room. His head swiveled about, searching for the source of the sound. It came again. Kyle sighed. Brawley ought to put up a sign or something when he's doing test firings. Stepping over to an enclosed part of the lab, Kyle spotted Chief Brawley, head of the Tactical Response Research Lab, along with 2 assistants. At the moment, the man held a captured E-11 blaster and was pointing towards a target Kyle couldn't yet see. Approaching the transparent steel door, he knocked on it. Turning his head, Brawley waved at Kyle to enter the room even as he lined up the sights of the weapon for another shot. A single crimson bolt issued from the weapon as Kyle entered the space. His eyes went wide as he spied the target Brawley was shooting at. About 10 feet away was a plasteel dummy in the shape of a man. That alone wasn't very surprising, as Brawley has several of them he used for experiments. What surprised Kyle was that the bolt that came from the blaster hadn't touched the dummy. Seeing Kyle's reaction, Brawley fired another shot. The spear of energy shot across the space and was deflected, an area of green energy surrounding the dummy, flaring red as it was struck. Satisfied, Brawley activated the safety on the weapon and handed it to Mock Farkin, one of the lab assistants. So it works, Kyle said. Nice work. Nice work. Brawley echoed, nearly incredulous. Nice work. It's brilliant is what it is. Kyle smiled at the man. Brawley was a man infinitely proud of all his inventions and unwilling that any should fail to recognize the scale or quality of his work. And while he appreciated the man's efforts, Brawley's attitude bothered Kyle. He seemed to have a preternatural discomfort with anyone not of military rank. This was expressed through an overinflated view of himself and underinflated view of all civilians. This seemed particularly aimed towards Kyle. We've improved the overall tensile strength of the shield by 50%, offered Mock Farkin. So you think it'll stand up in combat? Kyle asked. We've been firing full power blasts into the dummy for the last 20 minutes, said Adarn Damon, another of Brawley's assistants. Not one has penetrated. Both Farkin and Damon, on the other hand, treated Kyle like any other part of the crew. My shield will stand up to stormtrooper weapons, Cadarn, said Brawley, and anything else you can throw at it. What about the power drain issue? Kyle asked, not reacting to the statement. I've been able to make some inroads into that, Brawley replied. He indicated the dummy. From this distance, you're looking at about a 10% loss per shot. And if it's closer. In response, Brawley picked up the blaster and took 5 steps towards the dummy. Flipping the safety off, he fired a rapid series of shots. The first 5 were deflected, but the shield flared white and fizzled out of existence as the 6th shot struck. The remaining shots hit the dummy directly, punching holes in it. Safing the weapon again, Brawley looked to Kyle with eyebrows raised. I see, Kyle said, expelling his breath loudly. We've tried increasing power flow to the shield, but it's going to require a larger power source to do that. And the last you need is additional weight, said Adarn. Kyle nodded, then posed another question. What about the power supply? What exactly am I looking at for that? Check this out, Mokfarcone said, reaching to a nearby table and holding out an object to Kyle. It was a rectangular box, 6 inches long and 3 inches wide. This is it. It's the smallest I can make and still have it be viable, said Brawley. When Kyle didn't respond right away, a concerned look appeared on his face. Problem? No, Kyle said, still turning the small box over in his hands. I didn't think you'd get it quite this small. Oh, said Brawley. I had visions of some large thing, like a backpack or something. All 3 technicians stared at Kyle in surprise. Then you've underestimated the boss, Mokfarcone said, indicating Brawley. He's the king of miniaturization. Ass kisser, muttered Adarn. I am not, yelled Mokfarcone. R2. Am not. R2. Am not infinity. R2 infinity +1. Enough, yelled Brawley, silencing the pair. Realizing what they were doing, the faces of both assistants flushed red with embarrassment. I wish you two would keep your squabbles out of my lab, said Brawley, still glaring at them. Neither man said anything. Kyle stepped in, eager to shift the topic. How soon before it's ready for a mission? Do we have approval? Brawley asked. Kyle nodded. Mon Mothma's not exactly thrilled with my plan, but she's given the go-ahead. Excellent, Brawley said, excited. It'll finally get to show those fools in command what I can do. He looked to Kyle. Well then, if you're ready, Adarn, we should begin field testing immediately. Caught by surprise, Kyle blurted, now. I believe that is what the words immediately means, Adarn. Though Kyle appreciated the work Brawley was doing, he had enough of the man's attitude towards him. That's Commander to you? Brawley stopped in mid-motion, not believing the words he had just heard. He turned back to Kyle. Excuse me? Kyle stared at him. You heard me? For real? Asked Mokfarcone. Kyle nodded. The 2 lab assistants stepped forward with their hands held out. Congratulations, Commander, said Adarn. Kyle accepted their handshakes, then turned back to Brawley, who hadn't moved. You all right, Chief? Feeling nonplussed, Brawley fought for something to say. Commander, he finally managed, looking at Kyle. You? Kyle shrugged. Check with Mon Mothma if you don't believe me. Brawley considered it, but given his reputation among the senior staff, he just as quickly abandoned the plan. Still, it bothered him that this civilian was now his superior. At the same time, he told himself to not allow any of those assembled in the space the satisfaction of knowing how he felt. He coughed, then said, Very well, Commander. With your permission, I'd like to begin field testing right away. Sure, Kyle replied, unable to contain a smile of amusement. Kyle now stood where the dummy had been, clad in similar armor. Brawley had hooked up the shield power supply and made all the needed concerns without a word. A small digital indicator strapped to Kyle's right wrist showed the power level of the shield. Kyle thought about teasing Brawley some more for his silence, but as he caught sight of the man's face, etched in concentration, he let it pass. 10 feet away, Adarn brought the rifle to his shoulder and aimed it towards Kyle, or more specifically, at his left arm. Are you ready, Commander? Asked Brawley from where he now stood just outside the enclosure, studying a bank of monitors and instruments with Mock Farkin. Ready as I'm gonna be, said Kyle, feeling nervous despite the assurances from Farkin and Damon. Okay, said Adar and Damon, first test. Weapon at 1/4 power. Firing. Kyle reflexively closed his eyes as the blaster spoke. A heartbeat later, the bolt of energy struck. Kyle waited. How did that feel? Called Brawley. Was I hit? Asked Kyle. He hadn't felt anything. Direct hit in the area of the left wrist, answered Adar and Damon. Shield power is down 2%, said Mock Farkin. Kyle looked down at his wrist. Sure enough, the display read, shield power, 98%. Looks good in here. Let's continue then, said Brawley. Are you ready, Commander? Oh boy, thought Kyle, now this guy has gone totally the other way. He thought about saying something, but didn't want to waste any more time. Let's continue, Kyle replied. Over the next 15 minutes, Adar had shot him again and again, raising the blaster power from 1/4 to 1/2 to 3/4. And for the most part, Kyle had felt nothing except effects from the pressure wave of the energy beam, causing him to take a step back. He did notice that this feeling increased as the shield power went down. I'll have to remember this, he thought. Could throw off my aim during a battle. Brawley had just finished inserting a fresh power supply. The next step is full power firing. Are you ready? The shield's done great so far, Chief. I think I can handle it. Very well. But keep an eye on your shield indicator all the same. Got it, Kyle replied. Brawley exited the enclosure and returned to the bank of monitors. Okay, said Adar and Damon, aiming the weapon, full power firing. Here we go. He depressed the trigger. This time, the pressure wave was much stronger. It pushed Kyle hard. He took one involuntary step back, then another. Cease firing, called Brawley. Adar had already released the trigger. Moving inside quickly, Brawley approached Kyle. Commander, are you all right? Feeling a bit dazed, Kyle blinked a few times, then looked to Brawley. I think so. Who you? That was quite a hit. How'd the shield do? Brawley looked to the indicator just as Kyle did. The display read, shield power, 90%. It works, said Brawley victoriously. Yes, it does, Kyle replied. Good work, Chief. Seeing Adar smiling at him, Brawley quickly recovered his composure. Yes, he said in a more normal tone of voice, of course it works. I had no doubt it would. Kyle smiled at the man and shook his head a little, but said nothing. He decided to let Brawley have his moment. Perhaps we should try rapid fire next, said Brawley, smiling, his eyes shining with joy. I don't think so, Chief, Kyle said. I'm not exactly eager to end up like your dummy. The realization of what he had just proposed came to Brawley. No, he said quickly, the smiling disappearing and a more serious look replacing it. No, of course not. The danger would be too great. You'll need to be careful to avoid concentrated weapons fire, Commander. I'll remember that, Chief, Kyle said. Now if you'll take this rig off me, I've got other work to get to. Moving with the same efficiency as before, Brawley and his assistants removed the shield power supply and attachments from Kyle's clothes. How soon will you be able to incorporate that into my armor? Kyle asked. Now that we've fully tested it, Brawley replied, it should be a simple matter. An hour, 2 at the very most. Kyle nodded. Thanks, Chief. You, Farkin, and Damon may have made it possible for me to return from a mission without a visit to sickbay. We aim to please, Commander, said Mock Farkin. Brown-Ozer, muttered Adar and Damon. Am not. R2. Am not. R2. Am not plus infinity. R2 infinity plus infinity. Why you? Gentlemen, Brawley roared. Kyle decided that now was a good time to leave the lab. Besides, there was more to check on for his mission. The loud voices followed him out into the corridor, cut off only when the door slid shut. Kyle walked across the cavernous room towards the moldy crow's berth, still chuckling at the antics of Farkin and Damon. You wouldn't think those two were friends. I wonder if the imps. A sudden image of two stormtroopers acting like that brought fresh laughter from him. Hello, Kyle, said a familiar voice. You seem to be in a good mood today. Kyle smiled at Pooh Gil as the Corrin approached. Hi, Pooh, he said. I don't know about a good mood, but let's say I just had an entertaining encounter. You humans with your metaphors, the Corrin said. Can't you ever speak plainly? Sometimes, Kyle said, shrugging. So how are things around here today? Now it was the Corrin's turn to issue his strange-sounding laugh. If you're asking about your ship, the technicians had been having a difficult time with it. I have heard a number of angry shouts and cursing. That doesn't sound good, said Kyle. I'd better check in with them. I still fail to understand why you hold onto that old wreck of a ship, Pooh said, shaking his face tentacles a bit. I'd have scrapped it long ago. Believe me, Pooh, Kyle said, his smile widening. It has crossed my mind. With that, Kyle left the Corrin. Another minute's walking brought him face to face with the crow. At first look, Kyle fought the laugh that threatened to bubble up. There, on the deck, sat Kachin Tails and Luntic Pandora. Their engineers' uniforms and faces were nearly covered with a mixture of grease, dirt, and other substances. You two look like you've had a hard time of it, Kyle said, stepping towards them, unable to keep the smile off his face. Upon hearing his voice, the two technicians rose to their feet. As their faces came into closer view, Kyle could see the tiredness there. Commander, said Luntic, before you say anything else, there's something Kachin, and I need you to know. Feeling a flash of concern, Kyle looked seriously at them. What? We hate the ship, the two girls said together, gesturing at the crow. Now Kyle did laugh, unable to contain himself despite the glares directed at him. I'm sorry, he said after getting himself back under control. You two are all right. Very tired and very frustrated with this ship, said Kachin, but yes, we're okay. And the upgrades. Kachin looked to Luntic, who blew out a breath. We finally got the droid brain to accept the hyperdrive upgrade, but only after it nearly erased itself, said Luntic, twice. The sensor upgrades are in place too, said Kachin, but Commander, the computer core and the ship needs a serious purging. You've got programs and they're well over 100 years old. I had to code some of the sensor data by hand just to get it to work. Kyle smiled at both of them. I know the Crow is not an easy ship to work with. I've had my own frustrations with it, but I appreciate you two working so hard to get it ready. How soon before it's ready to launch? Both girls sighed explosively. As soon as we have enough energy to weld the hyperdrive access panels back in place. Both sets of hinges broke when we opened them, said Luntic. And I still need to run one final check on the sensors, added Kachin. Kyle nodded. Oh, and Commander, said Luntic. Yes. Can you do us a favor? Said Kachin. If I can, said Kyle. What is it? Would you please tell your friend Wexter, Kachin began, that we don't need any more of his help. Luntic finished. Ah, said Kyle, understanding the meaning. I'll do what I can. And while I hate to ask, how long will you need to finish? We'll let you know, Commander, the girls said together, fiercely. Okay, Kyle said, retreating a step. Hey, wait a minute. I just realized how did you two know about. News travels fast on this ship, Commander, said Kachin. Besides, said Luntic, we have friends in intelligence. Not sure whether to believe her or not, Kyle decided to let the two technicians get back to their work. Moving away, he retrieved his comlink and called Wexter. Go ahead, Commander Cadarn, said the older man with tongue firmly in cheek. You know too. It's not that big a ship, Kyle. I'm figuring that out, Kyle said, then added, I need to get a status report from you. Everything is ready on my end. All your equipment and weapons have been examined and charged. I'll be putting them aboard the Crow as soon as I can do so without Pandora and Tails threatening to shove a hydro spanner up my nose. That reminds me, Kyle said, smiling, they asked me to tell you they don't need any more of your help. Young pups, I offer a few simple suggestions, and the next thing I know, one's yelling and the other's threatening to physically remove me from the area. They're qualified techs, Wexter. I was rebuilding hyperspace manifolds when those two were still in diapers. Young pups. All the same, could you please? All right, Wexter said wearily. I'll stay away until they're finished. But so help me, if they do anything to mess up the work I've done that ship. What about Astronav and intelligence? Kyle said, interrupting. Have you gotten an update from them? There was a pause. Then Wexter spoke again, his voice a bit calmer. Aldarian and Undomil say they have all the info you'll need, and Finsta has come up with some potential routes. Okay, Kyle said, considering all the information from his previous meetings. Tell them we're going to have an operational meeting in 4 hours to go over the final plan. After that, I have to brief Mon Mothma. Got it, Wexter said. And Kyle, there is one other thing. Yes. You know this whole plan is crazy. Weren't you the one who told me crazy works sometimes? He heard Wexter laugh. See you in 4 hours, Commander. Kyle studied the hologram slowing rotating above the table for the third time as Finsta finished his part of the mission briefing. Why does this feel like deja vu? That's all I have, Commander, Finsta said, returning to his seat. Well, Kyle said, this isn't exactly what I was expecting. Opinions? Anybody? It's too risky, said Dave Flamerock. You're leaving too much up to chance. I sure wouldn't want to trust some blasted smugglers, added Manus Day. We're not trusting smugglers, said Tinovil Undomil. The objective is to have the commander hijack the smuggler vessel. And you don't think the smugglers will object to this? Said BJR and Falkvist. The commander can't take care of a bunch of smugglers, said Mockfarkin. He'll have my shield, added Chief Brawley. And what if it fails? Asked Commander Thanos. It won't fail, Brawley said gravely. The voices continued until they became a mishmash, people talking over each other. Kyle looked over at Wexter. Would you please? Wexter nodded and stood up. Placing 2 fingers in his mouth, he gave a whistle. The sound was loud enough to stop all conversation in the room. I wanted opinions, people, Kyle said, letting his move from face to face, letting them see the angry look on his face, not a bunch of worthless arguing and sniping. This seemed to penetrate. A few of the assembled group looked away, others seemed to calm down. Besides, Kyle added with a trace of a smile, I'm the one going on the mission, and I don't need any of you to depress me about the chances of its success. I can't do that myself. That brought several smiles in return, some laughter. All right then, Kyle said, rising to his feet, eyeing the hologram. Let's go over this one more time with the idea of the mission succeeding. All right. There were several nod and a few yes sirs. Resuming his seat, Kyle began. Aldarian, Undomil, well, begin with you. Explain to me why this fuel station. Here Kyle paused before saying the name. It brought back memories he would rather forget. Ergo is the best place to launch the mission from. Aldarian was the first to speak. The Ergo fuel station was built by the Empire 10 years ago, and was originally placed in orbit of the planet Oraxis, serving as a processing and delivery station of fuel for an Imperial base there. When the rebellion liberated Oraxis 4 years ago, Undomil stepped in. Ergo was taken by the Imperials in order to keep it too, from being captured. It seems the Imps had no use for it because they later left it floating in open space within an Empire-controlled area. Kyle held up a hand. Does the Empire still actively use the station? Both girls shook their heads at the same time. As I said, Undomil continued, without a base to supply, the Empire seems to have considered the station superfluous. There is an Imperial contingent aboard the station. However, Aldarian took over once again. Our intelligence indicates that it is no more than 40 stormtroopers and about 10 officers and support staff. As the two talked, Kyle marveled how Aldarian and Undomil operated more as a single being than as two separate and unique individuals. In other briefings, one would begin speaking, and in the midst of an analysis, the other would pick up the narrative without the slightest hitch. It's like their brains are joined together. Our intelligence also indicates the presence of a small cantina aboard the station, Undomil added. Excuse me? Said Commander Thanos. Did you say a cantina? The girls nodded together once more. Yes, sir, said Aldarian. An agent we placed into the area reported the existence of the cantina about a year ago. Apparently the station commander derives an additional source of revenue from this establishment, Undomil finished. You mean bribes? Said BJR and Falkvist. The girls nodded again. Then, to everyone's surprise, both intelligence officers began speaking. It is our opinion that a disruption within this cantina might serve to allow Commander Kadarn to accomplish his mission with greater ease. Our agent noted the presence of a number of alien species in the cantina, including Rees, Transitions, and Rhodians. When no one said anything after a moment, the two spoke again. Is there something wrong? No, Kyle said, shutting his open mouth. No, not at all. Thank you both. You're welcome, the girls said together. Taking a quick glance around, Kyle could see the same thought on every face, save the girls. How do they do that? Commander Thanos was the first to break the silence that had descended. Lieutenants Aldarian and Undomil have a point about the cantina. Sure, said Manus Day. Get some of the aliens to start a fight. The Imp commander sends his troops in to stop it, and while they're distracted. Kyle finished the thought. I sneak right past them. Exactly, Manus Day concluded. Okay, said Wexter, that gets Kyle inside. But where does the smuggler ship come into play? Aldarian and Undomil rolled their eyes at him, but nonetheless answered the question. There will be a number of alien ships in the fuel station's docking bay, said Undomil. Our agent reported that an increasing number of smugglers are using the station for their shipments. This includes a contingent of specialized weapons, finished Aldarian. Dark Trooper weapons, ventured Kyle. We believe so, replied Aldarian. Inquiries we attempt to make about the shipment were rebuffed most strongly. Do we know what ship it is? Asked Dave Flamerock. Yes, Undomil answered. Another agent was able to place a tracking device on a low droid belonging to the smugglers. Excellent, said Commander Thanos. Both girls grinned. However, he added, most fuel stations are several hundred if not thousands of kilometers across with at least 4 docking bays. How is Kyle going to get to the smuggler in time to steal it? The Ergo fuel station contains a transport engine once used for moving fuel drums between docking bays, said Undomil. If the commander can access this transport engine, then he only need program it to take him to the docking bay indicated by the tracking device, Aldarian continued. From there, the commander can take over the smuggler ship and take it to the Arc Hammer. Sounds simple enough, said Adarn Damon mockingly. Kyle ignored him. Very good, ladies. That will be all for now. Finsta, it's your turn. The navigation officer rose from his chair as the two intelligence officers took theirs. Can I safely get the Moldy Crow to this fuel station? Yes, sir, Finsta said. There is a direct hyperspace route 3 systems away from our present location that will take you directly to local space around the Ergo fuel station. Engineers' Tales and Pandora have equipped your ship with the latest Imperial codes which should allow you safe access to the docking bay. And if those fail? Asked BJR and Falkvist. What? Any further words the man might have saved were silenced with a glare from Commander Thanos. It is a good question, Kyle thought. What if he's right? Kyle asked, indicating Falkvist. I believe our codes are good, sir, Finsta said. But if they don't work well, you could pose as a smuggler, sir. That drew a number of sarcastic smiles. I'll take that into consideration, Finsta, Kyle said, smiling as well. That's all for now. Kachin Luntic, what's the status of the Crow? Despite having showered and cleaned the dirt and grease from their faces, both girls still looked drawn and tired. Final checks all look good, said Luntic. The hyperdrive should work as promised. The sensor suite is ready too, said Kachin. It's finally behaving. Good, Kyle said. You both did excellent work with the notoriously troublesome ship. After this meeting is finished, I order you both to your quarters for a period of at least 12 hours to rest. Thank you, sir, the two technicians said wearily. Brawley, Kyle said, is the shield ready? Yes. The circuitry has been woven into your new armor and is fully charged, came the answer. What about recharging? The senior weapons tech indicated as to assistance. We've incorporated a standard power interface into your armor, sir, said McFarkin. All you need to do is find a computer terminal with a power socket and the interface will do the rest, added Adorn Dammit. I was going to say that, said Farkin. So I said it for you, answered Dammit. What's the big deal? You interrupted me. Dammit paused a moment, then said, you know, you're right. I did interrupt you. Sorry. Caught by surprise, Farcone paused a bit before saying, it's okay. We both made the thing after all. True, said Dammit, nodding. If only solving all problems were this easy, Kyle thought. In any case, he said, all three of you did well. And I plan on telling this to Mon Mothma herself. It took a moment for the words to register, but when they did, all three technicians were smiling broadly. And finally, Kyle said, Wexter, weapons and equipment. All checked out and loaded aboard the Moldy Crow. Save your armor. Good, Kyle said. And a few surprises. Wexter, you know I hate surprises. Trust me, the older man said, you'll like these. Kyle stared at him, but Wexter said no more. Oh boy, he thought, sighing. Focusing on the room again, Kyle said, all right, I think we've covered just about everything. He rose to his feet. Look, I know this mission is crazy and risky, but one of our own is aboard the Ark Hammer. Not only will retrieving Jan or save her life, but will deprive the Empire of any and all information and intelligence she possesses. We all know how important information can be. Heads nodded all over the table, most thinking of the data tapes that had been used to destroy the Death Star. There's also the Dark Troopers to consider. I've seen these things in action. If we don't stop them, this war is going to get a lot harder for the rebellion. I won't lie to any of you. Even with all we've done here, there's a real chance this mission will fail. That's why if I am not heard from by any rebel contact without one standard month, you are to consider the mission failed and be dead. Voices of disapproval began to fill the room. This order has been approved by Mon Mothma herself, Kyle said loudly. No further rescue or retrieval missions will be attempted in the event the mission fails. I need all of you to agree, or we can't proceed. There was a long pause. But then, Wexter raised his hand in agreement, joined a moment later by Aldarian and Undomiel, then Brawley, Farkin, and Dammit. Soon, every hand in the room was raised. All right then, Kyle said, a grim smile on his face. I'll go present my final briefing to Mon Mothma. After that, we'll get this mission underway. You're all dismissed. Wexter waited with Kyle until everyone had left. Not a bad bit of leading there, Commander, Wexter said. My knees were shaking the whole time, Kyle confessed. Happens to everyone, Wexter said. You nervous? Terrified. Good, said Wexter firmly. Stay scared. Then you won't fail. It's only the idiots with no fear who lose. Kyle rose slowly. I'd better go brief Mon Mothma. Want some company until you get to the briefing room? Please? Together, the two men left the room. Kyle contacted Mon Mothma, who said she would meet him in 15 minutes. All this work will be for nothing if she says no, Kyle said as they walked. You really think she'll do that? Kyle shook his head no. But I almost wish she would. Moldy Crow to hangar control. Hangar control here, answered Puengel. Go ahead. Moldy Crow requesting permission to depart. Stand by, Moldy Crow. Eager to get going, Kyle's patience was beginning to wear. Now what? Mon Mothma did say yes, didn't she? She said to go ahead, Wexter. Not exactly ambiguous. I suppose so, but hang on, transmission coming in on another frequency. Wexter changed channels, a new voice emerging from the speakers. Kyle, this is Mon Mothma. Yes, Mon Mothma, Kyle said, forcing himself to answer her civilly. The decoy vessel you requested is ready. I thought you might like to see it before you launch. Okay, Kyle replied, turning to look out the side of the cockpit windows. From 3 bays down, a vessel moved into view. Kyle's eyes widened even as a bemused smile formed on his lips. Where did they? Wexter asked. I don't know, Kyle answered. Mon Mothma, where exactly did you find that relic? The relic Kyle referred to was an exact duplicate of the moldy crow. Thank the fabrication, engineering, and intelligence teams, she replied. They managed to build it. Wow, Kyle said. Not bad. Not bad at all. You are cleared for launch, Kyle, Mon Mothma said. Good luck, and may the Force be with you. See you soon, Mon Mothma, Kyle replied, adding under his breath, I hope. Turning back to the pilot, Kyle gave the order. Let's go, Wexter. The older man didn't answer, but a moment later, the crow lifted smoothly on his repulsor and moved to the hangar bay exit. Kyle took another look at the duplicate crow. According to the plan, it would be launched until remote control in 48 hours and take a roundabout hyperspace route to the planet Ergo. Once there, it would be set to orbit the planet until the Imperial ship found it and brought it aboard. Sensors in the landing skids were set to trigger a timer as soon as the ship touched down. 30 minutes after that, the fake crow's S-reactor would overload, destroying both ships. Kyle's hope was that it would cause enough confusion before General Mach or anyone else realized what was going on. A gentle pressure pushed against Kyle's back as Wexter ignited the thrusters. From her monitor, Mon Mothma watched as blue-white energy pulsed from the back of the ship as it flew out of the hangar bay. Good luck, Kyle. Aboard the Crow, systems worked together with unexpected cooperation, and with Wexter's practiced touch on the hyperspace controls, the Crow accelerated, then disappeared into hyperspace. Leather creaked as the general settled his large frame into the chair. He leaned back, the nanosensitive material reacting as it shifted to cradle his body and provide maximum support in the appropriate spots. The room's lights were off, only a single desk lamp providing any illumination, and even it was dimmed so as not to be harsh to the general's eyes. A single sheet of flimsoplast sat on the desk before him. General Mach picked it up and studied the words on it. This is a bit troubling, he thought. He read the text a second time. How can a woman be this strong? He ran a hand across his chin. Despite his best efforts with the nano-machines he had implanted in her, Jan Orr still had not cracked. He had tried nearly everything he could think of. No matter how much pain he inflicted on her, she wouldn't tell him anything, at least nothing of consequence. I need to come up with something else, he thought. She'll die if I put her through another session. Though he had told Orr the nano-machines could repair the damage they caused, there was a limit to them. The human body could only withstand so much pain. At some point, it would just stop working. Mach had seen it happen before, particularly to inexperienced and foolhardy interrogators who underestimated, sometimes grossly, the state of a prisoner. No, he thought, no more interrogations. There must be something else I can try. Studying the text for a third time, Mach noticed that Orr had mentioned one thing repeatedly. Katarn's name. She spoke it at least 15 times during the last session. For a moment, the general thought he might have an idea, but then he shook his head. Without Katarn, she would see through it. Just then, the communicator built into his desk beeped for attention. He answered without preamble. What is it? General, said the communications officer, we have a transmission for you. From who? Mach asked impatiently. The caller says he's Kyle Katarn, sir. Something flashed inside the general's mind, the hint of an opportunity. Send it down here, he said. Yes, sir, the ComTech replied, switching the signal. With a low whine, a holoprojector built into the ceiling of the room descended. It turned on, and before the general appeared a life-size figure of his former student. Katarn wore a nondescript outfit of tans and browns, a far cry from the spit and polished Imperial he had been. It also appeared he hadn't shaved in some time, the beginnings of a beard visible on his face. What happened to you, Katarn? General Mach, the holographic Kyle said, I've seen your transmission, and know you're holding Jan Orr's prisoner. Now we will see, Mach thought. Now we will see how far he will go. Personally, General, I don't believe or trust anything you have to say right now. Then you sentenced the Orr's woman to death, Kadarn. However, here Kyle seemed to struggle with the words. However, I will come to Ergo within 3 days of this transmission. My ship will orbit the planet until you arrive. With that, Kyle's head lowered, hiding his face. Mach shook his head, disappointed. I thought I had taught you better than this, Kadarn. Kyle seemed to be about to end the transmission, but to Mach's surprise, his former student's head came up again. And this time, his face, his eyes, his entire expression was burning with anger. You better not hurt her anymore, General. Because if you do, I swear that I'll make you suffer before I kill you. See you soon, General. With that, the message ended, the holoprojector turning off and stowing itself back in the ceiling. So, Kadarn, Mach thought, smiling. You still have some backbone after all. Perhaps I won't have to kill you after all. As for the Orr's woman. Sitting up, Mach pressed a control on the computer. Sick bay, answered a mechanical voice. This is General Mach. What is the status of Jan Orrs? Patient Orrs is currently resting. Scans show her approximately 86% recovered. Have her delivered to the examination room in 2 hours. Yes, General, the droid replied. Mach closed the channel and settled back into his chair. Perhaps that name you mentioned so much will loosen your tongue, Miss Orrs. The General smiled as he continued to create his new plan. There was a slight bump as the Crow-as landing skids touched the metal floor of the hangar bay. We're down, said Wexter. Sensors confirm you've got a breathable atmosphere out there. Kyle nodded, which Wexter couldn't see, too engrossed in the umpteenth check of his weapon and equipment. Kyle, Wexter called. What? We're here, Wexter said. I know. Wexter paused before saying anything else. Kyle had gotten less and less communicative after they had emerged from hyperspace outside the perimeter of the Ergo fuel station. The challenge they had received upon entering his airspace had been perfunctory, the code supplied by Rebel intelligence working as advertised. Not too many ships here. Kyle looked up, peering outside the Crow. The hangar bay they were in was empty except for them. What's your plan? Wexter finally asked. Head for that cantina, Kyle said. Scope the place out. Once I figure out who the potential players are, I'll see what trouble I can start. You know, Wexter said, trying to ease the building tension, I could wait here. And do what? Kyle replied sarcastically. I dunno, Wexter said. Maybe after you're gone. Check out the cantina. See if the L is any good. Wexter, Kyle said pointedly. Or I could just follow the plan and leave. That'd be good, Kyle said, smiling at the older man. Wexter hit a switch, and with a loud squeal, the cockpit frame lifted. Standing up, Kyle looked down at the pilot with raised eyebrows. Guess I need to oil those hinges again, Wexter said sheepishly. Shaking his head even as he smiled, Kyle made to get out of the cockpit. A hand landed atop his, and Kyle looked to see Wexter gazing intently at him. Hey, the older man, good luck. I'll be waiting for both of you to come back. Kyle nodded. Letting go, Wexter watched as the younger man climbed down to the deck and headed for one of the bay's hatchways. Opening the door, he stepped inside. Not once did Kyle look back. You'd better come back, Kyle, Wexter thought. Then, with a loud exhalation, he began flipping switches, prepping the Crow for launch. Kyle took 2 steps from the hatchway and almost immediately ran into trouble. A figure coming from across hallway moved into view, butting into him. The impact was hard enough to spin Kyle around and nearly drop him to the deck. Hey, he yelled reflexively, grabbing a wall for support. Watch it. The figure, who had already taken a series of steps ahead, stopped, turned around. Oh, Sith spit, Kyle thought. The bearable took a set of measure towards Kyle and was soon right in front of him. Kyle looked up at the 7-foot alien. His lizard-like head lowered slightly towards him with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. A thick tail thudded on the floor once, twice. What do you want, human? It said in accented basic. Kyle thought quickly, trying to remember what he knew of barbells. Reaching out, the alien lightly punched him on the shoulder, but to Kyle it felt as if he had been struck with a hammer, a large hammer. I said, what you want, human? Fighting the pain, Kyle took a half step forward and glared up at the bearable. You bumped into me, he said, putting as much scorn and indignation into his voice as he could. So, replied the bearable, shoving him back a step, you were in my way. No, Kyle said, moving forward, you were in mine. Now the bearable slit his lips open a bit, revealing more teeth. You won't fight? Do you? Kyle asked. Please, oh please, let me be right about this, Kyle thought. Chapter 61. The Wrong Place. Suddenly the bearable smiled at him and shoved Kyle again, this time playfully. Hi, it said, you are brave, unlike most of your kind. What is your name, human? Call me Kyle. I am Trethser. You are here to trade. Maybe, Kyle said, returning the alien's smile. But now, I'm just looking for a drink, preferably a good one. The bearable made a hissing noise as if was spitting. You may not find it here. Most drinks here not worthy of warriors. Kyle shrugged. Guess I'll take my chances. Hi, Trethser said, smiling again. Then you come with me. We shall drink together. And with that, the bearable turned and led Kyle through the corridors around 3 left turns and a right before the first scent of old tobacco, sweat and noise came to him. The pair stepped into the bar, the ceiling a cloud of different colored kinds of smoke. The walls were a simple dark brown affair made for easy cleaning. The bar was not large, barely about contained the 10 beings who were seated at it, nursing drinks or calling for new ones. Its surface was an opaque transparent steel, lit from beneath and having a darker wall underneath. 2 bartenders, a Toydarian, and a Rhodian seemed to be in constant motion, filling or refilling drinks. Behind them was a kaleidoscope of different bottles of all shapes. As Kyle and Trethser walked in, 2 other bearables rose from one of the 6 tables and walked over. Trethser, said one, glaring at Kyle, what is this? You not only come late, but you bring human trash with you. Moving as if he were smoke, Trethser was in the other bearable's face, nearly snout to snout. You speak to this one with respect, he said, indicating Kyle, he is warrior. The 2 bearables stared at Kyle. Is this true, human? Said the one speaking to Trethser, his tone disbelieving. Are you warrior? Kyle stepped until his nose nearly touched the alien's chest, his eyes gazing firmly into the alien's. You can come outside and find out, he said confidently. The other bearable looked at him for a moment, then laughed much as Trethser had. You will drink with us, human. I'd be honored to, Kyle responded, and the name's Kyle. Kyle sat down and was introduced to the other 2 bearables, whose names were Uger and Steneth. Trethser stepped away for a moment, returning in a short bit with 4 glasses of a dark red-colored liquid. Kyle stared as one of the glasses was placed in front of him. Local ale, said Uger, the accompanying hiss from the bearable a clear indication of how little he thought about it. Not very good. But is, how you humans say, the best of the worst. Kyle took an experimental sip and a second later, felt his lips pursed together. What's in this? 10 pounds of sugar. All 3 bearables laughed at him. Told you it is not good, said Uger. Not good is an understatement, said Kyle, hefting the glass. I could this stuff to lube up a sticky landing strut. The bearables laughed again, Steneth reaching over and whomping Kyle on the back good-naturedly, even though it felt to Kyle like an iron club had just hit him. You are amusing, human, said Steneth, why you here on Ergo? Kyle shrugged, no reason, really. Just a way station until my next jump. You search for job on a ship? Queried Trethser. Kyle nodded, adding, if it's the right ship. Just then, 2 more figures entered the bar, a Nikto and a Rhodian. Uger gave a sudden, angry hiss. What? Kyle asked, seeing the bearable glaring at the 2 newcomers. Them? The alien replied with a jerk of his massive head. Kyle gave the Rhodian and Nikto an experimental look. They wore nondescript clothing, and carried weapons like every other being in the bar. "I don't," he began, then saw it. Neither the Rodian nor the Nikto headed for the bar. Instead, they stood roughly in the middle of the space, heads swiveling to take in the bar's inhabitants. Yuger hissed again. "You've seen them before, I gather," Kyle said. Yuger made another sound, like a human spitting on the ground. "Those two," he said, "they say they traitors. But is lie. They slavers." A slow burn began in Kyle. He had read about and researched slavers while at the Imperial Academy. At the time, he couldn't believe they were beings who would knowingly sell other beings into captivity. A training mission 3 months later shattered as naivete when the squad leader had traded information with 2 R'yi slavers in exchange that they'd be able to keep their living cargo. His expression indistinguishable in his stormtrooper armor, Kyle's finger kept moving to the trigger of his blaster. And now in this place were 2 more just like the ones from before. "Slavers, huh?" he said. Yuger nodded as the Rodian and Nikto, apparently satisfied with their examination, moved towards the bar. "Calm down, Cadarn," Kyle told himself. "You're here for a mission, remember?" Shrugging to himself, Kyle looked back down at his drink. "Besides, it's not like I can do anything to stop them." Still, his eyes kept drifting towards the bar, his hand down towards his blaster. What kind of garbage is this? Surprised by the sudden noise, Kyle and the Bearables looked back towards the bar as the Rodian threw his glass at the bartender. The Toydarian was barely able to duck, leaving the glass to shatter against the wall, taking some bottles with it. "We come here for drink," yelled the Nikto, "and you serve us this." He too hurled his glass, destroying more bottles. "Gentles," soothed the Rodian bartender, "please if the drink is not to your liking." "Shut your snout," yelled the other Rodian, pulling his blaster free. The Toydarian tried to intervene. "Gentles, I have called security. Now if you would." The Nikto suddenly reached across the bar and hit the Toydarian hard, sending it crashing to the ground. Some of the bar patrons were already backing away. Just then, the Rodian, looking around to see if anyone would do anything, noticed the Bearables. "Well, look here, Favor," he said. "It's our old friends." Turning around, the Nikto smiled. "I knew I smelled something, Lundo." All 3 Bearables were instantly on their feet, teeth bared. "Slaver scum," hissed Truther. A second later, the 3 large aliens launched themselves forward. Stenith smacked the blaster out of the Nikto's hand with a single swipe, then pounded the side of the alien's head with one massive fist. Yuger and Truther advanced on the Rodian, who was backing up, the blaster aimed at one, then the other. "You not get us both, slaver," said Truther. Somehow, the Rodian managed to maneuver himself around a table and was now backing towards Kyle. As he drew closer, the green-faced alien looked over his shoulder. "Hey friend," he called, "a little help here." Both Truther and Yuger looked to Kyle, teeth bared. "Sure," Kyle said to the Rodian, smiling as he rose. "I told you humans no good," roared Yuger. Looking to the bar bells, Kyle winked as he drew his blaster. "If I like slavers." With that, he brought the butt of his weapon down on the Rodian's head. The alien gave a cry of pain and sagged to the floor. Both Bearables stood there for a moment, surprised, then smiled. Just then, a body slammed into Kyle from behind, knocking him forward. Managing to hold onto his blaster, Kyle turned to fall into a forward roll. As he rose, he saw the bar had dissolved into a melee. Neither bartender was in sight. Well, not exactly how I'd planned it, but this works. "Hold it," cried a new voice. "This is security. Put down your weapons." Kyle saw a brown-clad Imperial officer enter the room, followed by, as best he could count, 10 stormtroopers. Time to go, Kyle thought, but first. Spotting Truther nearby, Kyle moved close enough to him to shout over the din. "Truther." The Bearable turned to look at him. Nodding at the incoming Imperials, Kyle said, "I gotta go. Tell your friends thanks for the drink." The Bearable flashed a quick, toothy smile at him, then resumed his attack on a rather vicious-looking Doug. Heading for the bar's other exit, Kyle suddenly found himself face to face with the other slaver. "You hit, my friend," the alien said. Feeling a sudden dark impulse, Kyle raised his blaster at the alien and fired, carving a smoking hole where the Nikto's face had been. As it fell, Kyle felt a mix of satisfaction and horror at what he had done. The sound of another E-11 blaster firing hurried his exit all the more. Holstering his blaster, Kyle ran out the doorway, turning left into a corridor. He ran another 200 yards, then finding a convenient corner ahead, turned up and stopped. He listened intently for any sound of pursuit. After 2 solid minutes, the corridor remained relatively quiet. Mentally thanking the bearables for their help, Kyle consulted his datapad, gazing at the somewhat grainy image of the transport engine he was to use. It looked like nothing more than an oversized barrel. However, the shape was of less concern to Kyle than the scene around it. 5 corridors, arranged in a star pattern, met at the engine. If he could find one of them? Wait a minute. This place used to a fuel station with all kind of technicians aboard it. They had to use information terminals to keep track of things. So, Kyle activated the search function on the datapad and set it to work. As the device hummed quietly to itself, Kyle risked a glance out into the corridor. Still no sounds and no sign of anyone coming from that direction. "Maybe I can get out of here without getting shot," he mused. Kyle came back around the corner and felt his heart nearly stop. Coming from behind him, blaster held across his chest, was a stormtrooper. As Kyle came around the corner, the two walked right into each other. Both were caught by surprise, and as he rebounded off the man, Kyle said, strictly out of habit, "Excuse me." The stormtrooper backed up a couple of steps as his eyes took in Kyle. He aimed the blaster. "Hold it." Caught completely flat-footed, Kyle knew he had no time to reach his blaster or any of his other weapons. "I don't believe this. This is a restricted area," the stormtrooper said, his blaster still leveled at Kyle. "Civilians aren't allowed here." The blaster, however, didn't fire. From being sure he was about to get blasted, Kyle felt such disbelief he said nothing in response. Taking the lack of reply for ignorance, the stormtrooper spoke again. "I said this is a restricted area. Civilian." His mind feeling jumbled, Kyle fought to find words. He had to say something. "Oh yeah, right it. Geez, I sound like an idiot." Pausing long enough to take a deep breath, Kyle worked to focus his mind on what to say. "Yeah, sure," he managed. "Sorry." He gestured down the corridor. "There was a fight in the bar," he added, adopting a sheepish smile. "Security showed up, and well, I figured I'd better get out of there." The stormtrooper gave an imperceptible nod inside his helmet. "So you ran?" Yeah, kinda." "Well, you can't stay here," the stormtrooper said, lowering his weapon. "This area is restricted to Imperial personnel only." "So?" The stormtrooper gestured for Kyle to leave. "Oh yeah," Kyle said. "Sure. I'll leave. I'll go right now." He turned and started around the corner. "Wait there," called the stormtrooper. "I'll escort you. Be sure you don't get lost again." Kyle thought fast. Going back the way he had come would likely lead to Imperial detention once they recognized him. As the stormtrooper came around the corner, Kyle reached for one of the thermal detonators on his belt and armed it. "Hey, what?" he called. "Look out." Turning round, he pretended to drop the detonator even as he lofted it into the air. The stormtrooper saw it, dropped his weapon, and attempted to catch the device. "Okay, Brawley," Kyle thought, reaching to his belt, "let's see if this shield of yours really works." Stabbing down on the button, Kyle heard the small generator engage as, a second later, the thermal detonator exploded. The impact of the explosion pushed outward strongly, knocking Kyle to the floor. With his face partially covered, Kyle was able to see the gout of flame and smoke rush over him as well as chunk of debris. It took nearly a minute before the pressure wave abated and the smoke dissipated enough for him to safely move. Kyle checked himself over and found no injuries. The shield had worked. The indicator. Kyle turned his wrist over and consulted the shield power display. It read 50%. but I've lost over half my shield power. Still, considering how close that explosion was, 50% is better than nothing. As for the stormtrooper, Kyle spotted him a short distance away, his armor blackened and scorched from the explosion. One eye of the helmet was broken, and the eye visible within it didn't react to Kyle's movement. Surprisingly, Kyle heard no shouts or alarms. The explosion seemed to have gone unnoticed. All the same, better not push my luck. Kyle began walking down the corridor as fast as he could, figuring that running would earn him unwanted attention. After nearly a quarter mile, the corridor ended in a T intersection. But any concern Kyle might have had was removed as he spotted what we had hoped for near the corner. A small recessed panel and display screen were visible. Kyle pressed one of the keys on the keypad, and the terminal came to life, its display declaring that he had accessed an information terminal of the Ergo fuel station network. Let's see what it'll tell me. Finding a search function, Kyle first asked the computer about the transport engine. To his surprise, no security blocks, warning, or password screens greeted his attempt. Instead, the terminal displayed a clear picture of the transport engine and informed Kyle that his goal was only a short distance away. He quickly recorded the information and location into the data pad. All right, he thought, let's try one more thing. He asked the computer about available power outlets to recharge his shield. A smile came to Kyle's face as the screen informed that the information station possessed such an outlet. It asked if he wanted to access it. Kyle typed a quick yes, and with a click, one of station's panels slid aside to reveal a green-colored socket. Removing the shield power cell, Kyle inserted the prongs built into one side of it into the socket. Energy flowed, and 30 seconds later, the power cell gave off a low ding sound. Kyle reinserted the power cell, his smile intensifying as the shield power display read 100%. The computer asked if it might be a further service, to which Kyle answered no. The power outlet retreated back into the station, and the screen went dark again. He felt a bit exhilarated. Everything on this mission seemed to be going right. Okay, Cadarn, he reminded himself. Let's stay focused. We still need to get out of here. Pulling his data pad free, Kyle accessed the directions recorded onto it and took a left at the T intersection. Another 15 minutes of walking and 3 more turns brought him to a familiar-looking corridor. This is the same as I saw in the image intelligence provided. A quick check of his data pad confirmed this. Moving straight ahead, Kyle soon found himself standing before the transport engine. I still think it looks like a barrel. The roughly circular device was indeed barrel-shaped, but much larger than any typical barrel, owing to its need to carry multiple stacks of fuel drums. Kyle had to spend a few minutes getting the engine's power system restarted. There was no damage to any of the components, but they had lain dormant for many years. With the last switch flip, blue, red, and green lights came on all over the room. A low winding sound came from the transport engine as its core began to warm up. Now I just have to figure where to go, Kyle thought. The Ergo fuel station had 4 separate hangar bays, plus docking arms for additional ships, including larger types that wouldn't fit in the bays. Checking his data pad, Kyle located the signal from the tracking device intelligence had gotten aboard the smuggler's ship. The display screen showed the signal was close, but for some reason, it wasn't letting him know where exactly the smuggler's ship was. Great, Kyle thought. Who knows how long it'll take me to search? And the imps are eventually going to notice all the activity here. Stepping outside the transport engine for a moment, Kyle tried to clear his head. He noticed a nearby information terminal, but as it had no interface for a data pad, the device was useless to him. All right, Kyle thought, closing his eyes. There's an answer to this. Just need to calm down, eh? Number 3. Kyle's eyes snapped open even as he drew his blaster. He turned around, searching for the source. But no matter where he looked, there was no one, not even a maintenance droid. Number 3, he heard again. The voice was low but distinct. A moment later, Kyle recognized it. Closing his eyes again, Kyle spoke, but this time in his mind. Is it you? Number 3, the voice said a third time. Wait, I remember. You're the nice one. There is little time, Kyle. I know my mission. For me, Kyle, there is little time left for me to help you. Part of Kyle wanted to ask what the voice meant, but it was already beginning to grow faint. Who are you? You will know at the proper time. And with the final, faint, number 3, it was gone. Opening his eyes again, Kyle took a moment to wonder about the voice. It was definitely the nicer of the two. But I thought it was gone. The other one said so. Realizing that now was not the right time to contemplate such things, Kyle realized he just needed to figure out if he needed to go to docking bay number 3 or docking arm number 3. He approached the information terminal and keyed a single question. Identify all spacecraft at docking bay or docking arm number 3. The computer worked for several seconds, then displayed a reply. Kyle read it to himself. Hangar Bay 3 is currently under maintenance and not being used. There is a cargo ship currently docked at docking arm number 3. He smiled, having found his answer. Stepping back to the transport engine, he keyed in the destination of docking arm number 3. Its computer accepted the request and advised him to prepare for acceleration. Doors located on either side of the module slid closed, and before Kyle knew what was happening, the transport engine accelerated into motion, throwing him against a wall, the velocity enough to hold him there. Guess this thing wasn't exactly designed for people. When the transport engine came to a sudden halt, Kyle pulled his head into his chest and covered it with his arms. The impact, when he hit the opposite wall, was still painful, but lessened a bit. The doors of the cylinder slid open to reveal a short corridor that widened out into a large room. Okay, Kyle thought, looking around, this doesn't look like a docking arm to me. Where's the smuggler's ship? Gazing around the room, Kyle spotted a control panel to his left. Stepping over to it, it took a large amount of self-control for him not to punch it. The display above the control panel showed a series of 4 doors arranged in a hexagon shape that stood between him and the docking arm. This is going to be frustrating. Hold it, yelled the stormtrooper. The first shot from his blaster glanced off Kyle's shield. Before the Imperial could fire another, Kyle aimed his blaster and held down the trigger. Shot after shot blazed from the weapon, some striking the stormtrooper, others the floor and walls. The stormtrooper did a loose limb dance of death until Kyle finally let go of the trigger. What armor that hadn't been blasted through flashed momentarily under the remaining lights as the trooper fell to the ground. That had better be it. Kyle yelled at no one in particular. For the last 2 hours, he had been working his way through the 4 doors leading to the docking arm. Not only did each require a specific set of key presses, but too many or too little, and he had to start all over again from the first door. And if that wasn't frustrating enough, each door had been guarded by 1 or 2 stormtroopers. Though Kyle's shield had kept him from getting hurt, the indicator was now reading 10%. Standing before the 4th and final door the stormtrooper he just shot had been guarding, Kyle willed himself to patiently remember the pattern of key presses so he could get this door open on the first try. All right, door 1 was 2 presses, door 2 was 4, door 3 was 8. The answer came. Kyle hit the door control 16 times. There was a brief hissing sound, and then the door slid aside. "Whew!" Kyle exclaimed, "Got that one right at least. But, geez, what a crazy system. What kind of sick person makes up things like this?" As there was no response, Kyle took a step through the door just as a sudden fusillade of laser bolts issued from it. It was so sudden, Kyle was hit 3 times before he realized what was happening. The shield did what it could, but at only 10% power, 3 shots were more than enough to take it down. 2 more shots hit Kyle directly. His armor partially deflected them, but it still hurt. I remember this all too well, Kyle thought, his mind and body finally catching up with each other, so he stepped back out through the door and rolled to one side. More laser blasts issued from the doorframe, striking the opposite wall. Kyle fought to ignore the pain blooming in his chest and to try and form a plan of action. Reaching down to his weapons, he retrieved 2 of his remaining 9 thermal detonators. Setting them aside, he also got the modified Wookiee bowcaster that had been developed for him ready. Usually an oversized weapon not meant to be handled by humans, this version was lighter, but no less powerful. Grabbing the thermal detonators again, Kyle armed them both and threw them through the doorway. He heard the metal clang of them bouncing and rolling, followed by a harsh, guttural voice that quickly turned into a scream as the detonators exploded. Rolling back into the doorframe and onto one knee, Kyle hit the primary trigger of the bowcaster, sending 3 green-colored bolts of energy through the smoke created by the explosions. He heard a cry of pain, then the sound of something falling to the floor. Reaching for the secondary trigger, Kyle held it down and moved the bowcaster from side to side, sending a collection of deadly energy blasts into the room. Hearing no more sounds aside from the splattering of energy against metal, Kyle took 3 quick steps into the room. The smoke still swirled, but he was able to see the prone forms of a human and a Transition, both carrying modified blasters. Must be guards for the ship. Reaching down, he removed the power packs from both weapons and used them to recharge his blaster and the bowcaster. Now if I could find something for the shield. Stepping ahead, Kyle found his progress blocked once again by another door. But any frustration he might have felt was abated as he saw, through the transparent steel walls surrounding the door, the docking arm. And connected to it was the smuggler's ship, a boxy affair with a small cockpit attached at front and modeled in an ugly shade of yellow. Kyle also found a terminal next to the door. He queried it via a keyboard and found it contained a power outlet. He attached the power cell from his shields and plugged it in, but after about 10 seconds the power cell gave its ding. Retrieving and reattaching it, Kyle found his shields only charged to 50%. Not exactly what I wanted, but 50% is better than nothing. And it's not like there are any more guards. He entered another query, and the terminal responded by dutifully opening the door to the docking arm. Yes, now I can finally get out of here. He walked ahead, the smuggler's ship's hatch drawing closer. He was about 10 steps away when the hatch opened, seemingly by itself. Wow, Kyle thought, convenient. He took another step just a form appeared in the hatchway. Kyle recognized it as a Transition just as the reptile-like alien lifted a long-barreled device and pointed it towards him. Kyle barely had time to wonder what the device was as the muzzle of the weapon jerked and a loud sound echoed in the space. However, neither an energy beam nor projectile emerged from the weapon. The impact, however, was real enough. It hit Kyle's shield, and for a moment it held. But then the concussive force of the blast reached him, and Kyle found himself flying backwards. What the heck was that? Crashing to the floor of the docking arm, Kyle slid a few feet before stopping. His chest felt as if it had been struck directly, as if the shield wasn't there. A quick glance showed him the shield was operating, but at just above 30%. Kyle heard a sound like a speeder passing right over his head and instinctively ducked. The second shot seemed to pass over him, but the strong blast wave pushed him forward, back the way he came. Looking ahead, Kyle could just make out the weapon the Transition was holding through the smoke and flying debris. He couldn't identify it, but it was big. The alien appeared to be chambering a new round into the weapon. Reaching blindly, Kyle felt the grip of one of his weapons and pulled it free. To his surprise, the mortar gun launcher appeared in his field of vision. It wasn't exactly the weapon Kyle would have preferred, but given that the Transition was bringing his weapon to bear, it was better than nothing. Kyle pulled the trigger, sending 3 shots towards the alien. Each shell magnetized itself to the floor or wall where it landed and after 3 seconds, exploded. The blast came just as the Transition was firing his weapon and the shot went wild, hitting the ceiling just over Kyle's head. Kyle rolled forward to avoid the falling debris, and as he came to one knee, reached again and this time, produced a much more effective if slightly unwieldy weapon. The Geron fusion cutter was normally used aboard the New Hope as a welding tool for large machinery, but this one had been modified with 4 barrels to fire energy bursts. Swinging it into place, Kyle fired, hitting the Transition just as it was recovering from the shell blast. Ball after ball of raw green energy issued from the fusion cutter and hit the Transition. A section of his uniform burned away, and 2 more hits sent it tumbling to the deck, already dead. Kyle stood there, breathing heavily, and waiting in case there was anyone else in the smuggler's ship. When 2 minutes had passed without movement, he carefully advanced towards the hatch, the fusion cutter held in front of him and ready to fire. Stepping past the body of the transition, Kyle noticed the weapon it had held. Stowing the fusion cutter, he reached down and picked it up. Resembling the long rifle his father had occasionally used on Sulan to chase off predators, the weapon consisted of a light gray body with the muzzle end fading to a darker gray. Kyle hefted it, discovering the weapon was fairly heavy, but well balanced. Deciding to keep it, Kyle attached the rifle to his weapons belt and retrieved the fusion cutter. Stepping through the hatch, he found himself in a gray metal-colored corridor. Still being cautious, he went forward to where the corridor ended in a T intersection. Considering the way the smuggler's ship was attached to the docking arm, Kyle turned right. A short walk brought him to a closed hatchway. Holding the fusion cutter in his left hand, Kyle keyed the door open with his right, then stepped inside, the weapon leading. The space turned out to be the cockpit of the smuggler's ship. Kyle surveyed it, looking for any other member of the crew. But the space was empty. Not overly large, there were 2 chairs at the front, ostensibly for the pilot and co-pilot, and third to Kyle's right as he stepped in. Okay, he thought, that transition must have been the last of him. Time to get out of here. Returning the fusion cutter to his belt, Kyle moved forward and placed himself in the pilot's seat, studying the control cluster. It took a few minutes, but he finally found the controls and systems he was looking for. Reaching from one lever, he pulled it, believing it to be the release for the docking clamps. An alarm began to sound. What the? Looking around frantically, Kyle located a speaker recessed in the back wall of the cockpit. Pulling his Briar pistol out, he blasted the speaker, silencing the alarm. Blasted thing, he cursed, almost made me jump out my skin. Putting the lever back into position, Kyle surveyed the control panel again. Where is the dang thing? Then it hit him. Rising from his chair, Kyle smacked himself in the forehead, cursing his stupidity. Moving out of the cockpit, he returned to the hatchway and accessed the controls. The hatchway closed, and a moment later, confirmed it was sealed. Okay, let's try this again. Returning to the cockpit, Kyle pulled the same lever again. This time, a line of text appeared on the control panel's displays, informing him the docking clamps would release in 10 seconds. Kyle let out a breath in relief, then widened his eyes as he saw the comm system light up. Strangely, he didn't hear anything. Oh right, Kyle realized, the speaker I blasted. Kyle considered his options. Leaving the fuel station without informing them as to why would no doubt raise suspicion. And the last he needed was any additional attention. Wait a sec. The imps don't know I'm aboard this ship. Even leaving this way, they'll blame the smugglers or hijackers. Just then, a new line of text appeared, informing Kyle that docking clamps had been released. I'm committed now. Activating the smuggler ship's engines, he moved it away from the station, and then went to maximum power, just in case the Imperials decided to come after him. The next step was to access the hyperspace computer. The smugglers had likely recorded the hyperspace route they were to take for simplicity's sake, if nothing else. It took several minutes, but then under the heading, Delivery Schedule, he found a set of recently recorded jump coordinates. I hope these are the right ones, Kyle thought, transferring them. The computer read the coordinates, and after a few more, tense minutes, notified Kyle it was ready for the jump. I'm on my way, Jan, see you on the dark side. Kyle paused a moment, wondering why he had just thought that, then shook his head. On the control panel, one lever distinguished itself as it was marked in dark ink that read hyperdrive. Kyle pulled it, and outside the ship, the star became lines, and then disappeared completely as the smuggler vessel went into hyperspace. Local space around planet Ergo. The ugly orb that was the planet Ergo still spun in its orbit around the red giant star, forlorn and seemingly forgotten. At the edge of its planetary system, a section of space shimmered briefly, then all at once was filled the massive shape of an Imperial star destroyer. But this was not just any star destroyer. Recently dispatched from Imperial Center, the Star Destroyer reprisal moved ahead as its main engines flared blue-white. "We have arrived, Captain," said the first officer, stepping up to his superior. "Good," came the reply. "Place us in orbit of Ergo as quickly as possible and begin both long and short-range scans. I want to know the minute the target arrives." "Yes, sir," said the first officer. Triage Plax took a deep breath as he moved to the front of the reprisal as bridge. Barely a month had passed since General Mach had appointed him commander of the vessel. Upon returning to Imperial Center, also known as Coruscant, the Emperor had sent a message officially appointing Plax as captain and attaching him to General Mach's unit. The orders concerning the target had arrived a few days ago, and with pride, the newly minted captain had accepted his first mission. Now, he watched as his Star Destroyer maneuvered towards this nondescript planet in order to take custody of the traitor Kyle Katarn. Though his ramrod posture didn't show it, Plax swelled with pride at being given this mission. "General Mach must think highly of my abilities to have appointed me to this mission. I will make sure to show him what kind of captain I am." His first office, Gannon Honor, materialized beside him. "Sir, sensors have confirmed the presence of a vessel orbiting the planet Ergo. Our scans have checked the profile, and it matches that of the Moldy Crow. We show one person aboard." Plax could not contain his smile. "Excellent, Gannon. Order the shuttle and fighter escort to stand by. As soon as we are in orbit, launch them, and inform the commanders of both units to exercise caution. I do not want the ship or Katarn damaged." "But what if he attacks?" Plax gave his first officer an "I can believe you said that" look. "Honor," he said, annoyance in his tone, "look around you. Do you think one ship can stand up to the reprisal?" "No, sir," Gannon said quickly. "I simply wish to be prepared for all eventualities." Plax nodded at this. He appreciated logic in his officers, not fear. "Then order the forward ion turrets to stand by. If Katarn makes any hostile moves, disable his ship." "Yes, sir," said Gannon appreciatively. Dismissed. Gannon saluted, then turned and stepped towards the back of the bridge, intent on carrying out his orders. An hour passed as the reprisal made its way closer to Ergo, the planet growing ever bigger in the forward viewports. Gannon returned and informed Triage that the capture squad was ready as well as the ion gunners. Triage nodded at this, beginning to feel both anxious and excited. 30 minutes passed. "We are now in orbit of planet Ergo, Captain. Deploy the capture units, Gannon." "Yes, sir." Triage waited as four small shapes, TIE fighters, emerged from the prow of the Star Destroyer. Accompanying them was the larger shape of the assault shuttle normally used for troop deployment in assault missions. Turning from the viewport, Triage, accompanied by Gannon, made his way over to the sensor pit. "Give me a visual," he said to the sensor technician. "Yes, sir," came the reply. A display screen focused on the view out ahead of the Star Destroyer. It took a moment, then the picture stabilized, allowing Triage to see the ungainly shape of Katarn's vessel, hanging relatively motionless. The TIE fighters approached it and soared past, seeing if the vessel reacted to their presence. After 3 passes hadn't elicited the slightest change from the other ship, the shuttle moved in. Positioning itself above the Moldy Crow, the shuttle lowered until its hull came into contact with the other ship. Maglocks fused the hulls together, and after a short pause, the two vessels began to move ahead, accompanied by the TIE fighters. Gannon stepped over. "We've got him, Captain." "Not until that ship is in our docking bay, Gannon." It took a little less than 10 minutes before the shuttle was able to maneuver itself and its captured prey safely into the cargo bay. "Captain," said Gannon, "hangar control reports the Moldy Crow secure in the hangar bay." Triage placed a hand on his subordinate's shoulder and smiled. "Now we have done it, Gannon. Prepare a message to General Mach. Inform him we have captured Kyle Katarn and are prepared to deliver him." "Yes, sir," the first office replied proudly. Triage returned to the front of the bridge, beaming with satisfaction and pride. "I've done it," he thought. "I've done what Captain Drask could not. I have captured Kyle Katarn. General Mach will be pleased." "Please, Miss Ors," Mach said. This is getting tiresome. I don't believe you. You saw the message. It's a fake. Kyle would never agree to come here. Mock laughed at her. Using what strength she had been able to recover, Jan Ors glared at the Imperial. The bloodied clothes she'd last worn had been replaced with a nondescript oversized gray coverall. The room she was in was nearly a match for the interrogation room aboard the Reprisal. Mock triggered the hologram again, and Kyle's words filled the room once again. Mock paused it in the middle of Kyle's threat. You hear his words, Miss Ors? Do you really think I would waste my time preparing this? I wouldn't trust you to sell me a used speeder. Mock laughed again. Jan could see the laughter was not faked. The general was truly enjoying this. She struggled once more, trying to move her hands, her feet, her head. Mock saw it and shook his head. Do not waste what little energy you have, Miss Ors. Those maglocks are designed to keep starships together. Your feeble attempts are inconsequential. Suddenly Mock was in front of her. He held a short, shiny, and very sharp-looking blade. Bending a bit, he advanced the blade towards Jan, leveling it at her left eye. I wonder, Mock said, what your scream would be like if I cut out this eye. Perhaps then you will tell me what I want to know. You wouldn't dare, Jan said defiantly, forcing herself not to tremble. Kyle will. Oh ho ho, Mock called loudly. I thought you said the message from Kadarn was fake, Miss Ors. Jan closed her eyes, mentally cursing herself for her mistake. Mock shifted the blade towards her other eye. You do realize Kadarn's threats mean little to me, Miss Ors. I could do this and still take him prisoner. You are merely a bargaining chip whose worth is diminishing even now. Jan hissed in pain as the blade sliced across her left cheek, drawing blood. Rising to his feet, Mock withdrew a handkerchief from his pocket and carefully cleaned the blood-stained blade. Just then, his communicator dinged for attention. Replacing the blade in his sheath, Mock turned away from Jan, moving to one side of the room so she wouldn't overhear. This is General Mock. General, said the captain of the Arkhammer, we have an incoming priority signal for you from the Star Destroyer Reprisal. Is it news I wish to hear, Captain? Yes, sir, the officer said confidently. Transfer the signal to the holo station here. Right away, General, said the captain, signing off. Mock turned back to Jan, observing the line of blood trailing down one side of her face. Despite the wounds, she was still glaring at him. Quite a spirit, Mock thought. It's almost a shame I have to break it. He smiled, walking towards her. Miss Ors, you said the message I played you was a fake, that Kyle Kadarn would never come here. Correct? Jan nodded. Then this will interest you, he said, gesturing at the holo display as he keyed it to display the incoming message. The face of an Imperial captain filled the space. This is a priority message from Triage Plax, commander of the Star Destroyer Reprisal, to General Mock concerning our mission to the planet Ergo. Mock noticed a shift in Jan's expression at the mention of the planet. General, the message continued, I am pleased to report that we have successfully captured the Moldy Crow along with Kyle Kadarn. His ship is currently in our main hangar bay. The image shifted to show the Star Destroyer's hangar bay, and there was the bird-like form of the Moldy Crow. Seeing this, Jan felt the blood drain from her face. She didn't want to believe what her eyes were showing her, but no one could mistake the lines of that ship. The crow was as recognizable to her as it was ugly. No, she thought, no. This cannot be right. We request further instructions in order to deliver Kyle Kadarn as instructed. End message. The Imperial captain's face faded. Mock called the bridge. Captain, send a message to the Reprisal instructing them to rendezvous with us as soon as possible and convey my compliments to Captain Plax. Yes, sir, said the Arkhammer's captain. Mock closed the channel and turned to look at Jan. He smiled, seeing the message had had the intended effect. Or's body was shaking, tears brimming in her eyes, her expression one of complete disbelief. No, 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 Jan thought. It can't end like this. Why did you come, Kyle? Why? You were safe? Why did you come? Miss Ors, Mock said, interrupting her mental reverie, surely you can see now that all is lost for you. I have Katarn now. Jan looked at him, but her glare had lost its fierceness. This can all be over for you once you tell me what I want to know. No more imprisonment, no more torture. Mock paused, letting his words sink in. Now, Miss Ors, tell me the locations of your rebel bases. Mock waited again, confident he had her this time. Jan felt absolutely lost, no way out, no way to escape, no hope at all. Seeing the moldy crow sitting on the floor of the Star Destroyer's hangar bay had drained her. I don't know what to do. If Kyle's really been captured, then there's no way Mon Mothma will try any kind of rescue. She'll have to write us both off. Maybe I should just tell him. Jan closed her eyes, fighting the tears that threatened to overwhelm her. And that's when she saw it. Images floated across her mind, her parents, her friends, Mon Mothma, Kyle. They all looked with such confidence, such trust. Lastly, she saw his face. Jan, Kyle whispered in her mind, trust me. Well, Miss Ors? Mock asked again. Jan made her decision. She took a deep breath as she focused her gaze on the Imperial. You'll have to kill me first. She said it simply, plainly. A statement of fact, with no room for equivocation. Mock was stunned, though he didn't allow his face to show it. How? How is she refusing me? I thought I had taken away her source of strength, but looking at her. Jan's glare was back, as fierce and as unyielding as ever. Mock mentally shook his head, disappointed that the rebel was carrying things this far. She's left me no choice then. Removing the blade once again, he held it loosely by his side. Oh, you will die, Miss Ors, he said, but not yet. He advanced on her, the blade held out. Star Destroyer reprisal. In orbit of planet Ergo. Captain, said the first officer, stepping up to where Plaque stood near the forward viewports. Yes, Ganon, answered the captain. What is it? A new report from the hangar bay. The technical team reports they are having difficulties opening the cockpit of the captured vessel. Order them to burn it open if necessary, Ganon. I want Kyle Katarn secured right away. Yes, sir, the first officer replied, saluting, then turning on his heel and stepping away to issue the orders. Star Destroyer reprisal. Hangar bay? Still no good, sir, said a member of the technical team working on the moldy crow. No matter what commands I try, the cockpit is refusing to open. I see, replied the head technician, frowning. He and his team had been at work on the vessel for nearly 30 minutes now, but the ship was proving a tough nut to crack. What about the cutting tools, sir? Suggested another of the techs. We'll need authorization, he began as the dinging of his communicator intruded. Pulling it from his belt clip, the head technician stepped away from the clamor going on around the captured ship to answer the call. The other's techs waited, somewhat impatiently, as their boss exchanged words with whoever was calling him. But when the head technician replaced the communicator and came back towards them, he was smiling. We have authorization, gentlemen, he said, gesturing at them, break out the cutting tools. I want that cockpit open right away. A chorus of yes sirs filled the space as the technicians began to retrieve their cutting tools. Suddenly, one tech turned to his supervisor. Sir, I've just picked up an energy signature. Where from? The head tech asked. The technician gestured at the crow. This thing, sir, and the signature is increasing. The head tech looked at the readout and felt his blood run cold. Get clear. He yelled to his crew. Get clear. Now. A second later, the captured vessel exploded. Star Destroyer reprisal. Bridge. Sir. Plax gave his head a small shake at the sound. Captain. I thought I had told Ganon that I expect decorum on my bridge. Turning round, a reprimand on his lips, Plax hesitated as he saw the face of the first officer. What's wrong, Ganon? He asked, seeing the concern on the other man's face, and with a quick nod at the crew pits, and tell me calmly if you can. Reacting to the captain's words, Ganon forced himself to slow his breathing and calm himself a bit. When he spoke, his tone was closer to normal, Captain, we have reports of an explosion on the hangar deck. An explosion? What happened? Gannon shook his head. We're not sure, sir. There was a call from the head technician working on the Moldy Crow reporting an explosion. Then contact was lost. Just then, the bridge rocked, the deck underfoot trembling. A junior officer stepped up, having come from the crew pit. Captain, we've just received report of multiple explosions on several lower decks. Contact has been lost with the hangar bay, starfighter control, and ventral communications. Another officer stepped up. Captain, engineering reports damage to the hyperdrive and auxiliary drive systems. The bridge shook again, harder this time. A shout came from the crew pit. Main engines have failed. All contact lost with engineering. More shouts came, more reports of explosions, lost communications, and system failures. Captain, called a voice from the crew pit, reports of multiple explosions below decks. The captured ship, Plax reasoned, it must have been rigged. That means... Moving to the crew pit, Plax raised his voice to be heard above the increasing din. Communications, I need a priority message sent to General Mock right away. Tell him. There was the sound of an explosion close by, and the bridge shook even harder. All communications are down, sir, saw one of the crew. I have to let General Mock know, Plax thought. All personnel to escape pods, he ordered. Abandon ship. Just then, the doors of the bridge turbolift exploded outwards, and a gout of flame shot out. Seeing it, Plax had time for one last thought. I have failed. And with that, the Star Destroyer reprisal exploded in a giant fireball, expanding in all directions. What debris survived the explosion either began to drift in space or fell into the atmosphere of planet Ergo, where it burned up or crashed into the surface. Within an hour, nothing was left to indicate one of the Empire's proud Star Destroyers had ever been there. The ugly, little planet of Ergo cruised sedately in its orbit, once again alone. Stolen smuggler ship. In hyperspace. The persistent ringing was what woke Kyle up. Reluctantly, he left the comfortable world of sleep and re-entered the waking world. He blinked several times, letting his eyes adjust to the smuggler ship's lighting. After wiping the sleep crud from his eyes, Kyle let out a huge yawn and stretched, hearing a few pops and creaks from his joints. Oh man, that feels good. Awake enough now to be at least partially useful, he searched for the source of the sound that had woke him up. Studying the control board, he found it was the hyperspace alarm. Looks like we finally arrived. Any moment now, I'll get to see the Archammer up close and personal. Standing up from the pilot's chair, Kyle stretched once again. How long was I asleep? He checked the ship's chronometer. 9 hours. Wow, this has been one long trip. Actually, all considered, 9 hours was only one part of the now nearly 2-day-long trip. Twice the smuggler ship had dropped from hyperspace to locate a different hyperspace beacon. Once that was completed, it had jumped back into hyperspace. Kyle had watched this all, supposing it was programmed into the computer. The circuitous route, while a bit confusing, had given him time to take care of another important part of his mission, food. After using a power outlet on the ship to recharge his shield and performing a check of his equipment, weapons, and himself, Kyle went in search of something to eat. Though his equipment was equipped with freeze-dried meals and ration bars, Kyle decided to save them until he really needed them. Besides, their taste was somewhat lacking. A search of the smuggler ship had turned up a small galley, but in such a state Kyle was almost too afraid to touch anything in there. The ship's doors, however, were in better shape, and Kyle was able to prepare himself enough food to quiet his rumbling belly. When the meal was complete and the smuggler ship still in hyperspace, Kyle decided to rest in the cockpit and promptly fell asleep. Rubbing his eyes, Kyle yawned once more, trying to get himself in a more alert state. A check of the hyperspace computer showed 10 seconds to reversion. Settling himself into the pilot seat once more, Kyle watched as the area of hyperspace was replaced by streaking stars, then by a starfield as the smuggler ship came out of hyperspace. Staring out the viewport, Kyle's eyes went wide at the scene before him. Instead of the ungainly shape of General Mock's ship, the one before him was much, much larger. "Oh no," he said, shaking his head. "No way. This cannot be right. There's just no way." But as much he protested, Kyle's eyes could not be denied. Sitting sedately in space before him and growing larger was the unmistakable shape of the Empire's flagship, the personal star destroyer of Darth Vader himself. "The Executor," Kyle said, still shaking his head. "This is so not good." Just then, the comm system came to life. Kyle realized the Executor had spotted his ship and was calling him. But with the blasted comm speaker, he had no way to receive the message. And if he tried transmitting, the computers aboard the Executor would figure out it was him. Kyle closed his eyes, wishing he was still asleep. "I am so deep in it this time." "Captain Piet." The voice was low, but understandable. "Yes." "What is it?" "Sir, we've detected a ship that just dropped from hyperspace and is approaching. We have tried hailing it, but there is no response." "I see," Piet replied. "Has the shield raised shields or armed weapons?" "No, sir," replied his first officer. "No aggressive moves at all." "Let me see it," Piet said. "Yes, sir," answered the first officer. Gesturing, he guided the captain to the starboard crew pit. "Where is that ship?" asked the first officer. "Still approaching, sir," answered the non-com manning the radar and detection systems. "Any response to our hails?" "None, sir," came the reply from communications. "Let me see this ship," ordered Piet, stepping down to the radar station. "Yes, sir," answered the crew member, activating a display. Piet studied the image of the incoming ship, not recognizing it. "Is there a problem, Captain?" a voice from behind Piet asked. Turning round, Piet looked up into the face of the Executor-S commander, Admiral Ozzel. "We have an incoming ship, sir," Piet replied. No response to hails. The radar crew member spoke up. "Pardon me, sir, but the ship has stopped moving towards us." "Let me see it," ordered Ozzel, stepping down to the area. Piet dutifully moved aside to give the Admiral room. "I need a larger image," said the Admiral after a few moments. "Yes, sir," said the radar crew member. Manipulating his controls, the non-com enlarged the image. "Have you scanned the ship, Captain?" "No, sir," Piet admitted. "I was about to." Ozzel shook his head. "Procedures, Captain. There are certain steps to be taken and an order in which to take them." "Yes, sir," Piet said, chastened but without showing it in his expression. "Scan the ship," ordered the Admiral. "Yes, sir," said the radar crew member. The scan took less than a minute, the results appearing on another display screen. Ozzel studied them, then nodded. "Communications, any response yet from that ship?" "No, sir," came the response. "Are we in tractor range?" "Yes, sir," said the tractor systems crew member. Ozzel turned to Piet. "Captain, have that ship tractored into our hangar bay immediately. Its cargo is to be handled under Directive 19. A muscle in Pete's cheek twitched. Directive 19 specified that only crew personally selected by Lord Vader were to handle a matter. "Admiral, if I may ask." "You may not, Captain." "Comply with my orders." "Understood." Understandably confused, Piet wished to pursue the matter further. But as he looked into the Admiral's face, he saw that to do would be a mistake. And in any case, Piet was a dutiful soldier of the Empire who had risen to the rank of captain by following his superior's orders, not questioning them. "As you wish, sir." "What of the pilot and crew?" Ozzel's expression didn't change, but Piet detected a hint of satisfaction from the man. "Find out what's wrong with the communication system first. Then remove the crew to a holding cell before the cargo is unloaded. Once that is complete, they are free to leave and should be encouraged to do so as quickly as possible." "Yes, sir," Piet said, turning to comply with the orders. Satisfied that his subordinate would do as he said, Admiral Ozzel stepped to the communications area. "Patch me into Lord Vader immediately." "Yes, Admiral." It took only a moment before the black armored face of Darth Vader appeared on the small screen. "What is it, Admiral?" Vader said forcefully. "Lord Vader, the cargo you are expecting will be arriving in the hangar bay momentarily. I assume it will be handled as per my orders." "As you instructed, my lord." There was a pause. "Very well, Admiral. Send a message to General Mach immediately." "Yes, Lord Vader." With that, the Dark Lord's image faded from view. Turning to the communications crew member, Ozzel issued his instructions. Aboard the smuggler ship. A drop of sweat traced down the side of Kyle's face and neck. The ship had seemed to have grown warmer in the last few minutes. "Now what?" Kyle thought, looking at the giant shape of the executor filling the space in front of him. "I got the engine stopped. But unless I can talk to them..." Suddenly, the smuggler ship gave a forward jerk, nearly pitching Kyle into the control panel. Catching himself, it took a moment for him to realize the smuggler was moving forward again. Tractor beam, he surmised, but why? The answer came quickly. The imps must have recognized the ship. Kyle breathed a sigh of relief. That takes care of one problem, he thought, but it creates a new one also. If the imps board the ship and find me. Visions of imprisonment, torture, and execution filled Kyle's mind. Standing up, he left the cockpit and began to search the smuggler vessel, looking for something, anything, to disguise himself. The corridors of the ship were small, poorly lit, and in some places, the floor looked like it hadn't been cleaned in a century or so. What few doors Kyle found, he opened to inspect the contents of each room. There were some quarters, apparently for the crew Kyle had encountered back at the fuel station. But searching them found little of use. With the port side of the ship searched, Kyle tried the starboard side, finding a single door. Opening it, he found a large open space that at first seemed to be filled with bodies. The stench coming from the space was that powerful. Charged by adrenaline and fear, Kyle pulled his blaster as he felt for the light switch and found it. As the room became visible, he could see that the bodies were instead two racks on either side of the door with several sets of clothes, including two that appeared to be uniforms. The smell made it nearly impossible to remain in the room. Feeling his gorge rise, Kyle focused on breathing through his mouth while he examined the uniforms. It was then he noticed what looked like helmets hanging next to two of them. Stepping out of the room, Kyle took a deep breath of the clean air before plunging back into the space. Reaching to the leftmost clothes rack, he took down both uniforms and stepped out of the room before he exhaled his breath in a rush. "Whew! What a stench! I wonder how the crew of this thing stands it." Looking at the two uniforms, Kyle found them a bit odd as the front and back of each had an almost shell-like appearance comprised of a mix of dark and medium green. The helmet too was unusual. But, with the smuggler ship about to dock, further examination was going to have to wait. Better make sure before I put him on. Bracing himself, Kyle held the uniform in his left hand up to his hand. The smell nearly made him gag. "Oh my," Kyle thought. "What in the nine hells of Mendor did this guy do in here?" Not willing to enter the room again, Kyle settled for throwing the uniform in his left hand onto the floor and hoped that no one would notice. The uniform in his right hand was nowhere near being as fresh as a daisy, but the smell in it was far less pungent than his companion. "I really don't want to put this on, but beggars can't be choosers." Kyle found the uniform was larger than it had first appeared, enough that he was able to keep his own clothes on underneath as he put the garment on. The last step involved transferring his equipment belt to the uniform's waist. Putting on the helmet, Kyle found it to be a little close-fitting, but his eyepieces provided adequate enough vision for him. He felt the ship began to turn. With his disguise in place, Kyle returned to the cockpit and sat back down in the pilot's chair. The underside of the Superstar Destroyer completely filled the forward viewport now, its hangar bay coming into focus. Fighting back an impulse to light the engines and try and get out of there, Kyle watched as the Imperial ship drew closer until the hangar bay was in sharp relief and he was able to pick out different parts of it. Several hundred meters long, the Executor S hangar bay had more interior space larger than any of its smaller Imperial-class cousins. As the smuggler's ship passed through the magnetic field, Kyle looked around, able to see dozens of ships and men all over the hangar bay. A few curious eyes looked up at him, tracking the progress of the smuggler's ship. Looking to the control panel, Kyle hit the switch to lower the vessel's landing struts. And with a fairly small bump, the smuggler's ship settled to the deck of the hangar bay. It was then Kyle saw a group of 12 stormtroopers along with 2 brown-shirted officers as well as a black-suited one. Here comes company. Chapter 62. Adventures on the Executor. Scanning the control panel again, Kyle tried to find the control for the vessel's hatch or boarding ramp when he heard the screeching sound of something lowering on unoiled hinges. Guess the imps got it. And no sooner had the ramp been lowered than Kyle heard the sound of metal feet drawing closer. Into the cockpit stepped 2 white-armored stormtroopers, their weapons held at their chests. Well, at least they are not pointed at me, Kyle thought. Let's keep it that way. Kyle was about to speak to them when an Imperial officer in a brown uniform appeared at the cockpit entrance. But with the stormtroopers there, he was unable to enter. "One of you move," said Sergeant Fefter now. With nowhere to go except through the viewport, one of the stormtroopers sat down in the co-pilot's chair. This allowed the officer to step into the cockpit. Fefter glared at both troopers for a moment, and then turned to Kyle. "You there?" he said. "You have some explaining to do." Unsure of what to say, Kyle said nothing. "Why didn't you answer our hails?" Again, Kyle said nothing. "And can you explain why there is a dead body in your main hatchway?" Kyle cursed himself. In all the hubbub going on while he was leaving the fuel station, he had forgotten to dispose of the Transition's body. And now the imps had found it. "Well, speak up, pilot," said the Imperial. "What is going on here?" For the moment, Kyle had no idea what to say. Just then, in his mind, he heard Wexter say, "Sometimes crazy works." Gesticulating wildly, Kyle pointed first to the blown-out comm speaker, then at himself, then outside at the cockpit and back to the speaker. He uttered as many incomplete words and phrases as could think of. "That's weird," Kyle thought. "My voice doesn't sound quite right." Deciding to ignore the oddity for the moment, Kyle continued his act until the Imperial officer held up a hand and said forcefully, "Be quiet." Kyle stopped moving and talking in response. "Now," said the officer pointedly, "answer me this. Are you the captain of this vessel?" Kyle shook his helmeted head and in answering, decided to play dumb. "Just fly ship." His voice did sound different. This helmet must be equipped with some kind of voice-changing mechanism. It sounds like my voice is an octave higher, and I'm hissing. "Then where is the captain?" asked the Imperial. Kyle pointed outside the cockpit. "He is here in the ship." Kyle shook his head. "Then where is he?" Kyle pointed out the cockpit again. "Oh, come on. Figure it out already, dope." The Imperial looked out of the cockpit, then back at Kyle. "You mean the body is the captain?" Kyle nodded, then decided to add to the story. "Something happened back at fuel station. Captain had me go back. Wait on ship. Be ready to leave, he say. I get back, hear guns, shooting. I go to cockpit. Captain yells leave now. So I leave. And the captain." Kyle shrugged. "Captain shot, I guess." Sergeant Fefter gave this some thought. The story was plausible, but this idiot he was talking to hardly seemed capable of forming complete sentences, much less flying a ship. And his story still doesn't explain how he got here or why he didn't answer our hails. Just then, the black-suited form of Fefter's superior, Major Cretwell, appeared, pushing as much of himself as he could into the cockpit. "What is the situation here, Sergeant?" "He's the only one we've found alive, sir," Fefter said, indicating Kyle. "We've got one dead body at the main hatchway that the pilot here indicates as the captain of the ship." "What about not answering hails?" Fefter shook his head. "I haven't asked him that yet, sir. I did find out that the captain and crew of this ship were involved in some kind of firefight at the Ergo fuel station, and the captain told the pilot to launch the ship." Cretwell absorbed this, then said, "Go ahead, then." Fefter turned back to Kyle. "How did you get here?" "Once left fuel station, afraid pursuit. Engaged hyperdrive. Came here. Fefter exchanged a glance with the Major. And what about your communications? Why didn't you reply to our hails? Kyle put every bit of sheepishness he could muster into his next statement. Shot coming cockpit. I shoot back. But I miss. He finished by looking to the comm speaker. I think we have an idea of what happened here. Sergeant, said Cretwell, do you concur? Yes, sir, replied Fefter, fighting not to smile at the pitiful alien pilot. All right then, Cretwell said. Escort the pilot to the holding area. We need to get this ship secured right away. Yes, sir, Fefter answered. Cretwell stepped away and Fefter addressed Kyle once again. You'll need to come with me. This surprised Kyle. Standard Imperial procedure during docking was to have the crew wait aboard the ship while the cargo was unloaded. So why was this happening? Where I go, I do nothing wrong. Don't worry, said Fefter. We just need to take you to a waiting area while your ship is unloaded. Once that's done, you can leave. It's something to with the Dark Trooper weapons, Kyle surmised. Come with me, said the Imperial, gesturing to Kyle. Deciding to cooperate for now, Kyle stood up and followed the man out of the cockpit, the stormtroopers falling into step behind him. Exiting via the smuggler's ship boarding ramp, Kyle got a full view of the Executor-S hangar bay. To say the room was immense provided only the slightest inkling to the vastness of the space he stood in. There's more room here than aboard an Imperial-class Star Destroyer. Following the officer, Kyle kept looking around, taking in the scene. Way above his head, he spied racks of TIE fighters, interceptors, and bombers. They approached a hatchway, the door sliding aside as they drew near. Passing through it, Kyle spied a repulsor scooter sitting near the hatch. Makes sense, he thought, considering how big this thing must be. Kyle stepped aboard, accompanied by the stormtroopers. He thought about asking exactly where they were going, but thought it better to study the path taken instead. The scooter rose slightly on its repulsor lift, then started forward. They went straight for a while, at least 10 minutes, Kyle figured. At an intersection, the officer made a left turn, then another after approximately 5 minutes. It was nearly 10 more minutes before the scooter turned right and proceeded a short distance before stopping near a hatchway that looked just like the many others the group had passed on the way. This way, said Fefter, stepping off the scooter. A prod in the back by one of the stormtroopers encouraged Kyle to follow the man. Reaching to the control panel, the officer opened the hatch and stepped inside, followed by Kyle after the stormtroopers prodded him forward once again. The room's purpose became clear as soon as he entered. The officer now stood in a roughly cylindrical space, bordered on 6 sides by raised control panels. The walls of the room displayed a cacophony of flashing lights and equipment, along with a number of security cameras. Looking ahead, Kyle saw a small central corridor painted black with a metal walkway leading to a blank wall and bordered by 6 separate rooms, 3 on each side. The waiting room was, in actuality, a detention center. The stormtroopers pushed him again, indicating that one of the cells was his destination. Time to do something, he thought. Why I here? I do nothing wrong. The Imperial officer gave Kyle the same look a parent might to a spoiled child. You will remain here until your ship's cargo is unloaded. Now, hand over your weapons. Why? What do you do with? The Imperial sighed, clearing losing his patience. You will get them back. Now, hand them over. Kyle knew without a doubt that if the imps got him in a cell without weapons, his mission was all but finished. The only way he'd leave would be feet first. Time to get creative, he thought, replying to the Imperial, okay. Kyle reached down to the holster on his right hip and, using 2 fingers, started to pull the weapon in and free. The Imperial stepped forward expectantly, reaching his hand out to receive it. With a single motion, Kyle closed his hand over the grip of the blaster and swung it upwards as hard as he could. The weapon's sight and barrel cut into the officer's face, splitting his lip, smashing his nose, and slicing across one of his eyes. With a cry that was part pain, part surprise, the Imperial stumbled forward. Kyle dodged, and the partly blind Imperial fell in the stormtroopers, sending the whole group sprawling onto the deck. Turning on his heel, Kyle aimed his blaster and fired a succession of shots. When the last one had struck, all three Imperials were dead, smoke rising from their bodies. Casting an eye upwards now, Kyle raised the blaster and held the trigger down. Crimson bolts sprayed everywhere, some leaving black marks on the walls and ceilings. But the majority struck the security cameras, blowing them in unrecognizable heaps of wires and metal. Suddenly, the blaster quit firing. A quick glance at his power cell showed that it was drained. Stepping forward, Kyle reached down to one of the stormtroopers and pulled the man's blaster free of the body. The power cell showed a full charge. Turning in a complete circle, Kyle made sure he destroyed all the remaining security cameras. This buys me some time, but someone's going to detect all this weapons fire and wonder what's going on. Kyle knew he had to escape the detention area and find out where the Dark Trooper weapons had been sent to. But, he thought, looking down at himself, walking around in the outfit is not going to work. Reaching up to the helmet, Kyle pulled it off his head, taking a breath of the smoke-filled air. Removing the green-colored uniform and setting it aside, Kyle finally realized why so many people had been staring at him since leaving the smuggler's ship. This uniform, he thought, looking at it, no wonder. I looked like a bipedal serpent. Smiling at this thought, Kyle quickly focused on his next step, getting a new disguise. Looking down at the pile of bodies, Kyle felt a bit sick at the prospect of doing what he was thinking, but he had little choice. The officer's uniform was no good. Not only did it have a large hole in the back, but blood from the Kyle had given the man had spattered all over. The first stormtrooper's armor was similarly holed, rendering it useless. But the second stormtrooper had suffered only a single hit to his helmet, leaving an ugly burn mark. The shot itself hadn't killed the trooper. Instead, his fellow trooper's elbow had jabbed upwards and twisted the other man's neck to an unnatural angle. Ouch, Kyle thought. Pushing the other two bodies aside, Kyle removed the armor of the second stormtrooper, mentally apologizing to the dead man. It took nearly 10 minutes before Kyle was able to remove the last piece of armor. Suddenly, a voice whispered to him in his mind. It was low and sensuous. Put him in a uniform. Huh? Kyle said, looking around. Put him in a uniform. You again? I thought you left after what happened on Ergo. Do as I say, Cadarn. Put that man in a uniform. No way, I've done enough to him. Then your mission will fail. What? Your mission will fail unless you do as I say. Put that man in a uniform. But, are CJN Ors lost to you forever? Kyle hesitated. Doing what the voice proposed was an unpleasant thought, to say the least. But he also remembered that he would have been dead on Ergo had it not been for what the voice had told him to do. All right, I'll do it, but this is sick and so are you. I'm going to start calling you Sicko from now on. You may call me Dark. Fine, whatever. Now leave me alone and let me get this done. Kyle waited a moment, but the voice said no more. It seemed to have gone away again. Sorry about this, Kyle said to the dead man as he reached for him again. It took another 10 minutes for Kyle to get the uniform he had worn from the smuggler's ship onto the dead man's body. With the distasteful task completed, Kyle now stood before the hatchway. Okay, take it nice and slow and figure out where to go next. Reaching to the door control, Kyle opened it and stepped through, the door closing behind him. Kyle mucked up the control mechanism to the point that he estimated it would take someone at least 20 minutes to force the door open. And hopefully by the time that happens, I'll be long gone. Looking around, Kyle searched in vain for a repulsor scooter. He knew finding one was critical to finding the Dark Trooper weapons and getting off the Executor. Well, let's try walking and see if I can find one. Retracing the path that had brought him here, Kyle watched to where the corridor met another one. We turned right to get here, so if I go left. Turning that way, Kyle took a step and found himself face to face with another Imperial. Commander Cretwell was equally surprised. On his way to check that Sergeant Fefter had dealt with the pilot of the smuggler's ship, he suddenly found himself face to face with the stormtrooper. Kyle stopped himself just before he and the Imperial collided, his eyes taking in the black uniform and insignia of a commander. "Excuse me, sir," he said quickly. "I didn't see you there." Having recovered his own composure, the Imperial glared at him. "You need to watch where you're going, trooper." "Yes, sir, sorry, sir." It was then Cretwell noted the burn mark on the stormtrooper's armor. "What happened to you, trooper?" "Sir," Kyle said, feigning ignorance. "Your armor, it looks like you've been shot." Kyle didn't know what to say at first, but then thought of the detention cell. "Yes, sir," he said, putting as much regret and tiredness into his voice as he could. "There has been an incident." "An incident?" Cretwell asked. "What do you mean?" "The pilot from the smuggler's ship, sir," Kyle said, making the story up as he went along. Sergeant Fefter got him to the detention center. And then? Now the Imperial commander looked concerned, and Kyle played it for all it was worth. He shook his head. "The pilot wouldn't give up his weapons, sir. He suddenly went crazy and attacked the sergeant, then started shooting." Cretwell said nothing. I think I got him, sir. But the sergeant and my squad member, they're both dead." The commander's face assumed a serious expression at hearing this. "Come with me, trooper," said Cretwell, turning the corner and heading for the room Kyle had just left. Can't shoot him here, Kyle thought. Somebody would hear. Maybe in the detention center? He obediently followed the Imperial commander back to the room, finding him struggling with the door. "What's wrong with this door, trooper?" "Sorry, sir," Kyle said. "I locked it. Thought I'd better preserve the scene. I didn't want my squad leader to think." "Just open the door, trooper." "Sir," Kyle said, hefting his weapon. "If I may, this would be faster." The commander nodded. "Go ahead." Kyle took aim and blasted the lock with a single shot. A moment later, the door slid open. The Imperial commander stepped into the room while Kyle waited outside. It was about 5 minutes when he reemerged. "Looks like you were right. The pilot, Fefter, and the other trooper are all dead." "Sir, The commander held up a hand. "You've explained the situation, trooper, and given what I've seen, you had no choice but to do what you did. Besides, it was only a smuggler." "You sanctimonious, highbrow bastard," Kyle thought. "Yes, sir," he managed to say. "You're dismissed, trooper. I'll report the incident to Central. Head to the quartermaster and get yourself a fresh helmet." "Yes, sir," Kyle said, feeling a mixture of hatred for the Imperial and relief at not being caught. Turning from the officer, he walked back up the corridor and was almost to the turn when a repulsor scooter came up from behind him. As it passed, Kyle saw 3 stormtroopers aboard with a brown uniformed Imperial piloting it. The scooter slowed. "Trooper," called the scooter's pilot. It took a moment for Kyle to realize the man was talking to him. He stepped forward until he could the scooter's pilot, noticing the rank insignia of a sergeant. "Sir, where are you going?" Kyle started to answer, then realized he had no idea where to go. Might as well start from the beginning, he thought. Maybe I can find out what happened to the Dark Trooper weapons. "Main hangar," he replied. "We're going that way, as well," said the Imperial officer, gesturing that Kyle should join the others. "Sweet. Thank you, sir," Kyle said, stepping on board. As the scooter started forward again, one of the troopers spoke. "So as I was saying, this cargo must be important." "Yeah, but what is it?" asked the second. "Dunno," said the first, "but given the security that was requested, it has to be important." "What cargo?" Kyle asked, realizing he was taking a chance by asking this. "You deaf?" replied the first trooper. "I don't know." He jerked a thumb at the officer pilot in the scooter. "Sergeant says we're to come with him regarding some special cargo." It's got to be the Dark Trooper weapons, Kyle thought. It took several minutes for the scooter to cover the distance to the main hangar. Eventually, it came to a halt and the officer and 3 stormtroopers disembarked. Following them inside, Kyle saw other stormtroopers already assembled in an area of the cavernous hangar bay. The smuggler's ship was nowhere to be seen. As they got closer, The officer called out to a black-suited Imperial. "Commander, I have the rest of Squad 15 here." "Good. Have them assemble over there." As the 3 stormtroopers marched forward, Kyle stepped forward. "Sergeant, could you use another hand?" The brown-uniformed Imperial turned to Kyle. "You're not part of my unit. What's your designation and assignment, trooper?" Kyle thought fast and answered as the words came to him. "Special detail assigned to the smuggler ship that arrived earlier, sir." The sergeant was about to speak when the black-suited Imperial strode up. "What's the problem here, Sergeant?" "The captain wants this cargo secured right away." "This trooper says he was assigned to the smuggler ship detail. Sir, he's requesting to join us." "You escorted the pilot of the smuggler ship?" the Imperial commander asked Kyle. "Yes, sir." The commander nodded. "Why aren't you there?" "There was an incident, sir," Kyle said, repeating the story he had told the other Imperial commander. The man listened to the story. At the end, he shook his head. "Blasted smugglers. You think they'd learn?" "Oh boy," Kyle thought. "Another one." The black-suited Imperial nodded at him. "Permission granted. Get him in with the others, Sergeant." "Yes, sir," the brown-uniformed Imperial said, gesturing to Kyle. "Get over there with the others." Smiling under his helmet, Kyle responded affirmatively and joined the group of stormtroopers. Arranged in a rough square, the group surrounded a large square pallet to which a repulsor had been affixed. "All right," said the Imperial commander after making sure the formation was to his liking, and the repulsor engaged. "Move out." As if controlled by a single mind, each trooper took a step forward, guiding the platform along. "Been a while since I did this," Kyle thought, mentally counting off his steps. The group continued forward to near the middle of the bay, then came to a halt. "Begin descent," ordered the Imperial commander. Kyle felt a tremor under his feet, and then a sensation of falling as a section of the hangar bay floor began to lower. Only his training kept him from reacting. The platform descended into a shaft lit just enough to make its metal sides visible. 30 seconds into the descent, it came to a halt, and then began traveling laterally. This went on for nearly a minute before the platform stopped a second time and started to descend again. A full minute passed before the shaft opened up into a space not unlike the one they had just left. Another hangar, Kyle realized. The platform came flush with the deck, and with a small jolt, came to a halt. "All right," ordered the Imperial commander. "Let's go." Moving as one, the troopers guided the platform off the elevator and into the slightly smaller hangar bay. There was a single ship sitting there, an oversized boxy affair not unlike the smuggler ship Kyle had rode here. The troopers approached, moving around to the back where a set of doors was open. Under the commander's guidance, the troopers guided the platform up the boarding ramp and into the ship. Disengaging the repulsor, the platform lowered until there was a clang of metal meeting metal. A bit more time was spent securing the platform to the deck of the ship. As Kyle worked with the other troopers, the design of what was happening became clear to him. "I'll bet the imps are going to use this ship to transport the weapons to the Arc Hammer." With the platform now secured, the commander looked over the assembled stormtroopers. "Well done, men," he said, his eyes moving back and forth across them. The man raised a hand with the forefinger extended. You, and you," the commander said, pointing at Kyle. "Remain here. The rest of you are dismissed. Sergeant, if you will." The brown-uniformed Imperial nodded, and then called to the remaining troopers. "You men, come with me." The group strolled back to the platform they had ridden down and assembled on it. A minute later, it was gone, rising out of sight. The commander addressed Kyle and the 3 other stormtroopers. "You 4 have been selected for special weapons testing." The commander indicated the ship. "I need the 4 of you to retrieve 2 weapons from the pallet in there and bring them back out here." "Yes, sir," Kyle said, along with the others, and stepped back into the ship. It took some time as they had to remove some of the straps securing the pallet to the deck before they could open it. The 4 men found rack after rack of gleaming weapons. Nearly a meter in length, each consisted of a raised, curved stock, leading down to 2 wide barrels, one on top of the other. Part of the stock was brown, the rest a mixture of gray and black. "What are these?" asked one of the troopers. "Don't know, but they look pretty lethal," said another, hefting one, and not too heavy either. Kyle let the third stormtrooper retrieve the second dark trooper weapon, and then the whole group stepped outside. The Imperial commander nodded. "This way," he said, gesturing. Kyle and the stormtroopers followed him to a hatch on the far side of the room. As it opened, Kyle noticed the lights in the room were low and red-colored. Maybe this was night vision testing. He followed the other troopers inside, then noticed the commander hadn't followed them. A moment later, the door slid closed, followed by the unmistakable sound of a locking mechanism. Outside the door, the Imperial commander shrugged. He hated wasting stormtroopers on such frivolous tasks as this, but orders were orders. Pulling his comlink out, he called the bridge. "Captain Piet," called the first officer. "Yes, what is it?" "Unloading of the cargo from the smuggler's ship has been completed and transferred to the secondary hangar bay. The commander further reports the candidates have been selected for testing." "Very well then," Piet said. "Proceed. I will inform Admiral Ozzel." "I heard him, Captain," Ozzel said, walking up. "What about the pilot of the smuggler's ship?" "We had a report from Commander Cretwell, sir," the first officer said. "Evidently the smuggler attacked and killed Sergeant Fefter before one of the stormtroopers was able to eliminate him." "And the other trooper?" Ozzel asked. The first officer shook his head. "Well," Ozzel said, "that eliminates a potential problem. Captain, we should contact Lord Vader right away." "As you wish, Admiral," Piet replied, and followed as superior over the comm station. It took only a short time before Vader's masked face was on the screen. "What is it, Admiral?" "Lord Vader, the cargo from the smuggler's ship has been moved to the transfer vessel. Additionally, operational testing of the assault cannon should be taking place momentarily." "Very good, Admiral," Vader said. "Contact me when testing has been completed. In addition, I want the transfer vessel ready for immediate launch." "Yes, Lord Vader," Ozzel said. "Is there anything else?" "My lord?" asked the Admiral. "I sense hesitation, Admiral. Not in you, but in Captain Piet." Ozzel turned on his junior, glowering at the man. "What is the problem, Captain?" Ozzel asked, emphasizing the man's rank. Piet hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "By your leave, Admiral, Lord Vader, I wonder if sacrificing stormtroopers is necessarily the best way to test the assault cannon." "You would question Lord Vader's orders," Ozzel said, getting angry. "No, Admiral, it's just that I—" "Captain Piet," Vader interrupted. "Yes, Lord Vader," Piet said, turning his attention back to the screen. "Sacrifices must be made to achieve the Empire's goals, Captain. You should understand this better than anyone." Realizing the thin ice he was treading on, Piet wisely chose to accept the situation as it was and keep his opinions to himself. "Yes, Lord Vader, I do." "Good, Captain. Admiral, proceed with the testing." "Yes, Lord Vader," Ozzel said, clearly relieved Vader had not been angered. A moment later, the screen went dark. Ozzel turned on Piet, his face coloring. "Captain, your job is to obey orders, not question them, particularly those of Lord Vader. Do you understand?" Now the ice under Pete's feet was starting to crack. "I understand, Admiral. It will not happen again." "Make sure it doesn't," Ozzel said, holding Pete's gaze a moment more before striding away. As Kyle and the stormtroopers walked into the room, lights began to pop on, dispelling some but not all of the shadows in the space. The room was ellipse-shaped, with two large, hexagonal pillars equidistant from the walls of the room and extending all the way to the ceiling some 6 meters over their heads. "Look," called one of the troopers. Kyle and the others followed his pointing finger to two figures standing by each of the pillars. "What are they?" asked the second trooper. "No idea," said the third, "but they sure are big." Kyle agreed. The figures before them were only a little taller than the average stormtrooper, but were much larger. And where stormtrooper armor was white, these two wore armor that was almost black in color, but perhaps closer to dark gray. Dark troopers, Kyle thought, looks like the upgraded version. The two dark troopers' shoulders were broad, with armor plates covering the whole of them. Likewise, the arms, chest, stomach, and legs were all covered in the gray-black armor, with what looked like white machinery underneath. The helmet was similar to that of a stormtrooper, but much wider and flatter. "They look pretty nasty," Kyle said. Suddenly, a yellow light began to flash above each figure, and with the whine of servo motors coming to life, they began to move. "I hope they're on our side," said the first stormtrooper. The two dark troopers' heads moved at this sound, looking towards the trooper. "Intruders," they said together, "identify yourselves." "What the second stormtrooper started to say. "Answer them," called the third. The first stormtrooper recited his destination, rank, and serial number. The two dark troopers seemed to consider this. "Identity not recognized," said one. "Begin termination sequence." "Termination sequence," said the second stormtrooper. "You don't think they mean," began the third. Moving as one, the two dark troopers raised their right arms, in which was nestled one of the weapons Kyle and the other troopers had brought with them. Both pointed towards the first stormtrooper. He tried to lift the gun he carried, but the dark troopers were too quick. Colored energy erupted from their weapons. The first stormtrooper's armor seemed to burn away in a dozen different places at once. His scream of pain was cut off a moment later as a blast blew his head apart. Under his helmet, Kyle's eyes had gone white at the destruction he had just witnessed. The importance of completing his mission became all too evident now. An army of those things would wipe the rebellion out. Just then, one of the dark troopers turned towards him. "Intruder, identify yourself." "I," Kyle thought, "am so screwed." The second trooper dropped the dark trooper weapon he was carrying and drew his blaster. Taking aim, he fired, striking one of the dark troopers squarely in the chest, and watched as the bolt bounced harmlessly off the gray-black armor. The trooper fired again, but each bolt was deflected away without any indication of damage. The other dark trooper raised his weapon. "Look out!" Kyle yelled. But the stormtrooper didn't seem to hear him and kept firing. The dark trooper's weapon spoke once, and the second trooper fell, half his chest gone. Kyle heard the sound of a heavy weapon firing, and a heartbeat later, an arc of blue-white energy struck the dark trooper who had killed the second trooper. The blast didn't have a visible effect, but the dark trooper backed up a step. Kyle saw the second dark trooper aiming at him and dived out of the way just as an energy blast sizzled through the space he had just occupied. Seeing the weapon the second trooper had dropped, Kyle rolled towards it, the stock smacking into him. Another blast from the dark troopers bubbled the deck next to him. Kyle spared a moment to glance at the first dark trooper, who had backed up another step, then another as the third stormtrooper fired at it. Grabbing the assault cannon, Kyle rose to his feet just as the second dark trooper fired. Crouching, Kyle felt heat on his back and neck as the energy blast sizzled just over his head. Rising back to his feet, Kyle found the trigger of the assault cannon and pulled it. Instead of the energy blast that had come from the stormtrooper's weapon, the weapon gave a mighty lurch, and a compact ball of energy shot from it, striking the second dark trooper square in his faceplate. Kyle heard it make a sound like metal on metal, but higher pitched. Part of the second dark trooper's faceplate exploded. He yelled to the other trooper, "Concentrate your fire on his head." In response, a blue-white arc of energy sizzled into the space Kyle had just hit. There was another explosion from the space. Kyle pulled the trigger of his weapon, bracing himself so the recoil didn't shock him as much this time. A second compact ball of energy struck the second dark trooper, and with a tortured metal scream, it fell. Kyle looked to the remaining stormtrooper who was gazing back at him. Kyle pumped a fist in victory, but a moment later, all elation faded from him as the other dark trooper, having regained its balance, fired several shots, obliterating the third stormtrooper. Furious at losing what had been an ally, if only momentarily, Kyle ripped the stormtrooper helmet off his head and threw it as hard as he could at the dark trooper. The helmet hit and bounced away, doing all the damage of a rubber ball. "Take this, Kyle said, pulling the trigger. But the weapon did nothing. Kyle pulled the trigger again, but the weapon didn't respond. That's when he noticed a flashing indicator on it that told him why. "Oh," Sith spit. "This isn't good." Feeling a sudden pressure on his right side, Kyle rolled to the left as fast as he could. A second later, the Dark Trooper's blast struck the deck he had been standing on. About to toss the useless weapon aside, Kyle instead grabbed it by the end of the stock and drew it over his shoulder. "Hey, ugly," he yelled, "catch." And with a grunt, he hurled the weapon at the Dark Trooper. It fired, the shot striking the weapon. Despite its empty power cell, the Dark Trooper weapon exploded in a shower of red, orange, and white. Kyle crouched, pulling his head down as far as it would go and covering it with his hands. A wave of heat rolled over him, followed by an eruption of pain as a chunk of hot metal struck him in the back. Kyle cried out as the now burning stormtrooper armor penetrated through his own light armor. Moving as quickly as he could, Kyle ripped the white armor off his body and threw it away. A glance at his hands showed they both had been burned, but not severely. The sound of metal on metal brought his head around. The Dark Trooper had been struck by the brunt of the explosion, and although his armor was blackened and dented, it was still on his feet and raising his weapon. Ignoring the pain, Kyle reached down with his left hand and activated his shield. It coalesced around him a moment before the Dark Trooper fired. The impact of the blast was stronger than any Kyle has so far experienced. The shield flared bright white all around him, and he felt a solid impact against his body, almost as if the weapon had penetrated. The next thing Kyle knew, he was lying on the floor, staring up at the ceiling, and his back really hurt. What in the name of the Empire was that? Feels like something mule kicked me. It was then he noticed a sound. It was low at first, but quickly rose in volume. It was the sound of thrusters firing. Pushing himself onto his elbows, Kyle saw the Dark Trooper hovering some distance away, a column of orange flame supporting it from the jetpack it wore. Seeing this gave Kyle an idea of just how far the blast from the Dark Trooper had thrown him. Instinctively, Kyle began to reach for his belt, but then he remembered how ineffective the Stormtrooper's blaster was against the Dark Trooper. He considered the shield, but a glance at the display for it was even less heartening. It read 30%. No way it'll hold up against a second blast. Turning to the left, something bumped against his leg. Looking that way, Kyle saw what was left of the second Stormtrooper, and just beyond the corpse laid the second Dark Trooper weapon. With the Dark Trooper drawing closer, Kyle forced himself up even as his body protested, and reached across the body of the Stormtrooper for the weapon. His hand had just touched the stock of it when the Dark Trooper fired. This time, Kyle screamed as his shield was easily penetrated and the majority of the blast struck him. It seemed, for one brief torturous moment, as if his whole body was afire. The impact catapulted him forward, flipping him over the assault cannon. Somehow, Kyle managed to maintain his hold on it. He hit the deck on his side and rolled a short way, smoke rising from his damaged armor. It had held, but just barely. The shield was gone. Kyle lay there, teeth clenched, trying to ride the waves of pain radiating from his back. Can't keep lying here, he thought. Got to move, get the weapon up. Otherwise, I'm toast, literally. But the pain was too great. As much as his mind wanted to, Kyle's body wouldn't respond. Then use it. It was back, the cold, sensuous voice. The one named Dark. What? Kyle managed to think back. Use it, Cadarn. What in the world are you talking about, Dark? Kyle thought angrily. I can't even move my pinky. There is power in pain, Cadarn. Like what? Kyle replied sarcastically. Focus on your pain, Cadarn. Focus on it and find the power. I'm focusing on it right now. Fool. Feeling pain means nothing. Focus on it. Kyle said nothing in reply. Or die. The thought of dying was not unpleasant at the moment for Kyle. But then he thought of Jan, in General Mock's clutches, in agony. Kyle's half-open eyes closed, his mind reaching out, seeking the source of his pain, focusing on it. But rather than the damaged armor, or the burn underneath it, Kyle instead saw a kaleidoscope of light, swirling all about him. Good. Now, use your pain. Use it to conquer. The Dark Trooper continued to close on the prone body, its weapon arm raised and ready to fire. But it waited, its internal computer not registering normal biological functions from the target. Probability processors began to calculate the possibility that the target was non-functional. Combat protocols, however, overrode this calculation. Only a destroyed target was truly non-functional. It approached the prone figure, drawing close enough so his next shot would be the final one. Targeting systems estimated the proper angle and fed it to the weapon's computer. The Dark Trooper aimed its weapon. Suddenly, the prone figure rolled onto his back. The Dark Trooper quickly attempted to recalculate his aim. But it was far too late. Lying on his back, looking up at the Dark Trooper, Kyle smiled, feeling a combination of elation at surprising the enemy and something like pity as it tried to adjust to his move. He felt no pain whatsoever. And in his hands, Kyle held the assault cannon. He depressed the trigger. Bolts of blue-white energy issued from the weapon, blasting into the Dark Trooper. Its gun arm exploded in a shower of sparks, its armor denting, deforming, and finally shattering under the onslaught. With an eruption of flame and smoke from its chest, the Dark Trooper gave a metallic cry and fell. Kyle calmly rose to his feet, still holding the Dark Trooper weapon. He felt ecstatic, reveling at the power coursing through his body. How had he not seen it? Accessing the power was so easy. His damaged armor, his burnt back, they meant nothing now. He felt no pain, only victory. Looking down, he viewed the still sparking, but otherwise motionless body of the Dark Trooper with contempt. How dare this machine attempt to harm him? A sudden thought came to him. Why stop with this one machine? Visions of more destruction filled his mind, until the entire ship around him was nothing more than ashes. The thought of it filled him with such anticipation he could barely stand it. No, you cannot. Why not? Kyle thought at dark. I have the power. It is not yet time. There is another aboard this ship, another like you. He will join me. He will not. This one's focus is only for himself and his master. I will fight him then. Fool! You cannot hope to beat him. I have the power. As does he, but in much greater measure than you, Kadarn. You must leave this place. There will be another time. But the power. Power will mean nothing if you are destroyed, Kadarn. Leave this place. Go to the Arkhammer and rescue the woman. After that, we may begin. Begin what? Do not make the one on this ship notice you, Kadarn. You must escape or everything will be lost. Kyle almost said no. He liked how the power felt, the sense that nothing could stop him. But Darks reminding him of Jan struck a chord. I do have a mission to complete. I have to save Jan, but after that, I will be waiting, Kadarn. Calming himself, Kyle closed his eyes and focused once again on the kaleidoscope. But this time, he stepped away from it. A moment later, Kyle felt as if whole body was suddenly weighted down. He went to his knees, the pain in his back returning. But something was different. It doesn't hurt as much, Kyle thought. If I'd taken a few more minutes, I might have been completely healed. Reaching to his belt, Kyle opened a zippered pouch. Inside was a small medical kit Dr. Berth had put together for him. Searching it, Kyle found an antiseptic spray that he was able to coat his aching back with as well as his burnt hands. The cooling sensation it imbued took some more of the pain away. He tried moving, and while his back twinged at times, the ache was manageable. Looking around the room, Kyle thought, that only leaves the question of how I'll get out of here. In the midst of his meditations, Darth Vader spread out his consciousness into the Force. He felt the massive network of people moving in and around the Executor. He could focus in on any of them at any time, and see not only what they were doing, but the intents of their minds. Suddenly the world around him seemed to shift, then began to rock. What is this? A tremor in the Force. A light seemed to be forming somewhere inside the ship, a very bright light. Vader recognized what was happening. This was beyond any mere tremor in the Force. This was the opening of a mind to it. Not possible. None of those aboard ship are Force-sensitive. But even as he focused on it, the light went out. Vader focused his mind on the area where the light had come from, but could sense nothing. It was as if the light had never existed. As minutes passed, and the light did not return, Vader began to think he had made a mistake. Besides, he hadn't sensed such strength in the Force since encountering the rebel Luke Skywalker. Dismissing the incident, Vader returned to his meditations, but kept a part of consciousness open and aware in case it happened again. At first, Kyle thought he might have to try blowing the hatch he had come into this room by with his grenade launcher. But something told him to try searching the room just in case. It was on the far side of the room, nearly opposite from where he had been, that Kyle found a second door, this one more human-sized. On a whim, he tried his controls and was surprised when the door slid open. It can't be this easy, he thought. Hold it, called a voice. I knew it. From the other side came a single stormtrooper, weapon held at the ready. Kyle backed up as the trooper entered, helmet turning as he looked around. Looks like the dark troopers aren't so invincible, after all, the trooper said, seeing the two heaps of gray-black armor. Kyle had his opinion about that, but said nothing. The trooper turned to him. Who are you? Kyle tried to bluff. Who do you think? He answered strongly, the only surviving member of the test group. Blasted dark troopers took out everyone else. I'm lucky to be alive. Taken aback by the forcefulness, the trooper said, but you're not a stormtrooper. Of course I am, Kyle yelled, pointing in the general direction of where his armor lay. I got shot and had to ditch my uniform. If it wasn't for this, he indicated the armor he wore, I'd be dead too. Buying the lie, the stormtrooper holstered his blaster, looked around again. Looks like this wasn't easy for you. When he looked back, the trooper found a blaster pointing at him. It sure wasn't, Kyle said, so make it easy on me and give me your armor. Intruder, the trooper called, trying to get to his comlink and pulling it free just before Kyle shot him. I asked you to make it easy for me. 10 minutes later, wearing another set of armor with a blaster burn, Kyle went down a short corridor and through a hatch that led into one of the vessel's main corridors. Before leaving, he had reluctantly placed the body of the dead stormtrooper in the room with the destroyed dark troopers. Okay, he thought, where am I, and where do I go next? It was then that Kyle remembered his datapad. Pulling it out, he turned it on and selected the frequency of the tracking device embedded with the dark trooper weapons. The device took some time to calibrate itself and locate the tracking signal, but eventually a red dot appeared on the screen. Switching the view, Kyle could see the dot was not too far away. Concealing the device as best he could, Kyle began to walk, following the path it indicated. It took time, and was a fairly long walk, but eventually Kyle found himself before a hatch with the datapad indicating the dark trooper weapons were inside. He tried the control, and the door slid aside. Before him was the expanse of the Executor as secondary hangar bay. But unlike before, the room was relatively quiet. Kyle saw not a soul around nor any other ships or equipment. The ship he and the other stormtroopers had placed the platform containing the dark trooper weapons into sat by itself. Why did they clear the bay? Suddenly, an alarm began to blare. Certain that he'd been spotted, Kyle pulled his blaster out and looked for an attacker, but none came. Instead, the hangar bay door slid open, revealing the expanse of space beyond it. The deck the ship sat on began to rotate, turning to face the opening. They're launching. I need to get aboard now. Pushing off on his left foot, Kyle sprinted as fast as he could towards the ship, reaching it just as the vessel finished its rotation. Kyle looked for an access panel, a hatch, something to allow him into the ship. Finding a panel at the rear of the ship, Kyle connected his datapad to it and set the device to work, hoping it could get the doors open before the ship launched. With a low whine, the ship's repulsors came on, beginning to lift it off the deck. Kyle looked to the datapad, silently urging it to hurry. The ship engines activated, and began to power up. Just then, one of the rear access doors began to open. Disconnecting the datapad, Kyle grabbed the door and fought to pull it open enough to let him in. The door was very heavy, and without the datapad telling it to stay open, it tried to close. Suddenly, Kyle felt a different pulling sensation as the ship's engines began to guide it out of the hangar bay. Kyle took a deep breath, and with a yell of effort, got the door open just as the ship passed through the hangar bay's magnetic field. For a moment, Kyle couldn't breathe, but with most of his body in now, the door gave him a push, and he fell inside, the door shutting behind him. Kyle lay there for several minutes, feeling each inhalation and exhalation, even as he gave thanks that he was still alive. When he finally felt ready, Kyle got up and looked around, but couldn't see anything. He tried removing the stormtrooper helmet, but the result was the same. Reaching to his belt, he found his light and activated it. Sweeping it around, Kyle was able to ascertain that he was in the ship's cargo hold. Tethered to the deck just ahead of him was the pallet of Dark Trooper weapons. Rising to his feet, Kyle began to explore the space, finally finding a door on the far side of the room. It opened easily, and he found himself in the cockpit of the transfer vessel, the viewport showing the local space outside the ship. There seemed to be no one else aboard, yet the ship was clearly being flown. Kyle stepped forward towards the pilot's chair, and there, he found the answer. With his manipulator arms extended to the controls, a droid sat in the pilot's chair. His head turned to look at Kyle, and then just as quickly turned back to the controls, apparently unconcerned with his presence. The comm speaker crackled. "Transfer Vessel 07A3, you are cleared for hyperspace." "Acknowledged," said the droid, moving one of his arms to a lever. "Hyperdrive engaged. Entering hyperspace in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. The stars outside became lines as the transfer vessel flashed into hyperspace. Realizing that he'd have to wait until the vessel reached its destination, Kyle removed the stormtrooper uniform, placing it in the ship's cargo bay. Returning to the cockpit, Kyle sat down in the co-pilot's chair and broke out some of his rations. He couldn't remember the last time he had eaten anything, and the last thing he needed to do was to allow himself to get weak. The ration bars weren't exactly tasty, but they were filling. Washing them down with some dehydrated juice, Kyle wiped some crumbs off his armor, then settled as best he could into the chair. "Hey," he said to the droid, "wake me up before we leave hyperspace, okay?" Kyle had meant it as a joke, but the droid looked to him and said, "Affirmative." Not sure how to take that, Kyle decided to ignore it for now. He knew he needed to try and rest as much as he could. Once the transfer vessel arrived at the Arc Hammer, he'd need to find a way off of it, infiltrate the Imperial ship, find Jan, and get out of there. He checked his equipment belt one last time for Wexter surprises. They looked ready, and Kyle smiled before putting them away. Then, settled as comfortably as the chair would permit, Kyle closed his eyes. He was asleep less than a minute later. "Admiral." Gazing out at the starfield beyond the elongated nose of the executor, Ozzel was feeling the calmness spreading over him. Looking at the stars had always been relaxing to him, but even more so now. Pete's interruption was necessary, but also unwelcome. "Yes, Captain," he said, turning to face his junior. "Sir, hangar control confirms the transfer vessel has entered hyperspace successfully." "All right, Captain," Ozzel responded, caring little for such a minor detail. "Anything else?" "Yes, sir," Piet said. "The team performing cleanup of weapons testing room number 1 reported finding 4 dead stormtroopers along with what was left of 2 dark troopers." That surprised Ozzel. Since hearing about General Mock's ambitious project, he had been a closet supporter of it. The dark trooper represented a more efficient use of Imperial resources than sending in multiple platoons of stormtroopers. He nodded. "We should inform Lord Vader of." "Forgive my interruption, Admiral," Piet said, "but there is something else you need to know." Normally Ozzel would have chastised the younger man for interrupting him, but there was something in Pete's gaze. "Go ahead, Captain." One of the bodies found was not wearing stormtrooper armor. Ozzel considered this. He had expected the Dark Troopers to make mincemeat of the Stormtroopers, but with this report. "Let us discuss the anomaly with Lord Vader, Captain." "Yes, sir," Piet said, following Ozzel down to the communications area. Chapter 63. Dangerous Paths. The 4 seeker droids moved, firing from different angles. Turning with inhuman speed, Vader guided his crimson lightsaber as it flashed and spun, deflecting each strike. Another turn, and all 4 seeker droids were cut in half by one stroke of the energy blade, falling to the deck in a cacophony of metal chunks. His breathing unchanged, Vader gazed at the pieces. He knew he would need to program the next set with more advanced attack protocols. This latest batch was simply too easy for him to handle. Out of the corner of one eye, he spotted a flashing light on a control console, signaling the bridge was calling him. Deactivating the lightsaber and returning it to his belt, Vader strode to the console and pressed a button to receive the signal. A second later, the display screen came on, displaying the faces of Admiral Ozzel and Admiral Piet. "Yes, Admiral. Lord Vader, the transfer vessel has launched as per your orders and successfully entered hyperspace." Good, Vader thought. Now perhaps General Mach will stop annoying me with his endless requests for more weapons. "Well done, Admiral," he said. "And what of the weapons testing?" "It is completed as well, my lord. But there may be a problem." "A problem?" Vader echoed menacingly. "What kind of problem, Admiral?" "It appears all the stormtroopers assigned to the weapons testing were eliminated. However, both Dark Troopers were also destroyed." That part didn't surprise Vader. Though General Mach seemed genuinely passionate about his project, Vader had his doubts about its viability or potential for success. Nevertheless, the Emperor ordered him to provide full support, and so he had put away his misgivings. But now, with this report, those doubts resurface. Perhaps the Dark Troopers are not all that General Mach thinks. "There is one other thing, Lord Vader," Ozzel said. "Yes, Admiral. One of the stormtrooper bodies did not have his armor. I request to have a team investigate the matter further." Hearing this, Vader thought of the light he had seen during his meditations. He had dismissed as imagination. What now? "Sound intruder alert, Admiral. Have all section heads verify the location of all officers and crew immediately. Where is the smuggler's ship we brought aboard?" Ozzel turned to Piet, then faced forward again. "The vessel was moved to storage, Lord Vader. Retrieve it right away and send a scanning crew aboard the vessel. I want to know who was aboard that ship." "Yes, Lord Vader," Ozzel replied. The Dark Lord was about to end the transmission when another possibility occurred to him. "Send a message to General Mach regarding the transfer vessel, and tell him to check it for any stowaways." "As you wish, Lord Vader," Ozzel said. Deactivating the screen, Vader considered what was going on. Someone got on board from that smuggler ship. Somehow, he survived the Dark Trooper attack, and is now aboard the transfer vessel. Vader considered whether he could rely on General Mach to apprehend the intruder. Activating the communicator, he called the bridge. Ozzel's face appeared a moment later. "Yes, Lord Vader. Cancel the message to General Mach, Admiral. Put me in touch with the Archhammer. I want to speak with him right away." Ozzel looked puzzled for a moment, then replied, "Yes, Lord Vader. It will take just a few minutes." "It had better, Admiral," the Dark Lord said. "Time is of the essence." Feeling some satisfaction at seeing Ozzel's discomfort, Vader deactivated the communicator. "Captain," called the head of communications. "Yes, sir, we are receiving a priority signal for General Mach. Inform whoever is calling that the General is currently engaged and cannot be interrupted." "I don't think I can do that, sir," answered the comm officer. "And why not?" "The signal is from Admiral Ozzel aboard the Executor." The captain of the Archhammer paused at hearing this. A priority signal was almost the highest level of importance in transmissions, and for it to be coming from Darth Vader's flagship indicated to the captain that he had best not ignore it. Patch it in here, he ordered. Yes, sir. The comm station's display screen came on, and a moment later, the face of Admiral Ozzel appeared on it. Admiral Ozzel, said the captain, a pleasure to hear from you. Captain, I have no time for pleasantries right now. I called to speak to General Moak, not to you. The captain of the Arkhammer heard the iciness in the Admiral's tone. Still, he had his orders from the General. Admiral, I'm afraid General Mock is currently engaged and unavailable at this time. But I will be happy to offer my help. The captain could see clearly this didn't sit well with the Admiral. I'm just following orders. Hold on this channel, Captain, Ozzel said, a trace of anger in his tone. The screen went fuzzy for a moment. Then, to the captain's astonishment, the black-armored visage of Darth Vader appeared on the screen. Lord Vader, the captain stammered, thank you for calling. I did not. Spare me your worthless platitudes, Captain, the Dark Lord intoned. I wish to speak with General Mock, immediately. The captain felt sweat begin to bead on his brow. Saying no to the Dark Lord of the Sith was tantamount to career suicide, not to mention personal. But disobeying General Mock's orders presented him with an equally unattractive result. The captain attempted to stall. Lord Vader. I apologize, but the General is currently. On the screen, Vader raised his hand. Engaged and could not be. The captain's voice suddenly cut off as an unseen hand clamped itself around his throat. Instinctively, his hands reached for his collar to ward it off, but there was nothing there to grab. The hand squeezed tighter, and the captain began to gasp. I hold your puny life in my hand at this moment, Captain. Just a bit more pressure, and you will cease to exist. Connect me with General Moak now. Unable to draw a breath, the captain was able to nod, just barely. The pressure on his neck was suddenly gone, and he was able to breathe as before. His throat, however, felt raw, and he reached a hand up to massage it. Look into the comm officer, he rasped. Signal General Mock. Yes, sir, answered the comm officer, his voice a bit shaky in reaction to what he had just seen. The Arkhammer. Quarters of General Mock. Emerging from his private bath swathed in an oversized robe, General Mock walked into his wardrobe to select a fresh uniform. Within 5 minutes, he emerged from the wardrobe, checking himself in the mirror. He smiled, finding nothing out of place. As he turned to head towards his desk, he heard the sound of rustling cloth. Mock looked down and saw the uniform he had dropped onto the floor an hour earlier. Even a cursory glance showed that he'd have to dispose of it. The sweat stains and streaks of blood had discolored and deformed the material beyond the ability to clean. Gazing at the uniform, Mock felt a smile come to his face. He hadn't completely broken Ors yet, but she was close now, very close. His use of the blade had not only weakened her physically, but frightened her enough to begin answering some of his questions. Mock now knew the story behind Kyle joining the rebels. If not for those blasted dark Jedi, Kyle would still be one of us. I can see now what happened to the boy. He must have felt completely betrayed by the Empire. But now, with Kyle soon to be brought aboard the reprisal and delivered here, Mock was certain he could use this knowledge to talk to Kyle, convince him of the errors of his ways, and bring him back into the fold. Despite his former student's traitorous actions, Mock was reluctant to give up on him just yet. At the very least, Kyle might prove to be a fount of information on the rebels. And he still had Jan Ors as a bargaining chip. It was then his desk communicator began to chirp. Mock's near-good mood vanished in an instant. For the second time in 2 days, his explicit orders not to be interrupted had been ignored. This is becoming intolerable. I may have to consider replacing the captain. Moving to the desk, Mock took his time sitting down before accepting the incoming transmission. The holoprojector above the desk came to life, displaying the visage of the Arkhammer as captain. Captain, he said, irritatedly, I am growing tired of repeating myself. But instead of looking recalcitrant, the captain's face looked haunted. General, we have a priority signal for you from Lord Vader. He wishes to speak with you immediately. Mock noticed immediately the captain's voice was very hoarse, as if his throat was constricted. any time he would have asked, but given that it was Vader who was calling, Mach determined the reason why. "Very well, Captain," he said, his tone more conciliatory. "Transfer it here." "Yes, General," the captain said. His face disappeared, replaced momentarily with that of Darth Vader. "Lord Vader," Mach said, "I must say I am surprised by General Moak. I am not accustomed to being told to wait when I send a priority signal. It would be to your advantage to not allow such a situation to occur again." Realizing he was in deep trouble, Mach moved quickly to placate the Dark Lord. "My apologies, Lord Vader. I will explain to my officers the method in which a priority signal should be handled. It will not happen again." "It had better not, General. For if it does, the consequences shall be unfortunate." The threat, while unspoken, was very clear. "I understand," Mach replied. "Good," Vader said. "Now, the transfer vessel with the weapons you requested has been dispatched and should be arriving soon. However, I believe there is a stowaway aboard it." "A stowaway," Mach repeated. Vader related the events that had occurred on the Executor. "Therefore, as soon as the ship arrives, have a scanning crew check it thoroughly. Should you find anyone aboard, hold them for questioning and inform me immediately." Mach hesitated before answering. Though Vader's request was reasonable, doing so would delay the deployment of the Dark Trooper weapons and throw off his deployment schedule. Still, he was not about to question the Dark Lord. "As you wish, Lord Vader." Without another word, Vader's image faded and the holoprojector turned itself off. Mach considered what Vader had told him. He wondered who or what would go to the trouble of stowing away aboard the transfer vessel. It's not like any one person can do significant harm to the Archammer. As he pondered further, one face floated up in his mind. But that can't be, or could it? Activating his desk comm, Mach called the bridge. The captain answered, his voice still hoarse. "Yes, General. Contact the reprisal. Request a status report on their mission and contact me as soon as you hear from them." "Yes, General." "And Captain." "Yes, General. Make sure you get down to medical afterward and have your throat treated." "Yes, General," the captain said gratefully. Ending the transmission, Mach settled back into his chair and steepled his fingers. Though it seemed impossible, Moak knew he would feel better once he knew Kyle Katarn had been successfully captured. "What do you mean you can't get through?" said the captain, his expression showing his frustration. Thinking the call to the reprisal would be a simple matter, the situation was growing increasingly annoying, and his throat hurt more with each word he spoke. "I've tried it 3 times now, sir," explained the equally frustrated comm officer. "The signal is going out just fine, but I'm not receiving a return echo from the reprisal." "What could be the problem?" "That's what I'd like to know, sir. It's like what?" asked the captain. "Like the reprisal isn't there, sir." The captain waited a moment, then said, "What do you mean, not there?" "Captain, any signal sent to an Imperial ship generates a return echo. The only way we wouldn't receive it would be if the ship wasn't there." The captain felt his frustration growing. Though he believed what the comm officer said, he knew it would be the last thing General Mach would want to hear. He let out a breath. "Very well then. Contact General Mach right away." "Yes, sir." The Archammer. Quarters of General Mach. Mach listened to the report, the bad feeling in his stomach getting worse. "Very well, Captain," he said, ending the transmission. Mach took in a deep breath, let it out. The only reason why would be if the ship wasn't there anymore. Considering the various possibilities, Mach began to wonder if there was another plan at work, a plan developed by Kyle Katarn. Reaching to his desk comm, he opened a channel. It took only a few seconds before a voice issued from the speaker. "Hangar deck, Lieutenant Arianzo here. This is General Mach. Do we have any hyperspace-capable vessels available for immediate launch?" Just a moment, General," came the surprised reply. It took just a minute before Arianzo replied. "We have 2 of the Cygnus X-1 gunboats aboard, General, along with 4 shuttles. Are any ready for immediate launch?" "Oh yes, sorry sir, Just a moment, Arianzo stammered, then said, "One of the gunboats is on Ready 5, General. Prep it for immediate launch. I'll be down momentarily to brief to the pilot." "Yes, sir. We'll be expecting you," Arianzo said. Mach ended the transmission and got up from his chair. He wasn't willing to trust the comm channels for such an important task. No, this had to be a personal briefing. 10 minutes. The Arc Hammer. Hangar Bay. Pilot ready room. "Do you understand the mission, Lieutenant?" Foiler Noxer nodded, adding, "Yes, sir." "Do you have any questions?" "No, sir." "Your mission is time critical, Lieutenant. I need to know the status of the reprisal as soon as possible." "You'll have it, General." "All right then. Good luck," and dismissed. Noxer saluted the General, and once the General had saluted in return, turned and left the ready room. Mach stood in the doorway, watching as the pilot boarded the gunboat. A few minutes later, its engines flared blue-white as it accelerated out of the hangar bay. That's done. Mach, now to prepare for the arrival of the transfer vessel. If someone is aboard, they won't have a chance. "Up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up." The voice infiltrated into the perfect nothingness of his dreamless sleep, distorting it until he could no longer maintain the state. Reluctantly, Kyle opened his eyes even as the voice continued. "Up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up." I'm up, he called. Blinking several times and rubbing at his sleep-coated eyes, Kyle saw the blurry scene in front of him resolve in the cockpit of the transfer vessel. Letting out a yawn, he stretched, feeling his body and mind begin to wake up. In the midst of one stretch, Kyle turned to his right and saw the face of the droid pilot looking at him. "I woke you up, as requested," it said. It took Kyle a moment to understand what the droid was saying. Then he remembered where he was. "How close are we?" he asked. "Reversion in 10 seconds, said the droid, 9-8. Realizing he had only seconds, Kyle rose to his feet, ignoring the protest from his knees and calves. "I've got to get ready." Stepping into the ship's cargo area, Kyle located the purloined stormtrooper uniform. Just then, he felt the deceleration as the transfer vessel dropped out of hyperspace. The ship's comm speaker came to life. "Incoming vessel, identify yourself. This is transfer vessel X3-01 requesting permission to land. Transmit your clearance code." Kyle heard a brief series of high-pitched squeals and beeps. "Code accepted. Transfer vessel X3-01, you are cleared to land." "Sounds good to me," Kyle thought. "Are there any additional personnel aboard?" Kyle froze in the midst of putting the stormtrooper uniform on. "Affirmative," said the droid. "One passenger." "No!" "You idiot machine." "Confirmed one passenger, X3-01. Please hold position upon entering the hangar." "Confirmed," replied the droid. "Thanks a lot," Kyle thought. Blasted droid. Putting on the rest of the stormtrooper uniform, Kyle returned to the cockpit, the droid's head turning towards him as he entered. "You just couldn't keep your mouth shut, could you?" Kyle said. "Clarification," the droid said, not understanding. Kyle calmed himself, realizing the machine didn't know any better. "Forget it." The droid stared at him for a moment longer, then turned his head forward once again. Looking outside the viewport, Kyle studied the shape that was drawing ever closer to them. The arc hammer looked just as the intelligence images had shown it. "Thing looks like a cockeyed hammer," Kyle observed. "Confirmed," said the droid. Taken by surprise at the comment, Kyle stared at the droid for a long moment, then made a quick check of his weapons and equipment. He looked again at the ungainly Imperial vessel. "This is it. Here I come, Jag." The arc hammer. Quarters of General Mach. "The transfer vessel is approaching the hangar bay. General," the captain of the arc hammer said from the confines of the holoprojector, "we have confirmed the presence of one person aboard." "Very good, Captain," said Mach, noting the man sounded better after his sickbay visit. "Are you ready to receive the stowaway?" "Yes, sir," the captain answered confidently. I have placed 6 squads in the hangar bay with orders to board the transfer vessel as soon as it touches down. Whoever is aboard, they won't be getting far. Good, Captain, Mock said with a small smile. Inform me the moment the prisoner has been secured. I want to speak with him personally. Yes, sir, the captain said. Ending the transmission, Mock settled back in his chair. It seems Lord Vader was right. And in a few more minutes, I'll know who the stowaway is. The transfer vessel. Kyle watched as the ship entered the Arkhammer S hangar bay. Somewhat smaller than that of a Star Destroyer, the design of it was clearly Imperial. The only major difference was the large group of stormtroopers standing there, facing the transfer vessel. Gee, Kyle said, I wonder what they want. The droid pilot looked at him. You. Kyle raised an eyebrow at the comment. Clearly, there was more to this droid than he had originally thought. You're probably right. Too bad I have to disappoint them. There was a brief thump as the transfer vessel settled onto the floor of the hangar bay. Immediately, the stormtroopers started moving towards it. From his belt, Kyle pulled out the fusion cutter and the shotgun-like weapon he had learned was called a Stuker concussion rifle. Sorry about this, he said to the droid, stepping out of the cockpit and into the cargo area. It was at that moment that the 3 thermal detonators Kyle had placed at key points along the forward viewpoint went off together. Strong as it was, even Transperry steel could not stand such a blast. The forward viewport shattered, chunks of it scattering everywhere. Even as pieces shot through the entrance to the cockpit, Kyle stepped into the space and began firing. A combination of green energy blasts and concussion charges emitted from the weapons. Not aiming in any particular direction, Kyle swept them back and forth across the line of stormtroopers. Nearly 10 fell in the initial barrage. The rest began to return fire even as they sought some kind of cover. But there were few safe places in the hangar bay, and 2 more stormtroopers fell. Letting go of the trigger of the concussion rifle, Kyle brought out the grenade launcher and fired 4 quick shots into the hangar bay. The grenades exploded within seconds, creating pulse of fire and smoke. The neat lines of stormtroopers had crumbled into near chaos. Kyle could see a number moving this way, and that about the bay. Let's hope that's enough cover for me, Kyle thought, squeezing off a few more shots before turning from the cockpit and heading for the cargo area. Pausing just long enough to grab one of the Dark Trooper weapons, Kyle reached the rear doors, found the control panel for them, and activated it. The doors began to open, and as soon as there was a wide enough gap, Kyle stepped through it, then took off at a run. Rounding the side of the ship, he pulled out his blaster and began randomly firing, even as he ran away from the ship. With any luck, the other stormtroopers would be too confused to realize where he had come from. The smoke from the grenades was getting wispy, allowing the stormtroopers to see more clearly. Kyle was almost to the closest group when a trooper wearing the shoulder insignia of a squad leader appeared out of the smoke, his blaster leveled. Hold it. The Imperial called. Identify yourself. Kyle came to a halt, raising his arms. Don't shoot. Don't shoot, he cried. The squad leader moved closer. Where'd you come from, trooper? Kyle pointed behind him. I was trying to flank the vessel, sir, when a figure came darting out from behind it. He opened fire, and I shot back, but he nailed me with a lucky shot. Kyle indicated the blaster mark on his armor. By the time I recovered, he was gone. Blast, said the squad leader. We had explicit orders to capture that man. You sure you didn't see where he went, trooper? Kyle shook his head. No, sir, but given our presence here, I guess he headed somewhere aft. Obviously displeased, the squad leader waited a moment before speaking again. What's your condition, trooper? Embarrassed and angry, sir. I let that guy get away. Then learn from your mistake. As for now, form up with your squad. Yes, sir, Kyle said, jogging past the squad leader. So far so good, he thought. Now I just need to figure out where Jan is, rescue her and somehow get back to the hangar bay without being captured or killed. Kyle considered what he had just said to himself. I am crazy. Smiling to himself, Kyle picked one group of stormtroopers at random and joined them, pointedly avoiding further conversation with anyone. The Arc Hammer. Quarters of General Mach. Mach pressed the receive button just as his communicator started to warble. He was anticipating the call. "Go ahead, Captain," he said, preparing himself for the good news. But the tone of the captain's voice was anything but victorious. "General Mach, I'm afraid there has been a problem with the transfer shuttle." The smile on Mach's face evaporated. "What do you mean, Captain?" he said icily. "What kind of problem?" "The transfer vessel docked in the hangar bay just as expected. But, within a few moments, its forward viewport exploded and someone began firing from the cockpit." Mach cursed under his breath. The presence of the stormtroopers hadn't frightened the person aboard the transfer vessel. Instead, it seemed to have emboldened him. A miscalculation, but perhaps not a grave one. The captain was still speaking. "Several stormtroopers were lost and a grenade attack caused confusion among the units. We believe it was during that time that—" "Captain," Mach said gravely, putting maximum force into his voice, "do not tell me that." The infiltrator escaped. Total silence reigned on both sides of the comm for nearly a minute. "Captain," Mach said, the anger he was feeling evident in his tone, "are you telling me 6 full squads of stormtroopers could not stop one man from escaping?" There was another long pause before the captain replied, "Yes, sir." Mach fought back the initial impulses he felt, to relieve the captain of duty, have him shot and to eject his dead body out an airlock. "No," he told himself, "no, I will not give in to this. Such actions are typical of Darth Vader, and I will not allow myself to be reduced to his level." Forcing himself to speak calmly, Mach said, "Captain, send a scanning team aboard the transfer vessel. I want a full DNA analysis, cross-spectrum analysis, anything that will tell me who was aboard that ship." "Understood." "Yes, General." Mach ended the transmission, knowing the captain would be nearly overcome with concern over his failure to capture the occupant of the transfer vessel. Sometimes the threat of punishment is worse than the punishment itself. Mach tried settling back in his desk chair, but found the material strangely uncomfortable. He tried shifting position, but it didn't help. The general realized he was concerned. The failure to capture the person on the transfer vessel only extended and intensified the mystery of who it was. "Well, either he'll be found on board the Arc Hammer or I'll hear from the reprisal that Kadarn has been captured. In the meantime, I shall have to be patient." Unfortunately, patience was not Mach's strong suit. Kyle wiped a hand across his brow, but the sweat kept coming. The space he was in was very warm, bordering on hot. The maintenance and inspection corridors of the Arc Hammer enabled him to travel undetected, but suffered from a lack of climate control. And all the machinery around him gave off the same byproduct as they worked: heat. After the squad he had joined was dismissed, Kyle had walked with them out of the hangar bay. As they continued, he slowed his pace, falling farther and farther behind the group until, as they went around a turn, he ducked into the first door he saw. And for once, he didn't encounter a stormtrooper, dark trooper, Imperial commander, or any other kind of enemy. The room, upon inspection, revealed itself to be a maintenance station. A hatch in the back of the room opened readily, exposing the maintenance inspection corridor. With no other options available, Kyle stepped inside the stuffy, confined space. Barely a minute had passed before he had to ditch the stormtrooper armor as he was roasting inside it. Passing by a large area where some kind of large armature mechanism sat, he pushed ahead, his datapad guiding him. "Too bad this thing can't find Jan for me." Suddenly, the datapad indicated a change of direction, but instead of left or right, it told Kyle he needed to go straight down. "Okay," he thought, "this is going to be interesting. Not like there's a set of stairs in here." As he looked around the corridor lit only with the lights from the various computers, machinery, and other mechanisms, Kyle spotted an opening just ahead of where he was. Drawing closer, he saw the opening was much larger than it had first appeared. "I wonder, could this be?" He heard the sound of a repulsor lift. It grew quickly in volume. Pulling back from the opening, Kyle heard, then saw a trapezoidal cylinder fill the shaft. A moment later, it was gone, the repulsor lift sound beginning to fade. A turbolift shaft. Kyle's mind raced. He considered whether or not he could use the shaft to go down as the datapad was instructing him. Pulling his light from his belt, he shined it into the shaft. At first, he saw nothing except smooth walls, but then, on the far side, he spied a small alcove and within it, the rungs of a ladder. Of course, he thought, the maintenance techs used this to inspect the turbolift shafts. Now the only question was whether or not he could clear the intervening space between him and the ladder. Realizing he was going to have to jump, Kyle flexed his fingers and did a few knee bends to prepare himself. This is probably gonna hurt, he thought. Grabbing both sides of the opening into the turbolift shaft, Kyle pushed off and jumped. For a moment, it seemed as if he had vaulted into nothingness. A moment later, with a bone-jarring crash, his body hit the ladder, then began to slide down. Feeling his downward movement, Kyle frantically grabbed for the rungs of the ladder. To slip through his grasp. Feeling panic begin to set in, Kyle felt the next rung slap into his hand. He grabbed it, wrapping both hands around the metal. At the same time, his feet struck another rung and Kyle quickly pushed them forward, trying to center his balance on the rung. The pain of doing all this struck him a second later. Closing his eyes, Kyle fought not to give in even as part of his mind screamed for him to let go. Can't let go, he told himself, can't let go, no matter how much it hurts. It took several minutes for the initial shock to wear off. The pain faded somewhat, but not completely. Okay, cat arm. Start down. Concentrating on moving one rung at a time, Kyle started down the shaft, stopping in 20 rung increments to check his datapad. Maddeningly, it kept telling him to go down further. Nearly 10 minutes when Kyle heard a familiar, but unwelcome sound. He looked up, even though he realized he wouldn't be able to see the approaching turbolift car. But he could hear it. A quick glance around the shaft showed nowhere else for him to go. That left him with only one chance to survive. Wrapping his arms and feet around the ladder, Kyle flattened himself against the metal as much as he could. The sound of the repulsor lift grew louder, the volume nearly unbearable as the car passed by, missing him by less than a meter. The force of air in the wake of its passage hit him a second later. Kyle felt it press into every part of his body, trying to pull him from the ladder. Got to hold on, he told himself. Got to hold on no matter what. Time passed, and gradually, the wind lessened, finally dissipating enough that Kyle was able to let go of the ladder and resume his descent. But he knew he was running out of time. Resisting the sucking wind had taken a great deal of his strength. He didn't know how many more times he could resist it before he'd be exhausted. I need to find an exit, and fast. Suddenly the repulsor lift sound returned. Coming up this time? Kyle grabbed onto the ladder and flattened himself again. But what he didn't anticipate was the wind blast hitting first, before the turbolift car arrived. Before Kyle knew fully what was happening, his feet came off the ladder and his body began to rise, until the only thing holding him to the ladder was his hands. Kyle tried to hold on, but the updraft was just too strong. He cried out as his hands came off the ladder. But, amazingly, he didn't fall. Instead, the wind blast held him, pushing him up in front of the turbolift car. Okay, Kyle thought, this is weird. He wasn't sure how far or how long he could travel like, but just then the wind blast began to subside and Kyle found himself drifting down, not unlike a leaf. A moment later, the updraft disappeared completely, and he thumped down unceremoniously face first onto the roof of the turbolift car, the sound echoing in the shaft. Ow. Feeling worn by his travels through the turbolift shaft, Kyle lay there unmoving until he heard a sound from inside the turbolift car. I tell ya something's up there, said a voice. Probably just something floating around in the shaft, said a second voice. You worry too much. And you don't worry enough, said the first voice. You heard the announcement. We have an intruder aboard the ship. And you think he's hiding in the turbo shaft. The second voice said scornfully. Give me a break. I'm checking, said the first voice. Fine, fine, said the second voice, sighing heavily. I'll hold the car. Let's get this over with. Realizing what was about to happen, Kyle reached for his belt and pulled out his blaster. Ignoring the discomfort in his body, he watched as a section of the roof of the turbolift car opened, and the helmet of a stormtrooper appeared. The moment the Imperial saw him, Kyle fired. Inside the car, the second stormtrooper heard the shot. Surprised, he pulled out his own weapon, and then looked to where the other stormtrooper had boosted himself towards the access hatch. "Hey," he called. "I heard a shot. Something happened up there." The answer came as the first stormtrooper fell back into the turbolift car, his helmet smoking. The second stormtrooper saw that the first was dead and was just looking back towards the roof of the car when Kyle stuck his blaster in and fired. He heard a surprised cry, followed by silence. Having fired the shots blindly, Kyle took a minute to listen for any sounds of movement or shouts of alarm, but neither came. Let's see then. Moving forward, Kyle stuck his head in through the access hatch, finding both stormtroopers were lying on the floor of the car, armor smoking. Both were clearly dead. Pulling his head back out, Kyle lowered his legs into the access hatch, then slid forward until all but his head was inside. Having secured a grip on the lip of the access hatch with his hands, Kyle now let go, letting himself drop the rest of the way inside. His left foot came down on one of the stormtroopers, and he nearly fell on top of them. Recovering his balance, Kyle moved the bodies just enough to allow him to reach the control panel. The display read, "Hold and flash" in red letters. Studying the controls, Kyle pushed the button to release the car, and then consulted his datapad. It still indicated he had to go down. Reaching for the turbolift controls, Kyle sent it down, stopping at each deck to check the datapad. He descended for another 10 decks before the datapad indicated another change of direction. Partly grateful to have this part of the journey over with, Kyle also felt apprehensive. He realized he had no idea what was on the other side of the door. His plan of sneaking around until he found Jan was fast unraveling. But I can't exactly hide in here forever either. Moving cautiously, Kyle keyed the turbolift car's door open and stepped through, his blaster at the ready. Expecting to find stormtroopers or maybe an officer or two, the corridor Kyle stepped into looked to be completely empty. He turned round, trying to figure if he had somehow gotten off in the wrong place. But a check of the datapad told Kyle he was indeed on the right deck, and that he needed to proceed down the corridor to find his objective. Kyle began walking the corridor, turning round every so often to make sure someone wasn't sneaking up on him. I can't believe there's nobody around. As important as this deck is, you'd think there'd be some guards. Following the datapad, Kyle continued down the corridor. 10 minutes later, he stood before a T intersection, the corridor branching out to the left and right. But what concerned Kyle here was the large door that was in front of him. A sign above the door's control panel read, "Exhaust ports, primary power systems." This is it, Kyle thought, my first stop. The door opened readily to his key press, allowing Kyle to step inside. As the door closed behind him, his eyes swept across the room. It was easily as large as the room he had been in while on the Executor, but where that room was all solid durasteel decking, this one contained 2 circular-shaped pools that crackled with energy. And in the middle of each was a metal shaft extending upwards and outside the room and eventually outside the ship. Kyle recognized them. The 2 shafts were exhaust ports that helped dissipate excess heat, energy, and other undesirables from the arc hammer as primary power systems. Reaching to his belt, Kyle opened the largest of the pouches he carried and pulled out a device that was shaped, roughly, like a plus sign. This sequencer charge, developed by Wexter and 2 of his engineers, Tig and Darthard, would destroy the exhaust port and in companion with the other 2 charges Kyle carried cause a complete overload that would destroy the arc hammer from the inside out. The only problem Kyle had now was to find which of the 2 shafts was the primary exhaust port. And for that, he was going to have to get close to them. But at that moment, Kyle's problems suddenly increased as 2 dark troopers came into view, orange-white flames coming from their jetpacks as they rounded one of the shafts. Seeing them, Kyle knew why he hadn't found any guards on this deck. The dark troopers, having detected a presence in the room, spotted Kyle. Both raised their right arms and began firing. Pausing just long enough to activate his shield, Kyle took off, aiming for the far side of the room. The Dark Troopers followed, their fire striking the deck behind him. Their pursuit and weapons fire made turning to fight impossible. The shield won't hold long enough for me to get off enough shots. Still running, Kyle saw he was nearing one of the metal pillars. He noticed that there was a walkway around the circumference of the shaft. Seeing this, a plan began to form in his mind. If I can get around the corner fast enough. Reaching the pillar, Kyle employed his momentum and jumped. Clearing the pool of raw energy, his left foot came down on the walkway, but his right dragged slightly. There was a crackle as the energy pool met his shield. Kyle quickly pulled his foot up, noting that his shield power had dropped to 75%. Hearing the jetpacks of the approaching Dark Troopers, Kyle turned round and flattened his back against the wall of the shaft. Moving as quickly as he could, Kyle scooted around the edge of the shaft, trying to figure out where the Dark Troopers were by the sound of their jetpacks. From his belt came the assault cannon and grenade launcher. He waited, listening as the jetpacks grew closer, then stopped. They don't know where I am, Kyle thought. Though he could not see it, on the opposite side of the shaft, the two Dark Troopers were indeed trying to determine where their quarry had gone. After nearly a minute of computations, it was reasoned that one of them should check out the other shaft while the first checked this one. Kyle heard the sound of one of the jetpacks receding even as the other grew closer. He waited until the head and chest of the Dark Trooper came into view before he turned towards and opened fire. His arms ached with the recoil from both weapons, but their combined fire struck the Dark Trooper squarely. Kyle shifted the grenade launcher's sights up a bit and 2 shots found the Dark Trooper's jetpack. It exploded, dropping the Dark Trooper towards the ground. When it hit, part of his body fell into the energy pool. A loud crackle issued from the pool as energy sparked, traveling across the armor, seeking out his power systems. Kyle had just enough time to move to the opposite side of the pillar when the Dark Trooper exploded. Hearing the sound of multiple impacts all around him, Kyle made sure to keep a watchful eye. Sure enough, here came the second Dark Trooper, drawn by the sound of the explosion. Putting the grenade launcher down, Kyle held the assault cannon in both hands, lining up his sights. This time, as his hand reached for the trigger, Kyle realized the weapon had 2 of them. I see, he thought, touching the top one, so if this is the primary, the one below it should be. He checked his sights again, and then pulled the bottom trigger. The weapon gave a strong recoil this time as a globe of white energy emerged from the lower barrel. It flew straight and true and hit the second Dark Trooper just above his chest. The ensuing explosion gouged an ugly rent in the chest armor, and the Dark Trooper began to descend to the deck. Kyle's second shot landed squarely on his head, and with a mechanical scream, the Dark Trooper fell to the deck. Kyle waited a number of minutes to make sure it was down for good, then let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Electing to give himself a 5-minute break, Kyle sat down Indian style on walkway and took an assessment of his gear. His thermal detonators were all gone, the last used to escape the arc hammer as hangar bay. His E-11 blast was about 40% depleted. Both the bowcaster and fusion cutter were at full power. The Stuker concussion rifle was about 20% depleted, the grenade launcher 60%, and assault cannon 80%. The shield was holding at 65% power. I need to find a recharging station, he thought, and soon. Rising to his feet, Kyle began to move around the pillar. According to Wexter, he should find an access panel somewhere along the surface. He was almost back to the point where he had first jumped onto the walkway when he found it. The access panel obediently slid aside, and inside was a sight that brought a quick smile to his face. The primary exhaust port, Kyle thought to himself, pulling out the first sequencer charge. The oddly shaped device fit onto the control system for the primary exhaust port quite easily, and with one key press, it was activated. According to Wexter, this thing will wait until it receives a go signal from the other charges, and then initiate a 30-minute countdown. Pulling out his datapad, Kyle checked to be sure the countdown timer on was ready. It wouldn't exactly do to be late leaving the ship. Closing the access panel, Kyle pushed off the shaft and jumped across the energy pool to the deck without stumbling this time. A check of the first Dark Trooper found only a ruined mess with nothing salvageable. But the second one's assault cannon was still intact and Kyle used it to recharge his own. A search of the room turned up enough power ports to recharge all his weapons plus the shield. That's one, he said to himself, now to find the others. Consulting his datapad, Kyle walked to the door that he had entered through, keying it open and passing through it once again. I'm coming, Jan. There's no way I'm leaving the ship without you. Chapter 64. Battle on the Arc Hammer. Reaching one end of the room, Mach turned and went back the other way. He hated this pacing. It was unlike and unbecoming of his rank. But at the same time, he had to do something to deal with his anxiety. He considered again the report from the captain of weapons fire in the vicinity of the exhaust ports for the primary power systems. But a squad of stormtroopers dispatched to the area only found the wreckage of 2 Dark Troopers, along with the evidence of battle. But whoever the assailant had been, he or she was long gone. This is getting serious. The tech team failed to find any useful DNA aboard the transfer vessel, and my own men can't seem to find one intruder. Mach also considered another part of the problem. If Vader finds out about this. The general felt his tension level rise another notch. It was then his desk communicator chirped. Moving to the desk in 3 quick steps, Mach pressed the receive button. General Mach here. General, said the captain of the Arc Hammer, we're receiving a transmission from a Lieutenant Foiler Noxer. He requests to speak to you. Send it down here, Captain, immediately. The transmission is audio only, sir, the captain said, switching channels. There was a crackle of static from the speaker, followed by the voice of the pilot. This is Foiler Noxer, priority transmission to General Mach. I arrived at the location of the reprisal 3 hours ago, but did not find the ship. I immediately initiated scans of the surrounding space and located some physical debris. There was a pause. General, it appears that the reprisal has been destroyed, cause unknown. But judging from the debris I found, I guess it was some kind of explosion. I will await further instructions. Foiler Noxer out. Mach wasn't sure what to feel. He was both disappointed and disheartened over the loss of a Star Destroyer and his crew. But at the same time, he felt admiration for the rebels, one of them in particular. Now I know who is aboard my ship, Mach thought, a smile forming on his face. It all makes sense now. Well done, my former student. But the deception is over now. I am going to find you, Kyle Katarn, and I am going to kill you. It was then Mach realized the captain was calling him. General. General Mach. Sir, are you all right? Yes, Mach said smoothly. Yes, Captain, I am. Send a message to Lieutenant Noxer to return to base. And upon his return, I want him promoted to Lieutenant Commander. Sir, the Lieutenant has provided me with valuable intelligence, Captain, and I shall see him rewarded for it. In the meantime, have all personnel except Dark Troopers cleared from the following sections. Mach gave the captain the specific locations. General, that one area. It includes the detention cells. I am well aware of that, Captain. Comply with my orders. I shall be going down to that section personally to make sure it is secured. Very well, General Mach. Do you wish an escort? No, Captain, I will not need one. Mach knew his orders would cause confusion in the captain, but at this moment obedience was more important than clarity of orders. When the captain didn't reply, Mach spoke. Is there a problem with those orders, Captain? No, General. Good, Captain. Once this is over, I shall explain everything. Understood, General, the captain said. Ending the transmission, Mach stood up from his desk, feeling more energized than ever. It is time, he thought. I shall show Katarn that his struggle is useless, and then. Mach began to laugh as he moved to exit his quarters, imagining the result of the coming confrontation. Around the same time, the executor. Bridge. What was that? Piet said to the comm officer. Per Lord Vader's instructions, sir, I have been monitoring communications coming from or to the Arc Hammer. A transmission was just sent from an assault gunboat in orbit of the planet Ergo. "Do you have the transmission?" said Admiral Ozzel, having overheard the exchange and moving to stand next to Piet. "Yes, sir," the comm officer said confidently. "Contact Lord Vader right away," Ozzel said. "With pleasure, sir." "Well done," Darth Vader said upon hearing the news. "Play the transmission." Eyes on both sides of the comm watched the communication from the gunboat. When it was over, Piet and Ozzel exchanged confused glances. "Lord Vader," asked the Admiral, "what does this mean?" "It means General Mach is playing a fool's game, Admiral. How soon can we jump to the Arkhammer location?" "Just a moment, Lord Vader," Ozzel said. Without being asked, Piet had already stepped forward to the navigation station. He came back within 30 seconds and gave Ozzel the answer. "Approximately 45 minutes, Lord Vader." "No faster?" asked the black-helmeted figure, clearly not happy with the answer he had been given. "No, Lord Vader," Piet said. "We have to home in on the Arkhammer's current position before we can begin programming the jump." "Very well," the Dark Lord said, even though his tone of voice said the opposite. "Make the jump as soon as possible, Admiral." "Yes, Lord Vader," Ozzel replied. Ending the transmission, Vader considered what was happening. His spies had kept him well apprised of General Mach's movements, and in particular, his seeming obsession with this Kyle Katarn. Vader had learned of Mach's plans to capture the Imperial defector, and now, it appeared that Katarn had outmaneuvered the general. It also explained who was aboard the transfer vessel. Vader thought again of his vision of the bright light. Could this Katarn be Force-sensitive? Vader knew from other reports that Katarn's father had some small connection to the Force, but had never explored it, been trained or used it much. That, plus Mach's reputation for treating defectors with overly harsh methods, told Vader he needed to intercept the general as soon as possible. The Dark Trooper project was too important to let one man, even his creator, ruin it. Stepping into his meditation chamber, Vader worked to calm himself, to push away the anxiousness he was feeling. "Who are you?" Kyle Katarn. Standing just outside the room containing the exhaust ports for the Arkhammer's propulsion systems, Kyle let himself have a brief respite, sitting down, back against the wall of the corridor. "I feel like I've walked over half this blasted ship," he thought. "I'm tired, my feet hurt, and I'm getting really sick of these blasted Dark Troopers." Despite battles with 3 more Phase 2 Dark Troopers and 2 Phase 1 Dark Troopers, Kyle found his progress otherwise unhampered. No matter where he went, he found no other crew, no stormtroopers, no officers, just Dark Troopers. He had reached the room with the exhaust ports for the secondary power systems and destroyed the Phase 1 and Phase 2 Dark Troopers guarding the room before setting the second sequencer charge. The Phase 1 Dark Trooper had tried sticking his blade arm into Kyle's shield and received a nasty electrical feedback that blew it up for its trouble. The blast had damaged Kyle's shield, as well, and a near miss by the Phase 2 Dark Trooper had resulted in his armor being compromised to the point that his left leg now sported a nasty, 2-inch-long gash. The medical spray and some bandages had staunched the flow of blood, but it hurt to walk on it. He checked his weapons, having recharged them after the last battle. One bright spot in all of this was he was finding the assault cannon a very useful weapon. Its secondary firing mode ate through the energy capacitors rapidly, but had taken out a Phase 1 Dark Trooper with one shot. "I just wish I could figure out why I'm not seeing anyone else." Kyle considered the possibility that the decks had been cleared of personnel, but couldn't fathom the reason behind doing so. The idea that his deception had been discovered and General Mach was planning something crossed his mind. "Even if that's so, it's not like I can do anything about it. I just want to finish the mission, get Jan, and get out here." With that, Kyle rose to his feet and prepared his weapons even as he keyed the door open. He had barely cleared the door when 2 Phase 2 Dark Troopers using their jetpacks opened up on him. Activating his shield, he took off at a run, heading for the closer of the 2 pillars. But the Dark Trooper didn't fall in behind him as before. One jerked sideways, following Kyle's path even as he neared the pillar, firing the whole way. The deck to his side blistered with energy blasts as the Dark Trooper kept pace with him. Looks like they're learning, Kyle thought. No way can I get to the walkway right now. Kyle considered what to do next. There's one thing I could try. But if it doesn't work, I'm dead. Slowing his sprint to just above a fast walk, Kyle suddenly reversed his direction. The second Dark Trooper, following from behind, came to an abrupt halt as Kyle drew closer. It tried firing at him, but Kyle's change of direction had confused the Dark Trooper, and all his shots missed. Not so for the first Dark Trooper, who had reversed its course and was fast catching up with Kyle. So intent were the two Dark Troopers on their quarry that neither of them realized what was happening until they collided in midair. The impact sent both out of control, one falling to the deck, the second striking one of the pillars before it fell into the energy pool and exploded. The remaining Dark Trooper rose, searching for his target. Over here, Kyle called. As the Dark Trooper's face came into view, Kyle opened up with the assault cannon. 3 shots plus a blast from the secondary weapon ripped the Dark Trooper open. What remained fell back onto the deck. Kyle leaned up against the wall, breathing heavily, letting his body recover from the headlong sprint. I hope I don't run into too many more of these things, he thought. When his breathing finally returned to normal, Kyle recharged his weapons before finding the primary exhaust port and setting the third and final sequencer charge. The display on this one lit up with the message after several seconds. Contact established with Units 1 and 2. Begin final countdown sequence. Kyle hesitated. His explorations so far had turned up nothing on Jan. He was beginning to despair finding her. No, he thought, I've got to find her. I can't leave this ship without her. Suddenly, an alarm began to sound on his datapad. Examining it, Kyle saw a simple, but significant message. Information on subject Jan Ors located. Below the message, the datapad indicated that a prisoner transfer of 1 Jan Ors was being conducted in the main hangar bay. It's found her, Kyle whispered, and then in a louder voice said, Hang on, Jan, I'm coming. To the sequencer charge, he typed in a single command. Add 20 minutes to final countdown. The sequencer charge processed his request. Alterations confirmed. Final countdown is set at 50 minutes. Begin countdown. Hoping that it was enough time, Kyle gave the execute command. Countdown has begun, the display read, 50 minutes until detonation. Time to go, Kyle thought, jogging out of the room and into the corridor. Finding the closest turbolift, Kyle set it to take him to Jan's location. As the turbolift began to move, he considered the sudden change. All this time he had been unable to locate any info on Jan. And now, he had her exact location. It's probably a trap, he thought, then shrugging, added, but what choice do I have? As the turbolift came to a halt, Kyle stuck his blaster outside to see if it provoked a reaction. There was none, and after waiting nearly a minute, Kyle experimentally stuck his head outside. The corridor, like so many others, was empty. Consulting the datapad, Kyle reached a familiar hatch. Passing through it, he found himself in the familiar expanse of the Arkhammer's main hangar bay. Kyle surveyed the room. While there were several craft in the bay, he didn't see a single person. He also noticed the hangar bay lights seemed a bit dim, casting broad shadows. Yep, definitely a trap. Blaster leading the way, he stepped cautiously into the hangar bay, looking for any sign of Jan's presence. Without warning, a concussion blast hit him. Caught by surprise, Kyle found himself lifted into the air as the blast knocked him backwards, the blaster torn free of his grasp. Seeing the deck rushing up to meet him, Kyle drew his legs in and lowered his head to his chest. Landing partly on his side and backside, Kyle did his best to ignore the pain as he rolled onto his side and up onto one knee and finally back onto his feet. Reaching for his belt, Kyle pulled out the bowcaster and activated his shield. A second concussion blast hit him, and on his heels, a green energy blast. His shield flared bright white at the double impacts, the power indicator dropping fast. Knocked onto the deck by the double hits, Kyle got back to his feet and searched for a target. But try as he might, he didn't see the attacker. 2 more energy blasts struck his shield, and with the final white flare, it failed. A third concussion blast hit next to Kyle's right arm, the impact sending the bowcaster flying. He started to reach for another weapon, and then reconsidered. The attacker could obviously see him, and should he for another weapon, his opponent would blast that one as well. "Well," said someone from the darkness, "I see you haven't forgotten all of your lessons." Though it was electronically filtered, the voice was familiar to Kyle. "General Mach," he called. "Ah, I see you've recognized my voice. But then again, you were one of my best students. I shouldn't be surprised." Still searching for where the voice was coming from, Kyle answered back. "And here I thought you were serious when you said that only cowards fight from the darkness." The deck suddenly echoed with the sound of a heavy metal foot taking a step, then another. Out of one of the shadows came a somewhat familiar sight. It was a dark trooper, the gray-black armor dead giveaway. But as it drew closer, Kyle could see this one was different. It was nearly a meter taller than the ones he had already seen, and even bigger, its oversized armor plates giving it the appearance of a bodybuilder. But most imposing of all was the collection of 8 weapon muzzles on his left arm, including a Stuker concussion rifle. This was, at the moment, not visible. The oversized dark trooper closed the distance between it and Kyle until it was less than 10 feet away. "Greetings, former Lieutenant Kyle Katarn," it said. "It's been a long time. I must say I'm very disappointed in you." "Join the club, General," Kyle said sarcastically. "I'm not exactly in the people-pleasing business." "No," said General Mach from his position inside the Dark Trooper suite, "you're not. But you are still a disappointment to me, Kyle. Tell me this, why have you betrayed everything you once stood up for?" "Sure, General," Kyle responded, letting anger into his voice, "as soon as you explain why the Empire killed my father. He was a rebel sympathizer and he was my only family, General," Kyle said angrily, "and your blasted Empire took his life. What did you think I'd do when I found out?" Mach had no answer for that. He could see now that trying to bring Kyle back into the fold was a lost cause. The boy was too angry to listen to reason. "A pity," Mach thought. "I see you've upgraded your toy, General," Kyle said mockingly. "What you see here is the pinnacle of my work, Kyle," answered Moke, the Phase 3 Dark Trooper. Doing his best to keep his anger in check, Kyle channeled it into bluster. "Should I applaud?" Ignoring the question, Mach said, "I know why you've come here, Kyle. And so far, you've made remarkable progress. But that ends here. You have only 2 choices now, surrender or die." Kyle said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Can't say I like either of those options, General. So how about a compromise?" Surprised by Kyle's words, Mach felt slightly off kilter. What kind of compromise? With the General momentarily distracted, Kyle moved with every bit of speed he possessed. Before Mach realized it, Kyle was holding both the grenade launcher and assault cannon. "This kind, General. You let my friend Jan go, and then let us leave, and I won't blast you out of that thing." To Kyle's surprise, Mach began to laugh, the sound filling the large space. "You really have forgotten your lessons, Kyle," Mach said, moving his right hand into view. "Never enter a negotiation without a bargaining chip." Clutched in it, clearly visible now, was Jan. Her head was down so Kyle couldn't see her face. But even from a distance, he could see the injuries done to her. Kyle fought the urge to pull the triggers on both his weapons. "Unless you want dear Miss Ors to become part of a fruitless battle, I suggest you lower your weapons, Kyle." Suddenly, inside Kyle's mind, a voice called. It was dark. "Fire." "I can't. He's got Jan. And if you surrender, you both die. Fire, Katarn." Kyle felt his fingers hovering over the triggers of both weapons. One squeeze. "I came here to save her. She could not be saved. Better that she died now than suffer any longer. Fire, Katarn." It was then that Jan began to stir. As Kyle watched, her head slowly came up. Part of the hair fell away, exposing her face. "Jan!" Kyle screamed in his mind, seeing the cuts, the bruises. "What did the bastard do to you?" Despite the damage, The eye he could see looked clear. It caught sight of him. Though her voice was low, he somehow heard it. "Kyle." "Ah," said Mock. "She is awake." "How fortunate. Perhaps Miss Ors can convince you." Mock brought his helmeted head down towards her. "Miss Ors." Turning at the sound of the voice, Jan uttered a small scream at the visage before her. Come, Miss Ors," Mock said. "There's no need for that. You know who I am." It took nearly a minute before Jan realized who was behind the metal face. "Good," Mock said. "I see you recognize me. Now, Miss Ors, I fear we are at a bit of an impasse here. Your friend over there needs to surrender before engaging in a costly battle that will surely result in your destruction." Jan's head swiveled towards Kyle. "So, if you please, Miss Ors, convince your friend to surrender." Silence reigned for nearly 30 seconds. Then Jan uttered a single word. "No." Feeling sudden fury at her refusal, Mock tightened his grip, causing Jan to cry out. "Well, it seems Miss Ors is going to be uncooperative. But our situation remains the same, Kyle. Again, I ask you, surrender." Looking at his former student, Mock saw a sudden change in Kyle's face. All the anger and fear was gone. Instead, he was smiling. But it was a cold smile, with no joy in it. Mock also noticed that Kyle had holstered the grenade launcher. He still held the assault cannon, but his aim had shifted to a new target. "Surrender," Kyle said coldly. "Forget it, General. As for Jan, I was planning on killing her anyway. Having her here now lets me to kill two birds with one blast." Mock laughed. "You do not fool me, Kyle. I know you are close to this woman. You desire her rescue, not her death." "Was close, General. She means nothing to me. Back at Ergo, if it hadn't been for the stormtroopers, I would have finished her right then and there." Mock considered this. The reports from Ergo had indicated Kyle stabbing the Ors woman, but the troop commander said it looked more like an accident. "All right, Kyle, let's test to see if you're being truthful. Is that so?" he said to Kyle. "Then you won't mind if I do this." Putting Jan in a two-handed grip, Mock stretched her arms out to their fullest, her body pressed against his armor. She cried out again. "All right, Kyle," he said. "If she truly means nothing to you, then fire." Making use of Dark's power, Kyle didn't allow his expression to flicker even a little bit. He began to raise the Dark Trooper weapon. "I'm sorry, Jan." Suddenly a new voice intruded into his mind. "Do not do this, Kyle. I don't have a choice. There are always alternatives, Kyle." "Leave him," Dark shouted. "Kadar knows what he has to do. He sees what you wish him to see, not what is. Bah! You confuse him with riddles. Kyle, do you want to do this? Do you want to kill Jan?" "No, I want to save her." "And so you will, Kadar. Fire." "There is a way to save her, Kyle, without killing her." "There is none. Do not listen, Kadar. Fire." "She can be saved, Kyle, and you both can escape from here." "How?" "Do not listen, Kadar. He wishes to deceive you. You must act now. Kill her. Trust me, Kyle. I will help you." "No." "Listen to me, Kadar. Do as I say. Fire your weapon and kill her." Just then, despite the pain she was feeling, Jan managed to speak. "Kyle, do what you have to do." He raised the blaster further, but his hand was unsteady, the weapon wavering in his grip. "Be silent," Mock said in a sudden surge of anger, pulling Jan's arms further apart. She screamed aloud even as a loud, what snap echoed in the bay. Letting go of her now useless arms, Mock grabbed Jan around the chest, squeezing her ribs. She cried out again. The scene was too much for Kyle. His facade fell. "Stop it, General. Let her go." Mock's reply dripped with sarcasm and with victory. "So the truth comes out. You do care for Miss Ors, Kyle. In that case, you have but one option: surrender." Amazingly, Jan managed to speak one more time, her voice somehow loud enough. "Kyle," she said, "I'm sorry." And with that, she collapsed in the Dark Trooper's arms. Kyle stood there, feeling almost shell-shocked. The words Jan had spoken with almost no force cut through him deeply. They penetrated through all his defenses, all the built-up resentment, anger, and hurt. And so now you see, Kyle. What will you do now? He will shoot. He has no other option. Do as I say, Katarn. Fire. She said she was sorry. More lies. More deception. She has said this only to save her own life. It is not deception. It is truth. Yes, it is. Jan's telling the truth. Then what will you do? Will you help me? I have all the power you need, Katarn. Do as I say, and nothing will be outside your reach. You can have anything you want. But what price is your power? Listen to me, Katarn. Obey me? No. You fool. How dare you refuse me? I have given everything you have desired. You shall not refuse me now. Kyle felt a sudden pressure in his head, as if something was trying to press in, to take control. His mind seemed to be filling with darkness. There is no darkness so great that the light cannot overcome it, Kyle. You are that light. Now, shine. The pressure in his head increased, the darkness filling more and more. But then, Kyle saw a light in the midst of it. It was small and not very bright, but it was there. Good, Kyle. Now focus on it. Make your light bigger. Imagining the light from a campfire when fresh wood was put on it, Kyle concentrated. In his mind, the light intensified, grew larger. The darkness around it began to fade, and the pressure in his mind began to ease a bit. No! Screamed Darkno. You are mine. To this, Kyle imagined 2 words and said them in his mind with all the force he could muster. Shut up. The light in his mind suddenly flared brightly, growing even bigger. The darkness around it shriveled and faded, the light filling the space. Yes. Well done, Kyle. And now, we shall work together. Just tell me what to do. While the voice did not respond orally, Kyle felt as if he was filling up with light. Unlike the times when he used Dark's power, this felt warm and peaceful. This is your final chance, Kyle. Mock said, surrender or I will kill Ors. Kyle felt a bit strange. It felt as if someone or something else were looking through his eyes at the same time he was. He lowered the Dark Trooper weapon. Excellent, said Mock triumphantly now. Kyle's next moment was so fast that even the enhanced optics of the Dark Trooper suit could barely follow it. He let go of the Dark Trooper weapon. In the few seconds it took the weapon to fall onto the floor of the hangar bay, with the clang of metal on metal, Kyle's now open hand reached out and into it flew the blaster rifle. Shifting Jan to one hand, Mock started to raise his own weapon arm. But before his targeting systems could even begin to form a firing solution, a single crimson bolt issued from the blaster. Arcing across the intervening space in less than a second, the bolt struck. Mock's field of vision suddenly went white as the blaster shot hit. And with a sound like breaking glass, the left eye of the Dark Trooper suit shattered, the bolt penetrating through and slicing into Mock's left eye. Time seemed to go into slow motion for the general. Even as his eye registered the incoming energy beam, vision in that eye went red for a moment, and then disappeared. Mock had just enough time to realize he'd been shot and wonder how before the pain, monstrous in scale, struck him. Mock screamed aloud, the pain overwhelming him, obliterating everything else. Kyle watched as the hand holding Jan opened, her limp body falling to the ground. I've got to go to her. She's hurt. Patience, Kyle. But Jan, your battle is not yet over. You must stay focused. I don't know if. I feel your concern for her, Kyle. She is hurt, but still alive. Are you sure? Trust me. All right, Kyle thought, putting away his concern for Jan. I'll do my best. Again, there were no words, but Kyle sensed the voice was smiling at him. He refocused on Moak, who was lurching backwards, still screaming, both hands reaching towards his ruined eye. Pain. Mock's whole world was pain. It was all-consuming, threatening to banish away any other thought. But, even as the pain attempted to rule him, Years of military training and active service kicked in. I must focus, he thought. This wound is painful, but not mortal. Riding the waves of pain radiating from his ruined eye, Mach managed to open the other one. Kyle was still standing there, looking at him. You traitorous fool. You wound me like this and then just stand there. I will see you dead. Somehow finding the strength to manipulate the Dark Trooper's suit despite the pain he felt, Mach activated his jetpack. Kyle saw a rush of flame and smoke as Mach rose into the air. The general had stopped screaming, and now, floating on a column of orange-red flame, his gun arm moved, turned until it was facing Kyle once more. He's going to fire. But on the heels of that thought, new ones filled his mind. He knew what to do now. Seeing that Kyle still hadn't moved, Mach felt even more incensed by his former student seeming in action. Die, traitor. Mach thought, opening fire. Kyle watched as all 8 weapons fired at the same time, sending a riotous collection of projectiles at him. At the voice's direction, he moved once again with incredible speed and graceful precision, ducking down before rolling to the right. A heartbeat later, the collection of weapons fire rocketed past him. Mach watched this in consternation. How did he do that? Finishing the roll, Kyle rose to one knee and raised the assault cannon. 4 precise shots flew from the weapon, 2 striking the chest armor, the third directly into the center of the helmet and the last into the collection of pipes and tubes controlling the jetpack. Mach's whole world went suddenly white. From somewhere behind him, he heard an explosion as the jetpack's fuel erupted in flame. His last thought was that he should have killed Kyle while had the chance. Then everything went black. Kyle watched as, with the final scream, the Phase 3 Dark Trooper's jetpack exploded. The armor was rent in several places, parts of it flying away. What was left hit the deck with a resounding crash. Thought the general's body was not visible, Kyle had little doubt of his condition. We did it, he said aloud. Yes, the voice answered. You have done well today, Kyle. But remember the lesson you have seen here today. Lesson? What lesson? The answer will come to you in time, Kyle. There is so much we need to discuss. What? Kyle asked. Tell me. No, the voice said firmly. No, the time is not yet right. But it is coming. Until then, Kyle Katarn, may the Force be with you. And with that, the voice was quiet. The sensation Kyle had felt all during the battle faded as if a switch had been thrown. Wait, he called in his mind. Who are you? Where are you going? He did this for nearly a minute, but no answer came back. He's gone, Kyle thought. And somehow I feel it's for real. He won't be coming back. The voice's last words echoed in his mind. At least until his time. It was then he remembered Jan, panic replacing curiosity. He rushed over to where she lay. Jan was lying on her side, her arms and legs seemingly limp. Jan! He cried, emotions rising within him, threatening to overwhelm. With an effort, Kyle pushed them away. He had no time to deal with feelings at the moment. His paramount concern had to be Jan. Moving with extreme care, Kyle touched her left arm, placing his thumb on the inside of the wrist. He waited. A few seconds later, sudden joy filled him. It's there. I feel it. Jan's pulse beat against his thumb, but not very strong or steady. Reaching to his medical pouch, Kyle's eyes took in his datapad as well. It was then he noticed the countdown timer for the sequencer charges. 8 minutes. Oh, Sith spit. Only 8 minutes left. I have to get us out of here now. Looking up from Jan, Kyle swiveled his head, searching for a ship. Sitting partly in shadow on the deck about 200 yards away, the gull-like wings of a Lambda-class were visible. Nodding at the ship, Kyle looked down at Jan once again. I've got to risk moving her. Moving as carefully as he could, ever mindful of the shortening time, Kyle gathered Jan in his arms, placing her limp arms in her lap. Gathering his strength, Kyle rose to his feet, then took off, running as fast as he could towards the shuttle. Hang on, partner, he said to Jan, we're getting out of here. Reaching the shuttle in less than a minute, Kyle was grateful to find his boarding ramp open. Rushing inside, he stepped into the cockpit and carefully lowered Jan into the co-pilot's chair, placing the acceleration straps across her body with equal care. When Jan was safely strapped in, Kyle checked his datapad again and widened his eyes at the display. He had 4 minutes left. Practically slamming himself into the pilot's chair, Kyle began flipping switches and pushing buttons. Although he had spent little time in Lambda-class vessels, the instrumentation had been standardized in order to promote quicker training for pilot recruits. Within a minute, Kyle had the main power grid online and with only a passing glance, bypassed the safety warnings of activating the repulsors and main engines without sufficient warm-up time. Either she'll fly or I'll blow every single circuit in the flight systems, Kyle thought, pressing the button that sent energy to the repulsors. With a whine of protest, the shuttle's repulsors activated. Kyle quickly retracted the boarding ramp and brought up the landing skids. He also activated the ship's floodlights, enabling him to see the hangar bay with greater clarity. Now, he thought if the engineers who built this thing used standard planning, the space doors should be right up here. Using the repulsors, Kyle guided the shuttle towards the middle of the hangar bay. Unfortunately, the space doors were closed. No way I'm letting a set of Griffin doors stop me now, Kyle thought. He scanned the shuttle's control panel and found what he was looking for. Thought not all Lambda-class shuttles had them. This one was equipped with twin heavy laser cannons. Kyle activated them, swiveling the 2 cannons until they pointed directly at the space doors. Finding the trigger on his control stick, Kyle depressed it. Twin rows of green bolts shot from the cannons, striking the metal of the space doors. The first shot struck the metal with seemingly no effect. Kyle responded by shifting the cannon's aim to the middle point, where the 2 doors came together. More blasts issued from the cannons, striking the middle of the doors. Kyle checked his datapad again. There were just under 2 minutes left. Come on, you slagging door. Break already. As if his very words had been imparted to the cannons, the space doors suddenly shuddered with twin explosions. The next series of shots struck the weakened doors, and with a tearing sound, they gave way. The vacuum outside did the rest, tearing the doors off their mountings and casting them into space. That same vacuum grabbed at the shuttle, yanking it forward. Kyle responded by mashing the twin throttle levers to their stops. From behind him came the sound of machinery not quite ready to start forced into action. The shuttle's ion engines lift off with a low boom that shook the entire vessel. Gripping the control stick with both hands, Kyle felt sudden pressure from behind as the engines, combined with the pull from outside, sent the shuttle rocketing towards the opening before him. It wasn't easy. The conflicting forces of thrusters and vacuum threatened to send the shuttle out of control. Focusing all his remaining strength on holding the control stick steady, Kyle watched through slitted eyes as the opening in the side of the Arc Hammer S hangar bay grew larger. 2 seconds later, the shuttle shot out of the hangar and into space. Feeling the pressure on the control stick ease, Kyle pulled one hand free and flipped another switch. Outside, the shuttle's wings, folded up while in the hangar bay, gracefully unfolded until they locked into flight position. From his belt, an alarm began to sound. Reaching down to it with his free hand, Kyle checked the display on the datapad and watched as the counter, flashing red, displayed the following: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the last cry of frustration, the dark Jedi collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily, sweat pouring off him. From the black-colored Lambda-class shuttle sitting nearby, a figure in a black cloak ran towards him. Falling to her knees by his side, the figure's black hood fell back, revealing her short blonde hair. "Master," she cried, reaching out to him. "Are you all right?" The dark Jedi raised an arm, brushing her off. He continued to breathe hard, hands on his knees. The blonde-haired girl waited, her eyes studying the man. Instead of a black cloak like hers, the man wore 2 layers of black clothes, the top half a lightweight armor. Over that came a black sash, the shoulders pads colored red and the lapels embroidered in the same red with a design that looked like some kind of arachnid. Shortly cropped brown hair clung to the back half of the man's skull, which was otherwise bald. Strange tattoos decorated the outer edges of his lips. But perhaps the most disconcerting feature the man possessed was his eyes, or in this case, the lack of them. The girl did not know by what means the man had lost them, only that behind the strip of black cloth, the man's eye sockets were completely empty. "Master," she said again, "please, let me help you." In response, the man's head suddenly turned, the empty eyes looking right at her. A second later, a powerful force struck her in the chest. Unprepared, the girl flew backwards, hitting the ground hard and sliding a short distance. Dazed by the impact, she lay there, exposing to the light of this planet's primary star. Suddenly, a shadow eclipsed the light. Looking up, the girl saw the man, still breathing heavily, standing over her, looking down at her. "Fool! You are a dark Jedi? Sorry. Mercy is a weakness, one I will not tolerate." Realizing her mistake, the girl looked up into her master's face and answered, "Yes, Lord Jarek. I understand." Extending a hand, Jarek made a lifting motion. Saris found herself rising from the ground. Jarek's hand described a turn, and a second later, Saris was back on her feet. The Dark Jedi Master was still breathing hard. "Master," she said carefully, "you appear to be winded. What has happened?" Looking at her, Jarek smiled. "It appears that Kyle Katarn is not yet ready to accept me, Saris. The boy is strong in the Force, stronger than I had anticipated." "Then what shall we do, Lord Jarek?" "We shall change our plans for the moment, my apprentice. Return to the ship and contact Bach and Yun. Have them meet us on the planet Sulan." "Sulan," Saris echoed, "but Master, that is a worthless, backwater world. Why are we going there?" Jarek smiled again. "Because on that worthless, backwater world, as you call it, Saris is the key to ultimate power. Now, go to the ship. I need to meditate for a bit." "Yes, my master," Saris replied, realizing Jarek was not going to say anything more. As she moved away, Jarek sat down on the ground Indian style, bringing his breathing under control as he cleared his mind of the conflict he had just had. "Once I find that which I seek, I will seek out Kyle Katarn again. He will join me or he will die." Satisfied with that, Jarek fell into a meditative trance, filling himself with the dark side of the Force. The man's eyes opened, the scene before gradually resolving itself into the confines of his home. Sitting Indian style on the floor of the small hut, the man wiped at the sweat pouring off him and worked to bring his rapid breathing under control. A sound like something between a call and a bleat intruded into the space. The man looked to the doorway, still wiping the sweat from his bald head. Standing halfway into the hut was a 5-footed animal with spiky gray and white fur. Its smallish head extended out from his body on a longish neck. Large, round gold eyes viewed him, set above a small, pink nose and smallish mouth. The animal was looking intently at the man. "Hello, Anav," he said. The animal responded by giving another call-bleat sound from his mouth. Having learned to read the animal's different calls and body language, the man smiled at it. "It's all right, Anav. I'm not hurt, just very tired." The animal called again, one is 5 hoofs pawing the ground. "Of course you can," the man said. "Come here." The animal walked slowly into the hut, sniffing the air as if expecting to find something out of the ordinary. When it reached the man, the animal took a deeper sniff, then backed up a step. Wrinkling his nose, it let out a thud sound. "Very funny," the man said, raising an eyebrow at the animal. "After it rains outside and you come here, you don't exactly smell nice either." "Anav," called a voice from outside. "Anav, where are you?" "In here, Gigi," the man called. A humanoid-looking boy stepped into view, saw the animal. "Anav, what are you doing here? You need to quit bothering the master." The animal lowered his head as scolding. "It's all right, Gigi," the man said, "Anav thought something was wrong in here and came to check. He isn't bothering me." "Oh," said Gigi, "I didn't realize." The boy noticed the man was sweating and seemed out of breath. Are you all right, master? Yes, Gigi, the man said. Smiling, I am fine. Just a bit tired. The boy's expression suddenly shifted. That's right. I forgot. Did he answer you, master? The one you've tried to communicate with? The man's smile widened. Yes, Gigi, he answered me. And what? The man echoed. What did he say? The man shook his head. It was not a conversation as you know it, Gigi. Then what was it like, master? Rising to his feet, the man reached down and gave the animal an affectionate pat. It made a low sound of pleasure. Jedi Master Quran smiled down at the young boy. Gigi, do you remember when we first met? Of course, the boy said enthusiastically. You talked to me in my mind for the first time. Ron nodded. It was like that, Gigi. He and I spoke to each other in our minds. But did he listen to you, master? Like the way I did? Is he going to be a good guy? Ron exhaled slowly, feeling a kind of joy. Gigi was so curious about the Force, wanting to know all he could about it. Though it had been many years since Ron had taught a student, interacting with Gigi was like guiding a Padawan through the early steps. Gigi, do you remember what I taught you about the future? That it is always in motion, the boy responded quickly, and not always known. Ron nodded, pleased. That's correct. No one, not even someone like me, can know the future with exact certainty. The boy's expectant expression fell a bit and Ron could feel the disappointment. I will tell you this much, Gigi. Kyle Katarn has chosen well this time. As for the next time, we shall have to see. Just then, a voice called from outside the hut. Gigi. Gigi, where are you? Hearing the voice, the boy moved to the doorway of the hut. Be right there, Mom, he called. Turning back, he shrugged before speaking. Guess I have to go, Master. See you tomorrow. Ron nodded. Indeed, we have more planting to do in the South Field. Will you tell me more about the Jedi and the Force? Ron smiled a bit mischievously at the boy. Perhaps we shall have to see. Gigi. The female voice called again. Come in, Mom. The boy called, then looked at the animal. Come on, Anav, we have to go. The animal looked up the dark-skinned man one last time as if to make sure he was okay, then turned around quickly and ran after the boy. See you tomorrow, Master, the boy called, waving over his shoulder as he ran out of the hut. Ron stepped the doorway, waving back until the boy crested a ridge and disappeared. Stepping back inside his hut, he reached for a simple earthenware tankard and cup and poured himself some water. Drinking it down slowly, Ron thought again about Gigi's question. Will he be a good guy? I hope so, Gigi. Kyle has been touched by darkness and light in equal measure. Where he goes from here, no one knows. Perhaps not even Kyle himself. With that, Ron sat back down on the floor and closed his eyes. He focused on his breathing in, out, in, out. His conversation with Kyle had taken much of his energy, and the arrival of Anav and Gigi even more. Ron worked to settle himself, entering a Jedi healing trance. His last thought was of Kyle and a certainty that he would encounter the young man once again. Beware the dark, Kyle. Choose the light. Chapter 65. The one to blame? Captain. Yes, he replied, turning to face the first officer. Sir, the weapons fire in the main hangar bay that ceased about 10 minutes ago appears to have resumed. What? The captain felt confused at this new report. He had suspected that General Mock had gone to take care of the intruder personally. And when the first reports of weapons fire in the hangar bay had come in, he had told the first officer to ignore them. But if all that was true, then who was firing what down there now? I can't wait any longer on this. Dispatch a squad to the hangar bay immediately. Yes, sir, the first officer said, turning to go. Suddenly, the bridge gave a great shake. Fighting to maintain his balance, the captain called out. Report. There's been an explosion, sir, called the first officer, reading damage to some of our exhaust ports. We? The bridge shook again, harder this time, the deck beginning to tilt. Sir, Called the first officer. There's been another explosion. Sensors detect. Neither man got another word out. Local space near the arc hammer. With the flicker of pseudo-motion, the Executor's massive bulk slid into real space. Standing on the bridge, Darth Vader looked out the forward viewports, seeing the ungainly shape of the arc hammer. Beside him stood Admiral Ozzel. Both of them saw it at the same time. Lord Vader, the ship. I see it, Admiral. Floating before them, the arc hammer looked strange, as if it was off kilter. Have we established communications yet? Vader asked. Ozzel turned to look at where Captain Piet was standing, near the comm station. Piet shook his head in answer to the Admiral's unspoken question. Not yet, Lord Vader, perhaps. The sound of boots moving rapidly towards him caused Ozzel to turn around again. One look at Pete's face told him something was wrong. What is it, Captain? Sensors are reading what appear to be explosions aboard the arc hammer. Explosions, echoed Ozzel. Yes, sir, Piet confirmed. Admiral. Yes, Lord Vader. Look. Turning back to the viewport, both Ozzel and Piet saw it. A red-yellow colored cloud seemed to surround the back half of the arc hammer. The cloud expanded, reaching the middle of the vessel, then moving forward until it reached the tip of the arc hammer's nose. The ship seemed to shudder under the cloud, and then, with what had been an ear-splitting sound, the arc hammer ripped in two. More clouds of red-yellow filled the space, consuming pieces of the ship. When the last cloud finally faded, only a few pieces of debris were left. All three men stood there a long while, only the sound of Vader's mechanical breathing breaking the silence. Ozzel was the first to speak. Lord Vader. The black-helmeted face turned to look at him. What should we do? There was another brief silence before Vader responded. We shall continue, Admiral. Vader gestured outside the viewport. What happened here is merely an unfortunate setback in our inevitable victory over the rebellion. Do you understand, Admiral, Captain? Yes, Lord Vader, Ozzel replied. I understand, Lord Vader, Piet said. Just then, the head of communications stepped up behind the group. Excuse me, he said. What is it? Ozzel said, clearly not happy at the interruption. Forgive my intrusion, Admiral. But we are receiving a priority signal. From who? The Emperor, sir. He wishes to speak with Lord Vader right away. Vader turned to face the officer. Send the signal to my quarters. I shall be there momentarily. Yes, Lord Vader, the head of communications answered. Moving to the raised circular platform before the holoprojector, Vader lowered himself to one knee and bowed his head. 2 rows of lights on the platform came on. A moment later, the already activated holoprojector displayed the oversized image of the Emperor. What is thy bidding, my master? Vader said, head still bowed. Raise your head, Lord Vader. We have an important matter to discuss. Vader lifted his helmeted head until he could see the Emperor's scarred face. I have felt a great disturbance in the Force, Lord Vader. Tell me what has happened. Yes, my master, Vader replied, there has been an incident. I am aware of that, Vader, the Emperor said, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Tell me what happened. It concerns the Dark Trooper project, Master. Vader felt a sudden wave of irritation from the Emperor. Though he had agreed to sponsor the Dark Trooper project, the Emperor had not been fully supportive of it, not wishing to put so much power in the hands of one man. What has General Mach done? Rather than try to respond to a question for which he had no answer, Vader decided to cut to the heart of the matter. The arc hammer has been destroyed, my master. Destroyed. The Emperor echoed incredulously. How? What happened? Vader. It took only a few minutes for the Dark Lord to relate the events leading up to the arc hammer's destruction. And do you know who it was that infiltrated the arc hammer? The Emperor asked. No, my master, Vader confessed, but I do believe whoever it is, that person is Force sensitive. Force sensitive. The Emperor echoed. And how did you come to believe this, Lord Vader? More time passed as Vader explained his Force-inspired vision. The Emperor ran a hand under his chin. It seems possible. I will need to look into this further. In the meantime, Lord Vader, your presence is needed in the U.S. system. My spies have located a rebel base on the second planet in the system. Yes, my master, Vader replied. But if I may ask, what of the Dark Trooper project? Vader felt another rush of anger from the Emperor. The Dark Trooper project is dead, Lord Vader, along with General Mach and the Archammer. Am I clear? Yes, my master, Vader said, heeding the implied warning. I shall depart for the use system at once. Good, replied the Emperor, a bit calmer now. Go and do my bidding, Vader. Do not fail. Yes, my master, Vader said, bowing his head again. A moment later, the Emperor's face faded and the lights on the platform went out. Rising from his crouch, Vader moved to his comm station and activated it, calling the bridge. Kyle shuttle. A few minutes earlier, though his position kept him from seeing it directly, the shuttle's rear cameras did an excellent job of showing Kyle the death throes of the Archammer. Explosive gas spread out from the ship, encompassing this entire mass of bulk until, in cacophony of red, orange, yellow, and white flashes, it broke in two. Kyle felt himself settle even deeper into the pilot's chair, his death grip on the control stick relaxing a bit. It's over, he thought. It's finally over. Memories of his mission to get to this point flashed across his mind. He thought of the transition, Trethser, and his companions. And strangely, he thought of General Mach. Despite all that had happened between the two of them, Rom Mach had been a part of Kyle's life. But the remembrance of Jan, lying limp in the arms of the Dark Trooper suit, purged any other nostalgic feelings from him. It also reminded Kyle that his mission still wasn't over. Jan needed medical help. He had to get her back to the New Hope right away. Reaching down to the front of belt, he felt for the small, zipper compartment. Opening, he extracted the coded data chip. On it were the coordinates for the hyperspace jump and rendezvous with Wexter. It took several minutes for Kyle to input the data and for the computer to review, calculate, and confirm them. Part of him wanted to set the ship on autopilot and have the computer take care of the hyperspace jump so he could try and do something for Jan. With an effort, he dismissed the thought. His medical supplies might heal some of the cuts on her face, but they couldn't set broken bones. No, he decided, the best thing he could was push the shuttle as hard and as fast as he could to the rendezvous point. Reaching for the hyperdrive levers, Kyle yanked them back. A moment later, the stars outside became lines and then vanished as the shuttle slid smoothly into hyperspace. With a loud huff, Wexter checked the ship's chronometer again. 3 more hours to go. He let out another huff. I should have at least brought something to read. This waiting around is starting to drive me batty. The older man chided himself. What he was doing was necessary and part of the mission plan. Still, it had been over 2 weeks since he had dropped Kyle off at Fuel Station Ergo, and so far, all his patrols of this sector of space had resulted in him returning to the New Hope without any word from Kyle. Though he tried to put a brave face on things, Wexter was beginning to worry, a lot. He had faith in Kyle and believed that if anyone could accomplish such a harebrained mission, his friend could. But as time kept passing without any word, his hope and faith were beginning to waver. You'd better not be dead, Kyle. You just better not be. Because if you are. The thought went unfinished as the crow's S-enhanced long-range sensors sounded an alert. Wexter looked to the display. The readings were far from clear, but it looked as if something was approaching this area of space. One of his hands automatically went to the engine controls, ready to kick the crow's engines to full power. A part of space a short distance away shimmered, and then, with the flicker of pseudo-motion, a ship appeared. It took Wexter only a moment to recognize it as a Lambda-class shuttle. Considering that it might be the Imperials, his hand tensed over the throttles. With his other, he activated the comm system and set it to a certain frequency. The comm speaker crackled, and a moment later, the older man was rewarded as Kyle's voice filled the cockpit. In Modi Crow. Do you read me? I repeat, Come in, Moldy Crow. Despite his certainty that it was Kyle's voice, Wexter did not deviate from the mission plan. This is the Moldy Crow. What time is it on Coruscant right now? Whatever the Emperor says it is, came back the reply. Wexter felt his heart swell with joy. Kyle, you're back. You made it. You Wexter's welcome changed to complaint. You kept me waiting long enough, you young pup. Do you have any idea how boring it is to have sat out here, waiting for you to call home? Kyle answered back with equal sarcasm. Sorry, Dad, but you wouldn't let me borrow the car. So I did the best I could. Sorry I'm late. You'd better be, Wexter continued, feeling his emotions rising. You, all blasted all. Kyle was surprised to hear himself chuckle. But when he spoke, his tone was serious. Wexter, we need to get to the New Hope right now. Jan's hurt. Wexter went from feeling joyous to hear Jan was with Kyle to fear and worry at hearing the younger man's words. How bad? He asked, almost not wanting to hear the answer. Bad, Kyle replied, his voice filling with anger. That bastard Mock hurt her really bad, Wexter. I don't even know if. Hearing the tone in Kyle's voice, Wexter spoke up quickly. You listen to me, Kyle Katarn. Jan's gonna be fine. We're gonna get her back to the New Hope Toot Suite. Dr. Berth will fix her up good as new. Now, prepare to copy coordinates and get them loaded right away. As soon as you do, we can jump. Wexter, do as I say, boy. Reacting as if the older man had struck him, Kyle shook his head. With a strong effort, he set his emotions aside. As Wexter read over the coordinates, Kyle repeated them verbatim, and then entered them into the computer as fast as his fingers could type. 5 minutes passed. Calculations confirmed, Kyle said. I'm ready here, Wexter. Then let's get going, the older man said, reaching for the crow's hyperspace controls. Kyle watched as the ungainly, ugly ship that right now looked almost beautiful shot ahead of him, disappearing. His shuttle followed within seconds. Pollux Jones sat at his station, handling the ebb and flow that was the day's comm traffic with a bit more finesse today. Assigned to the bridge less a little over a week ago, Pollux was standing for his superior, a Mon Calamari that had come down with a virus. His first day on the day had been almost nightmarish. Though he understood how to operate the comm systems as well as anyone, he had not been prepared for the sheer volume of traffic. Several times the first officer and the captain had words with him over his lackluster performance. But rather than allow his failure to disqualify or dissuade him, Pollux had shown up the next day determined to do the job right, no matter what it took. Though he continued to make mistakes, the captain and first officer as well as members of the bridge crew grew to admire the new man's tenacity. At different intervals, personnel was stopped by Pollux's station, offering words of advice or comment and, as he improved, words of encouragement. By the end of the 5th day, the first officer told Pollux he had made only a single mistake, and that it was less his fault than that of the squadron commander who had gotten his call signs mixed up. The positive reinforcement had imbued Pollux with an even stronger sense of duty and need to succeed at the position. He had just cleared a 4-ship group of X-Wings to begin their patrol when the hyperspace communicator signaled an incoming message. Pollux pressed the combination of keys to download, decode, and receive the message when he saw something that made his eyes widen. Turning in his chair, he saw the first officer standing nearby. "Sir," he called. The first officer and walked over to the comm station. "What is it, comm officer?" Feeling a bit of pride at hearing the title, Pollux fought the urge to smile. "Sir," he said, "we've just received a message from one of the outer hyperspace beacons." "All right," the first officer, looking a bit perplexed, "but there's nothing unusual about that, is there?" "Usually no, sir," Pollux said, "but look at the message tag." The first officer stepped closer, studying the display on the console. Pollux saw the man's eyes widen as he read the line of text. He looked to Pollux. "You've downloaded the message." "Yes, sir," Pollux replied, nodding. "It just finished decoding." "Wait a moment," the first officer said, stepping away. Less than a minute later, He returned with the captain in tow. The senior officer's eyes were as surprised-looking as those of the first officer. The captain read the message tag. "That's it, all right," he said to the first officer. To Pollux he said, "Contact Mon Mothma. Tell her we have a priority message." Not sure what was happening, but sensing that this was important, Pollux quickly complied. "It's been nearly 3 weeks now," the elder stateswoman of the rebellion thought, holding a piece of flimsiplast but not really reading the words on it. "Every day that passes with no word. I wonder if I should have let Kyle go. His plan, it had so many faults in it. I would have been justified in refusing to go along with it." Shifting in her chair, the material adjusting to cradle her body, Mon Mothma thought of the final meeting she had had with Kyle. He was so earnest, so sure he would succeed, and with Jan in Mock's clutches. It was only in this place that Mon allowed herself to feel or express any doubt, whether it be in herself, others, or sometimes the rebellion itself. Outside this room, she would not allow herself to show the slightest sign of weakness, no matter what she thought or felt. She also thought of her recent conversation with General Matty. He had expressed complete confidence in Kyle and his ability to accomplish any mission, even one as crazy as this one was. Kadarn was one of the best soldiers the Academy ever turned out, Mon Mothma. He demonstrated excellent situational awareness in combat simulations and superb use of the available resources. Being a rimmer kept him from being overly popular, but he used the lack of attention to apply himself to his studies. He never settled for second best, and if he was surpassed, made a point of never holding a grudge. Instead, he drove himself harder, expecting more of himself than any of his instructors, including me. He won't fail this mission no matter what General Mock throws at him. Would that I was so imbued with the General's confidence in Kyle, she thought. What, until these next 2 weeks pass without any word from Kyle, I am going to believe that he will succeed, even if I have to make myself believe it. Just then, her desktop communicator sounded. Reaching out, she pressed the receive control. "Mon Mothma?" The voice was unfamiliar to her. Calls from the bridge normally carried the singular tones of the Mon Calamari Com officer. "Yes, this is Mon Mothma," she said. "To whom am I speaking?" "This is Com Officer Pollux Jones, ma'am." Hearing the name, she remembered about the regular Com officer getting sick even as a smile crossed her face. "No one has called me ma'am in some time." "What is it?" "Com Officer Jones. We have just received a priority signal via the hyperspace communicator, ma'am. The captain requested that I inform you immediately." At the words, priority signal, Mon Mothma felt her heart begin to beat faster. "Calm down," she told herself. "First find out what the message is and who it is from." "I see," she said coolly. "And what is the message?" "I don't yet know, ma'am. But the tagline on it has the name of a ship, the Moldy Crow." Mon Mothma felt her heart beat just a bit faster. The only person using that tagline would be Wexter, and given that the signal was a priority one. "I will be there momentarily," she said, rising from her chair. "Yes, ma'am," the Com officer said. Despite the hope blooming inside, Mon Mothma forced herself to walk at her normal pace and keep her expression neutral as she headed for the bridge. It took only a few minutes for her to arrive there. Stepping out of the turbolift, she walked directly to where the captain and first officer stood by the comm station. "Gentlemen," she said, addressing them. Then her eyes shifted to Pollux. "You must be Mr. Jones." The comm officer rose to his feet quickly, saluting. "Yes, ma'am," he said, trying not to smile at her. Mentally shaking her head, Mon Mothma continued to look at the man. "I rather like the way he addresses me. Do you have the signal ready?" she asked Pollux. "Yes, ma'am." "Then let us hear it." Pollux pushed a button. A muted crackle echoing in the space as the comm speaker came on. There was a brief hiss, and then a voice began speaking. "This is Wexter Wayfarer calling. Signal T Epsilon. Repeat, Signal T Epsilon." The speaker went silent. "Is that everything?" asked the first officer. Pollux checked the message. "Yes, sir, that's all." The captain and first officer looked at each other confused. Then they saw Mon Mothma's expression. The elder stateswoman of the Republic had a broad smile on her face. "Mon Mothma?" said the captain. She turned, seeing his confused look. "This is good news, Captain. In fact, it is excellent news." Still confused, the captain nodded. "If you say so, Mon Mothma." Because she was feeling so good, Mon Mothma ignored the otherwise uncalled for comment. "Captain, contact the hangar bay. I want at least 2 crews waiting to receive incoming vessels. Also, alert sick bay to send a team as well." "Mon Mothma, I'm not sure I understand." "Captain, that signal from Mr. Wayfarer indicates that 2 covert agents are successfully returning from a mission, including one that was captured and tortured." Realization began to dawn in the captain's eyes. "Wait a moment. You don't mean Katarn?" "Yes, I do, Captain," Mon Mothma said. The captain turned to the first officer. They shared knowing smiles. "Contact the hangar bay. Let Puangil know about the incoming ships. Have the officer of the deck assemble the prime recovery crews." Turning to Pollux, the captain said, "Contact sickbay. Tell Dr. Berth we have personnel incoming with possible injuries. Have him get a team to the hangar bay right away. Also, let Red Squadron know about the incoming ships. They're to give them an escort." "Yes, sir," said the first officer and Pollux almost simultaneously. "I will be in my briefing room, Captain," Mon Mothma said. "Contact me as soon as the ships have landed and the condition of the crews assessed." "I'll have Com Officer Jones take care of that, Mon Mothma." She nodded and started to turn away, then looked at Pollux. "Com Officer Jones." "Yes, Mon Mothma." "Thank you for your excellent work today." Pollux felt as if his heart would burst with pride. Compliments from his superiors were special enough, but one from Mon Mothma herself was beyond any expectation he had ever had. "Thank you, Mon Mothma," he said, unable to contain his smile. As she turned to leave the bridge, Pollux turned back to his station. He had a feeling the comm was about to get very busy, but given how things were unfolding, he didn't mind in the slightest. Arriving seconds apart, the Moldy Crow and the Imperial shuttle slid out of hyperspace to a sight both pilots found welcome, but Kyle even more so. "I wondered a couple times if I'd ever see that big beast again," Kyle said. "Maybe I'm dreaming." "I don't think so," Wexter said. "Look." 4 X-Wings appeared, heading towards them. The same voice came through the comm speakers on both ships. "This is Red Leader to the Moldy Crow and the, Imperial shuttle. We're here to escort you and to say, welcome back." "Kyle Katarn here, Red Leader. You're a welcome sight to see. You're both cleared into the hangar bay. Crews are standing by to receive you." "Confirmed, Red Leader," said Wexter, "and thanks." The 2 ships, escorted by the X-Wings, crossed the intervening space between their emergence from hyperspace and the New Hope. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Kyle nearly sagged in his seat as the shuttle crossed through the hangar bay's magnetic field. He had the boarding ramp coming down even as the landing skids touched the deck. It seemed only a few seconds had passed before footsteps came running up the ramp. Kyle started to turn around in his seat as the familiar and welcome face of Dr. Berth appeared in the cockpit. "Kyle," he began, "are you—" "I'm fine," Kyle said urgently, pointing to the co-pilot's chair. "Jan's hurt. Her arms. I tried to." The room suddenly seemed to tilt before him. Berth's face swam out of, and then back into focus. "Kyle." The doctor called. "Kyle, can you hear me?" "Sure I can hear you, Doc. It's just that the room keeps tilting." Kyle saw his field of vision fade, and then go completely black as his body, having craved rest for some time now, got his way. Berth saw his body fall forward out of the seat, then stop. "Kyle," he called, stepping forward towards him. It became clear what had happened. Kyle was unconscious, the acceleration straps the only thing that had kept him from falling out of the seat. "I need another stretcher in here," the doctor called, "and get an IV ready." Having settled the crow back into his berth, Wexter saw none of this. But as he clambered down the side of the ship and started towards the Imperial shuttle, he saw white and red-clad medical personnel step from the ship, carrying not 1, but 2 stretchers. Kyle? Oh no, this can't be happening. Not now. Without realizing he was doing it, Wexter took off running, heading towards the shuttle. Stepping out of the shuttle, Berth saw him coming and waved his hands to get the older man's attention. Wexter nearly ran into him. What happened? Calm down, Wexter, Berth said, trying to placate the man. Don't tell me to calm down. What's wrong with Kyle? He's fine, Wexter, Berth said, his voice calm and even. He's just unconscious. It looks like exhaustion. When he's had some rest, he should be fine. What about Jan? Berth's placid expression faded. I'm not sure about her yet. Blast it, Doctor. Wexter yelled. Is she going to live or not? I don't know. Berth shouted back. The two men stared at each other for a long moment. Forcing himself to calm down, although his own emotions were in as much turmoil as Wexter's, Berth addressed the older man. I don't know yet, Wexter. She's badly injured. Both her arms are broken. She has multiple lacerations and contusions. And that's only the damage I can see. Looking at her, it seems almost a miracle that she made it this far. Wexter opened his mouth to speak, and then closed it. Seeing the conflicting emotions on the man's face, Berth tried to reassure him. I'm going to do everything I can for her, Wexter. I promise you that. All right. The older man nodded gruffly, unable to speak. All right then, Berth said. I'll try and let you know something when I can. And with that, Berth ran after his medical team, mind already focusing on the work he needed to do. Wexter stood there for several minutes, not sure what to do. Is it bad? Asked a voice. Wexter turned to see Puengil standing by. He nodded. I was afraid that was the case when I saw the stretchers. But take heart, Wexter. Kyle and Jan are both strong. I know, Wexter said, clearly not meaning it. My people have a saying, a single stream is weak, but many streams make a river, and many rivers make an ocean. I don't understand, Wexter said. You and I, Wexter and Dr. Berth too are all streams. By ourselves, we can do only so much. But together, we can make great things happen. You made sure Kyle and Jan got back here. Now Dr. Berth and his staff will do their part to heal them. I guess you're right, Wexter said, looking down at the deck for a moment, but I can't say I ever thought of myself as a stream. He managed to smile. I think I'm more of a river. Puen stared at him for a moment, and then gave his strange-sounding chuckle. As you humans say, talk about delusions of grandeur. To his surprise, Wexter laughed along with the Quarren. Then, with some last words of support and a promise from Wexter to let Puen know about Kyle and Jan, the two parted. Wexter returned to his quarters, showered, and changed into his uniform. He knew he would have to have a debriefing with Mon Mothma eventually. But for right now, he wanted to go to engineering and work on something to distract himself. Is this report confirmed? Yes. Mon Mothma, said Intelligence Officer Tinavil Undomil, our probe droids confirmed an explosion that corresponds exactly with the entry by Kyle in the Imperial shuttle's logs. Our spy aboard the Executor has also confirmed it. Mon Mothma, echoed Intelligence Officer Nerwin Aldarian. They had emerged from hyperspace shortly before the arc hammer exploded. The view was clear to everyone on the bridge. Good. Then we can hope that General Mach and all of his dark troopers were destroyed along with the ship. Fine work, you two. Thank you, the two girls said together. I wonder how they do that, Mon Mothma thought, ending the transmission. But despite that mystery, she was feeling moderately pleased. The reports that had come in so far not only confirmed the destruction of the arc hammer, but also that Kyle had escaped the ship undetected. A scanning crew had found no listening or tracking devices aboard the shuttle. The comm sounded again, the readout on the display showing the call was from sickbay. I dearly hope this is good news as well. She opened the channel. Mon Mothma? I am here, Dr. Berth. How are Kyle and Jan? The good news is Kyle is recovering nicely. We've given him some intravenous nutrition and fluids. and aside from pushing his body too hard once again, he is in fairly good shape. How soon before he is awake? I'd like to give him another 8 hours at least. He's so far under right now that I haven't had to use any sedation. I don't know if we could wake him up right now. Mon Mothma let out her breath slowly, grateful to hear this news. And Jan? She asked. Despite the lack of a visual feed, she could almost sense the change in the doctor's expression. There was a long pause. Doctor. Sorry, he said quickly. Jan is, well, there's no use sugarcoating it. She's in bad shape, Mon Mothma. 2 broken arms, multiple lacerations and contusions, along with some other internal injuries and bruising. Whatever those blasted imps did to her, they did it quite well. He almost spat the last words. Mon Mothma did not want to ask, but she knew she had to. Will she live? I'm just about ready to begin surgery. Most of the outside damage shouldn't be a problem. It's the internal damage that has me worried the most. I won't know how bad it is until I get in there and look. Whatever resources you need, doctor, they are yours. Thank you, he said genuinely. There is one bright spot in all this. Oh. Jan's pulse is strong and steady, and her heart is not showing any signs of irregularity so far, and she's breathing on her own. These are all very positive signs. That sounds good, Mon Mothma said. Indeed, Berth replied. I will contact you as soon as I finish the surgery. I should be able to give you a better prognosis then. Very well, doctor, Mon Mothma concluded. Until then. Switching the comm off, Mon Mothma sat back in her chair, contemplating this latest news. Why? She thought. Why didn't I keep Jan from going after Kyle? If I had, she wouldn't be. Her pragmatic mind pounced on that thought quickly. No, I will not do this. Mon knew blaming herself for Jan's conditions was stupid and completely unhelpful. What had happened, and all the recriminations in the galaxy wouldn't change it. Bowing her head, she said a quick prayer for Jan's recovery and then activated the comm once more. She still had other work to do. In nearly dreamless sleep, Kyle felt as if he were floating. For a brief moment, he thought of the turbolift shaft aboard the Arc Hammer. But unlike that time, this space was warm and comfortable. He felt safe. It's your fault. Opening his eyes inside the blank, dreamlike space, Kyle looked around, certain he had heard someone speaking. But when time passed and he heard nothing else, he began to let his eyes drift closed again. It's your fault. Okay, he thought, eyes snapping open. That wasn't a dream. That was real. The flowing blackness in front of him seemed to part like a curtain, and behind it he saw. Oh no way. Kyle saw a scene he remembered all too well. Another Kyle ran towards friend in Moxkin, the sword he held flashing under the light. A thrust followed by a cry of shock and pain. No, he whispered. Impaled on the blade, Jan's face turned, looking at him with mixed feelings of confusion and betrayal. Why, Kyle? She asked. The scene faded, but was replaced a moment later with another. Jan aboard the Arc Hammer, eyes jammed shut, mouth open as she screamed, again and again. General Mock towered over her, manipulating some kind of control box. One light on the box went out and Jan fell forward in the chair she was sitting in, her breath coming in short gasps. Kyle, she said, her voice almost a whimper. Please, help me. The scene shifted again, this time to Hangar Bay of the Arc Hammer. General Mock in his dark trooper suit held Jan, and with that same sickening sound, he broke Jan's arms. Seeing all this, Kyle clenched his shaking fists, feeling mixed pain and anger. Stop it, he said, feeling surprised his voice was so calm. Please stop it. Leave her alone. The scene shifted back to Ergo again. But this time the other Kyle turned around. It's your fault. Now came the scene with Jan in the chair. It's your fault, General Mock. Now the Hangar Bay again. It's your fault, said the mechanical voice. Kyle shook his head. No, I wouldn't. I never meant to hurt her. The scenes played a third time. It's your fault, the figure said over and over again. Kyle's heart felt as if it would burst under the cloud of shame and ridicule. He tried shutting his eyes, covering his ears, but the sights and sounds penetrated anyway, the voice accusing him. It's your fault. Kyle's last wall of resistance crumbled. They're right. It is my fault. Jan got hurt on Ergo because of me. She got captured because she had come to rescue me. She got hurt because I didn't act fast enough. It's my fault. It's all my fault. The scene suddenly faded, and then one last face appeared. It was Jan, staring at him. Why, Kyle, she said. Burying his face in his hands, Kyle hid his face. But Jan's eyes still bored into him, accusing him, blaming him. He tried to speak, wanted to speak, but no words would come out. It's my fault. All my fault. Jan's face faded and Kyle was once again alone in the dream space. But it held no comfort for him now. A nurse checking on Kyle's vitals was the first to notice. She quickly summoned one of the doctors, a woman named Taryn Ginner. What's wrong? The doctor asked, stepping over. I was checking his vitals, the nurse said, when I saw that. The doctor looked and shared the nurse's surprise. Tears were tracking down the sides of Kyle's face. Is he all right? The nurse asked, concerned. Ginner examined the readouts and shook her head. I'm not sure. Everything reads fine, and he still appears to be asleep. But something has happened. Ginner thought for a moment, and then shrugged. There's not much we can do. Keep checking him regularly, and let me know if anything else happens. All right, the nurse said. Ginner turned to go, but took one last look. Something is definitely wrong. I just wish I knew what so I could help. Carrying a cup of steaming tea, Mon Mothma stepped into the room and went to her desk. She had tried to sleep, but events of the previous day kept playing through her mind, making sleep difficult. An hour ago, tired of trying to force herself to rest any longer, she had gotten up, done her morning exercises, and prepared the tea. She thought perhaps handling the day-to-day business of being a leader in the rebellion might help her to quit worrying about Kyle and Jan. The late report from Dr. Ginner about Kyle's condition made her want to know more about what exactly had happened to him. What such details would have to wait until he was awake. Touching the control in the recess panel, she saw an urgent message waiting for her from Dr. Berth. It read, Jan out of surgery. Good news. Please contact me soonest, Berth. Anticipation filled her. She pressed a sequence of buttons. Mon Mothma, Berth said right after the channel was open. I had a feeling you'd be calling. What is Jan's condition? She asked, getting right to the point. Can you please come by sickbay? Berth said, I can explain things better in person. Is she going to be all right, doctor? She asked emphatically. The answer that came back was a single, simple word. Yes. I'm on my way. The sickbay doors opened, admitting Mon Mothma into the space. Berth was waiting for her. Come this way, please, he said, gesturing. Curious, Mon Mothma followed him to a curtained bed. The doctor pulled aside the curtains and motioned for the rebel leader to step around. Mon Mothma did so and found Jan lying in a bed. Most of her body was underneath the sheet, but what could be seen brought Mon Mothma up short. Jan's face, head, neck, and both arms were a maze of bandages. An IV needle emerged from her left arm. She turned to look at the doctor, her expression concerned. I thought you said she was all right. Stepping inside, Berth nodded. She is, but as I said last night, there were several injuries. Jan still needs to heal. But she is all right. Mon Mothma pressed. The doctor nodded strongly. Yes, she is. Good, Mon Mothma said, allowing herself a small smile. Inside, she felt incredible relief. What happened, doctor? Last night, you were very concerned. Berth nodded. And rightly so. Whatever was done to Jan, it caused a great deal of internal damage. But it was in assessing her condition that I found what I think is both the cause and became the cure. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. How much do you know about nanotechnology? Berth asked. I've heard of them, Mon Mothma replied. Tiny machines, as I recall, Berth nodded. Exactly as you say, Mon Mothma. They're tiny machines smaller than a human cell but capable of doing just about anything they're programmed to do. Mon Mothma thought a moment, and then said, And you found such a thing, inside Jan? Berth nodded. I kept getting strange electrical spikes in my equipment during the surgery. I contacted engineering for help, and they sent Kachin Tails and Luntic Pandora over to check my gear. They're the ones who figured it out. All right, Mon Mothma said. So you found these nano machines inside Jan. How did they help? Luntic and Kachin both have degrees in microelectronic, including nanotechnology. They found some way, I don't know how, to extract the nano machines from Jan. Perhaps they were used to injure her. It would explain why they were in there, Berth said, but here's the best part. Kachin and Luntic were able to use the ones they found in Jan to create new ones designed to heal. And then you, Mon Mothma began. Exactly, Berth said. Smiling, I injected them into Jan, and they went to work. Those little things are amazing. They repaired more cellular damage in 2 hours than I could have in 2 days, maybe more. Mon Mothma looked concerned. But what about now? Is it safe to leave them there? Berth shook his head. I didn't. Once they finished, their programming allowed me to retrieve them. He held up what looked like an empty test tube. They're too small to see, but every one of them is in here, ready to be used again. Incredible, Mon Mothma said. You're telling me, Berth said. So now, with a few more hours rest, Jan will wake up none the worse for wear. Mon Mothma smiled at him. You've done very well, Doctor. Berth shrugged. It was a team effort, Mon Mothma. Personally, I'd like to see Kachin and Luntic commended for their work. Without them? He left the sentence deliberately unfinished. I understand, Mon Mothma, consider it done. Then she remembered the late night call. What about Kyle? Berth's brow furrowed. That's a slightly more perplexing case. I checked on him this morning, and every reading looks just fine. But something's definitely wrong with him. Dr. Ginner informed me of his condition last night, Mon Mothma said. Berth nodded. She told me a little while ago. Is there nothing we can for him? Berth hesitated, then turned and motioned towards another curtained bed. Mon Mothma stepped inside and felt her eyes grow wide at what she saw. Kyle lay on the bed, his face seemingly locked in a grimace. Both his fists were clenched tightly, white showing in the knuckles. Berth stepped in behind her. How long has been like that? Berth checked the instrument readout. About 4 hours now. The two stared at the stricken form. With your permission, Berth said, I'd like to try a muscle relaxer on him, and then see if I can wake him up. Mon Mothma considered it for a moment, and then nodded. Berth stepped outside the curtains, returning a few seconds later with 2 syringes. He injected the first into the IV, which thankfully hadn't come loose. A minute passed. Kyle's fists unclenched, the palms becoming visible. The grimace relaxed as well, his face becoming placid. It seems to be working, Mon Mothma observed. Good, Berth said, preparing the second syringe. Now if this works. He injected the contents. Another minute passed. Kyle's eyes opened so suddenly that both Mon Mothma and Dr. Berth were surprised. The pupils began to move around. Kyle, said Dr. Berth, can you hear me? The eyes moved again, seeking out the voice and finding the doctor. Kyle's mouth opened and a guttural sound emerged. Berth reached to the table sitting next to the bed. A cup of water with a straw in it was there. Picking it up, the doctor reached with his free hand towards Kyle's head. Go slowly, Kyle. The young man responded by allowing the doctor to lift his head so he could reach the straw. He took several short, slow sips. Nodding, Berth pulled the cup away for a moment and lowered Kyle's head back onto the pillow. Reaching to the control panel, he raised the head of the bed. Kyle wasn't sure what was going on at first. One moment he was in the nightmare world, the accusations pounding at him, and the next, he saw the familiar face of the doctor leaning over him. The water that touched his lips wasn't very cold, but at the moment, it tasted like nectar. Kyle felt his upper body lifting as the doctor raised the bed. He saw another familiar face. Working some spit into his mouth, he tried talking again. His voice, when he spoke, was audible, but a bit raspy. "Doc, Mon Mothma." They both smiled at him. "Welcome back." "Thanks, Doc. Looking around, Kyle recognized the space. He blew out a breath. "What's wrong?" the doctor asked. Kyle lifted an eyebrow at him. "I'm back in sickbay," he said sarcastically. "Wonderful." Berth laughed, and Mon Mothma's smile grew. "Mon Mothma told me she's considering charging you rent," the doctor said. "Hey," Kyle exclaimed, and then stopped as a bout of coughing ensued. Berth handed him the cup, having refilled it. "Here, drink this slowly." Kyle nodded and took the cup, the cough getting better. When he was able to speak, Kyle asked a question. "How long this time?" "A little less than a day," Berth answered. "You collapsed shortly after your ship docked in the hangar bay." Kyle nodded. "Right, I remember that. The room started to look funny, and then I guess He blew out another breath. "What's wrong now?" Berth asked. "The conquering hero returns," Kyle said, mocking himself, "and then folds like a deck of cards." "You were exhausted, Kyle," Mon Mothma said. He shrugged. "I suppose you're right." Just then, a shadow crossed his eyes. "Oh wow, I almost forgot. Jan, where's Jan? Is she all right?" "She was." "Calm down," the doctor said, holding up both hands. "Jan is 2 beds over and she's fine. She's resting right now." "She's okay?" Kyle asked expectantly. "Really?" Berth nodded. Really. Now it was Berth's turn to blow out a breath. "Come on, Kyle. You think I wouldn't tell you the truth, especially about this?" The younger man looked chastened. "Sorry, Doc. I didn't mean nothing. It's just that, when I found her, she was." "I know," Berth said, stepping forward and putting a hand on Kyle's shoulder. "But trust me, Jan is going to be fine." "Can I see her?" "Kyle," Mon Mothma said, her tone cautioning, "you just woke up, not even a full day removed from a very complex mission. You should take it easy for a bit. Let the doctor make sure you are all right." "But I feel fine," Kyle protested, starting to edge his legs out of the bed. "Really? I don't hurt anywhere or?" Air touched bare skin, prompting Kyle to look under the sheet. "Oh," he said, chagrined. "Yeah? Well, maybe I oughta put some clothes on first." "That would be advisable," Mon Mothma said, resisting the laugh that threatened to bubble up as she saw Kyle's face go red with embarrassment. "And more importantly, Kyle," she added, "I would like a full debriefing and report of your mission." Realizing that this request was more akin to an order, Kyle nodded, feeling disappointed. "I understand, Mon Mothma," he said. "Once you are dressed, come to my briefing room." "I will." She turned to go, paused as she lifted the curtain aside. "And Kyle." He looked towards her. "Yes, Mon Mothma." She smiled at him. "Welcome back. I'm glad you returned safely." He returned her smile with one of his own. "Thank you, Mon Mothma. I'm glad to be back." She nodded, passed through the curtain. Kyle looked to the doctor. "So, how about it, Doc? Think you can help me scare up some clothes? I could wear this," he indicated the sheet, "but I don't think she would approve." Berth pretended to consider the idea for a moment. "You could tell her you're starting a new fashion trend." The two men stared at each other for a moment, and then broke into laughter. Berth extended his hand. "I'm glad you're back, Kyle. Sickbay isn't the same without you." Kyle leaned forward, and the two men clasped arms. "I'll take that as a compliment, Doc." Berth showed Kyle the small closet in the room, where a change of clothes was waiting. Kyle put on the dark green pants and gray shirt, slipping his feet into a pair of black boots. Looking at his face in the mirror, Kyle made sure his hair was combed. "What's this?" Berth said, pointing. Kyle looked again. Since grooming had been a low priority item on the mission, Kyle hadn't shaved in a while. Hair the same color as on his head had grown liberally on his face. "Wow," Kyle said, touching it, "look at that." "Here," Berth said, holding out a razor. Kyle took the instrument and stared at it for a moment, then at his face. Reaching up with the razor, he carefully began to slide it across his face. "Geez," Berth said, "doesn't that hurt?" "Not really," Kyle said, "just the first few strokes. After that, it's no big deal." He moved the razor a few more times and then set it down, examining his face again. "You're not going to shave it off?" Berth asked. "I don't think so," Kyle replied. "I kinda like it." Berth shrugged. "Suit yourself. I've never been much for beards." Kyle touched the hair on his face again, finding some parts soft and others a bit coarse. "Never have I," he admitted. "Until now, I guess." Berth picked up the razor and held it out. "You want to take it with you? Mon Mothma might not like the facial hair." Kyle shook his head. Berth shrugged again. Kyle turned away from the mirror. "Guess I'd better get going. Thanks again for taking care of me, Doc." "Oh, don't worry about it," the doctor said. "You'll be getting my bill soon." The two men laughed again, Kyle still smiling as he left. Chapter 66. The moment it happened. Kyle touched the call button. "Yes." Mon Mothma's voice said from the speaker. "It's Kyle." There was a brief pause. "Please come in." The doors to the briefing opened and he stepped inside. "Welcome back." The cacophony of voices hit Kyle just as his eyes registered the group of people in the room. It was his mission team. Mon Mothma stood in front of the assembled group. "I thought your team might be interested in hearing your debriefing as well, Kyle." Silence reigned for a moment. "Welcome on, Kyle," called BJR and Falkvist. "Say something." I'm back." A shout of joy went up from the assembled crowd. Mon Mothma managed to calm the group so she could speak. "We will have a proper celebration once Jan gets out of sickbay. But for now, your team wishes to welcome you home." Another shout went up and the group moved towards him. Nearly en masse. Commander Thanos was the first to take his hand. "Welcome back, Kyle." "Thank you, sir." Aldarian and Undomil each took one of his hands. "We knew you'd make it back safely," they said together. "Only because of the intelligence work you two did," Kyle said. "Thanks." "You're welcome," they said. "How was my shield?" asked Raleigh. "Took quite a pounding," Kyle admitted, "but it saved me more than once. I can't thank you enough for it." The weapons chief looked a bit embarrassed, but pleased as well. Kyle turned to Mokfarkone and Adarn Dammon. "And the recharging module you two made worked perfectly." Both men smiled. "I knew it would," said Mokfarkon. "You hoped it would," said Adarn Dammon. "Well, it did," said Mokfarkon. "True," said Adarn Dammon. "It did. Nice work." "You did good, Kyle," said Dave Flamerock. "Congratulations." "Thanks." "So how'd it go with the smugglers?" asked Manus Day. "Believe it or not," Kyle replied, "I think I made friends with the Transition." "You're kidding me," said Manus Day. Kyle shook his head. "I'll tell you later. It's almost unbelievable." "Kyle," said Kachin Tails, "Luntic, and I want to tell you two things." "Yeah." "First off," Luntic said, raising a finger, "we still hate your ship." They said together. Kyle burst out laughing. "And welcome back," said Kachin. "Yeah, welcome back," added Luntic. "Thank you, ladies," said Kyle. "Welcome back, sir," said Finsta. "Thank you," Kyle said, "and thanks for your hard work with the fuel station and all." "So it went well then?" asked Finsta. "I'm here, aren't I?" said Kyle. Wexter was the last to come up, holding out his hand. The two men clasped arms warmly. "Good to see you on your feet, Kyle." "Thanks, Wexter. Have you heard about Jan yet?" "No," the older man said, a concerned expression on his face. "How is she?" "Doc Berth says she's gonna be fine. She was resting when I left." "I'll have to go by and see her," Wexter said. Just then, Mon Mothma cleared her throat loudly. The conversation and hubbub around Kyle gradually faded, every eye in the room turning to her. "All right then. I know you all are happy to have Kyle and Jan back safely. However, there is a time for celebration and a time for work. She turned to Kyle. Commander Kadarn, if you will please begin the debriefing. As you wish, Mon Mothma, Kyle said, stepping to the table and taking a seat. The room briefly filled with the sound of chairs being moved as the others took seats as well. Mon Mothma activated the recorder. Now, you departed from the New Hope and... Kyle opened his mouth and began speaking. And once Wexter and I exchanged code phrases, we made the jump back here and landed in the hangar bay. Kyle took another sip of Yuri juice. He felt as if he had been talking forever. Aside from a quick break to each lunch, there had been few breaks in his narrative, except when Mon Mothma asked him to clarify a particular point. Kyle's team members' expressions ranged from nonplussed to excited as he went over the mission details. Even Mon Mothma felt amazed at all that Kyle had endured. All in all, Kyle said, I can say one definite thing about this mission. And that is, Mon Mothma asked. You were right. It was crazy. A chorus of laughter filled the room. Mon Mothma shut down the recorder. Yes, it was, Kyle. But the fact remains that you succeeded and have returned safely. Now, there is other matter of business before I dismiss you. Mon Mothma reached to the slim box on the desk. Please rise, she said to Kyle. He did so, wondering what was going on. Mon Mothma, along with the mission team, rose to their collective feet. Kyle Kadarn, she intoned, picking the box up and holding it out towards him, in recognition of your performance on a supremely difficult mission, rescuing a colleague and ending the Dark Trooper menace, I award you the Star of Alderaan, the Rebellion's second, highest commendation. She pressed a switch and the box opened. Inside the case attached to a red and green sat a 5-pointed star of burnished silver. A single white stone sat in the center of the star. Kyle stared at it, not knowing what to say. Congratulations, Kyle, Mon Mothma said. Applause filled the room as Kyle's team congratulated him. Wait, he said. The applause died away. I don't deserve this. Silence filled the room, every eye staring at Kyle as if he had just spontaneously grown horns. Looking around, he saw the expressions. Seriously, he said, I don't deserve this, Mon Mothma. If not for the support and hard work of my team, this mission would have never succeeded. This award belongs to them too. Relief swept the room. Well spoken, Kyle, said Commander Thanos. A chorus of similar statements filled the room. But standing opposite them, Mon Mothma did not join in. She had seen something in Kyle's face. It was only there for a moment, but it had definitely been there. Something is bothering Kyle. When I handed him the medal, he looked almost stricken. Just then, the comm chime sounded. Mon Mothma pressed the receive control. This is Mon Mothma. Dr. Berth here. I hope I'm not interrupting, but I have some news. What is it, Doctor? Jan just woke up. Kyle's eyes went wide at hearing this. How is she, Doc? She's fine, Kyle. In fact, she's asking for you. Kyle looked to Mon Mothma, still wide-eyed, the unasked question hanging in the air. Go ahead, she said, smiling at him. I'll be along presently. So preoccupied was Kyle that he nearly ignored his team members as he turned to go. People, he said, We understand, Kyle, Wexter said. Go on. With a huge smile directed at all of them, Kyle nearly ran to the door. Skidding to a stop in front of the sickbay, Kyle took a minute to get his breathing under control, having run all the way from the briefing room. I need to be in control when I see her, assuming she'll see me at all. It's your fault, echoed inside his mind. I know, he muttered. It took another minute for his breathing to return to normal. The doors parted as he moved towards them and into the room. Dr. Berth saw him first. There you are, he said, looking at Kyle. Yeah, Kyle said, then noticed Berth smirk. What? You can't fool me. You ran the whole way here. Kyle nodded. Berth smiled at him. Well, in this case, I understand. You can go in. She's waiting for you. Kyle opened the only curtained bed in the room. Lifting the drape aside, he called into the space. Anyone home? Get your butt in here, Kadarn, Jan said harshly now. It was just as he'd feared. "Coming," he said, pushing through the drape. Jan was sitting up in bed, wearing a voluminous white shirt. She was still swathed in bandages, one partially covering her left eye. The other one locked onto Kyle as he moved into the room. "I've been waiting, Cadarn," she said, her face set. "Sorry," he said, wanting to look away, but unable to. "Sorry," she echoed. "You're sorry. I wake up here alone. You gone to who knows where with your friends, Anne?" Jan's lips suddenly twitched, the corner of her mouth tugging upwards, and before Kyle full realized it, she was laughing. He stood there, too surprised to react. "What's going on? I thought she was mad. She's got plenty of reason for it." "I'm sorry, Kyle," Jan said, wiping away tears as she chuckled, "but when I saw your face like that, I just couldn't resist." Realizing that Kyle was still looking concerned, Jan decided to tone down the humor. "Hey, Kyle," she said, looking concernedly at him, "it's okay. I was just kidding. I didn't mean to upset you." The change in his expression was nearly instantaneous. "Upset me," he said sarcastically, lifting an eyebrow at her. "Oh please, or I can't do this. Look at her. I did this to her. It's my fault." "Kyle." Feeling his emotions rising, Kyle turned away. "I'm sorry, Jan, I need to." Kyle found himself suddenly turning away and running out of sickbay, ignoring Dr. Births as he called out. He ran, not completely sure where he was going. He just knew he needed to get away from Jan. Just looking at her brought it all back. "It's your fault." "I know." Kyle knew his quarters were no good. People would be expecting him to go there. His mind raced, trying to think of a place. Then it came to him. That'll work. No one will think of looking there. He turned a corner, heading for the hangar bay. He seemed to get suddenly upset, Jan said, talking to Mon Mothma and Dr. Birth. "The next thing I knew, he went running out of here." "Did he say anything?" asked Mon Mothma. "Not really. I teased him a bit about waking up here alone. He looked like it bothered him, and I apologize. For a second, it seemed like he was gonna say something, and then he bolted." Mon Mothma and Dr. Birth shared a look. "What?" Jan asked. "What is it? What's going on?" Silence reigned. "Please," Jan entreated. "Someone, tell me something." Mon Mothma nodded and Dr. Birth spoke. "I think something happened to Kyle post-mission, Jan." He went on to describe how Kyle had been the previous night and then again this morning. Mon Mothma chimed in with how Kyle had acted when she had awarded him the medal. For a moment, he looked very upset. It was as if he felt ashamed accepting it. Jan thought for a moment, and then nodded her head. "I know what's wrong with him." "What is it, Jan?" Dr. Birth asked. "Did Kyle tell you what happened on the Ark Hammer, Mon Mothma?" The elder woman nodded. "He said that General Mach was using you as a shield, and that he was able to wound the general badly enough to release you." Jan shook her head. "Then he didn't tell you everything." "What do you mean?" Mon Mothma asked. "I was in and out of consciousness during the battle between them. But there was that Mach used me to try and get Kyle to surrender. Kyle said no. The general tried again, and I remember telling Kyle to do what he had to or something like that. That's when the general tried to make a piñata out of me." Both Dr. Birth and Mon Mothma shuddered at the thought of what Jan had endured. "It must have been horrible," Birth said. "Oh, it was?" Jan confirmed, "but that's not my point. Mon Mothma, you know what happened between me and Kyle on Ergo when he killed Friend and Moxkin?" "Yes." "Well, think about it. In each instance, whether by accident or intentional action by someone else, I got hurt because of something Kyle did or didn't do." Mon Mothma was the first to say it. "He blames himself." "Exactly," Jan said. "Wait a minute," Dr. Birth interjected. "You mean to tell me Kyle is blaming himself for you getting hurt and what happened today and last night?" "Was Kyle punishing himself?" Jan concluded. "That's crazy," Birth said. "Blaming himself for you getting hurt is ridiculous. He rescued you." Jan nodded. "I know, Doctor. But that's what Kyle does. He doesn't mind getting hurt himself during a mission. But if someone else is, he takes it personally. What should we do, Jan? Mon Mothma asked. Well, he's probably off somewhere hiding right now, telling himself it's all his fault or something stupid like that. We've got to find him, Berth said. Indeed, Doctor, Mon Mothma said. I agree. But this is not a small ship. He could be anywhere. A light came into Jan's eyes. I know where he is. You do? Berth said. Where? The one place he doesn't think anyone will think to look, Jan replied. The crow's cockpit. Jan, Mon Mothma said gravely. Tell me, will he try anything like trying to leave the ship? The younger woman shrugged. He might. I guess Kyle's pretty wound up now. He might just think he needs to get away. We should lock down the hangar then, Mon Mothma said. Jan shook her head. That'd just spook him, and he might do something even more stupid. Then what do we do? Jan turned to the doctor. Dr. Berth, is there some way you can get me down there? To the hangar? He asked incredulously. You're not serious, Jan. You just got out of surgery. You need to rest. Look, she said firmly, this thing involves me directly, and I know Kyle. I can't talk to him. You're no psychologist, Berth scoffed. No, she returned with equal ardor, but I am his friend. He'll listen to me? How do you know this, Jan? Mon Mothma asked. Because he trusts me. No one said anything for a moment. Are you certain you can do this? Mon Mothma inquired. I wouldn't ask to go down there if I didn't think I could, Jan replied. Dr. Berth, the older woman said, can Jan use one of the repulsor chairs? Berth stared at Mon Mothma for a long moment, seeing if she was serious about this. I suppose so, but I'm going on record as opposing this. So noted, Mon Mothma said. Retrieving some clothes, the older woman helped Jan dress while Berth retrieved the chair. It was an oversized affair with plump cushions designed to cradle the body. Together, Mon Mothma and Dr. Berth helped Jan out of bed and into the chair. After experimenting with the controls, Jan addressed them. Okay, I'm ready. Are you certain about going alone, Jan? Mon Mothma asked. Yes. If Kyle sees security coming, he'll probably bolt again. All right, the rebel leader replied, but I am going to have Poon on alert to close the hangar bay doors if Kyle tries to launch. Jan nodded. Be careful, the doctor said. I've already been through hell and back, doctor, Jan said. This will be a walk in the park. And with that, she sent the repulsor chair towards the sickbay doors. They parted, and she passed through them. Thank you for allowing this, doctor, Mon Mothma said after the doors had closed. I just hope nothing bad happens to either of them, he said. Agreed, Mon Mothma replied. Kyle sat in the darkness of the molded crow's cockpit, holding himself as he shivered. This is getting bad, he thought. I may have to leave here. Kyle realized that doing so presented his own set of problems. But his mind kept drifting to Jan, seeing her in sickbay, on Ergo, on the Arc Hammer. It's your fault. Leave me alone, he said to no one. At the moment, over the sounds of the hangar bay he had become accustomed to, he heard a new one. It sounded like a repulsor, but not a big one. However, it was getting closer. Hunching down, Kyle pulled himself further into the cockpit so as to avoid being detected by anyone. The repulsor sound got closer, stopped. What's going on? A voice called up from below. Kyle. Caught by surprise, Kyle found himself answering. Jan, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be resting. I came looking for you. Well, you found me, he answered sarcastically. Good for you. Now go away. I'm not leaving, Kyle. Feeling sudden annoyance, Kyle let it enter his voice. Leave me alone, Jan. I don't want to see you. Don't speak that way to me, Kyle, she answered with equal emotion. Blast. What am I doing? She just got out of surgery. Why in the universe am I being mean to her? Look, he said, a bit more calmly. I'm sorry, Jan, but I'm serious too. I don't want to see you right now. Then you can listen, Cadarn. I know what's going on, what you're doing to yourself right now. What do you mean? You can fool the others, Kyle, but not me. You're blaming yourself because I got hurt. Kyle felt as if an arrow had struck at the center of his feelings. She knows. But how? I didn't say anything, or did I? You're wrong, he said quickly. No, I'm not, she replied. I saw your face, Kyle. And Mon Mothma told me how you reacted when she gave that medal. He said nothing. Kyle, sitting in that cockpit blaming yourself and tying your guts up into knots doesn't change anything. I got hurt, so what? Because of me, he shouted. On ergo, maybe, she admitted. But I saw your face then too, Kyle. You were so upset that I could feel it. I know it wasn't on purpose. But on the Arc Hammer. That was General Mock's doing, Kyle, not yours. I made it happen. Kyle, if you hadn't come, I'd be dead now, or worse. You rescued me, and now I'm back here on the New Hope, safe. But, Kyle, what? Get down here and talk to me? The thought of that filled Kyle with horror. He imagined Jan's face, glaring at him with anger. I don't know if I can, Jan. Kyle. What? Lean over and look at me. Now, Kadarn, she said firmly. I'll just look, he thought. I'll just look, and if she's angry, I can pull my head right back in. Moving slowly, Kyle pushed himself out of the cockpit and leaned his head out of the cockpit. He looked down. Jan looked up at him. She was smiling. Even with the bandages covering parts of her face, he could see it. She's smiling. She's not mad. He looked again. She was still smiling at him. Kyle, she said, come down here and talk to me. Still feeling a bit afraid, Kyle hesitated. Kyle, this chair is very comfortable. Please don't make me get out of it to come get you. Despite the storm of feelings inside him, Kyle chuckled. Like you could, he muttered. Don't push me, Kadarn, she answered. Realizing there was no way he would win this battle, Kyle decided to capitulate, at least for the time being. He levered himself out of the cockpit, stepped down and onto the deck. Jan sat in the repulsor-equipped chair, looking up at him. Come on, she said. Let's go somewhere and talk. Jan, Kyle felt warmth touch his left hand. Looking down, he saw Jan's right hand encircling his. It's okay, Kyle, she said sincerely. No one is mad at you. They aren't. Nope, Jan said confidently, confused and maybe a little scared, but not mad. You sure? Have I ever lied to you? She quipped. No, he said, and then with a trace of sarcasm added, well, there was that one time, and another after that. Kadarn. Yes, Jan. Shut up. Yes, Jan. Feeling a bit less concerned now, Kyle followed the repulsor chair containing Jan out of the hangar bay. Watching from his station, Puan Gale saw this and contacted Mon Mothma, letting her know the situation appeared to have been resolved. As they stepped into the corridor, Kyle asked a question. Where are we going? Your quarters, she said. Why, Miss Ors, he said with a bit more sarcasm, how daring. She fought the urge to swat at him. Just reaching for Kyle's hand had hurt. Maybe Dr. Berth was right about me pushing things too fast, too soon. Well, I'm certainly not letting you into mine, Kadarn. I have a reputation to uphold. Besides, I've already seen your place. True, Kyle added. Reaching the room, Kyle opened the door, then stepped aside as Jan floated in. Letting the door slide close behind him, Kyle started to move to the room's small kitchen. You want some tea, Jan? Sit down, Kadarn, she said. Tea later. Talk now. Feeling a renewed rush of fear, Kyle moved to his bed and sat upon it. Jan moved until she was as close as she could be without running him over. A scene crossed Kyle's mind. This kind of feels like deja vu, he said. What do you mean? Jan asked. Don't you remember? We were together in here like this once before. Jan looked confused, and then the memory came back to her. Then you should remember that I'm not going to leave until we hash this out, Jan said firmly. Kyle opened his mouth to speak, closed it, not sure exactly what to say. All right, Jan said, settling herself in the repulsor-equipped chair. First off, explain to me once again why it is you're responsible for me getting hurt. Kyle hesitated, not sure he could say precisely what he was feeling. But as he looked into Jan's resolute expression, he began speaking. And so it began. Kyle talked, Jan asked questions. More than once, Kyle gave into the emotion swirling inside him. It's okay, Kyle, Jan kept saying, it's okay. Let it out. Reliving the experience as a bore at the arc hammered through Kyle's eyes, Jan was overcome at times herself. Pain she hadn't realized she had buried came pouring out. Kyle did his best to support her, at one point reaching out and laying his hand atop hers. Jan turned her hand over and their fingers interlinked. Strength and sympathy were shared. Words of forgiveness and acceptance were exchanged. Nearly 2 hours passed. The two of them stared at each for a long moment. Then, without preamble, Jan yawned mightily. Unable to help himself, Kyle laughed. She glared at him, but with no real force. It isn't funny, Cadarn. Tell to that someone who didn't see your face just now, Jan, not to mention your uvula. She raised an arm. If I wasn't in this chair. Kyle shielded himself, still chuckling. Jan. What, Cadarn? He looked directly into her eyes. Thank you. It was only 2 words, spoken by trillions of other beings. But for the two of them, the words carried with them much more than simple gratitude. You're welcome, Kyle, she said sincerely. We're friends, aren't we? Yes, he said, standing and moving to stand behind her chair. Yes, we are. Jan felt sudden warmth as Kyle's hand touched hers. She let her fingers link with his again. We're friends, he repeated, and maybe, just maybe, something more. Jan felt her face grow suddenly warm. Did he just say what I think he said? Standing behind her, Kyle's face was equally red. He wasn't sure if it had been the right thing to say those words. He wondered if he might be pushing their relationship beyond proper bounds. But, he thought, examining himself and his motives, is how I honestly feel. There was a long pause, neither of them speaking. Kyle felt Jan squeeze his hand. Maybe, Cadarn, she said quietly, maybe. Feeling a mixture of embarrassment and elation, Kyle stepped around to the side of the chair and looked down. Jan was looking up at him. A second later, both looked away, feeling very embarrassed. There was another pause. I'm tired, Jan said. Can you take me back to sickbay? Sure, Kyle answered quickly. Moving back behind the chair, Kyle gently pulled the chair backwards, then turned it around. He noticed Jan's face was looking down, her hair obscuring her face. Opening the door, he pushed the chair through, then turned again, heading for sickbay. Neither of them spoke the whole way there. Each was too wrapped up in what the other had said. Dr. Berth was waiting for them, coming forward as they entered the room. Are you all right, Jan? He asked, his expression concerned. Yes, she said confidently, then yawned, but I am tired. No surprise there, Berth said, glaring at Kyle for a moment. You weren't in the best condition to leave here in the first place. If Mon Mothma hadn't insisted. Doctor, she began. Look, Doc, Kyle began. No, the doctor said firmly, not another word from either of you. I've had enough of both of you for one day. Taking the repulsor chair from Kyle, Berth guided it to Jan's bed, helping her out of it and into bed. Doctor, she tried again. I mean it, Jan, he said firmly, practically glaring at her, not another word. You need your rest. Realizing that pushing any harder wasn't going to help, Jan complied. When the doctor was done reattaching her IV and making sure the readings on the monitor looked okay, he emerged from the curtain area to see Kyle standing there, apparently waiting for him. Good night, Kyle, he said, not looking at the other man. Doc, please, Kyle said, I want to. One more word, and I'm calling security to have you escorted out of here, Kyle. Kyle said nothing, but he didn't leave either. You know, said Berth, I can understand what you felt, Kyle. I go through it every time I lose a patient, when the damage of this war claims the life of another friend. But what you caused to happen here today was unconscionable. Shut up, Berth said. You run out of here, acting like the child crying for his mommy. And then, one of my patients, barely out of surgery and still recovering, decides she has to go after you so you won't do something stupid. Kyle said nothing. You should know better than anyone else that people get hurt in war. It's inevitable and it's sad. But you are no more responsible for it than I am. I know that, Kyle said quietly now. He turned to go, feeling ashamed. Kyle, the doctor called. Pausing, Kyle turned back around. Berth ran a hand across his head. His expression was a bit softer. I know you didn't do this meaning to hurt anyone else. This blasted war is destroying lives all over the galaxy. Don't let it destroy yours, okay? Kyle accepted the olive branch. I'll try. Good, Berth said, voice a bit more friendly. And tomorrow, let's have breakfast. We can talk more then. You should rest too, after what you put yourself through. I'll do that, Doc, Kyle said, smiling a bit. Sorry about today, and thanks too. See you in the morning. With that, Kyle turned and left sickbay, feeling alternately shamed over his behavior, but grateful that Berth was still his friend. On his way to his quarters, Kyle made one more stop. Guessing that Mon Mothma might still be there, he stopped by her briefing room. She was indeed there, and before she could say a word, Kyle apologized. To his surprise, Mon Mothma didn't give him a second chewing out instead. She simply accepted the apology. Something happened before you came here, she observed. Yeah, Kyle admitted, Dr. Berth and I talked. Oh. Well, more like he yelled, and I listened. I see, Mon Mothma said. I hope you took his words to heart. Yes, Mon Mothma, he said gravely, I did. Very well then, Kyle, she said. But before you go, there is one matter we need to take care of. Confused, he looked at her. And that is? She pulled out the slim box containing his medal, placing it on the table. Kyle stared at it for a long moment. He considered what the medal meant, the reason it was being given to him. He shook his head. Kyle, she began. Mon Mothma, he said, interrupting, what I said earlier about this medal, I really don't deserve it. Then what would you have me do, Kyle? She asked, feeling incredulous at his response. He thought about it for a moment. If I could, he said, I'd give everyone on my team part of the medal as well as Jan. They deserve it more than I do. Mon Mothma stared at him for a moment, considering the words Kyle had said. Then it came to her. All right, Kyle, she said, what if each of the records of your team and Jan's note the award of the Star of Alderaan? How do you feel about that? Kyle smiled. I like it, Mon Mothma. Very well then, I will attend to it personally. Thank you, Kyle said, sincerely. She nodded at him. You're dismissed. Get some rest. I will. The hangar bay was filled with the noise of people celebrating. With Jan discharged from sickbay and pronounced fit for duty a day earlier, Mon Mothma had declared a ship-wide celebration for today. Kyle's hands and back nearly ached from all the handshakes and backslaps he had accepted. His whole team came up to him at different intervals throughout the day, each of them expressing gratitude to him for the award they had received. Jan, too, was a center of activity, people crowing over how well she looked and congratulating her on her recovery. And then there were the stories. Both Kyle and Jan heard various versions of what had happened aboard the Ark Hammer, each seemingly more fanciful than the previous one. You'd think I took on the whole ship and crew by myself, Kyle thought. Oh, please, Jan thought, the way people are talking, you'd think I had superpowers or something. The only one who didn't seem bothered by it was Wexter, whom they both saw at different times, encircled by a cloud of seeming admirers, explaining how it wasn't easy being a hero, but he did what he could. I almost feel like telling them about Wexter forgetting my weapons when we went on the first Ergo mission, Kyle thought. A number of people also asked Kyle about his beard, which was growing in with each passing day. You look like a professor or something, said BJR and Falkvist. I think he looks intelligent, said Nerwin Aldarian. Added Tinavil Undomil, very much the intellectual. Well, thanks, Kyle replied. Doesn't it itch? Asked Mock Farkin. I'll bet food gets stuck in it, added Adarn Damon. You guys want to check? Kyle asked. The two men looked at each other, and then shook her heads. You sure you don't want the shield again, Kyle? Chided Brawley, it might just save you here tonight. I'll consider it, Chief, Kyle said, laughing. I don't know, said Dave Flamerock. It kinda makes you look older. Well, considering I was once called Cadet Babyface, looking older doesn't sound so bad. The two men laughed. Thank you so much for the award, Kyle, said Kachin Tails. It was the last thing either of us expected, said Luntic Pandora. You all deserved it, Kyle replied. Even me? Asked Fensta. Especially you. Kyle exclaimed, the way I navigate sometimes, I might have ended up at Kessel. Or Corellia? Added Manus Day. Maybe. Kyle returned. Just then, Caston Drown appeared. Welcome back, my friend. The two men hugged, Caston thumping Kyle on the back. Don't make me worry like that again, Caston said when the two had parted. Sorry, Kyle said. Caston waved the apology away. The main thing is you and Jan are both back safe. He pressed a drink into Kyle's left hand, held his own up. Now let us drink. To friends. To friends. Kyle and the others around him shouted. The party continued throughout the day, only breaking up when supervisors and section chiefs were forced to call their personnel back to duty. Kyle looked around for Jan, but she wasn't there. Wonder where she went. Oh well, I'll find her eventually. Kyle returned to his quarters and was about to lay down for a bit of rest when he noticed the message light flashing on his comm station. Stepping over, he pressed the proper sequence of buttons and the message displayed. Kyle read it once, then a second time. No way, he said aloud. She could not be serious. Just then, the door chime sounded. When the door slid aside, he found a crewer he didn't know holding a large bag. Yes. Compliments of Mon Mothma, sir, the crew person said, handing the bag to Kyle. Thanks, Kyle said, I think. Mon Mothma asked me to remind you to be in the reception hall at 1830 sharp, sir. Realizing he was trapped, Kyle knew his adversary would have cut off any chance of escape. He decided to surrender. All right, he said to the crewer, tell her I'll be there. Yes, sir, the crew person said, stepping away. As the door closed behind him, Kyle took the bag to his bed and lay it down. He noticed the zipper running across the middle and pulled it down. No. No way. I'm gonna get you for this, Mon Mothma. I feel like a fool, Kyle thought, looking down at himself. The garment bag had contained a full dress uniform, which he now wore. The white jacket he wore was V-shaped and flared over the black pants he wore. The shirt underneath the jacket was also black. 2 stripes, colored medium red, ran down the lapels of the jacket. But what Kyle found most embarrassing was the commander's rank pin he wore on one lapel. The room had about 20 or so of the senior officers and staff of the New Hope in it. Low, pleasant music could just be heard above the hum of conversations. Of all the things to forget to ask Mon Mothma to do, why couldn't she just have rescinded the rank when I got back? Good evening, Kyle, a familiar voice said. He turned and saw General Madine standing there, wearing his own dress uniform. Automatically, Kyle saluted. Madine waved his hand. None of that here, Kyle. We're both a long way from the Empire. Realizing what he was doing, Kyle pulled his hand down quickly, letting it hang at his side. Sorry, General. Old habit. Madine nodded. So, how does it feel to be a hero? Kyle shook his head. I'm no hero, General. In fact, I feel ridiculous with this thing on. I've never been officer material. Kyle indicated the rank pin he wore. Madine shrugged. You might think so, but I beg to differ. I saw your mission report. You took charge of a team of people from nearly every department here and focused them on a single goal. And you succeeded. Kyle considered his former teacher's words. I don't know, sir. Maybe you're right, but it just doesn't feel that way. Remember this, Kyle? Some men are born great, others achieve greatness, and still others have it thrust upon them. I don't think I understand, General. Few men are born great, Kyle, and those who have greatness thrust upon them are often unable to handle it. But men like you, who achieve greatness, can stay humble enough to manage it. You showed excellence at the academy, but never arrogance. You've done great things here, but you never made it about you. I never wanted anything like this, Kyle said, gesturing at the other people. The men resplendent in dress uniforms, the women in likewise splendid dresses. I just wanted to make my father proud. Then hold on to that, Madine said, nodding. It'll keep you grounded. But for now, enjoy yourself. Things like this don't happen every day. Just then, the object of Kyle's ire tapped a spoon against the glass she was holding. If I may have everyone's attention, please, Mon Mothma called. Conversations ended and each person turned to look at the rebel leader who stood at one side of the room. We are gathered here tonight to recognize two fellow soldiers. One you know well. The other joined us recently and has proven himself invaluable to the ship and crew. Most of you know now about the mission against the Archammer. Led by General Ram Mok, the ship carried a weapon of such destructive power that it may have changed the course of the war. It was called the Dark Trooper. She paused to let that sink in. But because of the heroic efforts of these two individuals, the Archammer, General Mok, and his Dark Troopers have been destroyed. Tonight, we celebrate their victory. Kyle Katarn and Jan Ors, please come forward. Applause began to fill the room, and Kyle saw Madine join in. Get up there, Kyle, the general prompted. Feeling embarrassed and a bit silly, Kyle nevertheless walked forward to where Mon Mothma was and at her direction, took a place to the left side. It was then he saw Jan. She was a green dress that varied in shades of the color, dark near the top, growing lighter as you went down. Part of the neckline flared out, covering her collarbone and the tops of her shoulders. The middle of the bodice scooped down modestly. Jan's bare arms lay at her sides, and only a bit of leg showed below the skirt and above the lime green shoes she wore. Her brown hair was piled atop her head, held in place, with a set of silver clips and combs exposing her slender neck. Kyle felt his jaw fall open as his eyes took her in. But Jan seemed none too happy as her eyes met his. It took only a moment for Kyle to read her expression. Keep your mouth shut, Katarn. Kyle closed his mouth, but couldn't keep the smile from his face. She's beautiful. Jan moved until she stood to Mon Mothma's right, barely a hand's breadth away from him. Having Kyle and Jan both turned to face the assemblage, Mon Mothma spoke again. These two have endured a great deal to be here today. One of their first missions was to steal the plans to the Death Star that were later transmitted to Princess Leia. If not for their willingness to go on the mission as well as bravery and tenacity in completing it, I doubt any of us would be here today. I didn't exactly have a choice at the time, thought Kyle. Kyle and Jan were the first to alert us of the Dark Trooper menace, having encountered one during a mission. Because of them, we were alerted to this new threat and were able to take action. And if not for Kyle willing to infiltrate the Archammer, rescue the captured Jan Ors, and deal a fatal blow to the Dark Trooper project, we would all be in grave danger. Geez, Jan thought, way to make me sound like the damsel in distress. And so, Mon Mothma concluded, it is with pleasure that I present the rebellion newest heroes, Kyle Katarn and Jan Ors. Both Jan and Kyle felt their faces warm as the group applauded them. And now, Mon Mothma said when the applause had died down, let the celebration continue. Both Kyle and Jan graciously accepted the congratulations offered to them. Sometime later, finally able to escape the crowd of well-wishers, they both sat down at a table on the other side of the room. Woo, Kyle said, pulling the shirt's stiff collar. I never thought that was going to end. You're telling me? Jan echoed. You think we'd captured the Emperor? Kyle nodded. agreeing. You want something to drink? He asked. Sure, she replied. I'm feeling very dry. Kyle stood up, spotting the refreshment area. Hey, Jan. She looked up at him. What? You really look beautiful. Before she could reply, Kyle had stepped away. You sneaky little, she thought, watching him go. I'm gonna get you when you come back here. Still, as she watched Kyle getting drinks for both of them and some food, she felt herself wavering a little. When Kyle returned to the table and set two plates and glasses down for them, she spoke. Kyle. Yes, Jan. You look nice too. She saw the stunned look appear on Kyle's face and couldn't help but laugh. Hey, he complained, no fair. Sorry, she said, smiling at him, but seriously, Kyle, I mean it. You look nice in that uniform. I feel like a clown, he said. Besides, look at you, Jan, I've never seen you like this before. You're really pretty. Well, if you feel like a clown, she said, then I feel like part of circus act in this thing. Mon Mothma? He asked. How do you know? Me too, he replied. Jan shook her head. She's pretty clever. And she has the authority to get away with it, Kyle added. Jan laughed at that. You're right. The two fell silent, not looking at each other. It was then Jan noticed some of the group had begun to dance. Look, she said to Kyle. He followed her pointing finger. Hey, he said, those two. Isn't that Mon Mothma and General Madine? Jan looked. You're right, it is. The two of them watched the couple for a bit. Jan looked at Kyle. He really does look handsome, she thought. She thought of the words exchanged in his quarters and decided to go for it. Kyle. He turned to look at her. Yes. Would you dance with me? The blood seemed to drain away from Kyle's face in an instant. Why, what did you say? She smiled at him. I want to dance with you. He looked stricken. I don't know, Jan. You don't want to. Is not that? Kyle admitted, his face flushing with embarrassment. I don't know how. Jan's smile broadened. Her gamble was paying off. It's okay, she said. Rising to her feet, I can show you. Kyle looked very nervous. Jan, I don't want to embarrass you. If I mess up or something. Moving to stand next to him, Jan put a hand on his shoulder and leaned down, bringing her face close to his. Kyle. Yes. Trust me? Staring up into her face, Kyle still felt nervous, but decided he could at least try. He stood up. Okay, let's go. Here, she said, gesturing, take my hand. Following her instructions, Kyle slipped his hand under hers and together, the two of them walked to where the others were dancing. Now, Jan said, put your right hand here and your left here. She took Kyle's right hand in her left and placed his left hand on her side, just above her waist, the fabric of the dress crinkling slightly. She placed her right hand on his shoulder. Kyle looked down at her and Jan could see he was feeling self-conscious. Relax, she said, just move with me. It's easy. Oh, he said, swallowing with a gulping sound. Slowly, Jan moved and Kyle followed. They moved back and forth, then side to side. That's it, she said, smiling up at him, you're doing fine. They continued, Kyle getting more and more comfortable with each step. Soon, his look of nervousness was replaced with a smile. This is kind of fun, he said. See what happens when you listen to me, she said. Seated a short distance away, Mon Mothma and General Madine gazed at the dancing couple. They looked pretty good together, Madine observed. Indeed, Mon Mothma said. He waited a short bit. 10 credits says he kisses her right here, Madine challenged. I do not like betting games, General, Mon Mothma said, then with a wink added, especially when the outcome is so clear. 15 credits that Kyle waits until after the party. The general smiled at her. You're on. I am tired, Kyle said, stifling a yawn. So am I, Jan echoed. I don't think I've danced that much in a while. Was it too much? Kyle asked concernedly. I enjoyed every moment of it, Jan said, smiling at him. They stopped at the door to her quarters. I can't wait to get inside and get this dress off, she said, looking down at herself. Me too, Kyle said. The neck on this thing has no give at all. Well then, Jan said, a bit awkwardly, I guess we should say good night then. I guess we should, Kyle echoed, also feeling awkward. Silence descended. Neither of them moved. Did you notice the way Mon Mothma and General Madine were looking at us? Kyle asked. Yes, I did, Jan said, frowning. What was that all about? Wish I knew, Kyle said, shrugging. Silence descended again. I'd better get inside, Jan said. Yeah, Kyle replied. He turned to go. Jan decided. Kyle, wait a second. He stopped, faced her again. Something wrong? He asked. No, she answered. No regrets, Jan, she told herself. She reached out a hand, touched Kyle's face. I don't know if I like this beard, Kadar. Really? He said. I kinda do. Jan ran her hand along the side of his face, feeling the hairs touch her skin. Kyle, Jan. What? Shut up. Kyle bent down, closing his eyes. Jan closed hers as well, keeping her hand where it was as Kyle's lips touched hers. Both felt as if an electrical shock had gone off in their bodies. Jan slid her other arm up and around Kyle's neck. He responded by reaching out and wrapping his arms around her. Jan let Kyle pull her close. I didn't know it would feel like this, they both thought. It seemed nearly an eternity before Jan gently broke the kiss. That was nice, Kadar. I liked it too, he said, gazing at her. She slid her arm off him and Kyle released her. They stood there for a long moment, looking at each other. Still friends? He asked, not sure why he had said that. She nodded. And just maybe something more. They smiled at each other. Kyle turned to go. Good night, Jan. Good night, Kyle. He walked off, and Jan entered her quarters. Both of them had the same thought. I think I might love her. I think I might love him. Epilogue. The Jedi Temple on Yavin. Hangar Bay. Many years later. Kyle. Over here, Jan. Attired in her mechanic's outfit, Jan moved through the intervening until she caught sight of Kyle, stepping down from the cockpit of the Raven's Claw. What's going on? She asked. He shrugged. Search me? I was trying to do a systems diagnostic when the main computer started issuing error messages. The next thing I knew, it had completely shut down. Jan smiled even as she shook her head. This crazy old ship, she muttered. Sometimes I wonder if somehow assimilated the spirit of the moldy crow. Kyle chuckled. Wouldn't that be something? That old ship gave plenty of mechanics headaches, including us. Sometimes I considered just blasting it out of the hangar bay, Jan said. Mon Mothma would have loved that. Kyle said, laughing. Still, the crow did get us out of one or two scrapes. True, Jan said, looking at the Raven's Claw, then at Kyle. Both of us have been through some pretty crazy stuff since the day we met. You're telling me, Kyle exclaimed. It's a wonder we didn't kill each other sometimes. Jan smiled. You never would have killed me, Kyle. Oh, he said, looking surprised at her. And what makes you say that? Because, she said, walking up and embracing him, we wouldn't have gotten together like this. Kyle wrapped his arms around Jan, smiling down at her. Something occurred to him. You're forgetting one thing. And what is that? She asked. Shane's nest, Kyle said. Oh, Jan said, gently releasing Kyle and stepping back. That guy. What of him? Come on, Jan, Kyle entreated. He did take the time to write about us, and all. And how about all those fun scenes? She wasn't buying it. What about all the times you got hurt or I did? She challenged. He had General Mach practically break both of my arms. Kyle nodded. But he did have me rescue you, didn't he? Jan shook her head. And how long did that take? 1 chapter. 2. More like 10, And how about long he took to finish just one part of the story? Something like 4 years. I mean, geez. Look, Jan, I wasn't any happier about being put on hold either. Heck, that crazy Shinesnes treated me like I was his own personal beanbag, knocking me into whatever or whoever he chose to. You don't think I've forgotten about the hotbox on Ergo, do you? Seeing Kyle's stricken expression, Jan went to him. They embraced again, shared a quick kiss. I'm sorry, Kyle. It's just that thinking about that Shinesnes gets me so angry sometimes. I know, Jan, me too. But at least he's finally finished part 1 and is getting part 2 underway. You're right, she admitted. And who knows? Maybe he'll be a little more consistent in updating this time. Have you ever thought about his reviewers? Kyle asked. They've been victims as much as we have. Don't I know it? Jan said. Especially those 2 sisters who used to live in Singapore, Tinuville and Nerwin. Right, Kyle said, just like our 2 senior intelligence officers. Shinesnes put them all kinds of angst with the Blaze story arc. Jan's face clouded over. I never liked her. Kyle smiled at her knowingly. Sure, Jan, whatever you say. I didn't. And that's why. Cadarn. Yes, Jan. Shut up. Yes, Jan. Oh, when I think of you and that which blazed together. I'm sorry about that, Jan. It wasn't your fault, Kyle. It was all that Shane's nest. Well, Tinuville and Nerwin weren't the only victims, Kyle said, counting off on his fingers. There's Millen Stryker, Johnny Number 5, the unknown reviewer, Catching Tales, Lunatic Pandora 1, Miscellaneous Soldier, Dominus Magnus, Finsta, Rebel Metal, Darth Red, Dave Flame Rock, Your Local Dealer, Gaul 1485, BJR and Falkvist, Val of Crimson Blade, Hitman NX, Bjorn, Richard Wellington Fanboy, Pirate 88, Dashrender, Demon 2, Mock Farkin, Gunslinger Roland, Brawley 501, Star Galaxka, The Wineglass, Elith Drakarin, Morgane McGarry, Manus Day Naidu, Kaya Santos, and Tig 94. Don't forget your favorite, Jan teased. Cadarn demand, she said. Kyle smiled broadly, then saw Jan smirk. So sue me if I like the guy's screen name. You'd feel the same if someone had Jan the Warrior or something like that, wouldn't you? How about Jan the Wise? No comment, Kyle said. I see you're learning, Jan said. In any case, that Shinesnes needs to do better by us. Yeah, Kyle replied. You're right. Maybe he will. He did finish part 1 after all. Jan nodded. And he does so enjoy the reviews he gets from everyone. True, Kyle said. Shinesnes does have some pretty special people reading and reviewing his stuff. Yes, Jan said, they are. Well, Kyle said, taking a deep breath, as long as we're together in the end, I can put up with pretty much anything. I suppose I can too, Jan admitted. Now do you want me to take a look at that computer? Maybe later, Kyle said, smiling at her. Right now, I'd like to take you out for a walk. Join me. Kyle held out his hand. Jan said, appearing to appraise the offer. That sounds like something I'd enjoy. Joining hands, the pair strolled from the hangar bay out into the warm sunshine of Yavin 4.